Upon awakening in the realm of marvel, one finds oneself transformed into a dimensional deity, teetering on the brink of existence and non-existence. In a bid to disrupt the fabric of reality, this enigmatic entity has summoned players from the unknown dimensions. In New York City, the notorious Black Hand, Valen, is orchestrating a grand heist, this time targeting the debonair heir of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, Hell's Kitchen has welcomed a new establishment, the Yukihira Diner, while the dark culinary world conspires to wield taste as a means of global domination. Jean faces formidable new adversaries as an emerging Italian family steadily expands its influence. The wandering Miko Kikyo encounters fearless souls from Hell's Kitchen, and as they investigate the case of the missing shadows, what sparks may ignite between them. Chapter 1. The suit-clad thug, Valen. In the heart of Manhattan lies the Four Seasons Hotel, one of New York's most illustrious establishments, renowned for its romantic ambience. An unparalleled service. The crystal chandeliers, a legacy of the 18th century, sway gently, casting reflections upon the polished floors, while the opulent velvet drapes exude an aura of luxury throughout. The venue on the 52nd floor, within the confines of what is deemed the most extravagant penthouse suite in the nation, guests clink glasses amidst a vibrant atmosphere. The sound system better be fixed. Let's get this party started. Everyone is here, urged the wedding host, a man seemingly in his 30s, as he nudged a fellow named Joe, who was crouched beside the sound equipment, responsible for the hotel's maintenance. Everything's ready, don't worry, Joe assured, thumping his chest with a smile. Having infiltrated the gathering for some time now, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. As the music swelled, the wedding commenced in a buffet style, adorned with an array of exquisite pastries and gourmet dishes for the attendees to indulge in at their leisure. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a thunderous gunshot echoed through the hall. Panic ensued, with screams erupting as the esteemed guests scrambled for safety. Everyone freeze. Raise your hands, crouch down, and cover your heads. Anyone who moves will be shot, shouted A. Finn, brandishing a shotgun atop a table, grinning widely. Simultaneously, the grand entrance was graced by Valen, clad in a tailored dark green suit and wielding a black and gold cane, exuding elegance as he strode into the hall. Capturing the attention of all present, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Valen, the leader of the Black Hand, he declared. There's no need to fear, we are merely here to make money. Money is all I desire, so I implore you not to resist. If everyone cooperates, I assure you, no one will be harmed. However, should anyone disobey, the outcome may be dire. With that, Valen ascended the stage, seizing the microphone from the host, donning a reassuring smile as he sought to calm the terrified assembly before him. I possess a list, and the names of everyone present are inscribed upon it. Therefore, do not entertain any notions of evasion. Now, all of you, please rise and remember to raise your hands above your heads. The guests, reduced to hostages, trembled as they complied, none daring to utter a word or defy the command. Their only desire was to appease their captors in hopes of enduring the night unscathed. What has transpired? A lady clad in a white wedding gown burst through the doors, for this evening was meant to be her domain, yet the spotlight had shifted to another. The future bride, please step forward. The rest of you, remain in your positions and do not move. Valen beckoned with a flick of his fingers, leaning on his cane as he spoke with a casual air. His mood considerably lifted now that the bothersome archaeologist was out of the picture. Stand to the side promptly. Move quickly. Joe and A. Finn, guns drawn, directed the hostages to their designated spots. Under the oppressive weight of the firearms, no one dared to resist. Faint whimpers of fear emerged from the crowd. One after another, hurry now, form a line, and approach to each collect a plate, placing all valuables upon it. A. Finn approached the serving table, picked up a white porcelain plate, and demonstrated for the assembled guests. Cash goes in this ice bucket. Joe followed closely, placing a small flag reading cash beside the bucket as a marker. Checks belong here. A. Finn set down a second ice bucket. Jewelry should be placed here. Necklaces go here. Rings here. Other valuables, such as gold pens and lighters, should be placed in the miscellaneous section. Once all the ice buckets were neatly arranged, A. Finn, microphone in hand, issued a warning. Listen closely if anyone attempts to conceal their valuables, refusing to surrender them. Lesu, with a steely gaze fixed on the hostages, pulled back the gun's bolt. Bang! The sound echoed, shattering a white porcelain vase at the corner of the dining table. Ah! Some timid women screamed in panic, instinctively covering their heads and crouching down, while others remained frozen in terror, shaking at the sight of the fierce Lesu. "Boss, we are ready," as the last of the guests formed a line. Finn quietly informed Valen, who stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant lights of New York casually, savoring a glass of red wine. Upon hearing Finn's words, Valen turned. "Since we are prepared, let us commence." Meanwhile, at the New York City Police Department. "What did you say?" "The Mafia is making moves again." "Understood. We will head there immediately." George Stacy hung up the phone and promptly summoned the on-duty members of the department, preparing to rush to the scene. "Dad, what's happening? Is there a case?" In the office, Gwen Stacy curiously gazed at her father. With school on break today, she had come to deliver documents to Director George, only to witness this unfolding drama. Indeed, there has been an incident at the Four Seasons Hotel. That damn Mafia is up to no good again. As Director George replied, he donned his coat. In the past month, several kidnappings and jewel heists in New York have been linked to the Mafia, and their leader is this man, Valen. George revealed a document from his desk, and Gwen leaned in to see a man dressed in a dark green suit. "Consequently, we have dispatched professionals to monitor the situation, and just moments ago, the Mafia infiltrated a wealthy wedding banquet to execute a robbery. We cannot let them escape this time. From the photo, it's hard to believe he's a thief, but regardless, please be careful. They'll wait for you to come home for dinner tonight, Dad." Gwen tilted her head as she examined the photograph. While she had seen numerous masked assailants, this was her first encounter with a gentlemanly thief in a tailored suit. "I understand. My dear daughter, return home and wait for me. I will finish work soon." George smiled as he embraced Gwen in farewell, then hurriedly exited the office. "Hurry, hurry, one after another. Don't hesitate over that emerald necklace. Just put it in." Joe urged the hostages to move quickly, simultaneously warning them not to cause trouble. "My dear, money is but a material possession. Just give it to them. Let it be at least our safety is assured. I will buy you another later." The woman, having lost all her jewels, wept in distress, while the man beside her, dressed in a suit, continually comforted her, dabbing at her tears with a tissue. "All right." The woman nodded, her mood seemingly lifting. However, in the blink of an eye, the ice bucket collecting the valuables was nearly overflowing. "Boss, today has been a bountiful harvest. When we settle up tonight, we're sure to have a substantial haul of red jade, haha, making money and gaining fame simultaneously. Speaking of which, it has been years since we experienced such joy." Lesu and Finn surrounded Valen, their excitement barely contained. "Hey, sir, I have nothing on me. Feel free to search me." At that moment, a minor dispute at the collection table caught Valen's attention, centered around a young man being threatened by Joe's GUN to attend a wedding of this caliber and claim you possess nothing of value. "You think I am easily deceived," Joe remarked disdainfully, adjusting his sunglasses. "I warn you, do not attempt any tricks. Promptly produce any valuables you may have. Should you refuse to cooperate, be wary of the consequences." "What's going on?" Offing approached, a frown creasing his brow. "This fellow insists he is broke," Joe said, jabbing the young man in front of him with the barrel of his gun, causing him to stagger slightly. "The truth is, I genuinely have no money, sir. If you don't believe me, take a look." Peter Parker retreated a couple of steps, steadying himself before revealing his empty pockets with a look of helplessness. He was merely dragged along by Harry to enjoy the festivities, a mere freeloader. He truly had no money, yet the kidnapper appeared unconvinced. Peter felt a surge of anxiety as his gaze met that of Valen on the stage. "Sir, believe me, this venue is equipped with the most sensitive automatic alarm systems. The New York Police Department has undoubtedly been alerted and will soon surround the hotel. I strongly advise you to reconsider." Peter attempted to persuade the captor, hoping to convince this seemingly refined and amenable leader to spare everyone present, himself included at all. Valen observed Peter with a flicker of interest in his eyes. The young man displays commendable courage. "Come up to the stage, let us converse," Valen said with a smile, his hands resting on his black gold cane. "Since you claim to be without funds, do enlighten me on how you infiltrated this extravagant wedding of the elite that it was I." Before Peter could respond, Harry Osborn stepped forward, declaring, "I brought him in." I can vouch for him. He truly has no money. MM? Valen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And who might you be? Harrison Osborn. That name. Valen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something from the past. Boss, the chairman of Osborn Industries is named Norman Osborn, and he is listed on tonight's guest list, offering discreetly reminded Valen, glancing at the sheet in his hand. Oh, young Mr. Osborn is present. Then where is this esteemed president? Valen's eyes sparkled as he realized he had hooked a big fish, scanning the crowd eagerly. No need to search. It is only Peter and I who are attending tonight's wedding. I utilized my father's invitation, Harry explained. Norman Osborn was too preoccupied with overseeing research projects at Osborn Industries to attend any wedding. It was Harry who had taken his father's invitation to the event, while Peter was merely a guest permitted to bring an additional companion. What a pity. I had hoped to meet your father. Trust me, we would have much to discuss, Valen said with a faint expression of regret, then turned to Harry with a smile. Now, let's take a look at what treasures this young scion of the Osborn group has brought along, spoke Joe as he placed the ice bucket before Harry. Hurry up, don't keep our boss waiting. Harry's expression appeared somewhat rigid, confronted by the gun barrel aimed at his head by A. Finn. He fumbled through his belongings for quite a while before finally producing a gold pen and tossing it into the ice bucket. Are you jesting with me? This is all you brought for such an occasion? Your father must be quite indifferent to you, Valen exclaimed incredulously, his mocking tone causing Harry's face to flush crimson. How dull serve the young master of shrimp, Valen declared, lifting his wine glass, taking a sip, and then waving his hand dismissively. Here, Joe yanked the ice tray from the table, seized a fresh French blue shrimp, and thrust it into Harry's hands. Harry glanced at Valen, then at A. Finn, who was still pointing the gun at him. Merely consuming a blue shrimp hardly seemed a suitable punishment. If I must eat, then so be it, Harry grumbled, gripping the shrimp head to tear it off. Just as he was about to peel the shell, Valen interjected, I meant for you to eat it whole. You. Harry paused, his face flushed with indignation, yet he dared not retaliate. Did you not hear what our boss commanded? A. Finn rapped the barrel of his gun against Harry's head, entirely disregarding the fury in Harry's eyes, glaring fiercely at him. Eat. Harry reluctantly stuffed the whole shrimp into his mouth, grinding his teeth in defiance, his gaze fixed on Valen, as if to memorize his visage. Decent glare you have there, but next time you venture out, remember to bring something of greater value, Valen remarked nonchalantly at tea that moment. The sound of propellers thundered outside, and searchlights pierced the room as George arrived on the scene, shouting through a megaphone, Valen of the Black Hand. You are surrounded. Release the hostages and surrender immediately. Surrender? Valen set down his wine glass, grasped his black gold cane, and turned, as though striding along a red carpet illuminated by lights and applause. Oh no, Director George, if I were you, I wouldn't make such a proclamation. You remind me of an old acquaintance, Sheriff Blake from Sector 13, that bald fellow. You are just as tedious as he is, Valen shrugged. Sector 13? George furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Valen's words. Hey Joe, Lace, hey Finn, are you ready? Valen turned to look at the three. At that moment, the latter had already packed all the jewels from the ice bucket, each of them burdened with large, bulging bags. Boss, we are ready to depart at any moment, Finn grinned. Excellent. Valen nodded slightly, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at Director George and the captivating New York skyline. Beneath the brilliant white lights, he resembled the most dazzling protagonist upon a grand stage. Here, there are neither limping old men nor bothersome little brats, and certainly not that damned archaeologist, yet I still possess the essence of the divine. Oh, how I adore this splendid world. From the shadowy recesses of the banquet, a masked black knight slowly emerged, and Valong's face broke into a delightful smile. It's time to take our leave. Chapter 2. Sovereign of the void dimension in an expanse of formless void, Tang Feng gazed with a grin as Valen, under the cover of Saint, safely retreated with his subordinates, while Director George, leading the assault into the banquet hall, found himself thwarted, nearly overturning the banquet table in frustration. Valen executed his strategy with remarkable finesse. The dapper suit-clad rogue would undoubtedly create a sensational news story once the media caught wind of it. It seemed a bountiful harvest was imminent. Indeed splendid. To trace this tale back, we must journey 2 months prior, when Tang Feng awoke from slumber. only to find himself in an unfamiliar realm. This place was akin to a narrow shoebox, compelling him to curl his body to avoid colliding with the barrier that felt like an invisible wall. Once he acclimated to the fact of his transdimensional journey, Tang Feng gradually discerned that he had arrived in a dimension suspended between existence and non-existence. Though this dimensional space was constricted, he was undeniably the true master of this realm, as it had become intrinsically intertwined with his essence. In other words, within this diminutive enclosure, he embodied a godlike presence, comparable to the rulers of dream dimensions, such as Nightmare, or the sovereigns of hellish realms, like Mephisto, and the dominator of shadowy dimensions, Dormammu. While their dimensional scales could not be directly compared, their essences resonated with a shared greatness, each recognized as a deity of their respective dimensions. Through Tang Feng's experiments, he discovered that any disruption he caused to the fabric of reality would yield a portion of energy. This energy resembled a universal remedy, capable of expanding the dimensional space, thereby enlarging Tang Feng's domain, and could be molded according to his will into various abilities or even creations. He referred to this energy acquired from disrupting the reality dimension as jade. To amass a significant quantity of jade, Tang Feng naturally set his sights on Earth, a realm teeming with superheroes and supervillains. Regrettably, given his current capabilities, breaching the 3 sacred halls of Kamartaj to invade the tangible Earth seemed an impossible endeavor. Fortunately, as the sovereign of the void dimension, Tang Feng's power dwelled in the liminal space between existence and non-existence, enabling him to discreetly exert influence upon Earth, a promising development for him. Thus, from the distant unknown planes, Tang Feng, through the conduit of the void dimension, orchestrated a grand summoning. The emissary of the void, player, was born, based on the personalities of the participants drawn into the game. He categorized them into 3 primary factions: the Empire Foundation, the Natural Returners, and the Mundane Beings, corresponding to the black, red, and white factions, 3 mutually balancing player alliances. As long as the gameplay caused a deviation in the flow of reality, he would be able to harvest energy, the versatile jade. The vast majority of the jade was amassed by him, while a small portion was returned to the players as a form of incentive. He would transform into an entity akin to the game system itself, providing these players with appropriate guidance. As for Valong and his 3 subordinates, they were naturally players belonging to Tang Feng, now integrated into the faction of the returnees. The previously mentioned red jade, which Valong's subordinates had alluded to, could be exchanged for items pertinent to their original world or used to procure daily necessities from the system, much like experience currency in many games, rendering it exceedingly significant. The red jade, represented by the red faction, the black jade by the black faction, and the white jade by the white faction could circulate freely within the same alliance, but were prohibited from cross-faction exchanges. To prevent any suspicion, Tang Feng updated the information relevant to the 3 factions while introducing players into the real dimension. This information was embedded within ancient texts on Earth, and for those who wish to delve deeper, they might uncover traces of the 3 great factions in obscure records. At that moment, Tang Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow. Intrigued as he stroked his chin, his gaze directed towards Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, New York. In a fictitious detective agency, Jessica Jones stifled a yawn, rubbing her bleary eyes, languidly resting her head on the table. A loud protest rumbled from her stomach, reminding her that she hadn't eaten all day. After a long day, she decided it was time to treat herself. Stretching lazily, Jessica ambled towards the door of the agency. Recently, a new restaurant had opened in Hell's Kitchen, boasting remarkably good cuisine. Although she had not tasted many gourmet dishes, Jessica felt that the meals prepared by the father and son duo ranked among the world's finest. Even a single bite could evoke a euphoric delight, almost inducing a euphoric desire to burst out of her clothes. After dining at this establishment for an entire month, Jessica had yet to tire of any dish on the menu. Indeed, this was true culinary artistry. In comparison, the offerings from other restaurants in Hell's Kitchen seemed akin to swill, utterly unpalatable. A disastrous combination of calamari and peanut sauce was laughably atrocious. The cacophony of roars and bizarre laughter emanated from the backyard of the eatery. As Jessica Jones stepped through the door, she was greeted by a familiar voice. Glancing at the desolate counter, she instinctively took a step back. Surely that young man wasn't he attempting to concoct yet another bizarre dish? Oh no, the timing couldn't be worse. She quickly turned on her heel to leave. Having frequented this establishment, Sakai Heisei Dining, throughout the month, she had unwittingly gleaned a fair amount of information. The young chef, Sakai Haruma, was quite amiable. Yet he had a penchant for crafting peculiar culinary creations for the seasoned patrons to sample. If they were delightful, it would be one thing, but the unfortunate truth was that they were often inedible, so dreadful they could induce nightmares after a single taste. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she had a nagging suspicion that Haruma derived great pleasure from having her endure these culinary nightmares, which was utterly exasperating. Lost in her swirling thoughts, she suddenly felt something being shoved into her mouth. Quick, give it a try. It's laughably awful. In the next moment, Haruma's radiant smile appeared before her. Ugh! Jessica doubled over, covering her mouth as her stomach churned uncontrollably, the impulse to weep overwhelming her. The flavor of the calamari was veering into a truly dreadful territory, as if her body were ensnared by the tentacles of an octopus, leaving her devoid of hope. Jessica tasted the nightmare cuisine, gaining a small amount of white jade. Simultaneously, a system notification materialized before Haruma. Success! A flicker of joy illuminated his eyes. This was a newfound method for swiftly acquiring white jade, with Jessica now grimacing from the abominable grilled squid at its center. For heaven's sake, do not serve me such ghastly dishes again. Returning home to nightmares is exceedingly torturous, she complained while rinsing her mouth. Oh, all right, Haruma replied with a nonchalant indifference. Not serving you? That is simply out of the question. Chapter 3. Let us settle this. Breaking news just in. This evening, a luxury wedding banquet was hijacked at the Four Seasons Hotel in downtown New York City. The melodious voice of the female anchor resonated from the antiquated television, which was broadcasting the evening news. Sakai Seijiro was in the kitchen, stirring pots, occasionally glancing up. The kitchen was seamlessly connected to the dining area, creating an open layout that allowed patrons to witness the culinary masterpieces being born. The mastermind behind the incident was none other than the leader of the underworld organization, Veron. The television displayed an image of a man clad in a dark green suit. Reports indicate that the underworld organization has committed multiple kidnappings and robberies in New York City, with victims often suffering significant financial losses. In response, the New York Police Department. This place is truly chaotic. As Yukihiro Soma entered the kitchen with the menu in hand, he inadvertently overheard a conversation that prompted him to grimace. However, upon catching sight of the live broadcast on the television, he could not help but exclaim, "Father, look at this player named Valron. He seems to be one of us. But why is his name in red while ours are in white? Is there a distinction among players?" Soma scratched his head in confusion, momentarily perplexed. Yukihiro Juchiro's expression turned serious, and after a brief pause, he exhaled deeply, appearing somewhat relieved. The reason I hesitated to let you speak in the faction channel was due to concerns about such matters. But now it seems we do not belong to the same faction. To orchestrate such a sensational heist, this Valron must be an exceedingly audacious individual. One who would certainly not remain silent in the faction channel. For the father and son duo, this undoubtedly heralded good news, as their ultimate goal was to survive until the conclusion of the main storyline. Once the main quest was completed, they might have the opportunity to return to their original world. With the store's operating hours nearing their end, and only a few customers likely to arrive at this hour, Joichiro received a call from the supplier, informing him of a potential issue with their order. "I need to investigate and gather some information," he stated, patting his son's shoulder before changing into casual attire and departing. He needed to secure a stable supplier, for although the daily yield of white jade at the diner was modest, its consistency over time promised to be quite substantial. Watching his father hurriedly leave, Soma sighed. A month ago, they had mysteriously received a gaming package. Upon opening it in the store, both he and his father had been transported into this world, utterly penniless and without a place to go. Were it not for his father's clever maneuvering that secured some white jade, providing the initial capital to establish Yukihira Diner within this realm. They might have found themselves homeless. White jade served as a unique currency for players, allowing exchanges for items from their original world. On their first day in this new realm, they were assigned to a faction called Worldly Beings, which had its own dedicated channel, yet it seemed devoid of conversation. It remains uncertain whether these two players are the sole inhabitants of this game, or if others simply feel disinclined to speak in the channel. Akira Yukihira surmises that the latter is more plausible. After all, in such an expansive world, how could they possibly be the only two players? Just as Yukihira was lost in contemplation, the door of the diner was abruptly kicked open. Flint Marco, clad in a green-striped shirt and accompanied by his ruffians, swaggered in with an air of authority. "Those working for the Magia gang, get out of here." Upon hearing this, patrons still dining in the establishment hastily rose to their feet, knowing from their experience in Hell's Kitchen that the wisest choice was to avoid unnecessary involvement. With a cold smirk, Flint scoffed at the notion that anyone in Hell's Kitchen would dare interfere with the affairs of the Magia gang. In a matter of moments, the once bustling diner became desolate, save for a woman in the corner who seemed oblivious to the commotion, continuing to eat and drink at her leisure. "Hey, you there! I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and get lost." Flint strode arrogantly toward Jessica, his tone brimming with disdain. "Hey, you're here for the diner, right? This doesn't concern her. If you have something to say it to me." Observing this, Yukihira quickly positioned himself in front of Jessica, casting a wary glance at Flint. "Are you Akira Yukihira?" Flint raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yukihira with a critical gaze. "I am his son. My father is not here. What do you want?" "What do I want? Don't you know this is the territory of the Magia gang? Your establishment is severely affecting the business of surrounding restaurants, and you haven't even bothered to pay the management fee." Flint narrowed his eyes, his threatening tone evident. "Do you have any idea how bothersome your establishment is? Management fee?" Yukihira feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. "Are you from the municipal office? Hey, kid, I advise you not to play dumb with me. What is the municipal office to us?" Flint boasted, asserting that to survive in Hell's Kitchen, one must adhere to their rules. Yukihira scratched his head, tilting it in mild frustration. "I genuinely don't know what your rules are." "Good. Today, I'll show you what true Hell's Kitchen is like," Flint declared, kicking over a nearby table, causing dishes that had yet to be cleared to scatter across the floor. Amidst the chaos, he reached for the impudent boy before him. Bang! Before Yukihira could react, Jessica slammed a wine bottle onto the table, creating a sharp sound that silenced the diner. "Hey, kid, do you want me to help you get rid of these people?" Jessica raised an eyebrow, not even bothering to cast a glance at the visibly perturbed Flint. "No need," Yukihira shook his head, exhaling deeply. "I intend to resolve this trouble in my own way. Since you claim we have breached the restaurant's rules, why not indulge in my culinary skills? This will surely reveal to you why such establishments often falter." Unraveling the white cloth wrapped around my hands in a spiral fashion, I donned a white apron around my waist. "You must swear to never set foot in this establishment again. Once you do, I shall prepare dishes that will delight your palate. Let us settle this once and for all." Xingping Chuangjun pointed decisively at Flint's nose. Although Flint sensed that there was something amiss regarding the rules he had been told, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. "Very well. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Flint casually pulled over a chair, seated himself, crossed his legs, and provocatively gazed at Xingping Chuangjun standing beside the kitchen. Chapter 4. Spicy Sweet Potato Mash. To fully unleash the flavors of the ingredients, the steps of cooking are indispensable. First, prepare the marinade. Chili powder, smoked paprika, crushed coriander seeds, star anise, thyme, and crushed garlic, with a sprinkle of black pepper mixed in. With a swift motion, the tender pork tenderloin was placed upon the chopping board, subsequently coated with the marinade and refrigerated for half an hour. In a hot pan, I poured in premium olive oil and laid the pork chop into the skillet. Sizzle. The aroma of the roasting meat, laced with a hint of spice, instantly enveloped the small eatery, tantalizing the senses. Gulp. One of Flint's underlings, standing behind him, could not resist swallowing hard. He had never encountered such a delectable scent in any other restaurant. This aroma was akin to a stunningly attractive woman appearing before him, her body swaying like a serpent, gracefully entwining around him. Once both sides were seared to a golden hue, Xingping Chuangjun tilted the skillet slightly and drizzled the sauce over the pork chop. In that moment, the sauce and the pork seemed to ignite in a burst of flavor, altering the fragrant atmosphere within the establishment as various scents mingled together to create a distinctive taste. The pork chop was then placed directly into the oven, set to 200 degrees Celsius for 8 to 10 minutes. During the pork's final roasting phase, Xingping Chuangjun was not idle. He retrieved fresh sweet potatoes from the kitchen, peeled and diced them, then cooked them in a rich chicken broth that had been prepared earlier. After draining the broth, he heated oil in a pan, finally chopping onions and garlic, adding a pinch of black pepper for seasoning. Once the small red onions caramelized slightly, he introduced the sweet potatoes to further enhance their sweetness, mashing them into a puree. Finally, fresh cilantro and sage were folded in, creating a harmonious blend. Simultaneously, the pork chop in the oven reached its final and most crucial step, resting. At this moment, Xingping Chuangjun kept a vigilant watch over the pork, as if fearing he might miss the opportune moment to savor its deliciousness. It was ready. 2 minutes later, Yukihira Soma nodded, first placing a mound of spherical sweet potato puree on the plate, and then carefully laying the pork chop atop the puree. Thus, the dish, spicy pork chop with sweet potato puree, was completed. Sweet and delectable, it could only be described as a classic masterpiece. Clang! 2 plates were placed before Jessica and Flint. The true worth of the Yukihira dining house would be revealed through this dish. Please indulge. How impressive, Flint scoffed, but if it turns out to be mediocre, don't blame me for being ungracious. He coldly picked up a piece of pork chop, and in the next moment, his pupils widened in shock. The flavor, what divine essence was this? It was exquisite. After tasting it, one could not help but smile, a profound sense of happiness radiating from within. The meat was not of ordinary texture. It was richly succulent, bursting with aroma, and the fat filled the mouth. This was a veritable paradise for carnivores. The tremors in his mouth were a result of the joy and elation derived from savoring such an unparalleled delicacy, leaving one utterly entranced. Particularly, the slightly spicy pork chop created a tingling sensation on the tongue, seemingly awakening the appetite and driving the desire to eat meat, as if one could indulge endlessly. Rather than consuming meat, it felt as though one was savoring happiness manifested in the form of flesh. Jessica, too, was equally astounded. With each bite, the meticulously roasted pork chop released its tender, luscious juices, instantly filling her mouth with flavor. The pork's firmness and springiness, coupled with the finely ground spices, danced upon her tongue, moving her to tears of delight. Pork chop, oh pork! This creature was an astonishing pig. At least, she had never tasted such delectable pork before. You seem to be enjoying it quite a bit. How is it? This dish was crafted by the very establishment you claimed lacked decorum. Yukihira Soma leaned forward, propping himself on the table, gazing at Flint, who was overwhelmed with confidence from his culinary experience. According to Yukihira's understanding of culinary principles, if Flint could not present a dish more powerful and flavorful, then this would be a victory for the Yukihira dining house. Flint's previous words would be rendered null and void, and he would no longer be able to trouble this establishment. No matter what, in any world, he would protect this place and ensure its eternal existence. This was his belief, and indeed his aspiration. Flint did not respond immediately, his face still reflecting a sense of reminiscence and ecstasy. After a moment, he finally smiled and shook his head. Having savored your dish, I have finally come to comprehend why patrons are disinclined to enter other establishments compared to your culinary creations. The fare at those restaurants could scarcely be deemed fit for swine. Flint, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, gazed at Yukihira Soma with eyes aglow. Simple fare, lacking in sophistication, elicited a charming smile from Yukihira Soma. Indeed, coming to this establishment tonight was a fortuitous choice. Yet at that moment, Flint abruptly shifted the conversation, surprising Yukihira Soma with his unexpected proposition. Since your cooking is so exquisite, why not become our boss's personal chef at the Magia Gang? What did you say? Yukihira Soma was momentarily taken aback. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. Flint's grin widened, as if a delightful thought had crossed his mind, his face radiating excitement. Surely, the boss Hammerhead would greatly appreciate this, and in turn, elevate my status. A mere token of protection money pales in comparison to the daily meals of boss Hammerhead. Moreover, presenting Yuki Hirosoma to him might even grant me a chance to ascend. This was an opportunity to soar to new heights, and it must not be squandered. This is not how the rules operate. Yuki Hirosoma's expression darkened, as he had not expected the individual before him to deviate from established norms. In the realm of culinary competition, such occurrences were unheard of. Chefs were not forcibly abducted. Rules? Here, boss Hammerhead embodies the very essence of rule. Before Yuki Hirosoma could react, Flint took a wet towel from the table to wipe his mouth. Gesturing to his subordinates behind him, "You lot, go seize him and bring him to boss Hammerhead. We shall all enjoy prosperous days together." Upon hearing this, the burly gang members immediately rolled up their sleeves, intent on subduing the chef before them. To be favored by boss Hammerhead is a stroke of fortune. Do not blame me for not wishing you well. This is the territory of the Magia gang. You would do well to be compliant, Flint remarked with a broad grin. Chapter 5. The towel-bearing boy in the dockside alley. Wait a moment. Just as Yuki Hirosoma was at a loss, contemplating whether his slender limbs could escape the imposing gangsters, Jessica, who had been sitting nearby with a satisfied expression, suddenly spoke up. "If you take him away, what will happen to my future meals? Lady, do you wish to meddle?" Flint furrowed his brow. He had heard of Jessica, a woman who operated a detective agency in the chaotic streets of Hell's Kitchen. While he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that any woman capable of establishing herself in Hell's Kitchen was not one to be trifled with. "Hey, kid, I'll help you out of this predicament. Consider it my payment for the meal." Jessica paid no mind to Flint, instead raising an eyebrow at Yuki Hirosoma, her smile radiating warmth. "In this manner, none of us would incur any loss. Next time you prepare a delightful meal, I shall return. Woman, do you wish to oppose our esteemed leader Hammerhead?" Flint did not desire to engage in conflict with the woman before him. Thus he invoked the name of Hammerhead in hopes of intimidating her. "Get lost." Jessica abruptly seized the solid wood table before her and, with great force, hurled it towards Flint and his companions. My goodness! In an instant, Shha Esma was rendered speechless. This solid table, which several people struggled to lift, was easily wielded by this formidable Jessica. Could she truly be the legendary strongwoman? In the modest eatery, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted, as if a household were being dismantled. Surely, cannot some alternative be contemplated? Beneath the dim streetlight, Esma regarded Mr. Thompson with a furrowed brow. Was this dock not functioning well prior to this? "There is no choice," Thompson replied with a resigned shake of his head. "This is the territory of the Magia gang. To survive here, one must adhere to their regulations." "I see," Esma said after a prolonged silence, exhaling deeply. Observing the figure of the supplier vanish, he turned towards the direction of a shop, his heart heavy with a palpable sense of pressure. He had not anticipated that the Magia gang would suddenly reclaim this dock, which had previously been utilized for the distribution of goods and vessels. These ships merely needed to pay the corresponding protection fees to avoid trouble, while Magia gang's own contraband operations exclusively departed from their docks. However, from Thompson's earlier remarks, it seemed the Magia gang harbored intentions of expansion and had forcibly halted operations at this dock. It appeared that the gang intended to transport containerized goods, perhaps signaling that significant events were on the horizon. This could indeed pose considerable complications. For restaurateurs, the most dreaded scenario is when suppliers falter. Previously, Mr. Thompson had been the result of a painstaking selection process, and he had finally found a relatively reliable supplier. Yet, merely a month had passed, and now the dock was no longer capable of receiving goods. It seemed he would need to invest time in seeking a new supplier. Reflecting on this, Esma felt a twinge of melancholy. After a month of observation, he discerned that this world was entirely dissimilar to their original one. It was a realm where violence dictated status. Particularly in Hell's Kitchen, only those with a strong fist could survive. Otherwise, one must comply with others' rules. This was in stark contrast to their previous norm, where culinary prowess determined the outcome of conflicts. Living the kitchen of hell, where death lurks around every corner and various individuals wreak havoc, one cannot deny the perilous nature of this place. Yet, even the desire to relocate is fraught with difficulty. At least until they secure sufficient funds, escape remains a distant dream. The timeline for completing the main quest and returning to their original world is shrouded in uncertainty, weighing heavily on Yukihira Joichiro's heart. In that moment, he was startled by a mournful cry emanating from a shadowy corner by the roadside. He hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Having spent even just a month in this hellish kitchen, he understood the cardinal rule of survival: do not meddle in others' affairs. Nevertheless, Yukihira gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and turned to venture into the dark alleyway. Is anyone there? I'm starving. Where am I? How did I end up here? Wrapped in a tattered towel, Tsuneyoshi Sawada was engulfed by despair. The curse of the Vongala Seven had been lifted, and after a week's absence, Reborn had returned, bearing the approval of the ninth boss. He had promised Reborn to establish a new generation of the Vongala family, becoming the first of the new Vongala. Everything seemed to be unfolding positively. Even that evening, his mother had prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate Reborn's return. He had intended to enjoy a hot bath first, and then relish a joyful meal with everyone. But inexplicably, he found himself in this chaotic world. This was a tumultuous district. Tsuneyoshi witnessed a violent robbery unfold before his eyes, with the assailants laughing maniacally as they made their escape, leaving the victims sprawled on the ground, oblivious to whether they were alive or dead. Most disconcertingly, he noted the indifference of those around him. They seemed accustomed to such occurrences, hardly casting a glance at the scene. Passers-by hurried away, as if fearing they might be the next targets of these thugs. Fortunately, perhaps due to his scant attire, the assailants paid him no mind and brushed past him. Unsteadily, he leaned against the wall, gingerly making his way towards a distant glimmer of orange light. As Yukihira entered the alley, he chanced upon this very scene. What is this? He immediately noticed the white name above Tsuneyoshi, indicating that this young man was also a player and evidently part of their faction. Indeed, a chill ran through him. His earlier analysis was confirmed. There were other players in this world beyond themselves. As he gazed up at the wall, his expression clouded with confusion. A gang appeared to be of similar age to Ikaru, Sakakibara's son. With a sense of compassion flickering in his eyes, Ikaru resolved to act. You must be a player as well, around the same age as my son. If you wish, come with me. A gang. Upon encountering the middle-aged man whose name glowed above him in a color akin to his own, felt as if he had stumbled upon a beacon of hope. Thus, Ikaru Sakakibara led a gang out of the dim and foul-smelling alley. Chapter 6. Shoma and a Gang. What transpired? As Ikaru pushed the door open, he was met with a scene of disarray, his countenance darkening as he coldly remarked, "Trouble has arrived." It was said that members of the Magia gang had come to demand protection fees, but Jessica had managed to drive them away. Shoma Sakakibara tidied up the table, offering a brief explanation. "Thank you." Ikaru expressed his gratitude to Jessica, who leaned awkwardly against the doorframe. After spending a month in Hell's Kitchen, he was well aware of the unspoken rules for maintaining a stable business, to pay the management fees honestly. However, referring to it as management fees was merely a euphemism for protection fees. The Sakakibara dining house was situated within the territory of the Magia gang, and he had long prepared for their visit. Initially intending to simply scare off that unruly group, he inadvertently complicated matters further. Jessica, feeling guilty, repeatedly shook her head. "It's nothing. I appreciate your assistance." Ikaru regarded Jessica thoughtfully, saying little more. A woman capable of establishing a private detective agency in such a chaotic environment and making a name for herself was undoubtedly more complex than she appeared. Thanks to her help, they had avoided calamity that evening. However, with tonight's incident, the Magia gang had now become their adversary. Shoma first helped the gang change into clean clothes, discarding the soiled towel he had been wrapped in. Together, they tidied up the establishment, after which Ikaru prepared a simple late-night meal. "Uncle, your cooking is exquisite." A gang had never tasted such delectable food, though it was merely a straightforward bowl of char siu ramen. It felt as if he had entered paradise. He slurped the broth from the bowl, leaving not a drop behind. After setting the bowl down, he sighed contentedly. His stomach warmed with a profound sense of satisfaction. Ramen is the best. In that moment, a gang had transformed into an ardent admirer of Aikaru, the kind-hearted uncle who cooked so well. Where could one find such a remarkable figure? Meeting Aikaru was truly a stroke of fortune. During the meal, Aikaru also introduced a gang to those present. Shoma, curious about this peer who seemed to be of similar age, refrained from asking too many questions, as it was their first encounter. After ensuring that everyone was well-fed and Jessica had departed from the dining establishment, Joichiro Yukihira finally spoke up. So, Soma, what transpired during my absence tonight? Please recount the events in detail. Soma Yukihira elaborated on the incidents that had occurred earlier, emphasizing that his dishes had indeed received validation from the other party. Yet that group, lacking reason, had attempted to forcibly abduct him. Had it not been for Jessica's assistance, the situation might have escalated poorly. I see, Joichiro responded, feeling the weight of concern reflected in the eyes of the two young individuals before him. For now, you both should refrain from getting involved. I will devise a solution. Soma, still seething with indignation, exclaimed, "It's infuriating. I'd already won that match, yet they chose to disregard the rules. Their audacity is truly detestable." The events of the evening had evidently shaken his perspective. Although Jessica had managed to pacify the unwelcome intruders, the thought of the ruffian named Flint left him seething with anger. How could someone be so ignorant of the most fundamental principles? Joichiro sighed heavily at his son's Navi remarks. Soma, this place is not like where we came from. We cannot determine victory through culinary prowess alone. To survive here without succumbing to intimidation, one requires a more tangible strength. A fierce glint flickered in Joichiro's eyes. Upon hearing this candid assertion, coupled with the earlier chaos caused by Flint, Soma appeared dazed, sitting quietly in his chair, staring blankly at the empty ramen bowl before him, clearly impacted by the overwhelming reality. All right, you both have had a long day. It's best to rest early. Akida. I prepared a room for you on the left side of the second floor. Let Soma escort you there. Joichiro smiled before rising to leave the dining area. His next task's unknown. Come with me, Soma said, regaining his composure and addressing Akira with a friendly demeanor. It seems we are of similar age. Which high school did you attend? I was at Mise High School in my second year, Akira replied, scratching his head, appearing somewhat shy and bashful. I haven't heard of it, but we'll be together from now on. Esma Yukihira shrugged lightly and smiled at a gang, demonstrating a remarkable recovery from the earlier setback. Within the span of a meal, he had already dismissed it from his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to pursue his dreams with unwavering resolve. Do you have any idea when we might return to our original world? A gang inquired tentatively, pressing his lips together. He was truly reluctant to remain in this chaotic place. Moreover, as he had just heard from the Uncle Seeger, this place was rife with turmoil, with deaths occurring almost daily. He wished to live well and did not want to meet an untimely end. After overcoming numerous hardships, they had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, only for him to be inexplicably drawn into this game after merely taking a bath. He swore he would never bathe again. Well, we should complete the main quest first. We are all part of the same faction, so the main quests are essentially non-mandatory survival tasks. We just need to outlast the others to succeed, or so I believe. In truth, Esma was uncertain about how to complete the main quest. He merely articulated his understanding. Oh, a gang nodded in comprehension. After all that deliberation, it turned out they were merely a bunch of low-ranking characters in the game, aiming to muddle through to the conclusion. Fortunately, it wasn't an insurmountable task. However, the only pressing issue now was the Magia gang. He had never anticipated that these individuals would stoop so low as to resort to abduction, leaving him feeling rather disoriented. Esma furrowed his brow, a hint of sentimentality in his eyes. It seemed Jessica had been correct. To survive in Hell's Kitchen, one must grow stronger. Might makes right. A principle starkly evident in this place. Indeed, a gang nodded once more, his downcast eyes seemingly reflecting a touch of melancholy. Following Esma into the guest room, The two engaged in light conversation to familiarize themselves with one another. Once a gang had changed into a clean set of pajamas and lay down on the soft bed, he gradually returned to the present. Not only had he been inexplicably thrust into this game, but after being kindly taken in by a benevolent uncle, he discovered that the uncle's restaurant was under threat from a gang. A gang akin to the mafia, perhaps. A flicker of complexity crossed the gang's eyes. It seemed that the uncle and his companions were likely less informed about these villains than he was. With a sigh, a gang glanced at the stills row by you, and then at the exchange interface, feeling utterly disheartened. The exorbitant costs rendered any hope of redemption utterly unattainable. It appeared he would never amass such wealth in this lifetime. While it was true that merely surviving would allow him to complete the main quest, he still dearly wished that Rybon were by his side at that moment. Whether it was self-pity or soliloquy, a gang drifted into slumber amid the haze of his thoughts. Downstairs, Kei Seeger sat alone in the front hall, gazing at the cracked door that had been smashed, lost in contemplation. Silence enveloped the small shop, shrouded in the depths of night. Just as everything fell into stillness, an unexpected voice shattered the tranquility within the channel of the mundane realm. "Hello, is anyone there? Old man wants a cup of hot tea." "Xiao Yu Along, where are you?" Chapter 7. The Priestess in the Night. Fukigen Nelson, clutching a briefcase, staggered out of a bar's alleyway. Having just completed a lucrative commission, he decided to celebrate the generous consultation fee with a delightful evening at the bar. As he wandered down the dimly lit street, a flash of red caught his eye as he passed a narrow alley. Is that a girl clad in a red and white priestess outfit? With her lustrous black hair elegantly tied with a pure white ribbon, her silhouette alone confirmed her beauty. However, what business did such a young girl have wandering out at this hour? This area was notorious for its chaos, and a girl roaming the dark alleyways in the dead of night was a harbinger of trouble. Taking a deep breath, righteous indignation surged within him, and without hesitation, he made his way toward the priestess. "Hey, I say." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief, and the effects of his earlier intoxication vanished in an instant, leaving him weak-kneed and collapsing to the ground. Those were the living dead. They resembled grotesque corpses, seemingly stitched together, emerging from the very horror films he had once watched, writhing and howling as if driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh. There were no fewer than 20 of these ghastly creatures crowding the narrow alley, their greedy gazes fixated on the priestess, as if entranced by some dark allure. Reaching out to grasp her, Kikyo observed the living dead before her, a chill spreading through her eyes. She, who should have been dead, had been resurrected from the grave by the soil and resentment, inexplicably finding herself in this bizarre place, filled with strange phenomena. Here, she felt no malevolent energy, yet the aura of death was palpable. The souls collected by the Shurkan insect were sufficient for her survival, for here, death visited daily and in abundance. As she regarded the living dead before her, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. It was as if someone had forcefully crammed the souls of others into these bodies, exuding an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Why did these living dead appear here? Who had created them? While Kikyo pondered these questions, terrified voices erupted from behind her. "Run quick!" Fukigen cried, his legs trembling with weakness. Before the young girl clad in a shrine maiden-ess attire, a multitude of pale green insects materialized unexpectedly, radiating a soft glow as they encircled her. What were these creatures? He had never encountered anything like it before. Fukuchi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to suspect that he had indeed overindulged that evening. At that moment, a long bow, nearly her height, manifested in the shrine maiden's hands. As she drew the bowstring, a sharp twang reverberated through the air. With that sound, the terrifying undead fell one by one to the ground as if purified, reduced to heaps of black ash that the wind swiftly carried away, leaving no trace behind. Fukuchi, pale as a ghost, felt his inebriation dissipate significantly as he gazed at the girl before him, struggling to articulate what were those things. The corpses possessed souls that did not belong to them. The dead have been resurrected, the shrine maiden stated, her words devoid of any emotion before she departed. Trembling, Fukuchi rose from the ground and, without uttering another word, dashed towards the apartment. He had a foreboding feeling that this matter needed to be clarified with Matt Murdock immediately. The Shrine Maiden and the Undead. Something monumental was about to unfold in Hell's Kitchen. Am I really drunk? Matt pondered as he sat before a large relational network diagram, attempting to convey the events that transpired in the alley to his inebriated friend, who was gesticulating wildly. He sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Upon closer inspection of the diagram, one would notice that, aside from a few individuals, the vast majority were connected to the Magia gang. Oh, this can't be. I remember it vividly. Fukuchi insisted, his brow furrowed. I absolutely did not mistake it. The dead returned to life. And that Shrine Maiden, she wielded spiritual power, you know, like in the movies. Recalling the chilling scene from earlier, Fukuchi shuddered. Yes, she mentioned something about the corpses possessing souls that did not belong to them, leading to their resurrection. At least, that was the gist of it. I didn't quite grasp it all before she vanished. Resurrection of the dead? Matt mused, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated the implications. He was skeptical of such notions. Recently, a significant number of individuals in Hell's Kitchen had been reported missing their shadows. Quite literally, their shadows had disappeared. These individuals lurked in dark corners during the day, only emerging after sunset, and their behavior appeared utterly unremarkable. During this period, the intricate web of victims meticulously assembled by Matt pointed unequivocally towards the Magia gang. Suddenly, Matt pondered the possibility that the so-called priestess mentioned by Fudge might hold some vital clues. A young maiden, adorned in priestess attire, traversing the night while confronting the undead. If Fudge's assertions were indeed true, it seemed imperative for him to meet this priestess. A shadow of contemplation crossed Matt's eyes as he mused that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. In the realm of reality, a light chuckle emanated from an enigmatic dimension, suggesting that the natural returners were indeed a bunch of troublemakers. Chapter 8. Wade Wilson's Grand Assault. There was no time to waste. To hell with it. I can do this. Wade smacked his head, loading the remaining bullets, 9, 10, 11, 12, along with an extra life. Stop the car. What? Finder instinctively slammed the brakes, causing the taxi to emit a screech of protesting tires. That LLB 2750. I never carry a wallet while working. It would ruin the sleek lines of my battle attire. Wade patted his form-fitting suit, which lacked any pockets for a wallet, then turned with a serious demeanor and suggested, how about we share a cheerful high five? The high five was a resounding success. Merry Christmas, Wade exclaimed as he swung open the car door, preparing to exit. And may your Tuesday and April be joyous as well, Mr. Deadpool, Finder replied, grinning brightly as he waved. He felt that 2750 was a trivial matter, especially considering his camaraderie with Deadpool. On the bustling Lafayette Road, adorned in a crimson bodysuit, Wade perched himself on a railing, swinging his legs as he sketched a caricature of his perceived nemesis. Music played from an old radio nearby. Hey, yeah, tonight I want to shoot. Shoot, hey, shoot. In the distance, several sleek black Mercedes 500s sped towards him. Oh, the bad guys are here, Wade beamed, all weapons at the ready. In the next instant, he leaped into action, arms outstretched, as he descended with enough force to shatter the top window of the vehicle. Hey, where's Francis? Wade waved amiably. The occupants of the car were momentarily taken aback, but their expressions quickly darkened with menace. A burly man on the left threw a punch aimed at Wade's head. What are you doing? Wade babbled incessantly while swiftly twisting his body to the left, his left foot advancing as his right hook soared directly towards the burly man's nose. A resounding crack echoed within the vehicle, reminiscent of shattering bone, accompanied by a scream as the others lunged at Wade simultaneously. He swiftly pivoted to the side, his right arm sweeping outward, and at the moment it was about to make contact with the corpulent man to his right, his elbow struck squarely against the man's chest. The rotund figure felt a sudden pressure in his chest, his vision clouded, and he collapsed on a back seat, unconscious. At that instant, Wade sensed someone gripping his left leg, accompanied by a rush of wind near his ear. He instinctively bent his left arm to block. Using his anchored left leg as leverage, and with a powerful kick of his right foot aimed downward at his assailant, a scream erupted within the vehicle, echoing like a pig being slaughtered. Simultaneously, the unconscious man found himself repurposed. Wade seized him with both hands and hurled him towards the burly figure seated in the driver's position, as if wielding a makeshift weapon. Following a backward somersault, he sent the man crashing into the confines of the vehicle. It was unclear whether the rear compartment had been left ajar or if it was opened by the collision. But the man clung desperately to the rear bumper, crying out for help. "Help me." The heartrending pleas elicited a chuckle from Wade as he observed the man's pitiful state. Suddenly, a bald giant lunged forward, forcefully pinning Wade's head against the luxurious leather of the driver's seat. Yet, Wade maintained an air of indifference. In the next heartbeat, he executed an elbow strike to the left, sending the bald assailant flying. "I'm looking for Francis. Have you seen this man?" Wade produced a freshly sketched portrait. However, the group of ruffians surged forward like cockroaches, frantically leaping at him. "Oh no, did I forget to turn off the stove when I left?" Wade pondered while effortlessly dealing with the bumbling fools. Amidst the chaos, the Mercedes collided with the highway guardrail, followed by a series of thunderous impacts. In the blink of an eye, a dozen vehicles were entangled in a catastrophic collision, billowing clouds of dust into the air. Above, the thundering of helicopter blades resonated, and the voice of a female broadcaster permeated every television and radio. Breaking news. This morning, a multi-vehicle accident occurred on the Cross-City Highway, with chaos escalating into a firefight. The ensuing traffic jam has hindered police access to the scene, urging citizens to remain indoors. Armed assailants are extremely dangerous and clad in red, leading to the temporary closure of all highway entrances and exits. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Damn it, Deadpool. Steel Force, while enjoying his breakfast, grimaced at the news of the shooting. As the sight of the red-clad assailant flashed on screen, he instinctively clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table, his expression darkening. "Bullet, let us go. We have a mission." "Steel Force, wait. What us to hurry?" Bullet called out from behind. "I've given Deadpool so many chances to join us, but he prefers to act like a childish fool. Yet he is armed to the teeth. When will he mature enough to understand the benefits of being part of the team?" At this moment, Steelman was on the verge of exasperation. If only Deadpool could behave himself a little better and refrain from causing incessant trouble, he might enjoy some peace. Yet, Deadpool was akin to a ticking time bomb, bound to create chaos whenever left unattended. Only within the confines of the X-Men could Steelman feel reassured while observing this lunatic. As he swung open the villa's door, a sudden thought struck him, causing his steps to falter. He pivoted and headed towards the backyard. "Where you up to?" Bullet had queried, bewildered by Steelman's unexpected whim, wondering why the large man was racing towards the backyard instead of staying by the entrance. "I'm off to find Tina. Her abilities will prove invaluable. This time, I absolutely refuse to let Deadpool slip through my fingers," Steelman declared earnestly. "Besides, if we battle together, it might help her gain a better understanding of us X-Men, potentially leading her to abandon the shadows and join our ranks." "Join us?" Bullet head scoffed, arching an eyebrow, skeptical of the notion. "Tina is part of an organization. How could she possibly join us? What was it called again? The Emperor's Foundation?" Steelman grimaced in disdain. "I've never even heard of it. And joining the X-Men comes with numerous advantages." "What advantages?" Bullet head challenged, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "Is it the same uniform for everyone? Or the houses that explode every few years?" "Please," Steelman earnestly explained, "the explosions only serve to make us stronger. By the way, have you had breakfast? It is the most important meal of the day." As he spoke, he handed Bullethead a protein bar. "Here, take this protein bar. It's good for your bones." Deadpool mentioned he didn't want to break your bones. I think you're overthinking this," Bullethead replied, staring at the protein bar with a look of exasperation before casually stuffing it into his pocket. Chapter 9, Peach White. In the aftermath of the shooting incident, the city was filled with the piercing screams of the crowd. "Move aside. Clear the way for us." Bursting from a luxury vehicle, men clad in black wielded Italian-made Beretta 86 pistols, seeking cover while keeping a wary eye on the overturned car that concealed an unknown assailant. As Wade cautiously poked his head out, the rapid gunfire intensified. Just as Wade withdrew back into the vehicle, a group of individuals exchanged glances, cautiously adjusting their formation to inch closer. Wait! Suddenly, shouts erupted from within the car as Wade thrust both hands outside, resembling a gesture of surrender. You may wonder why I wear red. It's because the villains can't see when I bleed. This fellow shares the same sentiment, Wade chuckled, pointing at the man in the front wearing a black knit hat. He is in reddish-brown pants. The man instinctively glanced down before raising his weapon to shoot at Wade. Tot, tot, tot. Wade swiftly retracted his hands back into the vehicle. All right. The sound echoed once more within the vehicle, and I found myself with merely 12 bullets, necessitating that you all share them. Let the countdown commence. Wade, gripping his weapon with both hands, leapt forth, executing a mid-air spin as he pressed the trigger with his right hand. The first and second bullets were discharged in succession, striking two adversaries who collapsed in unison, their wounds mirroring one another, both piercing the left side of their chests. Wade then deftly returned to the rear of the automobile for cover. Meanwhile, other henchmen affiliated with Francis opened fire, a helmeted rider on a motorcycle twisting the throttle to accelerate, attempting to encircle the vehicle and transform this obstructive red menace into a sieve. The staccato sound of gunfire erupted as Wade rolled to evade the pursuing bullets. Damn it! Wade irritably loaded another bullet. 10. The shot went astray. Damn it! 9. The helmeted foe executed a perfect drift, narrowly escaping once more, even turning back provocatively on his motorcycle, charging towards Wade. 8. However, before Wade could pull the trigger again, he witnessed the adversary riding away nonchalantly, without a backward glance, denying him any chance to shoot. Damn it, that Deadpool is insufferable. Wade lowered his arm, turning away in frustration. 7. At that moment, Wade's peripheral vision caught sight of an enemy hiding at the rear of the vehicle. A single gunshot rang out, and the foe fell, prompting Wade to shrug casually, his tone lighthearted. Oh, Deadpool, beave. Simultaneously, Francis sat within the car, observing the seemingly amused Tofu by beside him, who frowned and urged, Damn it. That individual was assigned to ensure my safety. You're merely here to spectate. Why aren't you taking action? Clad in a pink robe emblazoned with the character for kill on the front and an exclamation mark on the back, Tofu bye-bye. Sporting a handlebar mustache and long braid, shrugged indifferently, his tone nonchalant. I only need to ensure your survival. As long as you remain unscathed, the rest is of no concern. You. Francis was taken aback by the audacity of the man before him. What do you mean by that? Aren't you afraid of facing repercussions from that individual? Repercussions? Tofu bye-bye smiled slightly, unfazed. You must understand, I am not one of his subordinates. My worth is considerable. Accompanying you on this excursion is merely a source of amusement for me. You. Francis was seething with anger, yet he lacked the courage to confront the man before him. Upon the initial encounter with Tao Bye-Bye, the specially trained tactical squad under his command appeared as fragile as a rabbit trapped within a cage, swiftly annihilated in a mere breath. Self-proclaimed as the world's foremost assassin, he exhibited a strength akin to that of a monster. But fret not, your subordinates have yet to meet their demise. Tao Bye-Bye smiled as he observed Deadpool. Despite rolling amidst a hail of bullets and sustaining multiple hits, remained vibrantly alive and clearly capable of continuing the fight, his eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Wade, peering through the car window, caught sight of the adversary across from him, who evidently had also noticed Wade. In the next heartbeat, the enemy swiftly pressed the trigger of his weapon, the dark muzzle belching forth flames. Wade crouched down to evade, while the opponent leaped on a car hood, aiming directly at him. At that moment, Wade reclined beneath the vehicle, his head exposed, appearing remarkably at ease. I've got you. The man in the black jacket exclaimed with a glint of excitement in his eyes as he squeezed the trigger. However, the anticipated gunfire never erupted. Damn it. The magazine is empty. He cursed angrily. Before the man in black could reload, Wade, lying on the ground, chuckled, Oh ho, someone miscounted their bullets. Simultaneously, Wade raised his gun, 6. As the words left his lips, the man in black fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, two others flanked Wade from the side. One of them, a fellow clad in black, brandished explosives, pulling the pin, ready to hurl it. Yet, with the sound of Wade's gunshot, the explosives detonated instantly, engulfing the two in a fiery demise. 5. Wade's grin widened as he gleefully performed a little dance, emerging from the cover of the car. Chapter 10. The Flippant Mercenary. The Supreme Assassin. Wade let out a long howl, turning to fixate on the man in black. "You're not Francis. Why are you trying to get up?" The man in black, rolling up his sleeves, glared menacingly at his foe, fully aware that this individual before him was out of ammunition. He shook his shoulders and unsheathed a dagger from his belt, advancing towards Wade with a fierce determination. "Oh, are you serious about this? You've even rolled up your sleeves," Wade remarked as he drew twin blades from behind. In the instant the adversary charged, Wade ducked low, plunging both blades into the enemy's chest, hoisting him effortlessly before flinging him aside, crashing against the side of the car, leaving a significant dent in the door. Wade struck a flamboyant pose as he sheathed his blades, exhaling deeply. "Now, let me ponder. If I were a 90-kilogram bastard named Francis, where would I be?" Just then, the roar of a motorcycle thundered from behind. Wade turned slowly, his expression sharpening, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Oh, look what I've discovered. It's Francis. Hey, don't look at me. Your enemy is him." Francis's voice boomed from a distance, brimming with audacity. "Oh, you have an accomplice?" Before Wade could comprehend the situation, a sudden gust of fierce wind erupted behind him. He swiftly sidestepped, and a flash of silver darted past. The man in the black jacket, whom he had just stabbed in the abdomen, astonishingly stood up again, still brimming with combativeness. "What on earth is happening? Oh, I shall sue you for infringement. Immortality is my patent." Wade raised an eyebrow at the black-jacketed man, who had once again risen from the ground. The two wounds on his abdomen oozed not blood, but a viscous black substance, exuding a foul stench. "What on earth is this? Good grief, how long has it been since you last bathed?" Wade waved his hand in distaste, as he felt reminded of the rotting aroma of a cheese pizza left in the kitchen since last week. "Let me see if you're truly like me." Before he could finish his sentence, his twin blades were drawn once more. The silver gleamed, and the head was severed. The black jacket man collapsed to the ground, convulsing but still defiantly twisting towards Wade, clearly not dead. "Oh!" Wade, intrigue, struck again. The flash of his knife severed both legs, the body fell, convulsing. Yet even so, he remained alive. Observing the man, who evidently could not reassemble his bodily structure and was breaking apart, but whose vitality still surged strongly, Wade whistled. "So you're a failed experiment. I have no time to play with you." Wade dashed towards the motorcycle, speeding away in the distance. But after just a few steps, a pink figure obstructed his path. "I'm the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tao Bai gazed at the enemy clad in a tight red suit with keen interest. "I'm here to find you." "Oh, the pink little rabbit? Are you perhaps Francis's new male companion? When did your taste become so extravagant? Surely that sexy little mustache of yours is working wonders?" Wade whistled at Tao Bai, taking in his pink robe. Suddenly, a realization struck him. "You're here to plead for your little lover? That won't do. This is a personal vendetta. I advise you to keep your distance from him." Wade recalled that before he left that damned laboratory, Francis's taste had seemed quite normal. How is it that after a brief absence, he has taken to new pleasures? This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Could this be a consequence of losing the sense of pain? Indeed, if one cannot feel pain, entering such a state would be rather comfortable. "Francis, I did not realize this fellow was so playful." Wade contemplated this, nodding in understanding, as if clarity had dawned upon him. Tao Bai wore a cold expression, clearly displeased by Wade's tone. "I am currently employed by Francis to ensure his safety, and you seem rather obtrusive. Queer. I knew you two had something going on. Come on, little bunny, hit me." Wade brandished his twin daggers and charged towards Tao Bai, with remarkable speed. A light chuckle escaped Tao Bai's lips, as he made no attempt to attack or evade, standing with his hands behind his back, merely observing Wade's advance. "Hey, bunny boy, have you been rendered foolish by fear?" Wade leaped into the air, executing a flourish with his blades, the glint of cold steel flashing as he brought them down. A slice to end it. Just as Wade believed he had vanquished his foe, Tao Bai made his move in an instant. With a swift kick that propelled him upward, he remained upright while executing a backflip, his leg arcing to strike Wade's chin. Thud! The force of Tao Bai's kick sent Wade flying 5 or 6 meters away, his body uncontrollably hurtling through the air until he crashed into a toppled car, both he and the door denting upon impact. "Little Bunny's kick is quite powerful," Tao Bai remarked, not allowing Wade a moment to recover. He swiftly closed the distance and delivered a hand strike to Wade's abdomen. With a sharp thrust that felt as lethal as steel, Tao Bai pierced Wade's flesh, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the wound. "Now I understand why Francis fled. He sought to escape you, didn't he? Who could withstand your strength?" "Oh," Tao Bai observed Wade, who staggered yet again to his feet as if unaware of his injuries, his interest intensifying. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered numerous so-called superhumans through Francis, but they were merely trifles. Their abilities, albeit significant, were ultimately futile, as they fell with a few punches. What he faced now was a seemingly indomitable punching bag, a first for him. Despite the grievous nature of his injuries, Wade's extraordinary healing seemed to mend his wounds, as if he were destined never to perish. Fascinating. I wonder if he can truly evade death. I refuse to believe there exists someone who cannot be slain. Those who know me are aware that every bone in my body harbors no bias against anyone, not even this peculiar little bunny man. Essentially, I embody a true sage, indeed. That is precisely who I am." Wade rambled on, simultaneously wielding his dagger to execute a sideways slash towards Tao Bai's neck. "However, I perceive your choice of Francis to be a misguided decision. Perhaps you might consider exploring my proposition." Before Wade could finish speaking, Tao Bai swiftly maneuvered to Wade's side, his hand seizing Wade's head and forcefully bringing it down, violently smashing his face against the ground, leaving a web-like pattern of cracks upon the asphalt. "Are we touching upon your vulnerabilities with that little lover of yours? Have you truly not contemplated abandoning him to indulge in some amusement with me?" Wade pulled his head from the ground, bloodied yet resolute, and began to chatter incessantly. "Believe me, every bone in my body embodies far more of that damned charm than Francis ever could." A flicker of astonishment crossed Tao Bai's eyes. A penetrating abdominal wound and severe cranial compression. How could he still be unscathed? This was utterly inconceivable. The man's self-healing abilities were astonishingly formidable. If only I could transport his body back, surely that Shadow would have a keen interest in him, and a handsome reward would follow. Tao Bai's eyes sparkled, gazing at Deadpool as if he were gazing upon a fortune of $100 million and an abundance of rubies. Although wealth held no significance for him, the allure was undeniable. Chapter 11. Wade, Oh Ho, Flame Knight. After enduring a fierce onslaught, Wade was now drenched in blood, yet his spirits remained high. He retrieved his fallen dual blades and twirled them with finesse. Round 2 begins. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Deadpool. Wade advanced, his blades dancing with deadly brilliance, a testament to the lethal skills honed throughout his mercenary career. Coupling this with Wade's reckless, defenseless, and fearless style made him an unpredictable adversary for Tao Bai. Not too shabby, far superior to Francis's toys. "I shall take you back with me. This exuberance of yours is quite troublesome." In the face of Wade's fierce assault, Tao Bai maintained a calm demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly evading Wade's frenzied strikes with an ethereal grace. Wade unleashed a ferocious onslaught. Yet amidst the flurry of blades, he could not even graze the hem of Tao Bai's attire. "You are remarkably nimble. I hope you exhibit such swiftness in bed, or else Francis may miss out on his pleasures." As he spoke, Wade reversed his grip, slashing sideways with both blades, simultaneously thrusting them toward Tao Bai's visage. A peculiar smile adorned Tao Bai's face. "If you relish dancing so much, Let us see how you fare against this. Instead of evading Wade's oncoming blades, Tao Bai stepped forward, skillfully avoiding the downward strikes while crashing into Wade's embrace. Hey, you are rather enthusiastic. Amidst Wade's startled exclamations, Tao Bai swiftly grasped Wade's wrists, simultaneously pressing down on his feet, and the two faced each other in an intimate struggle, hand against hand, foot against foot. Thus, you find yourself immobilized. Wade struggled, attempting to break free from the control, yet confronted by the overwhelming power of Tao Bai, he felt as if he were a bug ensnared in amber, utterly incapable of exerting any force. Is this a foul? Do you realize what you are doing? How can you control my body? It appeared that Tao Bai possessed great confidence in his own abilities. With a casual release, Tao Bai's handle shifted, the ends of his mustache curling upward as a smile graced his face. Then I shall not hold back in my assault. In the next instant, Tao Bai's figure vanished from Wade's sight, only to reappear behind him. Wade's complexion changed dramatically, realizing the impending disaster. Before he could react, a devastating blow struck the back of his head. A faint sound of nerve fibers snapping echoed within his mind, and for a fleeting moment, confusion clouded Wade's eyes as an overwhelming dizziness seized him, rendering him uncontrollably prone to the ground. With one hand, Tao Bai grasped Wade by the neck, pivoting around as if executing a flawless 360-degree maneuver, launching Wade into the air before sending him crashing down with tremendous force. Bang! Wade collided with a distant stone pillar of the bridge, creating a profound, human-shaped dent within it. Ouch, that hurts terribly. No wonder Francis fled faster than a rabbit. It was to escape you. With such strength, he surely cannot find happiness in bed. Clutching his head, Wade struggled to extricate himself from the dent, a furious snarl escaping his lips. Tao Bai let out a cold chuckle, instantly materializing before Wade, with his left hand transformed into a blade. He struck down fiercely at Wade's waist, a resounding crack echoing as several ribs on the left side shattered. Ah, rib feast. Yet, the anticipated scream did not resonate. Instead, a jubilant voice reached Tao Bai's ears. Look, I've caught you. In the next moment, Wade discarded his dual knives, seizing Tao Bai's left hand with one hand while producing a lit incendiary device with the other. This incendiary device would unleash an extraordinarily rapid and intense thermal explosion, continuing to burn for 40 to 60 seconds, its heat sufficient to melt anything in mere moments. Suddenly, a warning surged through Tao Bai's martial instincts. At such close range, even he would suffer from the impending high-temperature explosion. In a flash, Tao Bai reacted, executing a swift maneuver to break free from Wade's grasp, while simultaneously slamming Wade back into the ground, vanishing as he did so. Boom! The incendiary device detonated swiftly, flames erupting violently. Standing at a distance, Tao Bai clasped his hands behind his back, eyes narrowed as he fixated on the heart of the inferno. Can you survive such intense heat, little toy? Amidst the blazing inferno, a figure staggered to its feet. The scarlet bodysuit it wore lay in tatters, charred by the flames, exposing skin marred and pockmarked, engulfed in scorching fire. Wade's appearance was utterly grotesque. With the fire enchantment complete, he activated the flame mode. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wade, entwined in flames, dashed towards Tao Bai, declaring an assault befitting a fiery night. The raging flames intensified, propelled by the winds. This lunatic, Tao Bai's expression darkened. He wished to evade his opponent, yet the dignity of the world's foremost assassin would not permit such a retreat. As Wade charged forth with accelerated ferocity, Tao Bai steadied himself in a horse stance, fists clenched, arms crossed in defense. Ah, let the fire party commence. Wade collided with Tao Bai, flames instantly leaping onto him, the high heat reducing his pink robe to shreds in the blink of an eye. How dare you burn my clothing? I shall see you dead. Enraged, Tao Bai unleashed a powerful kick that sent Wade flying while simultaneously gathering energy at his fingertip. Piercing wave. In midair, the flames enveloping Wade gradually extinguished. Just as he contemplated bracing for Tao Bai's next strike, a steel-like figure appeared just in time, crashing into Tao Bai like a battering ram. Oh, Steel Titan, my good brother, you have finally arrived. Wade, having dropped from the sky, gleefully raised his middle finger at Tao Bai Bai in provocation. Look, my reinforcements have come. And you? Little rabbit man. Francis enjoyed himself and discarded you. Now it's 2 against 1. Wade caught a glimpse of another individual trailing behind Steel Titan, and his excitement surged. Oh no, it's 3 against 1. You might consider surrendering. I am known to treat captives kindly. Feeling confident, Wade's tone grew increasingly audacious. More opponents are merely toys. Whether 1 or 3 makes no difference to me. A flicker of disdain crossed Tao Bai Bai's eyes. A hulking mass of iron and a woman had arrived. Since they had presented themselves, he would gladly accept the challenge. Chapter 12. Steel Titan. Don't panic, reinforcements are on the way. Hey, I don't care what grudges you two have. You have both caused serious public harm, so you are both coming back with me. Steel Titan shook his head, having just interrupted Tao Bai Bai's assault, feeling a bit numb, yet he continued to advance toward Tao Bai Bai. However, in the next moment, before Wade and Bullet had a chance to react to Tao Bai Bai's movements, Steel Titan soared through the air like a thrown plate, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before crashing into the pile of vehicles. Oh, I misspoke. I do not know this big fellow. Wade displayed an expression of disdain, pursed his lips, and turned his head to shield his eyes as he spoke. Beside him, the Bullet, upon witnessing this, was immediately engulfed in a fiery crimson glow. Zusing furiosely Tao Tao Bai Bai. In an instant, Tao Bai Bai vanished from sight. What has happened? Where did he go? As the Bullet stood there, utterly bewildered, Tao Bai Bai had already reappeared behind her. Bullet, watch your back. Steel Force struggled out from the pile of debris, lunging towards Tao Bai Bai while shouting at the Bullet. With 2 resounding thuds, Steel Force and the Bullet were kicked to Wade's side by Tao Bai Bai. Where's Tina? Where has she gone? The Bullet clutched her chest, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, desperately trying to rise from the ground. If she didn't arrive soon to provide support, I feared I would be beaten to a pulp. Trust me, she will be here shortly, Steel Force reassured, himself still reeling from the blows dealt by Tao Bai Bai. Hey, I thought you two came to rescue me. Are you really this weak? Are you just trying to look cute? Wade lay sprawled on the roadside, eyeing Steel Force as he incessantly jabbered. I genuinely feel sorry for you two. With such meager strength, how can you even think of starring in a superhero film? Shut up. This mess is all your fault, Steel Force retorted, nearly choking on Wade's words. If it weren't for the imminent threat, he would have sworn to silence Wade for good. Now, let's execute Plan C. Having gained a moment of respite and with his injuries mending, Wade regained his vigor, brandishing his dual blades as he leaped forward. What Plan C? Steel Force queried, a look of confusion plastered on his face, often feeling out of place due to his normalcy when juxtaposed with this insufferable character. Deadpool has resurrected. I'll charge in while you two provide cover from the rear. Before Steel Force and the Bullet could gather their wits, Wade was already sprinting towards Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, aside from his tattered clothing, which had been singed by flames. Everything else about him was impeccable. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed. A red figure swiftly darted past Steel Force and the Bullet, then crashed violently onto a stone pedestal not far away, perfectly capturing the image of a dog digging in the dirt, face down and rear end in the air. My flawless plan has been utterly ruined by the two of you. What kind of cover fire was that? You two are pathetic, Wade exclaimed in utter disdain. Be quiet. How did I not kill you just now? Steel Force glared at Wade, feeling on the brink of madness from this incessant annoyance. Huh, the projectile mocked Wade, darting forward with the same swiftness with which it returned. Regret washed over me. Why had I chosen to accompany this fool on his reckless rescue mission? Could I turn back? Steel's strength pondered for a fleeting moment before shaking his head in honest dismay. It might be too late. Oh, damn. Despair etched itself across the projectile's face. You know, I can distinctly hear the two of you conversing, Wade remarked as he struggled to rise from the ground, limping towards the pair. He tilted his head, regarding the projectile. Who are you? The Black Queen's apprentice. The projectile replied with a stoic expression, fixing his gaze upon the irritating figure before him. The Black Queen's apprentice? What on earth? That is undoubtedly the most impressive name I've ever heard. So, you are this hulking brute's second in command? Wade raised an eyebrow, as he often fixated on the peculiarities of conversation. No, merely a trainee. Steel's strength corrected him earnestly. Are you done? Tosaka stepped forward, impatience radiating from him. It was time to conclude this farce. 3 little toys, your parting words are nearly finished. As for this giant and the woman beside him, who must possess explosive capabilities, you can go perish. And as for this loquacious fellow, I intend to tear off your limbs and take you back with me. I am curious to see if he can grow new ones. Look at that. Wade beamed, proudly showcasing himself to Steel's strength and the projectile. Deadpool is forever adored. Even if the opponent is a little rabid in pink attire, they would kneel before my crimson spandex. That is charisma. Why did I even follow you to rescue this idiot? The projectile was utterly exasperated by Wade's antics. Fear not. We have another ally en route. I am confident Tina will arrive soon, Steel's strength assured. Listening to the banter of the 3 before him, Tosaka's impatience reached its zenith. He no longer wished to engage with these trifling toys. He raised his right hand again, extending his index finger. At that moment, he sensed an anomaly. No, Tosaka's expression shifted as he leapt into action. Simultaneously, a sharp gust of wind sliced through the air. A dark iron spear materialized before him, hurtling forward with the speed of a released arrow. Clang! The spear embedded itself deeply into the ground, the explosive force shattering the earth around it. Mid-air, Tosaka caught a glimpse of a figure not far away. The assailant was a woman, her striking light pink hair styled in a chic center part, adorned with purple-tinted sunglasses. This is... Tosaka's eyes widened in astonishment. Tina. He could see her name. Evidently, this woman belonged to the same cohort as himself, albeit with a different color designation. Was she an adversary? You see, I told you Tina would come to our rescue. Steel Force shouted in excitement. More content loading, please wait. If she doesn't come soon, we are doomed, Deadpool remarked. Oh wow, Wade exclaimed as he caught sight of the stunning beauty before him, leaping from the ground in a single bound. I knew it. The legendary beauty has come to rescue me. Deadpool, the man of irresistible charm. Oh, though, I do have a girlfriend. I shall not deter a beautiful woman from pursuing me. Shut up. She is my reserve team member. Steel Force bellowed furiously. Oh, I think you must be insane. Why would such a gorgeous woman want to join the police force? Wade scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. In a fleeting moment, Tina propelled herself, rapidly stepping on the ground or air with explosive force, moving with such swiftness that she seemed to vanish from sight. What incredible agility, thought Peach, suspended in midair, startled as he attempted to shift his landing point. But in the next instant, Tina's figure abruptly appeared behind him. How is this possible? She actually anticipated my move. At that moment, Peach felt a surge of alarm. Tina extended her arms, iron branches emerging instantaneously to encircle her adversaries. Anything that passes through my body will be locked. You have nowhere to escape, she declared, her arms converging. The adjacent iron bars clashed with a resounding noise. Tina has caught you. Oh no. Peach's expression turned grim as his body became ensnared by the iron bars. Chapter 13. Tina was perplexed. She furrowed her brow, gazing at the man before her, his crimson name glaringly apparent. Peach, where do you come from? Hey, ask me quickly. I know the answer to that question. Wade wiggled his hips and sidled up to Tina, speaking in a buoyant tone. He is Francis's new partner. Although he claims to be a killer, I suspect that might be his alias from his escort days. Now that this matter is resolved, I must go find Francis. Tina, perplexed, inquired, who are you? Tina blinked in confusion at Wade's bewildered expression. You came all this way to save me, yet you don't even know who I am. Oh, how sad I am. Dear Wade, he lamented, dramatically covering his face and pretending to cry. Tina was at a loss for words. Am I really here to rescue this fool? She pondered. Indeed, it is this fool. Steel Force grunted as he struggled to rise, one hand gripping Wade's shoulder, helplessly addressing Tina, despite some minor interruptions during the process. The outcome proved to be quite favorable. It was evident that we had the situation under control. At this moment, Tina's attention once again shifted to the man named Tao Bai Bai, as she scrutinized him closely. A killer? Tina surveyed her surroundings, The wreckage of exploded vehicles littered the ground, and the entire road lay devastated. Were all these people slain by you? Tao Bai raised an eyebrow, despite being bound by iron bars. He exhibited no signs of feeling constrained. Words must not be carelessly spoken. While I am indifferent to killing, this is not my doing. Indeed, it was I who did it. I not impressive? Wade interjected enthusiastically, his face brimming with confidence as he gave a thumbs up, appearing quite proud of himself. Tina expressed her disapproval. Furrowing her brow, she was uncertain of the identity of this loquacious individual, but he did not seem to be of good character. They all deserve to die. I assumed you were aware of that. Wade shrugged, dismissively stating that many had perished at the hands of these villains. He was merely repaying them in kind. Deadpool never indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. I am only explaining myself because you are a woman. If that hulking brute beside you were to inquire, I would not bother to respond. Deadpool cast a sidelong glance at Colossus, spreading his hands in annoyance. Tina chose to disregard this chatterbox, refocusing her gaze on Tao Bai. Understanding the essence of Tina's inquiry, he replied, "What faction do you currently belong to?" They could not divulge their true identities. The information regarding their origins from another world was strictly classified. Only the new identities forged in this world through the Jade could be discussed. And Tina was well aware of this. She was eager to learn about the affiliations of the man before her, viewing it as an opportune moment to gauge her opponent. Naturally, the returnees. After a brief silence, Tao Bai responded, simultaneously posing a counter-question. You should grant me the courtesy of knowledge as well. The Empire Foundation. Tina replied coldly. Wait, did I mishear? At that moment, Wade, held captive by Colossus, appeared to have discovered a new world, turning to Colossus and exclaiming, "Did you not just tell me she was one of your reserve members? When did you guys change your name to some kind of foundation? I merely intended to recruit her, and besides, you have never even heard of this foundation, have you?" Colossus explained earnestly. I thought to myself, who would be foolish enough to join the Avengers? It turns out, she had no intention of doing so at all. Huh, two weaklings. Wade scoffed dismissively. Is this your friend? Tina wished to continue interrogating Tao Bai, but her train of thought was once again interrupted by Wade, who turned his attention to Colossus. Looking rather perplexed, Tina wished for him to be quiet for a moment. Hey, beautiful. Before Colossus could utter a word, Wade seized the opportunity to interject, striving to make his presence felt. This marks our inaugural encounter, and thus you possess a limited understanding of me. It is essential to recognize that one should not solely judge by appearances. I offer you an opportunity to explore my inner depths, should you choose to seize it. Silence. Steel Titan roared, grasping Wade's neck with a fervent grip. Clearly, amidst Wade's incessant chatter akin to a machine gun, the thread of rationality within Steel Titan had frayed completely. Hurry back with your entourage. We must leave, he declared, unable to remain any longer, as he needed to return to provide a lesson to Dur, ensuring this individual would behave more appropriately. Hey, I say. At that moment, a sinister voice emanated from behind the crowd. You lot seem to be rather full of yourselves. Tao Bai glared furiously at the four before him. This group had the audacity to disregard him. Where, then, was the dignity of a world-class assassin? Such insolence was utterly unforgivable. No one could extricate themselves from Tina's grasp, she asserted with confidence. Oh really? I initially intended to extract some useful intelligence from you. But if you choose to be so uncooperative, I shall have no qualms about retaliating. Before her words could fully dissipate, a tempestuous wave of energy erupted from Tao Bai. His aura surged violently, and with a resounding crash, the ironclad restraint that bound him shattered in an instant. What? Tina's eyes widened in disbelief. Her abilities had been violently overcome. At that moment, the freed Tao Bai lunged forward. Black spear. With a graceful motion, Tina summoned a long, iron spear, its shaft entwined with dark energy, radiating an imposing presence. The black spear shot forth. As Tao Bai plummeted from the air, he deftly maneuvered to evade the incoming spear. His descent swift and unimpeded, closing the distance to the others in the blink of an eye. D, he shouted, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes aimed at Tina's vital points. Eagle claw hands and deathly kicks that threatened to claim lives in mere moments. Simultaneously, Tina's arms darkened, and she raised them in a cross to deflect Tao Bai Bai's relentless assault. In an instant, the two became entangled in a fierce clash. Strange. What is happening? He pondered, sensing that each of his movements was anticipated by his opponent. Furrowing his brow, an air of seriousness clouded his features. Meanwhile, Tina was not faring well either. Despite the augmented defense provided by her armed hockey and the subtle foresight of her observation hockey, she distinctly felt the escalating force and speed behind each of Tao Bai Bai's strikes. Desiring to utilize her can-can fruit ability to control him, she quickly realized that Tao Bai Bai's unyielding onslaught left her no opportunity to counter. A heavy weight settled in her heart. She understood that she faced a formidable opponent who stood firmly on the foundation of pure physical prowess. As the bond between the two individuals grew increasingly profound, Tina's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a furtive red figure. Deadpool had arrived. In the next instant, Wade lunged forward with dual blades in hand. Get lost. A palm strike from Tao Bai Bai landed squarely on Wade's chest. With a grunt, blood trickled from the corner of Wade's mouth. However, such a minor injury posed no hindrance to him. Without a second thought, he discarded his blades, gripping Tao Bai Bai's arms instead, and leaped forward, embracing him from the side. Beautiful girl, hurry. Use your black gun to end him. Do not spare me. Tina was all in. Suddenly, Tina's hand trembled, revealing her black gun. A sharp sound echoed as the gun pierced through Tao Bai Bai's abdomen. You. This moment ignited an uncontrollable wrath within Tao Bai Bai. He had been wounded by a toy and a woman. Unforgivable. He roared. A powerful shockwave surged forth. Both Tina and Wade were instantly thrown back by the force, as were the distant bullet and steel fortress. The sound of collisions rang out along the highway. The four were hurled away by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Tao Bai Bai's face darkened, nearly dripping with ink-like fury, as he raised his right hand, pointing a finger at the four. A white beam shot forth from his fingertip. Upon contact with Tina and the others, a tremendous explosion ensued. As the brilliance faded, Bullet lay unconscious on the ground, while Steel Fortress, blood trickling from his mouth, leaned weakly against a stone pillar. Wade was in a similarly dire state, teetering on the brink of collapse. Tina, at the forefront, found her magenta professional attire and Navy Justice cloak in tatters. Despite her best efforts to defend herself with the armed color, she had evidently sustained considerable injuries. I've changed my mind. I shall kill you all, leaving no survivors. The malice in Tao Bai Bai's gaze was unmistakable. Let us see how you will defend yourselves now. A fierce energy coalesced once more as he raised his finger, aiming at the defenseless quartet. B. Just as the situation seemed dire, Tina noticed a communication from the camp channel, a smile suddenly gracing her lips, for she knew that reinforcements had arrived. Poison pufferfish. Chapter 14. Poison fruit Magellan. Poison pufferfish. Accompanying the somber voice was a multitude of violet, liquid orbs, their potent venom coalescing into a suffocating presence that demanded immediate evasion. A surge of alarm pierced through Tao Bai Bai's mind, a stark warning of the peril that lurked. A mere brush with these entities could yield dire consequences. He sprang into action, deftly avoiding the peculiar spheres as they launched their assault. Upon landing, a colossal figure adorned with horns, reminiscent of a demonic entity, emerged on the battlefield, positioning itself before Tina and her companions. A hissing sound, akin to the corrosive effects of acid, penetrated Tao Bai Bai's ears. What did that sound be? Furrowing his brow, he followed the source of the noise. Not far off stood Magellan, his form drenched in a dense purple toxin, the once even ground now marred by the dripping venom, creating a pockmarked surface. Each droplet of purple liquid not only eroded the earth, but also released a noxious white vapor. Was this poison? Was the adversary a being infused with deadly venom? A grave expression crossed Tao Bai Bai's face. Magellan? Tao Bai Bai scrutinized the foe before him. This individual towered above the average person, more akin to a giant than a man. Such a massive physique would typically suggest clumsiness, and for martial artists like Tao Bai Bai, The bulkier the opponent, the more susceptible they were to his relentless barrage. Yet, Tao Bai-Bai's countenance was one of deep concern. His instinct screamed that contact with this foe was utterly inadvisable. Should his strikes land upon the enemy, he would undoubtedly find himself the one vanquished. This marked the third time his offensive rhythm had been disrupted, and he began to recognize that the prolonged engagement was turning unfavorable. This is bad. I cannot remain here. Tina, observing the encroaching toxic mist, felt her smile falter. Fully aware that this battlefield was no longer a sanctuary for them, it was time to retreat, lest they fall victim to Magellan's inadvertent harm. Grasping the head of the projectile in one hand and dragging Steel Force with the other, she dashed away without a backward glance, disregarding the incessant chatter of a certain resilient companion. Tina, is this your ally? Have you made contact? Steel Force inquired with curiosity. Your superior seems considerably more reliable. I sense we shall be safe. A sigh of relief escaped the projectile as he voiced his lingering confusion. Since reinforcements have arrived, why must we flee? Should we not band together to confront him now? Oh, how very much like a valiant vigilante you sound, suggesting a brawl. Wade interjected, raising an eyebrow in mockery. And what of that superior? Is he akin to a position that oversees the dangers of excessive soda consumption leading to obesity? Wade playfully caught up with Tina, his demeanor lighthearted as he added, given the size of that superior, I suspect he indulges in copious amounts of cola. You ought to investigate that truly. Director, wait a moment. Do not act just yet, Tina admonished loudly without turning her head to acknowledge Wade. Only after Tina has distanced herself sufficiently should you take action. Otherwise, we shall all be ensnared in the deadly poison. The toxin coursing through Magellan posed no immediate threat to him, merely causing incessant discomfort, yet for others. Exposure to such a venom would not result in instant demise, but rather a slow, agonizing death. It was a lethal poison, once caught in its grasp. None of us would survive, Tina briefly explained to those nearby. Oh no, exclaimed the head, despair etched across his face. Are we truly at risk of being affected by his poison? Why on earth did I come here? This is madness. It seemed that his toxin was even more potent than he had anticipated. However, you truly believe you can defeat me with such tactics? How utterly ridiculous, Tao Bai-Bai remarked, observing Tina and her companions flee, his brow furrowing in confusion. He detested their flamboyant abilities. In a straightforward brawl, he was confident he could vanquish anyone. You speak with great bravado, but your fate ends here, Magellan declared as the powers of the poison fruit enveloped him, purple sweat dripping to the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Poison dragon. Magellan was entirely shrouded in a violet toxin, unleashing 3 massive dragon-shaped plumes of poison. He had no desire to linger in combat. His objective was to subdue his opponents swiftly and extract any information they possessed. What is this? Is it all poison? The poison dragon circled above, a deluge of toxins surging toward Tao Bai-Bai, compelling him to leap and evade continuously, weaving between attacks, even leaving afterimages in his wake. The poison from the dragon was a potent neurotoxin. Once contaminated, one would endure excruciating pain before succumbing to death. Do you not realize the futility of your efforts? Magellan observed Tao Bai-Bai's evasions, a chilling expression gracing his demonic visage. Is that so? Tao Bai-Bai retorted with a sardonic smile. Although he found himself at a disadvantage against this poison wielder, he was certain that with such trivial tactics, his opponent would never manage to poison him. This was the confidence that came with being an elite. Hey, why has this guy suddenly gone soft? Show us the ferocity he displayed earlier. Wade scoffed disdainfully, clapping his hands together and calling out to Tao Bai-Bai, "Little rabbit, think of your Francis, go for it." Director Magellan, a man imbued with the lethal properties of the poison fruit, is a veritable embodiment of venom. His very being is saturated with toxicity, rendering him a formidable adversary in close combat. Should Torababa dare to engage him in such a manner, the outcome would be disastrous for her. Tina is acutely aware of Torababa's capabilities, as well as the constraints currently binding her. Magellan, with his entire body cloaked in poison, is a bane to melee fighters. Any blows dealt upon him would only hasten the demise of the attacker. If you possess no further abilities, then this is where it ends, Magellan declared, smacking his lips before expelling a purple bubble that began to drift languidly toward Torababa. This was a poison gas bomb. As the bubble burst midair, a noxious purple mist began to permeate the surroundings, causing Torababa to shield her eyes, tears welling up in her gaze. What is this? Tear gas? In that moment, the swirling toxic dragon abruptly halted, its head directed menacingly at Torababa. Toxic passage. Magellan maneuvered swiftly along the body of the poisoned dragon, closing the distance to Torababa in an instant. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape my grasp. His broad, venom-laden hand emerged from the dragon, reaching out for Torababa. Should he seize her, the corrosive potency of the poison would render the outcome a foregone conclusion. Ridiculous. Torababa, faced with Magellan's relentless assault, sidestepped and retreated. Emerging from the cloud of gas to stand upon a protruding stone bridge, her expression dark with foreboding. The intensity of this poison far exceeded her expectations, and a profound sense of danger rendered her incapable of striking back. The battle had devolved into a one-sided affair. Torababa cast a glance towards Wade and the others in the distance. Were it not for Magellan's interference, she would have had a definitive advantage even against 4 opponents. Yet, the tide of battle had turned against her, and she realized it was time to withdraw lest she find herself in dire straits. You are merely a poison user. I will no longer squander time playing with you. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but do not let our paths cross again. With that, Torababa vanished from her position. Chapter 15. Coulson's Investigation Report. At last it's over. The big guy triumphed over the little rabbit man. Can I now resume my pursuit of Francis? Wade exclaimed. Honestly, had it not been for your meddling, I would have caught up with that scoundrel long ago. He dusted himself off, rising from the roadside, determined to continue his chase after Francis. You dare speak? All of this chaos stems from your actions. Steel Brute took the handcuffs handed to him and snapped them onto Wade's left wrist. Exasperation etched across his face. We cannot allow such behavior to continue, Wade. Please, accompany us quietly. Oh, you big fool. While I can't deny this is unfavorable, you're truly ruining my plans. Wade kicked a nearby piece of car debris in frustration, his tone rife with indignation. Believe me, Francis is a villain who truly deserves his fate. He is nothing short of a devil. Wade, trust me. Following me now is your wisest choice. Look at this. All of it is trouble you have caused. Steel Titan dragged Wade along carelessly, with the missile following closely behind Tina as they made their way towards Magellan. Director Magellan, thank you for your support, Tina said, standing at attention before the man. Director, Tina previously discovered this object, and it appears quite familiar. She approached a severely damaged vehicle and casually lifted the severed head of the man in the leather jacket that Wade had dismembered. The nauseating scent was unsettlingly familiar to Tina, and she detested it. Although uncertain if this world would harbor someone with the same abilities, Tina had an ominous premonition. Magellan frowned, his expression serious. That is not important, Tina. There is a crucial mission I need you to undertake. Tina paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure upon seeing the camp channel. Yes, I assure you I will accomplish the task. She had heard rumors that Director Magellan was toxic, his breath laden with poison, contaminating the food he consumed, leading to daily discomfort from the potent toxins. Although it would not lead to death, it certainly caused relentless gastrointestinal distress. It seemed that after the recent intense battle, Director Magellan was nearing his limit. Very well. Let us proceed. Magellan nodded and hurriedly departed with Tina, neglecting the Steel Titan and others who had followed her moments earlier. Who was it that claimed that the stunning beauty was his backup member? Yet, she has left without a glance back. See, your backup member has abandoned you. Your attempts at undermining are quite unsuccessful, Wade taunted mercilessly. Trust me, I will persuade her to join our family. Just as you did, Steel Titan replied earnestly. Hey, that's quite repugnant. Can you exclude me from this? I have serious matters to attend to, Wade retorted with a look of distaste directed at Steel Titan. Look at Tina's companion. He and I are both formidable figures, distinct from the ordinary. We share a common language, Steel Titan explained with a serious demeanor, seemingly convinced of his perspective. Who gave you the audacity? Heavy Metal, Wade rolled his eyes, responding irately. Did you not hear her? She's a toxic human. Courtesy of the poison fruit. And you? Were you? I believe this is merely a difference in terminology. For instance, I could be described as a steel man. Having consumed the Steelstein fruit, Steel Titan replied nonchalantly, gesturing to himself. And as for the missile, he is an explosive man, having consumed the explosion fruit. While you are simply a mouthy man, having ingested the blabber fruit. See how fitting that is? Steel Titan concluded with an exaggerated nod, as if he had made a profound observation. I believe you should not serve as a vigilante. Rather, your talents are better suited for the role of a psychological expert. Your ability for self-comfort has always been commendable. Wade mocked Steelman, expressing his disinterest in becoming a vigilante, deeming it utterly meaningless. This is not significant, Wade. You cannot perpetually cause trouble. You ought to utilize your abilities wisely, Steelman urged. Join us, and use your powers for good, becoming a true superhero. That sounds delightful. However, the day I choose to combat the villains of crime and decide to share a residence with a group of disgruntled individuals in Dreamland, whose proprietor is an old, unattractive bald man, will be the day I point a finger at Steelman and say coldly, I will send you a sincere friend request. But before that, I must accomplish my purpose for being here. If you prevent me, I shall slap you into oblivion. The site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser to read. Are you certain? Steelman inquired, shaking the clattering handcuffs in his grasp. Oh, for heaven's sake, Wade exclaimed, covering his face in a display of sorrow. He then raised a leg and retrieved a small knife from his shoe. Without hesitation, he began to slice his own wrist, preparing for a desperate attempt at survival. The sight of the small blade cutting into flesh was almost unbearable. Oh goodness, how revolting. Bullet Head grimaced at Wade, feeling the contents of his recently consumed energy bar churn violently in his stomach. What are you doing? Steelman raised his hand to witness Wade's wrist being mercilessly lacerated, prompting him to gag in disgust. I did not foresee this would be so challenging, Wade remarked with a resigned expression. Seizing the moment while Steelman was distracted, he leaped and severed his own wrist, using the momentum to flip himself over to the edge of the bridge, plummeting onto the interstate below. A truck transporting goods passed by, and Wade managed to hitch a ride, escaping safely, leaving behind Steelman and Bullet Head staring blankly at the severed hand still shackled on the highway. Despite knowing Wade's remarkable self-healing abilities, they had not anticipated such a decisive act of self-mutilation. What a truly unfortunate day, Wade reflected as he lay atop the truck. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly referred to as SHILD, was represented by Nick Fury, who stood before a large screen displaying footage of the battle on the interstate. Agent Coulson placed 2 documents on the table, speaking solemnly. These 2 are unregistered individuals with abilities. There is scanned information available about them, but they are both affiliated with an organization known as the Wong Foundation. Do we have any data on this organization? Nick Fury turned his head, his gaze settling upon the 2 documents on the table, a hint of gravity shadowing his eyes. The investigation has yet to uncover pertinent details. However, I have instructed the intelligence team to pursue the matter diligently, and I trust that results will soon emerge. As Coulson spoke, he withdrew another document concerning the individual known as Tao Bai Bai. Recent investigations reveal that he has been notably active in the mercenary realm, proclaiming himself the world's foremost assassin and affiliated with the organization known as the Natural Returners. Coulson deftly manipulated the mouse, magnifying a close-up of Tao Bai Bai's visage on the screen. Intelligence assessments indicate that Tao Bai Bai identifies as a martial artist, proficient in a particular form of energy manipulation, and is a formidable combatant. Yet, it appears that the Natural Returners are in opposition to the Imperial Foundation. Special agents have already been dispatched to investigate and trace the presence of these 2 organizations as swiftly as possible. However, one significant detail warrants attention. Coulson's tone grew more earnest as he produced a new document, considerably thicker than the previous 3 reports. A professional relationship exists between Tao Bai and Francis. Francis, also known as Ajax, serves as an assistant to Dr. Gilbro, primarily responsible for managing failed experiments within the weaponry program. Investigators have uncovered that Francis has been illicitly appropriating and trafficking deceased specimens for profit, all of which are transported to Hell's Kitchen, a dock controlled by the Maggia. The head of the Maggia, Joseph Harrow, is a notorious super criminal known as the Hammer, having undergone significant modifications to his head. As Coulson spoke, he laid out the 4th dossier, detailing the criminal records of the Maggia. Notably, reports indicate the presence of an entity referred to as the living dead in Hell's Kitchen, with various clues pointing towards the Maggia. Coulson placed the final document on the table, the thinnest yet, which he deemed the most crucial. This file pertains to the living dead incident, involving an enigmatic sorceress of uncertain origins and the illustrious daredevil. These events are intricately interconnected, yet there appears to be no overt transactions between the Maggia and Francis, suggesting the possibility of a hidden puppeteer orchestrating the entire affair. Fury, his expression solemn, surveyed the array of documents on the table, pausing contemplatively before speaking. Continue to monitor them, unearthing more valuable information, and remember to tread lightly to avoid alarming the prey. Chapter 16. Matt's assignment today. In the void of the ethereal dimension, Tang Feng gazed at the 3 exquisitely crafted player cards in his hand, his satisfaction immeasurable. Magellan, the man resembling Satan, adorned with horns and decorated with bat wings, is a figure of immense responsibility and strength, known as the strongest man in prison. He possesses formidable abilities derived from the poison fruit, including toxic passage, poison gas bomb, poison pufferfish, and poison dragon. Tang Feng, holding a card, remarked with a smile that it may be worth considering assigning personal tasks to the esteemed director, as it could lead to other significant events, truly perfect. Without missing a beat, Tang Feng picked up a second card. A sensuous beauty with long pink hair leapt forth. Tina, recognized as the Black Cage Tina, wields the powers of the cage fruit and prides herself on her abilities, drawing confidence from her relentless training. 3 cards in total. The final card revealed a character named Tao Bai, known as the world's #1 assassin with skills in high-speed movement and whole wave. He adheres strictly to the assassin's code, declaring that payment is impossible, never to be expected. His life is one of stark simplicity, focused on his targets. Despite Tao Bai's encounter with Magellan, the so-called nemesis of close combat, he managed to retreat unscathed from the latter's venomous assaults, proving that his title as the top assassin is indeed well-deserved. Additionally, due to his involvement in this incident, he accrued a substantial amount of red gems, marking a profitable venture overall. Though he lost a bit of face during his escape, it was still a lucrative affair. Tang Feng, on the other hand, not only claimed a significant portion of the gems, but also intended to stir the pot further, igniting the atmosphere. The amassed gems were now sufficient. It seemed an opportune moment to inject some excitement and liven up the reality dimension. A smile graced Tang Feng's face as he observed the gems continuously converging, seemingly on the verge of manifesting something significant. Yet it was not the right time. His gaze then shifted to the location of Hell's Kitchen. Matt Murdock stood at the intersection of 10th Avenue and West 39th Street, observing the chaotic and squalid living quarters across the street. After losing his sight, he developed exceptional and heightened sensory abilities, which he referred to as radar perception. This heightened awareness allows him to perceive his surroundings with greater acuity than others, capturing even the minutiae of detail. Thus, although he is blind, he sees the filth more clearly than most. The distant roar of motorcycles reverberated through the air, occasionally interrupted by raucous laughter and heated arguments emanating from nearby alleys, likely the result of inebriated revelers returning home. The residents in this vicinity had long since acclimatized to such disturbances, exhibiting a sense of numbness and indifference, or perhaps they had simply become part of the cacophony themselves. Matt shook his head, dismissing the clamor that surrounded him. He had a task to undertake today. He was on the hunt for Jimmy, a 30-year-old of Irish descent, embroiled in a recent bar robbery incident. Jimmy was known for his propensity for theft. Yet it was evident that his latest escapade had gone awry. He had targeted a bar that belonged to the Maggia gang, and the victim of his theft was a prominent member of a local biker gang. According to the intelligence Matt had previously gathered on the night of the robbery, Jimmy had been taken away by the Maggia gang, only to return to his modest apartment the following morning. Since then, he had not been seen for 3 or 4 days. Presently, Matt had assumed the role of an attorney hired by other victims of Jimmy's robbery, arriving at the shabby apartment to seek information. Upon entering the building, before ascending to Jimmy's room, Matt resolved to first inquire with the landlady. "Good day, ma'am. Might I ask if Jimmy still resides here?" He inquired politely of the woman clad in a greasy apron. "Listen here, young man," Mrs. Amy, the 40-year-old proprietor of the budget apartment, said with a furrowed brow as she scrutinized the bespectacled young lawyer before her. "This is not a place for someone like you. Mrs. Amy, I have been commissioned by a client to locate Jimmy, who is involved in a robbery case. I need to speak with him to gather some details." Matt replied in a calm and measured tone. "I knew that scoundrel Jimmy was no good, but who in this rundown building is worth a dime?" Mrs. Amy scoffed, displaying her disdain for the likes of Jimmy. "He caused quite a ruckus before. Not only did he dare to create a scene in a bar owned by the Maggia gang, but he also stole money from a biker who had just completed a transaction. It's a miracle he is still alive." Finally finding a willing ear, Mrs. Amy began to vent her frustrations to Matt. "Since my husband passed away, I have managed this apartment, renting it out to despicable individuals like Jimmy. After all, who else would come to live here? The price I seek is quite reasonable, and there is no need for any formalities. Where else can one find such an affordable apartment? That scoundrel Jimmy not only owes me 2 months' rent, but has also offended the Maggia gang. Ever since that fateful night when he was taken away by them, he has returned as if possessed by madness." "What do you mean?" Matt inquired, his expression clouded with confusion. "He has gone mad?" "Indeed, ever since that day, he has locked himself in his room, refusing to emerge. I even tried banging on the door, but there was no response. I know he is still alive, though I doubt he can hold on much longer." "The Maggia gang?" Matt caught a crucial keyword, and recalling Mrs. Amy's mention of Jimmy's insanity, he began to form unsettling associations. He had been investigating the recent string of shadow disappearances in Hell's Kitchen. Most of the victims who had lost their shadows had intricate ties to the Maggia gang. Upon remembering what Fudge had said about the living dead, Matt pondered whether this could indeed be a manifestation of madness. After all, it was unlikely that a true zombie resurrection could occur. Yes, that bar belongs to the Maggia gang, and the motorcycle gang involved is also connected to them, Mrs. Amy stated in a hushed tone. "If you ask me, Jimmy brought this upon himself. Of all the people to provoke, he had to choose the Maggia gang. He should consider himself fortunate to be alive." "Thank you for the information, ma'am. I would like to check on Jimmy. Which floor does he reside on?" Matt inquired politely. "Just upstairs on the 2nd floor, Mrs. Amy replied, but her words were abruptly interrupted by the roar of motorcycles outside the apartment building. The sound was eerily familiar. Wasn't that the very motorcycle gang he had just heard around the corner? Was trouble coming their way? Matt's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning serious. In the next moment, the apartment door was kicked open from the outside, and the leader of the gang, a muscular young man in his 20s clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated his physique, stormed in. "Where the hell is that bastard Jimmy?" he bellowed. "On the 2nd floor," Mrs. Amy stammered, stepping back in fright. "Go!" The leader waved his hand, and the gang rushed towards the 2nd floor. Moments later, a cacophony of banging echoed through the halls, accompanied by Jimmy's piercing screams, followed by the sound of shattering objects and various curses from the gang members. "Oh dear! My furniture! That scoundrel Jimmy cannot afford to pay me back. If he survives this, I will certainly evict him," Mrs. Amy lamented, visibly distressed as she slapped her thigh in frustration. Chapter 17, Matt. "Miss Witch, please hold on. Jimmy, that scoundrel, has gone completely mad. He has devoured the money of the biker gang and disrupted the order of this place. If he survives this time, I shall undoubtedly expel him." Mrs. Amy, upon hearing the ruckus from above, shouted in exasperation before turning back in her room and slamming the door with a resounding thud. She had no intention of defending Jimmy or provoking those ruffians from the biker gang. Thus, she could only vent her frustration through the act of slamming the door. Matt shook his head and turned to ascend to the second floor to assess the situation, only to be met with a cacophony of hurried footsteps above, followed by someone descending the stairs. "Don't take me out of this room. I will die," Jimmy screamed, dragged along by a few people, his cries echoing with despair. Oh, but those members of the biker gang, dragging Jimmy, paid him no heed, their tone brimming with irritation. "You think you're safe just because you have the Magia gang backing you while hiding at home? I warn you, stop with your tricks. You will pay your dues today, and we will unleash our wrath. If we don't show you what happens when you cross us, how will we continue to make our mark on this street? Let me go. You're committing murder. If I die, you won TC a dime," Jimmy pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. "Please, let me go. Damn it, behave yourself." A member of the biker gang, observing Jimmy's futile struggle as he clung to the railing, kicked him mercilessly, eliciting further screams of agony. "Drag him out so the people here can witness what happens when one incurs our wrath." The speaker, a man of darker complexion, glanced at the figure standing downstairs, wielding a cane and wearing sunglasses, clearly a blind man. This man was gazing upward at them, which struck them as peculiar. What could a blind man possibly be observing? Matt, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts of the biker gang member. His entire focus was on the battered Jimmy. In his perception, he could see that Jimmy cast no shadow. This sudden revelation caused Matt's expression to shift dramatically. Now, he found himself restless. The absence of Jimmy's shadow was undeniably linked to the Magia gang's earlier actions. What exactly transpired that night after Jimmy robbed the bar? This was undoubtedly crucial information, just as Matt resolved to intervene and save Jimmy from this brutal assault. He found Jimmy had already been forcibly dragged out of the apartment building. As sunlight broke upon Jimmy, a heart-wrenching scream resonated throughout the street. He curled up on the ground, in a state of madness, resembling someone truly deranged. His appearance was akin to a vampire confronted with a crucifix, his piercing cries sending shivers down one's spine. The sight of Jimmy in such a state startled the members of the biker gang as well. Brothers, once familiar companions, now trembled with trepidation as one stammered, "Why do I feel as though he is ablaze?" Before he could finish, they beheld Jimmy convulsing on the ground, suddenly engulfed in spontaneous combustion, the searing flames consuming him whole. "Help, help me!" Jimmy screamed, crawling towards the shadows in the corner of the apartment. His nails shattered, skin charred, a sight that was truly harrowing. What is happening? Matt was equally startled by Jimmy's sudden transformation and hurried to attempt a rescue. Alas, it was too late. Before the watchful eyes of all, Jimmy was incinerated by the sun, reduced to mere ashes. The members of the gang were horrified, fleeing to their vehicles in a panic. The unexpected turn of events left Matt feeling that the situation had worsened. Jimmy had vanished, entirely devoured by the sun. Rushing forward, he bent down to touch the remnants of ash, for the first time realizing the complexity of the situation. His earlier assumptions had been flawed. Those who had their shadows taken did not descend into madness. Rather, their avoidance of daylight was likely due to the knowledge that exposure to the sun would lead to such a tragic fate. A figure emerged at the street corner, approaching slowly. Matt's radar sensed someone drawing near from behind, moving with a light, unhurried gait. It was a woman bearing a long bow, or perhaps a priestess. "This is—" Matt paused, feeling a surge of astonishment. In the imagery formed by his radar, she was adorned in a red and white priestess garb. A pure white top paired with a red hakama, her silky black hair styled elegantly and tied with a pristine white ribbon. A bow taller than herself rested upon her back, giving her the ethereal appearance of a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. It was the priestess that Fuji had mentioned last night. Clearly, Fuji had not been intoxicated. He had indeed encountered a fairy. Yet, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossed Matt's mind. His radar indicated that a peculiar serpent-like creature hovered beside the priestess. Yet why were those around them oblivious to it? Did no one else perceive its presence? And why did he faintly detect a subtle, earthy scent emanating from the priestess? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Arriving a moment too late, it appeared that the soul had already dissipated. Kikyo lowered her gaze tenderly upon the soul insect resting on her palm. Having been resurrected, she departed with only a fragment of her soul, for it had already been reincarnated. Due to the incompleteness of her soul, she could only rely on the wandering souls to gather the remnants that would fill her body before she could act. However, since her arrival in this place, she no longer needed to concern herself with the source of these souls. Here, in this exaggerated locale teeming with life, death occurred daily, with no souls remaining. Her presence was rendered futile. Shaking her head, Kikyo turned to leave. "Please wait, Miss Miko." At that moment, a man with dark, tinted glasses approached her, leaning on a cane. Kikyo paused slightly, glancing at the man before her. Unlike the vagabond she encountered at night, he was dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, exuding an air of vitality. The glasses he wore suggested he might be blind, yet how could a blind man perceive her as a priestess? A sense of confusion stirred within her, though she did not wish to ponder deeply. She could sense that this man was distinct from the others around her. Being a being without humanity, her own soul incomplete, her body comprised of remnants of spiritual energy and earth, she could clearly perceive the inner desires of others: greed, apathy, brutality. Yet, this man evoked a different sensation within her, one of acceptance, justice, and resolve. It was a unique feeling. He was the first extraordinary individual Kikyo had encountered in this unfamiliar realm, reminiscent of a special yokai she had once met in her village. "I am Matthew Murdoch, an attorney currently handling matters concerning Mr. Jimmy. I have a few inquiries I would like to discuss. Would you be available to join me for a conversation at the nearby CAF?" Chapter 18 Kikyo. "Oh, coffee, how bitter." "Coffee? What is that?" Kikyo expressed her bewilderment, unfamiliar with the term. Following Matthews towards the opposite side of the street, she noticed a shop with a sign depicting a white cup filled with a dark liquid. This must be coffee. If it's something to drink, then yes. Kikyo blinked in realization and nodded slightly. The man before her appeared distinctly out of place amidst the malice and brutality that surrounded them. Furthermore, as he had introduced himself as a lawyer, it seemed he held a position akin to those who dealt with matters concerning the deceased. Kikyo mused to herself. Meanwhile, Matthew's keen perception detected the fleeting look of confusion on Kikyo's face when he mentioned coffee. This surprised him. Had it not been said that modern priestesses had become professionalized? Yet, this Miss Miko seemed entirely unaware of what coffee was. Had she secluded herself for too long in the deep mountains? Matthew's lips curled into a slight frown, his expression growing somber. From the moment he laid eyes on her, an unsettling sensation gripped him. He could discern neither the rhythmic thrum of a heartbeat nor the gentle rise and fall of breath from this young priestess. It was a peculiar feeling, akin to standing before a lifeless corpse, sending shivers down his spine. If compelled to articulate his thoughts, Matt could only conjure one term: a living corpse. Yet, according to Fuji, the priestess before him was indeed a genuine sorceress, endowed with spiritual powers, prowling the night in search of the undead. But how could a priestess, seemingly devoid of life, exist? What secrets lay concealed within her? The clues presently available to Matt were scant, and he realized that further observation was imperative to unravel the mystery. With a mind clouded by doubt, Matt led Kikyo to the CAF, gracefully raising his right hand in a gesture of chivalry. "Ladies first." Kikyo gazed at the transparent glass door, tentatively pushing against it twice. The door remained obstinately still. Of course, it would not budge, for beside it lay a slot that required the insertion of a promotional card for the day, allowing the door to open automatically. This establishment had conceived an ingenious method to attract patrons, utilizing a magnetic card system that not only granted entry, but also informed customers of the day's special beverages. Beautifully crafted, these cards could be gifted to customers, and some patrons would even wait patiently to collect an entire set. A splendid idea, indeed, yet Kikyo found it perplexing. Behind her, Matt clearly perceived her futile attempt to push the door. The sign at the entrance explicitly requested that patrons insert their cards to gain entry. Why then did she attempt to force the door? His suspicions deepened. However, the only thing that truly perplexed him were Fuji's words from that night. The priestess possessed the ability to purify the undead. Yet, if she herself were a living corpse, how could she remain unscathed while purifying others? A reasonable explanation was surely warranted. "Welcome, please come in." Just as Kikyo found herself at a loss, a CAF attendant noticed the enchanting figure at the entrance and promptly approached to assist with the card insertion. "Thank you," Kikyo replied with a slight nod, following the attendant to a seat by the window. "Just call me Matt," he said, his gaze fixed intently on the priestess, anxious not to miss any detail. "May I inquire as to your name, dear priestess?" "Kikyo. A lovely name indeed. Would you care for something to drink, Miss Kikyo?" Matt smiled, extending the menu toward her. Jeking opened the menu and blinked in confusion once more. "What is milk? Was caramel cheese?" As a player, she instinctively understood the language, recognizing each word. Yet the specifics eluded her grasp. After much hesitation, she ordered a cup of the black liquid she had seen on the shop sign outside. Since it adorned the entrance as a special, it must possess a palatable flavor. At the same time, Matt noticed Jeking's uncertainty but feigned ignorance. Promptly ordering a cup of coffee himself, while waiting for their beverages, he casually inquired, "May I ask, Miss Jeking, which shrine do you work at?" Jeking shook her head. She could not divulge information about locations like Maple Village, as it was against the rules players were obliged to follow. Was it a matter of ignorance or simply secrecy? Matt squinted slightly, pondering. "May I ask where you hail from?" Jeking fell silent once more. Just as Matt assumed the shrine maiden would respond to this question with a similar shake of her head, she unexpectedly replied, "The Royal Foundation." "What is that?" It certainly sounded more like the name of an organization than a geographical location. However, he had never heard of such a foundation. Matt silently committed the name of the Royal Foundation to memory, planning to investigate it later. "Excuse me, sir, madam. Here is your coffee," the staff announced just then, placing the drinks before them. "Thank you," Matt nodded slightly, then smiled at Jeking, saying, "Miss Jeking, do give it a try." Jeking, following the example of the other patrons, picked up her coffee and took a tentative sip. It was exceedingly bitter. Her delicate features contorted momentarily as she struggled to swallow the acrid liquid. "If you find pure coffee too bitter, you might consider adding a bit of sugar or milk," Matt kindly suggested. "Oh, can this bitter liquid have sugar added?" Jeking asked, searching the empty table for the sugar container. Where could the sugar be? Not finding the sugar, Matt sighed inwardly. He then rose to retrieve a box from the side of the table, taking a cube of sugar and placing it into Jeking's coffee. This way, the sugar would temper the bitterness, rendering the coffee less harsh on the palate. "Thank you," Jeking smiled and nodded, expressing her gratitude for his kindness. This was the first instance of encountering someone genuinely benevolent since arriving in Hell's Kitchen. "May I ask where Miss Jeking is currently residing?" Matt returned to his seat and casually inquired. "No." Kikyo shook her head. "If I were tired, I would simply find a place to rest." "I see." Matt nodded in understanding, successfully masking his astonishment at her seemingly destitute condition. It seemed she should not be left to her own devices. "By the way, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance last night, Miss Kikyo." Fuji was exceedingly appreciative upon his return. "Fuji?" Kikyo tilted her head slightly, perplexed. "Who is Fuji? Have I met him?" "Last night, in that narrow alley not far away, Fuji was attacked by a bizarre creature resembling a living corpse. Was it not you, Miss Kikyo, who intervened and saved him?" "So that's how it was," Kikyo said, enlightenment dawning upon her. "It's nothing. I was already pursuing those living dead. Rescuing him was merely a fortunate accident. Regardless of whether it was accidental or not, both he and I are sincerely grateful to you, Miss Kikyo." Matt smiled. "As a token of our appreciation, may I assist you in finding a temporary place to stay? Additionally, I believe my friend, Daredevil, will be quite interested in discussing matters concerning the living dead. He has also been investigating these occurrences, and I think you two would find common ground." Without waiting for Kikyo to respond, Matt hastily continued, "I hope you won't refuse. After all, finding a place to stay would be rather beneficial. If it's not too much trouble, then thank you," Kikyo replied after a moment of hesitation. The two exchanged smiles, and a line of prompts suddenly appeared before Kikyo. Met and became acquainted with Matt Murdock. Received a small amount of black jade. Chapter 19. Yukihira Soma's Ultimate Italian Dinner. At 8 o'clock in the evening. In Hell's Kitchen, Yukihira Dining House. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Soma Yukihira had a white towel draped over his shoulder. deftly maneuvering between tables with a tray in hand. Agano assisted nearby, but due to his clumsiness, he appeared flustered and chaotic. "Agano, Dad wants some tea. Hurry and pour him a cup," Dad called out from the cash register, raising his finger. "Oh, and one more thing. Dad wants a mung bean sandwich." As Agano handed Dad the hot tea, a look of dismay crossed his face upon hearing the additional request, scratching his head. He thought to himself how he had no idea how to make a mung bean sandwich. "Leave it to me," Soma volunteered, taking over the task. In no time, a fragrant mung bean sandwich was freshly prepared. Dad, sipping his hot tea and enjoying his favorite sandwich, finally felt at ease. In stark contrast to the lively scene outside, Yukihira Joichiro was busy cooking in the kitchen. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser to read. Delicious dishes often require seasoning to enhance their flavor. Add a hint of olive oil to the water, but be cautious not to overdo it, as too much will render it greasy and viscous. Next, grind the rye corn into flour, mix it into the water, and stir until the grains transform into a thick corn slurry. Then, incorporate a pinch of salt and pepper, a generous spoonful of butter, and a copious amount of Parmesan cheese, stirring until well blended, filling the entire establishment with the enticing aroma of corn chowder. Behold, the perfect smooth, unembellished traditional Italian polenta is ready. How delightful! A gang watched as Uncle Shinkping held the polenta, drooling unconsciously at the corners of his mouth. Although this Italian polenta bore some resemblance to the corn chowder his mother once made, its fragrance was remarkably enticing, arousing an insatiable appetite. "Here, give it a try." Shinkping Seeger chuckled as he playfully scooped a bowl and pushed it toward Agang. "Thank you, Uncle." Agang eagerly accepted it, his eyes sparkling. "No worries." Shinkping Seeger ruffled Agang's hair, feeling an indescribable sentiment within. Chuangjin had always been like him since childhood. Chapter 20. The Enrollment Notice from Nakaho High School. Naturally, Shinkping Seeger's specially crafted Italian dish left Thompson feeling utterly satisfied as he reclined his chair, wiping his mouth and expressing his lingering delight. Such cuisine from brother Shinkping surpasses even those Michelin-starred chefs. It's truly a shame for such talent to be confined to a small establishment. The food prepared by those so-called chefs is merely palatable at best, utterly failing to reach this pinnacle of excellence. In comparison to you, it pales significantly. At this point, Thompson smiled, remarking that perhaps he would frequently come to visit in the future. "You're always welcome." Shinkping Seeger felt a sense of relief within, his face breaking into a contented smile. Since Thompson was so pleased with dinner, the matter he had entrusted to him should be secure. "By the way," Thompson suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a thought, quickly sitting up straight and retrieving his briefcase. He pulled out 2 documents and placed them on the table. "Brother Shinkping, the matter you entrusted to me has been successfully handled. Here are the enrollment notices from Nakaho High School, both signed and ready for tomorrow. You've truly done me a great favor this time." Shinkping Seeger expressed his gratitude, then waved to Agang beside him. "Agang, come and take these 2 notices." "Huh, Uncle?" Agang was taken aback for a moment before accepting the 2 enrollment notices into his arms, a hint of complexity shadowing his lowered gaze. He had not been here for long, and, lacking a formal identity, was only able to establish his household registration thanks to the kind-hearted Uncle Shinkping, who had transferred him a sum of jade. This barely qualified him as a registered individual, preventing him from being an anonymous drifter. In truth, he harbored a strong desire to repay Uncle Shinkping's generosity, but his culinary skills were woefully inadequate, and his attempts at menial tasks often resulted in calamity. Clumsy as he was, he frequently found himself at odds with irritable patrons. Had it not been for his father's martial prowess in driving them away, he would have been at a complete loss. Each day spent assisting in the shop yielded meager earnings, amounting to little more than a fraction of the store's income, with daily settlements reflecting a sum so scant it was virtually negligible. As for attending school, his academic performance left much to be desired, a fact he found too embarrassing to admit. Neither Chuangjin nor Uncle Shinkping, nor even his father, had ever criticized him. He had always been the one receiving care and support. This accumulation of circumstances only deepened his sense of indebtedness towards Uncle Xingping and the others. He yearned to earn enough jade, perhaps even to assist Uncle Xingping with the troublesome matter concerning the Majia gang. Yet, the thought of his meager balance in the system left him feeling despondent. Suddenly, his father called out from behind the counter, requesting assistance in turning on the television. A task he struggled to comprehend. Abruptly snapped from his thoughts, he hurried to the counter, rummaging through the drawers in search of the remote. As he focused on the task at hand, he realized he had been distracted for far too long, and his father, noticing the 2 school enrollment notices on the counter, immediately grasped the situation. "Listen, my boy," his father advised. "Do not overthink it. Simply do what you must. Yuichiro has arranged for you and Chuangjin to enroll in school. Isn't that a good thing?" A gang opened his mouth to respond, intending to articulate his thoughts, but no words emerged. "Oh dear," his father, frustrated, lightly struck a gang's head with his fingers. "Never doubt what I say." Rubbing his head, a gang contemplated his father's words and began to see the wisdom in them. Remaining in the shop not only rendered him unhelpful, but also frequently resulted in unnecessary complications for everyone involved. Perhaps venture into school would lead him to new sources of jade, allowing him to repay Uncle Xingping's kindness. With this realization, a gang's spirits lifted, and a smile graced his face. "Father, I believe I understand now." With newfound determination, he turned to ascend the stairs to the 2nd floor. However, as he took a single step forward, in the next instant, his father swiftly struck him with a chop of his hand. "You little rascal. There's one more thing." The television remained off, and his father was baffled by the device. "Don't worry, Hickpie. My son and your 2 lads are in the same class. They are of similar age and should become fast friends with just a few words," he reassured. "My son is named Flays Thompson. He is a member of the school's football team and is currently at a party. I called him over so the boys could meet." It seemed Thompson noticed Hickpie see Jiro's concern and quickly offered words of comfort. "Thank you, brother." Hickpie smiled, knowing he had not misjudged. This Thompson truly was dependable. Previously, Thompson had assisted in resolving the supply issues at the shop, and now he was lending a significant hand once more, for which Hickpie was immensely grateful. Just as the 2 were engaged in casual conversation, the sliding door of the shop swung open. As if on cue, the troublesome lad arrived. Thompson looked at his son with disdain, while Flays Thompson nonchalantly barged in and stood beside his father. "Let me introduce you. This is your father's good friend, Uncle Hickpie Jiro. Starting tomorrow, his 2 boys will be your new classmates, so you must help take care of them. They are transfer students and will surely need some time to adjust to school life." "Don't worry, Dad." Flays puffed out his chest confidently, assuring Hickpie Jiro, "With me looking out for them, no one will dare bully those 2 at school." However, before he could finish his boast, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Flays awkwardly rubbed his nose, explaining, "I only had drinks at the party and didn't manage to eat anything." Hickpie Jiro stood up and called out to the kitchen. "SH Ma, come here for a moment." At that moment, SH Ma, busy in the kitchen, had just learned from a gang that he was to report to school the next day, and his mood was less than cheerful. He preferred to remain at the shop, honing his culinary skills, showing little interest in other matters. Upon hearing his father's voice, he wiped his hands with a towel and stepped out of the kitchen. "Meet your new friend, Flays. Now, take him to the kitchen for a bite to eat," Hickpie Jiro said with a smile. "All right, follow me." SH Ma initially paused before responding. Realizing he was speaking to a tall, blond boy, he removed the white satin ribbon from his wrist. "How about a hamburger? I'll make one for you." "Wow, you're quite the big guy. It seems you can eat a lot." "A regular hamburger might not be enough to fill you up," SH Ma remarked. "That sounds fantastic." Fry had no particular demands. He merely nodded and followed the footsteps of Yukihira Soma into the kitchen. Could you make my burger a bit larger? I tend to eat quite a lot." "No problem. I assure you'll be satisfied." It seemed the young men were getting along quite well. I had a feeling they would become friends. Thompson leaned back in his chair and remarked to Yukihira Irina with evident delight. Chapter 21. Yukihira Soma's Player Invitation. "This is the beef I chopped during my practice this afternoon. How do you feel about a beef burger?" Yukihira Soma turned to the tall figure standing by the refrigerator and inquired earnestly. "That sounds good. I'm not picky," Fry replied, nodding. He found himself somewhat intrigued by Yukihira Soma. They appear to be of similar age. Could he truly craft a delicious burger? It was worth noting that Fry could barely manage a fried egg sandwich at home, often resulting in a complete mess. However, even if it turned out poorly, as a brother, he would swallow his pride and eat it. After all, the son of his father's good friend was also his close companion, and they would soon be attending the same school. He had to show respect. Indeed, that makes sense, Yukihira Soma mused, grabbing a handful of black peppercorns to place in the grinder, transforming them into a slightly coarse powder. He sprinkled it over the ground beef, followed by a pinch of salt, mixing it thoroughly before kneading the meat and shaping it into an oval patty. He then diced the onions, the entire process flowing seamlessly as his knife danced across the cutting board, leaving a blur in its wake. Fry watched in awe. My goodness, what in the world is this speed? Fry had never witnessed such swift knife skills. Even his mother, a seasoned cook, would concede defeat to Yukihira Soma's impressive speed. Impressive. Fry suddenly realized that he might have underestimated his new acquaintance. This guy was undeniably talented. From Fry Thompson's astonishment, received a minor jade reward. Huh? What is this about? Yukihira Soma paused momentarily while reaching for a pan, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Fry. What is up, Fry? Feeling somewhat uneasy under Yukihira Soma's curious gaze, rubbed his nose. It's nothing. How do you feel about black pepper? You don't dislike it, do you? Yukihira Soma shook his head. Not at all. Fry thumped his chest with a hearty laugh. As long as it's plentiful, I'll eat whatever you make. Yukihira Soma nodded, placing the onions into the pan to saute them until they turned slightly translucent. He then added a touch of thyme and a sprinkle of salt, stirring a few times until the onions caramelized before removing them from the heat. The bacon began to sizzle in the skillet, filling the kitchen and the entire establishment with the enticing aroma of grilled meat, much to Fry's stomach's increasing protest. Coat both sides of the meat patty evenly with olive oil and place it in a skillet infused with bacon fat, allowing it to sizzle gently until a rich brown crust forms. Concurrently, introduce crushed garlic to enhance the flavor profile, then flip the patty. Add a small amount of butter to impart a subtle creaminess to the meat. Toast the burger buns on both sides, then spread a layer of mayonnaise atop one half. Position the meat patty on top, sprinkle with gruyere cheese, and employ a culinary torch to melt the cheese until it adheres perfectly to the patty. Next, layer crispy bacon over the melted cheese, followed by a generous spread of previously sauteed onion sauce, fresh tomato slices, and arugula, which has been tossed with Italian vinegar. Place this atop the tomato and finish with the second meat patty before capping it with the other bun. This is truly a haven for meat enthusiasts. The ultimate thick cheeseburger is now complete. Savor the experience. A colossal burger, standing over 10 centimeters tall, was presented by Yukihira Soma before Flay. Flay's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never before encountered such a gargantuan burger. Is this really a burger? The aroma of grilled meat, the slight saltiness of the cheese, and the delicate creaminess mingled with the fresh scents of arugula and tomato invaded Flay's senses. Incredible. No, perhaps this is the epitome of a burger. It could be deemed a miraculous creation. With his mouth agape, he took a substantial bite. The beef patty erupted with a burst of savory juices. The cheese and patty melded harmoniously, while the tanginess of the tomato and arugula did not overwhelm. Rather, it evoked an insatiable craving. Despite indulging in this feast, his stomach continued to voice its protest, a relentless reminder of hunger, as if this colossal burger could never satiate his appetite. Compelled, he devoured bite after bite. Once Flay triumphantly finished the ultimate thick cheeseburger, he regretfully patted his stomach. Though he yearned for more, he had reached the limit of his capacity. Your cooking is extraordinary, surpassing all the food I have ever tasted, Flay exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Yukihira Soma. Flay Thompson's admiration has earned a modest amount of white jade. Yukihira Soma raised an eyebrow, seemingly having inadvertently discovered yet another method to acquire white jade. From this moment forth, we shall be the best of friends. Rest assured, as long as I am at school, no one will dare to bully you, Flay proclaimed, excitedly patting Yukihira Soma on the shoulder. I believe your culinary skills far surpass those of the renowned chef hired by Harry's family. The sandwiches I sampled at his party were utterly incomparable to yours. Who is Harry? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Xiong Ping Chuang's face. He is a wealthy scion of a privileged family. By the way, Fleischer lowered his voice, I do not. Chapter 22, Matt, an evening appointment. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Matt was donning his distinctive battle attire in his apartment. This ensemble consisted of a form-fitting red suit, adorned with holsters for his dual sticks on his thighs, and a headpiece that appeared decorative but concealed antennas capable of receiving radio waves. His weapon, a remarkable creation, had accompanied him for an extended period. This exquisitely crafted instrument, combined with his extraordinary agility, allowed Matt to navigate through throngs of adversaries while maintaining his composure and grace. Although it seemed to be a mere blind cane, it was, in fact, a disassemblable dual stick. When the call to battle sounded, he could swiftly separate the cane into two distinct functional components. The handle of the cane was equipped with a controllable spring mechanism, enabling it to transform instantaneously from an ordinary cane into a smooth, compact baton. At the base of this baton was a powerful retractable cable, equipped with steel claws at its tip, enabling Matt to firmly grasp his foes while securing his position. This apparatus was essential for his navigation through New York's towering skyscrapers. Furthermore, the tip of the baton could be bent again, allowing Matt greater control when apprehending or rescuing individuals, thereby preventing unforeseen mishaps. The lower segment was crafted from high-tension wood, balancing hardness and resilience, serving as an ideal tool for showcasing Matt's unparalleled throwing skills. Just as Matt was finishing his outfit, the door to his room was abruptly flung open. A plump figure entered, his good friend, Fugin Nelson. "Oh, Matt, it seems you're off on another date tonight," Fugin remarked, holding a bucket of fried chicken and a hamburger in one hand and a large cup of ice cola in the other. He teased as he observed Matt in his red costume. "You should cut back on these foods. Just look at how much weight you've gained." Matt frowned at Fugin. "With all those high-calorie foods, don't you see what time it is? Consuming them will add 3 pounds to your weight. You know, that's the essence of my existence." Fugin shrugged nonchalantly. "Only hamburgers and cola can bring me joy." Matt shook his head in disbelief. "I do indeed have a date tonight and may return quite late, so you need not wait for me." Subsequently, Matt gently flicked his wrist and the highly elastic cable shot forth, latching onto the railing of a nearby apartment's rooftop. He leaped from the window. Earlier during the day, he had assisted Jike in securing a modest studio apartment, and before departing, he had not forgotten to inform her that someone would come to visit her that evening, his friend, Daredevil. He felt a profound curiosity towards the mysterious sorceress who had unexpectedly appeared in Hell's Kitchen, until he could ascertain whether the Empire Foundation was indeed a malevolent organization. He could not allow this sorceress to leave his sight. Hell's Kitchen was already chaotic enough. It must not descend into further disorder, he mused, as he roamed between the towering buildings. 5 minutes later, Matt arrived at the front of Jike's apartment building, sensing the tightly shut windows and the eerie silence within. A sense of gravity washed over him. Why was it so dark and quiet inside? Had that sorceress left in impatience? With a swift motion, he opened the window and simultaneously flicked on the bedroom's overhead light. In the next moment, he was startled by the sight of Jike sitting on the bed, her hands poised on a bough. "Oh, so you are home. Why is it so dark?" he inquired. "There are no candles," Jike explained, her gaze curiously fixed on the ceiling light, blinking in wonder. "This device is quite remarkable. Why does pressing that white square on the wall cause the thing above to illuminate? Candles?" Matt was momentarily taken aback, his eyes scanning Jike with a hint of skepticism. Although he had suspected that this sorceress might be somewhat out of touch with certain aspects of modernity, he had never imagined that she would be completely oblivious to how to turn on a light. He felt a distinct impression that this sorceress was utterly disconnected from the contemporary world. "You seem rather uninterested in me," Matt remarked with curiosity. Jike appeared far more fascinated by the light above her. She gazed silently at him for a moment before slowly responding, "Mr. Matt, we only met this afternoon. Why have you come to find me dressed in such peculiar attire?" "Peculiar?" Matt was taken aback. He believed his attire was quite striking and cool. "And how do you know my name is Matt?" "It's in your aura." Jike pondered for a moment. Striving to articulate her thoughts in a manner he could comprehend before, with a hint of confusion, she posed her own question. Is it customary in this place to don peculiar attire when venturing out at night? And why do you have two horns on your clothing? Those are not horns. Matt explained, his expression darkening. They are antennas designed to receive radio waves, allowing my ears to perceive sounds from afar. Oh, Kikyo nodded in realization, seemingly understanding that their function is akin to that of my soul insects. As she spoke, a soul insect, approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, drifted in through the window. You are fortunate. You need not conceal them during the day. Kikyo appeared somewhat contemplative, reflecting on the convenience of having two horns for distant hearing, though she noted their lack of elegance. Matt's attention, however, was entirely fixated on the eerie soul insect. He had noticed the peculiar entities floating beside Kikyo during the day, puzzled by why those around them seemed unperturbed. It was now evident that Kikyo possessed the ability to conceal them. Matt yearned to inquire further about this suddenly emerging sorceress, as he had a multitude of questions, yet hesitated to voice them. Having spent time with her, he sensed that this sorceress was not malevolent. Within Kikyo, he perceived a blend of bewilderment, curiosity, pity for the deceased Jimmy, and a resolute determination in pursuing the living dead, devoid of any trace of wickedness. This purity, reminiscent of isolation from the world, felt genuine. Matt could not believe that such a sorceress could harbor ill intentions. After wrestling with his thoughts for some time, Matt could no longer contain his curiosity. Miss Kikyo, may I ask what this soul insect is? And who exactly are you? Why do I feel as though you resemble a corpse? Chapter 23. The Transaction of the Dragon and the Hammer. The room fell into an unsettling silence, just when Matt thought Kikyo would remain silent. She took a long pause before finally speaking. That was a long time ago. I was once the guardian sorceress of a village, a place abundant with maple trees, which is also my birthplace. Kikyo revealed her former role, noting that she could not elaborate on the village's past due to prohibitions. Someone, driven by selfish desires, stole my spiritual essence, crafted a body from grave soil and ashes, and used necromancy to extract my reincarnated soul to revive me. Though my body has been restored, my soul remains incomplete. The soul insects are my resurrected servants, capable of gathering souls to replenish my being. What? Upon hearing this, Matt instinctively inhaled sharply. Such astonishing revelations. Could they truly be real? Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sudden impact of Kikyo's words struck him profoundly. Was this not a form of living dead? He instinctively found the figure of Kikyo before him somewhat intimidating. However, upon perceiving a hint of confusion in her tone, that sense of desolation dissipated his fear almost instantaneously. After all, she too was a victim. Moreover, since her arrival in Hell's Kitchen, Kikyo had committed no malevolent acts, dedicating her nights to vanquishing the undead. Humanity is often divided into the virtuous and the wicked. It seems that all things in this world must follow suit. With this thought, Matt relaxed slightly, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged. This was bound to be a lengthy tale. Though it surpassed imagination, I place my trust in you. In the next breath, he shifted his inquiry, asking, but how did you come across those undead? Although I have been investigating the disappearance of the shadows lately, I have scarcely detected any signs of the undead. From Matt Murdock's astonishment, he acquired a small amount of black jade. Is acquiring black jade so effortless? Since meeting Matt, Kikyo's harvest of black jade had accelerated significantly, far more convenient than her nightly ventures through the alleys, exterminating the undead. In places steeped in death and resentment, the undead are bound to appear. Kikyo raised her hand once more. Several soul-eating bugs floated in through the window, each clutching a faintly glowing orb in their mouths, which descended upon her like rain, burrowing into her body. It seems that since your arrival here, you need no longer worry about the source of souls. Matt let out a wry smile. Hell's Kitchen truly is a veritable breeding ground for tormented souls. Let us proceed. I find the undead quite intriguing. If we could capture one alive, we might uncover some critical information. With that, Matt swung the short staff in his hand, sending it flying out the window, bouncing between the towering buildings as he ventured into the night. What a remarkable tool it is, though rather unseemly. Standing by the window, Kikyo blinked, then waved her hand again, several soul-eating bugs aligning to lift her and chase after Matt. Within an opulent mansion, a gentleman clad in a dark green suit, wielding a black gold cane, moved with an elegant demeanor. Valen, accompanied by Lesu and followed by several beautiful women, entered the mansion's reception room, guided by a subordinate. "I apologize for my tardiness," Valen said with a smile, gazing at the man seated on the leather sofa, known as Hammerhead. Prior to this meeting, Valen had gathered some knowledge about this notorious figure in Hell's Kitchen. During a previous skirmish, Hammerhead had sustained severe head trauma, leading doctors to replace his skull with an iron one, endowing him with an invulnerable iron head. Although he survived, he lost all memories of his past, thus adopting the name Hammerhead. "Huh, what a dreadful name. It lacks sophistication," he remarked. "Have you brought the items?" Hammerhead squinted at Valen, cutting straight to the chase without any preamble. "Do not be anxious. These beauties are all here for your enjoyment." Valen beckoned with his hand, his smile becoming increasingly radiant. The few enchanting individuals he had particularly brought along were as delicate as if they were made of air, entwining themselves around the underlings of the Hammerhead in the reception room. "Your suit is truly hideous, a murky green reminiscent of a woman," Hammerhead remarked, puffing on a cigar with a discerning eye. "Is that so?" Valen, seated on the sofa, continued to gaze at the Hammerhead with a cheerful demeanor, showing no sign of anger. "What about the items you promised?" Hammerhead, unable to provoke Valen's ire, brusquely returned to the matter at hand. Valen raised an eyebrow, and Lasso promptly produced a dazzling artifact intricately carved with a serpent's head, resembling a golden chalice. "This is the treasure of the Golden Rooster, wealth that rivals nations." Valen opened the lid, revealing a veritable overflow of gold and an array of jewels. The reflected golden light was even more brilliant than the illumination in the reception room. The underlings nearby were left awestruck, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Hammerhead, who had appeared rather composed on the sofa, instinctively rose to his feet. The allure of riches is undeniable. In the presence of true treasure, no one can maintain their composure. Valen was acutely aware of this. From the astonishment of the Magia gang's underlings, a small amount of red jade was acquired. From the astonishment of Joseph Harrow, a small amount of red jade was acquired. "Hey, this fellow is quite generous. If only he could come around more often." Valen's smile deepened, his mood soaring to unprecedented heights. "I have brought what you requested. Were it not for my urgent need for funds and the difficulty of selling such a plethora of treasure simultaneously in New York City, I would not seek you out." "No problem," Hammerhead nodded. "Very well." With a wave of his hand, Valen signaled Lasso to present a bottle of red wine. "To a fruitful collaboration. Let's raise a glass." Valen handed his cane to Lasso, accepted the corkscrew, and began to pry open the wine's wooden cork. "And the money?" Valen inquired at that moment. Hammerhead gestured for his underling to open the suitcase he had been holding, revealing neatly stacked bills within. "Quite satisfactory," Valen nodded, then took the high-stemmed glass of red wine Lasso offered and handed it to Hammerhead. "Cheers." After speaking, Valen took a sip from his glass, only for Hammerhead to snatch it from his hand. "Shall we switch? I hope you don't mind." Hammerhead was no fool. He offered his own glass to Valen in exchange. The underworld organization has risen unexpectedly. Although their interests clash, they have decided to collaborate for certain reasons. However, this does not imply mutual trust. The act of poisoning wine is not solely within his capabilities. Valen is equally capable of such deeds. With a light chuckle, Valen shook his head in disbelief. Amidst the crisp clinking of glasses, the two consumed the red wine in one gulp. "In the future, we may have the chance to discuss further cooperation. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." Valen gestured for Ras to take the money and turned to depart. As he exited the manor and settled into the car, Valen's expression darkened abruptly. "Drive quickly." Ras pressed the accelerator, and the black Ford roared to life, shooting off like an arrow. 3 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a narrow apartment building. Valen shrugged off his coat and, upon entering, lay directly on the operating table. "Boss, everything is ready." Offing and Joe had prepared the professional gastric lavage equipment, even bringing in specialized doctors and nurses. Let us commence the lavage. Chapter 24, Matt. In this day and age, even the dead resort to robbery. Inside the luxurious villa, Flynn and Marco pushed the door open and stepped inside. Boss, they have already left. I don't believe the underworld organization is interested in our territory. There is no need to be overly cautious. Nave. The hammer revealed a cold smile, casting his gaze upon the golden chicken king treasure resting on the table. Though I am unaware of the identity of that sovereign, the fact that it instills such fear in Moria indicates that they are no ordinary adversary. This was not mere speculation. He had previously sought information. Valen and his partner both belong to the Natural Returners organization. Moreover, there exists a mysterious figure known as the sovereign behind Valen, who even Moria regards with trepidation. The significant plans that the Underworld organization intends to orchestrate were also disclosed to him by Moria. Valen of the Underworld aims to kidnap that infamous playboy. They must be deranged. The hammer picked up the jewels from the golden chalice, allowing the radiant treasures to cascade down his fingers as he spoke in a chilling tone. What? Flynn and Marco was taken aback. Have they lost their minds? If that individual were to be kidnapped, the entire power structure of New York would surely undergo a thorough cleansing. Then, why did you collaborate with him earlier? You might get entangled in this. It would have been prudent to refuse. The hammer smirked, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Ever since the Underworld organization stirred up several kidnapping cases, that old fool George has been in a frenzy, turning New York upside down in his pursuit of Valen. Send someone to deliver a letter to Director George and another to Kim. The rules of Hell's Kitchen are established by Kim, and now the Underworld organization has overstepped its boundaries. It is time for this emperor to take action. However, Flynn appears somewhat apprehensive. Lord Moria and Valen are from the same organization as you. Will our actions not be ill-advised? Ill-advised, my foot. The hammer delivered a swift kick to Flint's abdomen, sending him sprawling until he crashed against the bookshelf, barely coming to a halt. But I'm still one of Hell's Kitchen's own. Do you think Kim will treat me with more kindness? Use your brain when you speak. Do not let foolish words escape your lips. Just as the words left his mouth, the hammer's expression suddenly changed. He coughed up blood, his pupils dilating. I've been fooled. The wine is poisoned. After the stomach pumping concluded, Valen's demeanor softened considerably. He sat up from the operating table, tapping his knee lightly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Finn, contact Typhoid Mary and prepare the necessary arrangements swiftly. This matter requires prompt execution. The longer we delay, the more troublesome it becomes. We must act decisively. Boss, the red wine contains poison with the characteristics of the Lord. Could it potentially kill the hammer outright? Joe furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat concerned. Moria, who stands behind the hammer, is not to be trifled with. If we truly poison him to death, they will certainly retaliate. What is there to fear? Valen raised an eyebrow, picking up a Vanity Fair magazine resting on the side cabinet. Gazing at the Playboy on the cover, he seemed to envision a golden nugget, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Even if the sky were to fall, the Lord would bear the brunt. What does it matter to us? Our goal is not to stake a claim. Wealth is my greatest interest, though I currently find myself more intrigued by the prospect of acquiring red jade. If this operation succeeds, we shall have both money and red jade. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not revel in it? Moreover, that little bit of poison will not kill the hammer. It will merely discomfort him for a time. I am merely cautious that he does not create chaos for us. I truly wonder what the Lord is thinking. We have amassed quite a bit of red jade. Surely it is enough to exchange for talisman. Yet he insists on hoarding it. If we possess the horse talisman, we could have simply poisoned the wine and done away with that hammer. Finn lamented, evidently discontent with some of the Lord's decisions. Valen scoffed derisively. Who would have thought that upon returning, the Lord's courage has waned? He is reluctant to utilize the items in the exchange shop, likely fearing that old man on the slope or that accursed archaeologist might appear in this world. He does not wish to be sealed again. He has endured that torment long enough. Thus, until absolute certainty is achieved, the saint shall remain inactive. Under the luminous moonlight, in the dim and narrow alleyway, Kikyo furrowed her brow as she surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a grave expression flickering in her eyes. This marked the third time they had returned empty-handed that night. Who could be responsible for this? Matt was utterly perplexed. The undead here had once again been preemptively cleared away, leaving no survivors, only a scattering of torn yellow paper adorned with bizarre symbols. I cannot say, Kikyo replied, shaking her head. After a moment of silent contemplation, she continued, I can sense residual magical energies here, but they are not of spiritual origin. Just as Matt was about to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly heard cries for help echoing from 3 streets away. Help! A robbery! Monsters are robbing us. Stay here for 2 minutes. I shall return shortly. Matt's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to admonish Kikyo before swiftly swinging away on his cable. Wait! Kikyo's face portrayed her confusion, but she soon detected the direction of Matt's advance, a mingling of resentment and deathly aura. Her delicate brows knitted together slightly as several soul-eating insects aligned themselves beside her, rapidly pursuing Matt. At the jewelry store 3 streets away, a robbery was indeed underway. Matt halted in his tracks. Not far from him, the robber appeared, and through Matt's keen perception, he discerned that the figure was adorned with dark lines, resembling a patchwork doll. The undead, Kikyo remarked, arriving at Matt's side, just as she raised her bow to purify the undead before them with a magic arrow. Matt abruptly halted her movement. Facing Kikyo's puzzled gaze, Matt earnestly explained, I wish to capture one alive to see if we can glean any information. This was his original plan for the evening. Having previously encountered only slain undead, he certainly would not squander the opportunity to confront one still among the living. Very well. Kikyo acquiesced, lowering her bow. Matt hurled his short staff, and the grappling hook at the end of the cable ensnared the undead's body. However, at the moment of contact, Matt sensed something amiss. The texture felt wrong, akin to long-decayed flesh, devoid of its natural elasticity, which resulted in the hook embedding itself within the rotting meat. Strange. Could it be that the dead are now resorting to robbery? He pondered. This is certainly abnormal. The one compelling it to commit robbery is not the corporeal form, but rather the soul that has been forcefully thrust into this husk. Kikyo elucidated, recognizing Matt's confusion. Chapter 25. Fuji, Matt, you have changed. Let us first take the individual back for further analysis. Matt was concerned that the rotting corpse of the undead would cause its claws to fall off. With a swift flick of his wrist, he bent the short staff and ensnared the undead's body, effectively subduing it. Where are we going? Kaiki blinked in confusion. To my apartment, Matt replied with a wry smile. Initially, Matt intended to conceal his identity, adopting the persona of a lawyer by day and that of a vigilante by night to approach Kaiki. However, he did not anticipate that Kaiki would recognize him outright, rendering his efforts at anonymity futile. Given this situation, there was no need for further concealment. Taking her to his apartment for interrogation would prove much more convenient. With the rope drawn, Matt held the undead in one hand while maneuvering the tether to leap between the skyscrapers, swiftly returning to his apartment. He entered through the window into his bedroom, with Kaiki following closely behind. Who are you? Matt furrowed his brow, interrogating the undead before him. I am William, the undead stammered, clearly trembling in fear of the fearless figure in red before him. William? At this revelation, Matt paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. After a moment, he inquired with skepticism, Are you William Thomas, a notorious criminal from Hell's Kitchen, frequently charged with robbery? Having been commissioned to handle several cases involving this robber, Matt was well acquainted with his reputation. Yes, that's me, William nodded frantically. We are the failed creations exiled by Lord Moria, tasked with capturing shadows in desolate corners. Moria? Who is that? Matt questioned. He is the one who created the undead and took away those people's shadows. What exactly is Moria plotting? Furthermore, he recalled his previous investigation into the victims of the missing shadows, discovering that nearly all had connections to the Magia gang. Rumor had it that the Magia gang had recently sealed off a dock, directly managed by their subordinates, forbidding outsiders from entering. What role did the Magia gang play in this affair? The entire situation reeked of the bizarre. It seemed that he would need to investigate further when the next cargo ship arrived to uncover what lay within the dock sealed by the Magia gang. A sense of foreboding gripped Matt. As he pondered, Kaiki suddenly drew her bowstring, unleashing a purifying arrow that obliterated the robber William. "What are you doing?" Matt exclaimed, taken aback by Kaiki's swift action, unable to prevent her from striking. He had not yet extracted any useful information from the undead. Why did Kaiki suddenly purify him? "Someone is coming," Kaiki calmly explained to Matt. "Moreover, the corpse is unimportant. What matters is the fate of the shadows, particularly that of Moria, whom we just mentioned. To locate Moria is to recover those lost shadows and resolve the issue at hand." Just as Jekking's words fell, the bedroom door was abruptly flung open from the outside. A stout figure stood in the doorway, gaping in astonishment at the sight of a man and a woman within the room, utterly flabbergasted. Fuji could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh, you! How audacious you are! How could you act so swiftly? I was the first to make a move. The narrative of a damsel rescuing a hero belongs to me, even if you are a fearless soul from Hell's Kitchen. I must inform you that you have jumped the queue. This is utterly unethical. Do you not realize?" Matt, feeling the weight of Fuji's exaggerated performance, was filled with embarrassment and waved his hands in resignation, saying, "Stop the theatrics. Jekking has already discerned my true identity." "Oh," Fuji elongated his tone. "I did not anticipate that you two would progress so swiftly. Do not utter such nonsense. We are innocent," Matt asserted with conviction. "I have rented a single room in an apartment not far from here. I will give you the keys shortly. You can gather your belongings and move in." "What?" Fuji exclaimed, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. "Are you intending to evict me? That room was initially rented for Jekking, but since she no longer needs it, the rent cannot go to waste. I can tidy up your room and manage to stay there, and later I can vacate my room for Jekking." Matt's proposition had been thoroughly considered. On one hand, he remained uncertain whether Jekking would have ties to Moria. After all, he had not finished interrogating her when she hastily intervened to purify the situation. Although Jekking acted out of urgency due to Fuji's sudden entrance, Matt felt it prudent to exercise caution, especially since Jekking was still under his observation. On the other hand, considering Jekking's lack of modern living knowledge, allowing her to reside alone would be quite inconvenient. Thus, the optimal solution was for them to live together. After all, Jekking was now aware of the true identity of Daredevil, and Matt no longer needed to conceal anything, while also being able to monitor Jekking's actions. An ideal arrangement indeed. "Matt, you have been my dear friend for many years, and now, after a single night, you seek to cast me out. You have changed." Fuji was bewildered. "Thus it is decided. Hurry and pack your belongings. I will give you the keys shortly." With that, Matt unceremoniously closed the bedroom door in front of Fuji. How heartless! Is there no humanity with the presence of the opposite sex? Fuji lamented as he returned to his room to gather his things. In that room, Matt had made the unilateral decision to invite Jekking to live with him without consulting her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed in the presence of the sorceress, he explained, "I simply believe it is unsafe for one to live alone, so it is for the best." Jekking, not overthinking the matter, slowly shook her head. She perceived Matt's actions as a necessary measure for investigating the living dead and deemed it reasonable. As dawn approached, Matt suggested, "Let's go have a meal together. I've heard that a new restaurant has opened in Hell's Kitchen, and the cuisine is quite delightful." "All right," Jekking replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a hint of confusion and surprise crossed Jekking's face. "What is the matter?" Matt detected an unusual tone in her voice. "It's nothing. Just that a few of my soul insects seem to be missing." In the spacious SUV, Zhaoli gazed at the photograph before him, feeling a sharp pang of discomfort. In the image, two beautiful women smiled radiantly, surrounded by blooming flowers, the floral beauty accentuating their allure. "King of Hell, ACHA. Look how lovely the photo of me and his death is. We've just arrived in Florence, Italy, and the surroundings are quite pleasant. How are things on your end?" "Zhao. Recently, Moria and Valen have been quite lively. Moria is assembling an army of zombies, and I've heard that Valen is planning to kidnap that dandy. In any case, the commotion they're causing is significant. King of Hell, ACHA. Do not concern yourself with them. Just remember your task. King of Hell, ACHA. The underworld is in dire need of revival. I require a ferryman to assist me in gathering more souls. King of Hell, ACHA. That old hunter is your responsibility. Use whatever means necessary to bring him over to our side. Shadowy. That old man is obstinate. All he wants is to retreat into the depths of the forest and find a place to hide. He completely disregards me. King of Hell, ACHA. I'm not interested in your excuses. Find a way on your own. King of Hell, ACHA. This death is my charge, and the old hunter is yours. If you dare to let me down, I will make you regret it. King of Hell, ACHA. All right then. I'm off his shop. Contact me if needed. Shadowy. Chapter 26. The Marguerite Sisters Bar. On a pitch-black, rainy night, the Marguerite Sisters Bar buzzed with electrifying drumbeats, a lively crowd, alluring women, and boisterous revelers. Even in the corner, the clinking of glasses and raucous laughter filled the air. Suddenly, a group of unexpected guests burst in. The leader, clad in a sleek black suit, swaggered forward with an audacious demeanor that made one wish to strike him. I hear you know the whereabouts of a friend of mine. Francis tapped the bar counter, stating, his name is Wade Wilson. Sorry, I've never heard of that name. The mole shrugged, carelessly wiping his glass. Ha, Francis scoffed, raising his chin defiantly. It seems I'll have to persuade you. Angel Dust, the sand angel, held a matchstick in his mouth and crossed the bar, shoving the mole aside. He yanked a photograph from a cabinet and handed it to Francis. I've seen this girl, Angel Dust declared confidently, pointing to the picture of Wade and his wife. This must be Vanessa. I've heard about you on numerous occasions. Francis gazed at the photograph in his hand, a malevolent grin suddenly spreading across his face. As he spoke, Angel swiftly intervened, seizing the mole by the neck and forcefully slamming him against the liquor-laden cabinet. The sharp crack of glass colliding echoed throughout the bar, drawing the attention of all patrons. Mercenaries, assassins, and thugs, caught in the act of drinking, instinctively drew their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed at Francis and his entourage, poised for a potential shootout. My dear, perhaps you should survey your surroundings, the mole remarked coolly. This is certainly not the place for such antics. The Margaret Sisters Bar is a cradle of vice. No decent man has ever graced this establishment, and a shootout here would not instill fear in anyone. Calm down, Angel. Let this brother go. We have what we came for, Francis replied, having acquired his desired outcome, and he gestured for Angel to release the mole. You are fortunate. Angel relinquished his grip, allowing the mole to tumble to the floor before following Francis out of the bar. The mole exhaled a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude to his old comrades. Thanks for the assistance, gentlemen. Tonight's drinks are on sale. I thought it was free. What a miser you are. I was ready to take a shot at that dame. How dull. How dull. Let us continue drinking. Once the trio departed, the mercenaries sheathed their weapons, resuming their revelry with laughter and libations. Meanwhile, the mole hastily dialed Wade. Wade, we're in deep trouble. Of course, I mean the trouble pertains to you. Back in the car, Francis dialed a number for Tease. Your information was quite precise. The assailants have been identified. Wade Wilson. He targeted you, not me. I saved your life, so do not get it twisted. Tease corrected him. Francis paused momentarily, a surge of anger swelling within him. Yet he maintained a cold demeanor. Are you interested in a business proposition? Have you located him? No, Francis replied, producing the earlier photograph with a sly smile. But we have found his wife, Vanessa. A woman? Tease's tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Are you seriously planning to leverage a woman to draw him out? Huh. I recently secured a major deal and am en route to Afghanistan. Contact me once you find Wade, he concluded, abruptly hanging up without a hint of hesitation. What the hell? Watching the screen dim, Francis, enraged, slammed his phone violently against the car window. Last time, someone was reduced to a mere stray dog, ultimately retreating in disgrace, yet now dares to flaunt their power, claiming to be the world's foremost assassin. How laughable. Angel sat in the back seat of the car, brimming with rage. Let me capture that woman. Once I have her under control, Wade will have no choice but to appear. No need for that. Francis waved his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile crept onto his lips as he gazed at his cracked phone screen, his expression growing increasingly enigmatic. Tao Bai had been correct. Wade's shadow was indeed valuable. Perhaps I should reach out to my partners and negotiate a handsome price. In the raucous nightclub, a furtive figure loomed in the dim corner of the bar. His greedy eyes fixated on a woman by the distant bar, yearning to embrace the object of his relentless desire. However, the moment Wade recalled his pockmarked, disfigured visage, that impulse was extinguished, drenched in a wave of self-loathing. He felt utterly unworthy of Vanessa. Despite years apart, she remained stunningly beautiful, a true goddess. And what connection could he possibly have with her? Moreover, Wade recalled the call from the mole, his gaze darkening. His cover was blown. Francis had set his sights on him. For Vanessa's safety, it was best to keep his distance. With that thought, a bitter taste filled his mouth. He donned his hat and prepared to leave, moving past Vanessa without a backward glance. Wade? It was as if they shared a telepathic bond. Vanessa, gazing at the familiar figure in the distance, felt her heart race, compelled by an instinct to rush towards him, throwing on her coat. Wait. The rain continued to pour outside. Exiting through the back door of the bar, Vanessa spotted a dark figure standing near the trash, her voice trembling with excitement. Vuvade, is that you? It is I. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing an unfamiliar face before Vanessa, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over her, especially from those sinister eyes that chilled her to the bone. Francis, observing the woman before him, felt a surge of delight. Vanessa, Wade's beloved. What do you intend to do? Stepping back in terror, Vanessa stared wide-eyed at the advancing Francis. What do you want? Do not worry. As long as you are in my possession, Wade will surely come to you. That is your entire worth. Francis's smile was exceedingly radiant. Just as he reached out to grasp Vanessa, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through his right palm. Francis, you know I never jest. Now remove your filthy hands. A figure clad in a tight, red suit emerged from the rain-soaked alley. See, I told you so. Francis flicked the blood from his hands, devoid of any sensation of pain, and upon witnessing Wade's arrival, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He has come. Chapter 27. Wade's zombie legion move aside. Francis seized Vanessa and propelled her towards Wade. See, I am quite understanding. Now you finally resemble a man. Our personal grievances will be settled later. Wade took a couple of steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Francis after capturing Vanessa. He had anticipated a struggle to rescue her. Yet he was taken aback by how easily Francis relinquished her. I am not one to wield women as leverage, Francis squinted and remarked, seemingly oblivious to his earlier words to Tao Bai in the car. Do you see? He is a true man. That damn pink bastard who only knows how to collect money. Wade? Absolutely right, you are Wade. Vanessa's eyes widened, her excitement compelling her to rip off Wade's bothersome red mask. Hey, darling, wait. Just as Wade attempted to speak, Vanessa's expression abruptly shifted, and she landed a powerful punch squarely on Wade's face. Following that, a relentless barrage of fists rained down upon Wade's head as she fervently vented her frustrations towards him. As Vanessa prepared to deliver a kick to Wade, he instinctively protected himself, shaking his head like a wave. No, darling, hear me out. Don't strike there. That could jeopardize your happiness for the rest of your life. Explain yourself. Speak up. Vanessa grasped Wade's neck, shouting vehemently. 2 years ago, without reason, and without a word of farewell, without warning, you vanished from my world. This bastard is utterly unforgivable. With her eyes reddened and tears brimming, Vanessa's anguish was palpable. I'm sorry. I should have resolved the trouble sooner. These past few years have been arduous. I apologize for leaving back then. Wade's voice trembled slightly. I should have come clean with you earlier, but, sweetheart, you must understand that the person behind the mask may no longer resemble the memories you hold dear. Are you referring to this mask? Vanessa reached out, intending to remove it, but Wade instinctively recoiled, startled. Vanessa paused momentarily, then resolutely extended her hand towards Wade once more. Are you sure? Wade's voice quivered increasingly. Of course. With a smile, Vanessa removed Wade's mask. Gazing at the scarred visage before her, marred and lacking even a head, she suddenly laughed. Wow, I think after a brief adjustment period, I could manage with a copious amount of alcohol. Before she could finish her sentence, Vanessa rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Wade's neck and closed her eyes. What? Wade was momentarily taken aback. However, as he felt the familiar and soft sensation upon his lips, the anguish that had long been suppressed within him dissipated without a trace. He embraced Vanessa, deepening their connection. "Hey," Francis raised an eyebrow. "While I wish not to interrupt your moment, could you perhaps be mindful that there are others present?" The romantic ambience was abruptly shattered, and Wade instinctively pulled Vanessa behind him, arching an eyebrow defiantly. "Oh, I see. It appears you've been spurned by the little rabbit man. The air is thick with a palpable sourness." Wade fanned the air in front of his nose, the subtle mockery in his words unmistakable. "Huh," Francis scoffed, relishing the banter. "Enjoy your repartee while you can. Soon enough, you might find yourselves as a pair of star-crossed lovers on the run. Come fort, zombie orde." At his words, countless shadows emerged from the narrow alleyway. Those reanimated corpses, stitched together with black thread, crawled forth from trash bins, vacant lots, and shadowy corners. Within these reassembled bodies resided souls that did not belong to them. They constituted the most terrifying legion of zombies, capable of rending their foes to shreds with their claws. Their low growls echoing ominously. The zombies fixated on Wade and Vanessa, encircled as though they were lambs in a pen. This promised to be a sumptuous feast, a delightful meal that would surely elevate them from their former failures. What in the world is this? Wade grimaced at a creature wrapped in white bandages, his face contorted in distaste. At least this one resembles a humanoid. But what on earth are those others? Creatures with tiger heads, elephant trunks, and crocodile tails? They are grotesque beyond belief, even more so than my own doodles. Gazing at the repulsive sight, he felt an urge to regurgitate the sandwich he had eaten that morning. "Francis, you really ought to reconsider your hobbies. They are rather juvenile. And do you truly believe that these wretched beings can vanquish me?" Wade glanced up at the darkening sky, earnestly correcting him. "People say that daydreaming is a folly. It's clearly nighttime now, so can't you keep track of time?" It seemed Wade's words ignited a sense of indignation among the zombies, as various grotesque entities howled in response. "How dare he underestimate us? Get him! Bite him!" The zombies roared as they surged forward. "Yet watch as I slice you into pieces." Wade unsheathed his twin blades and plunged into the throng of zombies. In his hands, dual blades danced gracefully, glinting with a cold light as the heads of the zombies fell, arms were severed, and legs were shattered. The narrow alleyway was engulfed in a chaotic tempest of blood and carnage, a scene of harrowing devastation. What on earth is this? Crouched against the wall, hiding behind Wade, Vanessa's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the dark, writhing mass before her. These creatures appeared to be grotesque amalgamations of corpses. Yet there was an inexplicable comicality to them. Among the throng of zombies, she even recognized two familiar faces, the elderly Jackman couple, who had perished after a night of revelry at the bar. Was this some macabre celebration of the dead? The most perplexing question remained. How could these corpses move? And to speak as well? This was utterly contrary to reason. Stunned, Vanessa began to question whether she was ensnared in a dream. Everything felt too fantastical. Wait a moment. That figure looks familiar. Wade halted abruptly mid-swing, his weapon poised above a decayed head, tilting it for a closer inspection, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "Cunningham? Hey, my friend, how long has it been since we last met?" "Since that damned laboratory. It seems we have not crossed paths again." "No need to respond. I know what you wish to say." Before the other could utter a word, Wade mercilessly severed the head from its body. Though he was unaware of how these corpses had been reanimated, it was evident that this Cunningham was not the man he once knew, the one who intended to return home to make banana pancakes for his children. That man was long gone. What remained was merely a desecrated shell. Wade felt no psychological burden as he struck. Chapter 28. Wade. 100 million, credit card or cash with a swift stroke. Wade dispatched his foe, wielding his twin blades with finesse as he navigated through the relentless tide of zombies. In the blink of an eye, the battle was decisively concluded. The alley was strewn with dark, viscous blood, the acrid stench causing involuntary grimaces, while the fragmented remains of bodies writhed as if still imbued with life. Even in dismemberment, these zombies refused to succumb. Such a scene evoked not a sense of admiration for the tenacity of life, but rather an unsettling dread, as though a dark cloud loomed over the alley, chilling the very marrow of one's bones, inducing waves of nausea. Do you see? Why do I have such an affinity for my crimson battle attire? It is precisely because when it becomes stained with blood, it goes unnoticed. Wade steadfastly shielded Vanessa behind him, his gaze fixed on Francis, illuminated beneath the streetlight, appearing utterly unfazed, as if these seemingly terrifying zombies posed no threat whatsoever. Now that the warm-up is over, my dear friend, it is your turn. Ah, Francis smiled nonchalantly, but a sense of foreboding crept over me. Wade furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity in his gaze. Something was amiss with Francis' demeanor. In his imagination, Francis had been overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, and by now, he should have been howling in despair or fleeing like a madman on the interstate. Instead, he stood casually with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the alley wall, exuding an air of carefree ease. Was it merely a figment of my imagination, or could I sense a whiff of delight emanating from Francis? This was undoubtedly troubling. Could it be that Francis had an ace up his sleeve? Wade's vigilance heightened, instinctively recalling the pink rabbit known as Tosaka. Just days ago, he had enlisted the help of Mole to investigate this individual, who had inexplicably emerged as a dark horse in the mercenary world over the past 2 months. Known for his ruthless efficiency and exorbitant fees, in a mere 2 months, he had ascended to the upper echelons of the most sought-after mercenaries, and his momentum suggested he would soon claim the top spot. Moreover, this man was shrouded in mystery, with scant information available from the past, as if he had materialized out of thin air just 2 months prior, unleashing chaos in the mercenary realm. Wade recalled the list that Mole had brought him, filled with the names of targets marked by Tosaka, all of whom met with untimely demise. Among the names were several he recognized, figures of considerable influence, seemingly impervious to danger. Yet, they had perished at the hands of Tosaka. The man who claimed to be the world's foremost assassin indeed lived up to his reputation. Meanwhile, freshly engaged in a new assignment and en route to Afghanistan, Tosaka received an unexpected notification. Shocked by Wade Wilson, receive a small amount of red jade. Tosaka raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. Although he was undeniably intrigued by that indestructible toy, the allure of a $300 million commission was far more compelling. In the rain-soaked alley, Francis appeared thoroughly pleased with his surroundings, his smile growing ever more radiant. Look at this. Such a clean and efficient slaughter. Moria, my previous offer was certainly not unreasonable. Your satisfaction with my shadow is assured. It was as if Francis were conversing with the air. Hey, who are you talking to? Was it the overwhelming stimulation from the zombie horde that drove him to madness? Or were there others lurking here? The unsettling truth was that he remained entirely oblivious, which was decidedly abnormal. Wade felt a sudden constriction in his heart. The alley was instantly enveloped by an atmosphere of chilling solitude. After a prolonged silence, the alley remained devoid of any response. Just as Wade began to relax, he was abruptly startled by a cacophony of piercing laughter echoing from above. A blinding light shone down, illuminating a colossal shadow that loomed just a few meters away. What manner of creature was this? Was it man or specter? Wade's pupils constricted in fear as he instinctively gasped. The beast before him towered like a 3-story building, standing at least 6 or 7 meters tall. Its hair, styled like a fiery onion, made it appear as though it were a giant scallion. Its face was unnaturally pale, exaggerated to the point of resembling a mask dusted with flour. 2 enormous, menacing horns protruded from either side of its forehead, akin to bull horns grafted onto its skull. It possessed sharp ears and teeth, with a series of cross-stitch-like seams running from its head to neck, dressed in a shirt with a batwing collar and Gothic attire. From Wade Wilson's incredulity, received a small amount of red jade. Upon receiving the system notification, Moria's spirits lifted. Slaughter, madness, unparalleled combat skills. He had finally found the perfect shadow for number 900. How splendid! In the past, he had brimmed with confidence and ambition regarding his own powers. Yet he now recognized the paramount importance of having exceptional subordinates. He need not lift a finger. Relying on the strength of others would suffice for him to ascend as the Pirate King. No, this world was more fitting for him, where he could still reign supreme. For here, no one could rival him. It was an utterly perfect world. Chapter 29, Deadpool Moonlight Moria. The system prompted, please bookmark after viewing New Disc Novel Network. Making it easier for future reading. Wade seriously rummaged through his pocket, the origin of his concealed device a mystery, then turned to Moria with eager anticipation. You see, I now accept cash payments. The best option would be a card transaction. 100 million, no haggling, just hand over the money. Are you a fool? Francis stared incredulously at Wade, his forehead adorned with dark lines of exasperation. Could there truly be someone so earnest as to sell themselves? Such a person must either be mad or foolish. No, I simply did not anticipate your lack of business acumen. 20 million must surely be a slight against me. Wade glared at Francis, his displeasure palpable. A high-pitched, jarring laughter echoed once more. You are quite amusing. Moria gazed at Wade with keen interest. It was the first time he had encountered someone so entertaining, far more delightful than anyone he had ever met. This absurd and utterly oblivious demeanor reminded him of a certain individual who proclaimed his ambition to become the Pirate King. Thankfully, that straw-hatted lad did not exist in this world. Here, he, Moria, would reign as the most formidable pirate. Should he incorporate Wade's shadow into the creation of a zombie number 900, he would acquire a powerful, loquacious ally. It was nothing short of perfection. This plan was significantly simpler than his previous scheme to seize Toba's shadow. Moria mused to himself. At that moment, Tobai, seated aboard a plane bound for Afghanistan, inexplicably sneezed. Tobai scratched his head, puzzled. Am I coming down with a cold? Mr. Tobai, is there something troubling you? We are about to reach our destination, inquired his assistant, clad in a sleek black suit, a smile gracing his face. It's nothing. Tobai waved dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Call for me once we arrive. I need a rest now. Understood. The assistant nodded respectfully, retreating without further ado. Merely 2 days prior, Mr. Obadiah had sought out this renowned assassin within the mercenary world. Upon offering a staggering sum of $300 million, the assassin had immediately acquiesced without hesitation. Initially, the assistant had looked down upon this man who donned a pink robe daily. What kind of man wears pink? However, his perspective swiftly changed after witnessing Tobai effortlessly eliminate the professional bodyguard hired by Mr. Obadiah with nothing but his tongue. The assistant was utterly impressed, or rather, obedient as a quail, daring not to voice any objections. With Tobai present, it was certain that Mr. Obadiah's objective would be achieved. Damn it, this charm of mine has nowhere to go. While I am indeed handsome, I do not wish to be associated with such a peculiar individual. Chapter 30, Jessica. When did I gain a father? The Shadow Warrior. At a critical moment, Moria and the Shadow exchanged places in an instant. The Shadow Mage taking Moria as position. This fellow can even swap places? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Wade's eyes. Yet he managed to twist midair and draw his blade. Remarkably, he reacted just in time. In the next moment, the blade gleamed, a flash of silver illuminating the scene. The black suture on Moria's neck was brutally sliced open by Wade. It hurts, you damn bastard. Moria seethed with rage. He was wounded, injured by a mere insignificant insect he had deemed unworthy of his attention. It was a profound humiliation, utterly unforgivable. His fury reached a boiling point as he glared fiercely at Wade. Feeling good, are we? The service from Deadpool is quite satisfactory, I assure you. No extra charge for this. Wade reveled in the moment, mocking Moria. This pain is excruciating. You will pay dearly for this, you cursed fiend. Moria roared. Scatter bats. The Shadow Sorcerer transformed into a swarm of bats once more, encircling Wade instead of charging directly to tear him apart. Is that all you've got, Mr. Wobbly? Wade raised an eyebrow, clearly dismissive of the bats. Shadow box. In an instant, the fluttering bats coalesced into a cubic prison, ensnaring Wade tightly within, rendering him unable to escape. He slashed at the walls with his dual blades, but to no avail. Shadow spear. The shadows morphed into a spear that swiftly pierced Wade's chest, pinning him like a rag doll within the shadowy box. A spurt of blood escaped Wade's lips, his breath becoming shallow and intermittent. Hee. A sharp laugh echoed as the ground trembled. Moria approached the shadow box with heavy steps, yanking Wade from his confinement. Simultaneously, Francis illuminated the narrow alley with a massive spotlight from above. Wade's shadow became strikingly vivid under the bright light. "Now, your shadow belongs to me," Moria cackled, tearing Wade's shadow from the ground with his bare hands, a pair of specially crafted giant scissors appearing in his grasp. Snip! With a crisp sound, he severed the struggling shadow from beneath Wade. Wade's pupils dilated suddenly, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Hee. Your shadow is now mine. The world's strongest special zombie is complete. Moria raised the still struggling shadow of Wade triumphantly, envisioning the impending grandeur with an increasingly manic smile. "Wade." Vanessa rushed forward in disbelief, embracing Wade, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Allow me to offer a kind reminder," Francis interjected, having been a mere spectator until now. "Do not let him be exposed to sunlight, or he will perish." "What?" Vanessa felt a sudden shock. Instinctively, she looked up and realized that Francis and the giant creature who had introduced himself as Moria had vanished into the pitch-black rainy night. Hell's Kitchen, a fictitious detective agency. Jessica Jones, fatigued, slumped over the table, her body feeling so sore that even the slightest movement of her fingers seemed a Herculean task. She was so exhausted that the thought of food was utterly unappealing. In truth, she had never anticipated feeling such fatigue prior to accepting that particular commission. However, considering the generous remuneration offered, she could easily overlook such trivial matters. With a sly smile, Jessica quietly retrieved a leather envelope from her coat pocket, feeling the bulging cash within, which instantly brightened her expression. With such a sum, she could afford to prepay for 6 months' worth of meals at the Psycho Diner. This money was far more than what she had earned from tailing cheating husbands and apprehending their lovers. If she could secure a few more jobs like this, she might even cover her expenses for the year ahead. Never mind, she decided to abandon such fanciful daydreams. Such good fortune was as rare as a pie falling from the sky. Merely encountering it once or twice would be considered a stroke of luck. Shaking her head, Jessica cast aside these idle fantasies. After enduring 2 weeks of substandard meals, her palate had grown weary. It was time to indulge herself and reward her weary body. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since her last visit to the diner, and she wondered if they had introduced any new dishes. With her mouth watering at the thought, her stomach audibly protested. Stretching languidly, she casually grabbed a coat from the back of her chair and turned to leave the agency. As dawn broke, mingling with the morning rain, Jessica arrived at the Psycho Diner. However, upon stepping inside, she keenly sensed that the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Her surprise deepened when she noted the usual bustling crowd had dwindled to a mere handful of patrons. Where's Ichiro Psycho? At this hour, he would typically be busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Why had she not seen him or his son today? What was amiss? Furrowing her brow, Jessica felt a flicker of confusion. And who was the old man seated at the counter? A message appeared, indicating that mobile browser access was required. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser. After some time away, she noticed unfamiliar faces in the diner, faces she had never seen before. "Hello, our store is closed today. I apologize for the inconvenience." At that moment, a gang had just finished packing his bag and was descending the stairs when he spotted Jessica standing at the entrance, looking utterly bewildered. He quickly approached her, offering an apologetic explanation. Jessica instinctively sensed that something was amiss. She recalled the previous incident when Flint from the Magia gang caused trouble, and a wave of concern washed over her. What has happened? Could it be that those ruffians from the Magia gang have come to trouble you again? A gang was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Jessica, it has indeed been a while. Uncle Yukihira and Chef Nakiri have gone out to investigate matters. SH Ma and I are preparing to attend CH Gaku High School, leaving only Dad in the store. Thus, Uncle Yukihira decided to close for the day. Who is Chef Nakiri? The 2 boys are going to school? And who is Dad?" Jessica found herself flooded with questions. Who is Dad? She inquired, glancing curiously at the elderly man in the store. Gang pursed his lips and took a couple of steps forward to introduce him. We all call him Dad. Jessica opened her mouth in surprise, observing Gang's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a wave of confusion. When did she acquire a father figure? She had simply come in for breakfast, and this sudden familial recognition was bewildering. What about the other one? She decided to shift the topic. Upon entering, she had noticed a middle-aged man seated at the table closest to the door, dressed in what appeared to be the attire of a Taoist priest. Perhaps that was the term, as Jessica had not delved deeply into Eastern mysticism. The man's expression was quite serious. Yet what struck her as odd was the large wine jar placed on the table. She had seen such jars adorned with red paper in old shops in Chinatown before. Who would bring a wine jar for breakfast? Her astonishment was matched by her curiosity. However, as soon as she voiced her thoughts, the atmosphere in the dining establishment shifted to an eerie tension. Chapter 31. Butterfly. Target acquired. This is... Gang's expression turned somber. He could not disclose the matter of the players to Jessica, as it was equally forbidden. The man dressed as a Taoist had a black name hovering above him. He was also a player, yet belonged to a different faction. This was Gang's first encounter with players from another faction, and Uncle Yukihira and S.H. Ma were in the same boat. If only Uncle Yukihira were here. He hesitated to engage with the Taoist figure before him, clearly a person of significance. Who knew what intentions the individual harbored? With only himself, S.H. Ma, and Dad in the store, and with both young and old present. What would they do if a conflict arose? Darn it, how could I possibly save up enough with such high prices? With a troubled heart, Gang opened the exchange shop and gazed at the long list of prices for the Vongala rings. His mood soured even further. What's wrong? Jessica noticed Gang's conflicted expression and paused slightly, then deduced that he was perhaps seeking trouble. No worries, I shall help you deal with him. With that, Jessica rolled up her sleeves, prepared to confront the gentleman Lin Gio. Wait, don't be impulsive. Gang grabbed Jessica, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had previously heard from Akira that Miss Jessica could be quite violent, smashing the shop if provoked. It was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Moreover, since Mr. Lin Gio had only requested a bowl of noodles since entering, showing no hostility, it would be unwise to chase him away, as it would only provoke unnecessary enmity. Just as Gang struggled to find the right words to explain to Jessica, a savior finally arrived. It's been a while since I last saw you. Would you like to join me for breakfast? Akira emerged from the kitchen, balancing a tray with 4 bowls of clear soup noodles. Saved, Gang murmured, casting a grateful glance at Akira, who seemed somewhat confused. Little did he know that had he delayed even a moment longer, Jessica would have certainly made a mess of the shop to send Mr. Lin Gio away. Go ahead and eat. I will prepare another bowl for myself, Akira said as he placed the 2 bowls of noodles for himself and Gang onto the table, gesturing for Jessica to enjoy her meal first. He then approached the counter, placing 1 bowl in front of Old Man, while the last bowl remained on the tray for Mr. Lin. Akida! Old Man suddenly called from behind the counter. Put down the noodles and take them to him. But, Akida hestita! Knowing Lin Gio was not from their camp and uncertain of his intentions. Given Old Man's age, sending him to deliver the noodles seemed risky. There are no buts. Never doubt what Old Man says. All right then, Akira nodded, placing the tray on the counter and turning back to the kitchen. One more thing. You and Gang should hurry and pack your bags. You'll be late otherwise. Understood, Old Man. Akira waved his hand in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Gang and Jessica each held their bowls of noodles, slurping them down with delight. Even a simple bowl of clear soup noodles, crafted by Akira, was so delicious it brought tears to one's eyes. This feels incredible. I feel rejuvenated. The chewy noodles mingled with the aroma of scallions. What seemed like a plain bowl of clear soup noodles transformed into a feast in Jessica's eyes, her face radiating pure joy. As the prompt appeared before him, Shoma Yukihira, who was pulling noodles at the counter, paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. He thought to himself that if time permitted, he might let Jessica sample his new creation, mango soy sauce fried small fish. The site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this passage, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features or copy the URL to another browser to continue reading. Difficult to eat? It makes one tremble. Hey, Mr. Lin, your noodles are here. The old man carried a bowl of noodles on a tray and approached Lin Jiao, placing it on the table. Thank you very much, sir. Lin Jiao began to express his gratitude, but noticed the old man's name above him. Old man? Wasn't he that taking advantage of him? Having wandered the streets for some time in pursuit of the undead, he had collected 2 long, white worm-like creatures along the way. It was pure hunger that had drawn him to this small shop for a bowl of noodles. No need to be polite. There's one more thing. The shop owner isn't here today. Hurry and eat, for I shall lock up once you're done. The old man cast a glance at the wine jar on the table, a black earthen pot sealed with a yellow talisman. Lin Jiao hesitated before speaking. Sir, may I borrow your premises? There are soul-harming creatures appearing here, and they must be dealt with. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him. Oh dear, I don't want to hear such things. I told you, the shop owner isn't home, and I cannot make decisions on their behalf. Lin Jiao discerned that the elderly gentleman possessed some skill and seemed to have noticed the spirit sealed within his wine jar. Yet the undertone of his words suggested a desire to dismiss him. If it's inconvenient, then I shall not press further. Lin Jiao was not one to impose. Since the man was unwilling to lend the space, he would simply enjoy his bowl of noodles and depart. Uncle Jiao never forced his requests upon others. Hurry up and eat, or your noodles will cool. The old man cast another glance at the wine jar, shook his head, and returned to the counter without further comment. Slurping, Lin Jiao lifted a pair of chopsticks, the noodles dancing upon them, mingled with vibrant green scallions and a sprinkling of coriander, adding an unexpected flair to the otherwise plain broth. In the next moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had never tasted such exquisite noodles before. Chewy and springy, they seemed to dance on his tongue, imparting a sensation of ethereal lightness. These noodles were truly remarkable. Regrettably, Aoxing and Wenkai were not present. Otherwise, they could also indulge in this culinary delight. He wondered if his master's absence would hinder their ability to manage the affairs of the mortuary. He hoped no trouble would arise. As Lin Jiao savored the noodles, sipping the clear broth, he gradually succumbed to the exquisite flavors. Ah, so full. Jessica contentedly patted her belly, realizing that only the delectable offerings of the serene dining establishment could rescue her increasingly despondent soul. Leaning back against her chair, she stretched languorously when, at that moment, a figure at the entrance captured her attention. A girl resembling a child stood outside, clad in a pale yellow kimono embroidered with green butterflies, appearing as though she had leaped from the pages of a storybook, exuding an enchanting cuteness. Her waist-length hair was secured with a white satin ribbon, and her hands were tucked within the voluminous sleeves of her kimono. Though she was diminutive in stature, her expression was remarkably serious. The girl's gaze, akin to a butterfly, fell upon the wine jar on Lin Jiao's table, and her eyes suddenly sparkled with purpose. She had come, at the behest of the Holy Lord, in pursuit of a lost soul insect, and now she had found her target. Chapter 32. Lin Jiao. What a fuss over nothing. Jessica watched with keen interest as the spirit attendant, the butterfly girl, entered the shop. This little girl, with her stern demeanor, was undeniably adorable, her serious expression melting hearts. The kimono she wore was quite lovely. Jessica wondered which household's doll had wandered out alone. Following the butterfly's gaze, Jessica's eyes fell upon the wine jar on Lin Jiao's table. Wait, could this little girl be after the wine? Amused, Jessica shook her head, guessing that the sight of such a large wine jar had piqued her curiosity. To be honest, she was curious too. It was indeed rare to see a Taoist dining with a wine jar. Jessica rubbed her full belly, chuckling as she observed the butterfly girl approach Lin Jiao's table, choosing not to intervene. After all, that jar was so large that she couldn't possibly take it away. At that moment, Lin Jiao's entire focus was on the bowl of noodles before him. Truth be told, having lived for more than half his life, he had never tasted noodles this exquisite. It was as if he had stumbled upon a celestial delicacy, and he was utterly entranced. The butterfly girl lightly maneuvered to Lin Jiao's side, glancing up at the Taoist immersed in his bowl of noodles, but she did not linger on him. Moving to the side of the table, she tiptoed and reached out to grasp the wine jar. As soon as her small hand made contact with the jar, all was well. However, when she lifted her hand to uncover the red cloth sealing it, the yellow talisman affixed to the jar suddenly erupted in a burst of light. After a brief gasp, the butterfly girl felt an intense burning sensation in her hand, and in an instant, she was flung backward. The table, chairs, and benches were sent crashing to the ground, indicating that the girl had taken quite a fall. What happened? Gang struggled to swallow the noodles in his mouth, nearly choking at the unforeseen spectacle. "Hey, are you all right?" Jessica exclaimed, startled as she watched the butterfly girl rush to touch the wine jar, only to scream and be sent flying. After a moment of shock, Jessica sprang to her feet, eager to check on the girl's condition, hoping she hadn't sustained any injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao, submerged in the aromatic allure of food, was suddenly jolted awake. With a resounding clap, he slammed his chopsticks onto the table and pressed down on the swaying wine jar, causing the activated soul-stabilizing talisman to regain its equilibrium. Glancing sideways at the butterfly that had been flung away, Lin Jiao realized that she had triggered the talisman on the wine jar. The young girl, clad in a yellow garment with a delicate face, was indeed quite charming. However, Lin Jiao was not one to judge by appearances. "Little ghost, reveal your true form," he commanded, pulling 2 wooden willow leaves from his waist. He formed a seal with his hands and applied the small circular mirrors embedded in the leaves to his eyes. In an instant, a golden glimmer flashed by, and as Lin Jiao opened his eyes again, he was met not with a dainty little girl, but with a vengeful spirit, suffused with resentment, clearly having gained a formidable presence, a malevolent ghost roaming freely in daylight. Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Jessica had just risen from her seat, yet before she could take a step towards the butterfly, she noticed the stern-faced Taoist who had first slammed his chopsticks and then glared at her, preparing to unleash his wrath. Jessica was instantly displeased. "What's this? The girl merely touched that broken wine jar, and you're ready to blow up? Moreover, who could say what kind of trouble that wine jar might harbor? It could very well be a dangerous object masquerading as a simple jar, having endured an unspeakable past as a superhero." Jessica was acutely aware that there were always individuals in this world who could pose a threat. Chapter 33. Shadowy. "All right, let us begin. Hurry and enter. Please, my dear lady, remain calm," Lin Jiao implored, stepping back a few paces as he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. "I am granting you 3 seconds to explain yourself. Otherwise, I shall ensure you have a moment of tranquility." Jessica's fists cracked ominously as she advanced 2 steps closer to Lin Jiao, stamping her foot lightly on the ground, which unexpectedly fractured beneath her. She had restrained her strength. Otherwise, with her superhuman physique, such a stomp would have sent the entire vicinity into disarray. Lin Jiao was taken aback, observing the girl's delicate complexion, which bore no signs of martial prowess. Yet, with such a seemingly effortless stomp, she had shattered the floor. What immense power she possessed! Encountering Jessica Jones for the first time, received a trace of black jade. The sudden system notification left Lin Jiao momentarily stunned. Could it be that this girl possessed some extraordinary qualities, hence the distinct alert? Compared to exterminating zombies in the alleyway, this black jade seemed almost too facile. Receive a small amount of black jade from Jessica Jones' anger. Was mere anger sufficient to trigger such a notification? Lin Jiao pondered thoughtfully, casting a contemplative glance at Jessica. "Do not act hastily. My father has gone upstairs and will be down shortly." A gang rushed out from the kitchen, quickly positioning himself in front of Jessica. In contrast to Jessica's utter ignorance of Eastern mysticism, a gang possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding Taoists and apparitions. After all, he had heard tales of Buddhist rituals, the procession of 100 demons, and the exorcism practices of monks and Taoists. During festive occasions, he would accompany his mother to the temple for worship, observing the Taoist's attire and the yellow talisman affixed to the wine jar. A gang felt as though he were witnessing a classic scene of ghost catching. However, he remained uncertain about the accuracy of his judgment, as he had always lacked confidence in such assessments. For the moment, he decided to position himself between Jessica and Lin Jiao, wishing to prevent any further escalation of tensions. at least until his father arrived to assess the situation before deciding whether to engage or not. This could turn disastrous. His father would surely have to intervene upon his return. Ma emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of noodles, and upon surveying the chaotic state of the establishment, he displayed a look of distress. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the faint sound of a girl's scream, which was quickly followed by an eerie silence. At that moment, Lingio drew out a divination compass, its needle oscillating before it pointed towards the second floor. The activation of the ghost-catching compass indicated the presence of another spirit within the premises, putting the elderly gentleman upstairs in grave danger. Realizing this, Lingio, unable to delay, rushed toward the staircase, only to be intercepted by Jessica, who stood firmly in his path. "I warn you, do not attempt to flee. Please, do not obstruct me." Lingio, disregarding the need for explanation, grasped Jessica's arm and, with a deft maneuver, pulled her aside, intent on ascending to the second floor. "How dare you lay hands on me?" Jessica seethed with indignation, furious at the audacity of this Taoist who had the gall to act first. Moreover, she was bewildered by how easily she had been pushed aside. This was utterly humiliating. Consumed by anger, she no longer cared about a gang's presence and resolved to retaliate. Seizing a nearby table, she prepared to strike Lingio. "Begone, you fiends!" The voice of her father echoed at that critical moment, halting Jessica's furious advance and capturing the attention of everyone in the shop. He descended from upstairs, clutching a puffer fish, and, as he chanted an incantation, a green magical energy ensnared a young spirit. Dressed in a pale blue kimono adorned with pink blossoms, the spirit exhibited an adorable yet expressionless demeanor, accented by fluffy hair ornaments resembling tufts. She was Fei Niao, also a disciple of the venerable Kaiki, sent to retrieve the lost soul bug. The butterfly had been captured by Lingio and was now bound by her father's magical restraint. Fei Niao struggled desperately, but like a tiny insect ensnared in amber. The force of the spell rendered her suspended behind her father, utterly unable to escape. Oh no! Kaiki, who had been trailing behind Matt, suddenly changed countenance, her expression darkening. Just moments ago, she abruptly lost contact with the bird, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she sensed that the bird was being restrained by some unseen force. Kikyo dared not linger. If it were merely a lost soul bug, she would not be overly concerned, for such entities, lacking substantial intelligence, were prone to mishap. However, the bird was different from the butterfly. Both had long served the revered master and had formed a deep bond with Kikyo. She could not allow them to come to harm. Sensing the vague location transmitted by the bird, Kikyo quickened her pace towards the dining house. Unlike her previous leisurely stroll, Kikyo, empowered by her spiritual energy, darted through the streets with remarkable speed, her demeanor transforming into one of fierce determination. "What's wrong?" Matt, lagging behind Kikyo, hurried to catch up, his voice laced with confusion. Just moments ago, Kikyo had been calm, engaged in conversation about the living dead as they made their way to the dining house previously mentioned by Fuji. Yet, Kikyo's demeanor had suddenly shifted. Matt could feel that her entire essence had altered, radiating an atmosphere of impending danger, sharp and urgent. "Earlier, I lost contact with my 2 soul bugs, so I dispatched my 2 Shikigami to investigate the situation." Matt could discern the urgency in Kikyo's tone, devoid of any pretense. Shikigami? And then what? Though Matt was unfamiliar with the concept of Shikigami, he could roughly understand them to be akin to loyal attendants. The bond between a shrine maiden and her Shikigami should be immensely close. However, just moments ago, the connection with the butterfly had been severed, and the bird was now trapped, relaying only vague messages. I can only ascertain the bird's location roughly. I do not know who has captured them, but before they come to harm, I must rescue them. The target is me. I shall go alone. You need not worry about me. You should return. Kikyo tightened her grip on the long bough slung across her back, her spiritual energy surging as she accelerated. She understood that she had fallen into a trap. From a loss of the soul bug to the entrapment of the butterfly and bird, her adversaries must have intended to lure her in. Yet Kikyo remained undeterred. Even if the path ahead led into the depths of hell, she would boldly venture forth for the sake of the butterfly and the bird. She had always been a gentle soul, whether as the living shrine maiden or as an ominous being resurrected from the bones of resentment. She had never changed. Hey, how could I possibly ignore this? Contemplating this, Matt silently followed her. The fearless souls of the inferno would not shy away from peril. Moreover, after their brief time together, he sensed that the shrine maiden did not seem malevolent at all. Ah, now this is getting interesting, Zhaoli remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he toyed with the double-barreled gun in his hand, a sly smile creeping across his lips. What is going on? Liu, seated in the passenger seat with an old pipe clenched between his teeth, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Amidst a cacophony of despair and overwhelming resentment, a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Delay would result in considerable regret. Zhaoli swiftly turned at the street corner, pressed the accelerator, and prepared to immerse himself in the bustling commotion. Chapter 34. Lin Jiu, is it fried? Fushi advised, please remember to bookmark this new keyboard novel network for more convenient reading later. Father, you are actually a mage? A gang exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the young boy, Fei Niao, standing behind his father, his voice tinged with urgency. And what about this young girl? Just moments ago, the Taoist had taken in a girl. Is this truly a ghost? Descending the staircase, the elder raised the dried pufferfish in his hand, immobilizing Fei Niao beside him. Observing the astonished expressions on a gang and the others, he shook his head and spoke slowly. I have never claimed not to be a mage. After a brief pause, he glanced at Fei Niao, now magically restrained and unable to move, sighed deeply, and continued with a complex tone. There is another matter. Never allow the superficial appearances of things to deceive you. Then, does that mean it is truly a ghost? Jessica, bewildered, clutched the table. She was not well versed in Eastern mysticism and had a limited understanding of the concept of ghosts, equating them loosely with malevolent spirits or demons. So, the two beautiful children who appeared one after the other are both malevolent entities? Are you certain you are not jesting? Jessica's face was a portrait of incredulity. I do not know, a gang admitted, flustered and somewhat fearful. He was indeed afraid of ghosts. Everyone, please lend me your ears, Lin Jiu interjected, as it was his turn to elucidate. Otherwise, Miss Jessica would continue to regard him with the same incredulous gaze, leaving Lin Jiu feeling quite embarrassed. As this esteemed gentleman has stated, this young boy appears innocent and amiable, yet he is, in fact, a spirit raised by someone. The objective of their arrival pertains to the two peculiar beings sealed within this wine jar. Lin Jiu pointed solemnly at the jar on the table. Although I have recently arrived in this locale, I have discerned, during the night, beings akin to serpents that ensnare souls, coupled with the shadows lurking in the alleys. There are indeed numerous living dead here, resembling zombies yet not quite. Without a doubt, a great evil must be emerging in this vicinity. If left unchecked, it will bring forth dire consequences. Lin Jiu's tone was grave, and the elder could clearly sense the urgency in his words. If indeed malevolent forces are at play, failing to address them preemptively will surely lead to calamity. Yet the elder harbored other concerns. He was reluctant to delve into these matters. Let us set aside the discussion of the malevolent forces for now. How do you intend to handle these two children? Naturally, they must first be sealed within the wine jar. When the greater evil arrives, we shall eradicate it and subsequently dispose of these spirit entities by frying them in oil. Lin Jiu replied decisively. Lin Jiujian's brows furrowed. If there were a realm of reincarnation here, he would not hesitate to send these two little spirits to their afterlife. However, there were neither messengers of the underworld nor the 10 Yama kings present. Rather than allowing these malevolent spirits to wreak havoc in the future, it will be better to fry them up immediately. After all, the conflict between humans and spirits is irreconcilable, and one is left with no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. Alas, the old man was taken aback by Lin Jiu's words. Everything in the universe has its yin and yang. Where there is righteousness, there is also evil, just as humans can be good or bad. Spirits, too, possess qualities of benevolence and malevolence. How could one simply toss them into a frying pan and cook them? The old man felt no malice emanating from the bird, which made him hesitant to accept Lin Jiu's judgment of it as a wicked spirit. Lin Jiu specialized in the Taoist arts of Mao Shan, studying zombies and spirits, yet his knowledge of mysticism beyond Taoism was limited. In contrast, the old man, having devoted years to studying antiques from various countries, had delved into the mysticism of cultures worldwide. Thus, rather than viewing the young spirit as a nurtured evil entity, as Lin Jiu suggested, the old man perceived it more as a shikigami, a spirit familiar. The attire of the bird, a kimono adorned with blue patterns and floral designs, coupled with its doll-like cuteness, revealed much. By its very origin, it resembled a shikigami. The enmity between humans and spirits is stark, a dichotomy of black and white, where loyalty and righteousness often find no resolution. Old sir, perhaps I am right, and perhaps I am not. Lin Jiu's expression turned grave as he returned to his table, slapping the wine jar and addressing the old man. What you say holds some truth. The old man replied, somewhat conflicted. Since it is not incorrect, it is best that opposing forces in this world remain separate. Here it comes. Lin Jiu gestured with his fingers, forming a mystical seal as he cast his gaze toward the darkening sky, which seemed to be shrouded in ominous clouds. He looked down at the rotating pointer on the bagua plate, which was spinning wildly. This was indeed a manifestation of lingering death and overwhelming resentment. Sighing, the old man gazed into the distance, also perceiving the approaching tide of malevolence. Very well, I shall not intervene. The decision lies with you. Before Ichiro left, I promised to help him manage the shop, so nothing must go awry here. A gang, close the shop and lock the doors. Do not let any evil enter. Chapter 35. Master Jiu. Preparing the altar. Young brother, I must humbly request your assistance in procuring some items for my humble Taoist practice. The great demon is soon to arrive, and I must prepare the altar for rituals to exorcise the malevolence. Lin Jiu's demeanor was solemn, his brows knitted tightly, his expression grave. Oh, certainly. Kyuhei Soma, who had been nearby, grasped the situation. Like a gang, he had grown up listening to tales of the night march of 100 ghosts, and he was ambivalent about the existence of such entities. However, witnessing Lin Jiu's remarkable abilities, coupled with the old man's silence, led him to believe that the appearance of a great demon was highly probable. If that were indeed the case, it was imperative to assist Master Jiu. No matter what, the dining establishment must not be allowed to meet its ruin. To be candid, the experience of subduing spirits, a scenario typically reserved for tales of lore, left Sachuangjin somewhat exhilarated. What preparations shall we undertake? Once he contemplated this matter, Sachuangjin appeared notably animated. Ready the paper, pen, ink, and knife, Lin Jiu instructed, his left hand resting upon his right arm, fingers forming a seal as he calculated the time in silence. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. Taoist. Sachuangjin beside him looked rather dazed. Paper and ink were manageable, but where could one procure a knife or sword? I wonder if a kitchen knife would suffice. Lin Jiu snapped back to reality. Noticing Sachuangjin's hesitation, and after a brief moment of surprise, he quickly introduced himself. I am Lin Jiu, as I am the ninth in my family. Everyone affectionately calls me Uncle Jiu. Jessica couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just moments ago, a new paternal figure emerged, and now another Uncle Jiu appeared. It seems that within the span of a meal, two relatives had been recognized. Sachuangjin, however, did not share Jessica's plethora of thoughts. Uncle Jiu, we do not quite comprehend what you were saying. A hint of confusion crossed Lin Jiu's face before realization dawned upon him. Qiuxing and Wenkai had not accompanied them. The Jessica beside him was evidently a foreign girl, utterly ignorant of Eastern mysticism, while Sachuangjin was uncertain of his precise requirements. Sighing heavily, Lin Jiu found himself missing his two disciples. Prepare yellow paper, red pen, black ink, a genuine knife, and a wooden sword. We have yellow paper in the shop. We just received a batch a few days ago, intended for writing menus, Sachuangjin said as he dashed to the kitchen, retrieving a thick stack of printed paper from the storage cabinet. Uncle Jiu, will this suffice? Lin Jiu silently regarded the paper before him, which was merely yellow in color and bore the emblem of the Sac dining house, his mouth twitching in discomfort as he felt a pang of pain. I will exchange this directly later. Yellow paper, or talisman paper, does not have stringent material requirements, yet it was clear that the current offering was utterly inadequate. Is there a rooster in the shop? Lin Jiu inquired. Yes, a large rooster was just delivered last night and is currently being kept in the kitchen. Sok Huangshan replied honestly. A gang. Just then, a voice from the storage area called out. Quickly assist your father. Upon hearing his father's summons, a gang hurried over, only to find his father struggling to move a salt barrel from the storeroom. Confused, a gang wondered why, with the Taoist about to commence the ritual, his father was still preoccupied with clearing clutter. Was this to sprinkle salt for exorcism? Move these salt barrels to the front hall. Your father is preparing something for you. After uttering these words, the father paid no heed to a gang's bewildered expression and proceeded to lift the curtain, ascending to the second floor. Meanwhile, a gang struggled with a small cart, laboriously dragging several large salt canisters from the warehouse to the front hall. Only then did the father descend, clutching a peculiar object resembling a desiccated lizard. A gang, hold this, he commanded, thrusting the lizard-like item into a gang's hands. First, sprinkle the salt, then seal the door. Shortly, you shall chant spells alongside me. A gang, momentarily taken aback, soon brightened with excitement. Father, does this mean I too can become a mage? Enough chatter. Simply follow my instructions. The father replied. Once you are done, you and Chuangjin must hurry to school. This matter does not concern you. Why so? I wish to exorcise spirits too. A gang protested, realizing the gravity of the situation at the store, yet they still had to report to school that day, causing him considerable discontent. However, before he could voice further objections, the father sharply rapped the gang's head with 2 fingers. Never doubt what I say. Ouch. A gang, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his head and stepped outside, beginning to sprinkle salt around the dining establishment. On the other side, Lin Jiu donned a yellow robe adorned with a bagua diagram on the back and wielded a peachwood sword. Father, a gang said, eyeing the altar with great curiosity as he sidled up to Lin Jiu, lowering his voice. Is it true what Uncle Jiu said about the soul-snatching creatures and the wandering zombies? Oh dear, why are you so inquisitive? The father replied, clearly exasperated. He rubbed his temples and then shooed a gang aside. Hurry up and sprinkle salt for me. At this moment, in front of the dining establishment, a makeshift altar was set up with tables and chairs draped in yellow cloth. On either side, red candles flickered softly, and wine jars containing butterflies and 2 dead soul worms were placed on the altar, one to the left and one to the right. Uncle Jiu, the rooster has arrived, announced Xingping Chuangjin, who emerged from the store, clutching a hefty rooster weighing 7 to 8 pounds. After swiftly slitting its throat, he explained that this rooster, brimming with yang energy, was exceptionally effective for exorcising spirits and could be utilized for drawing talismans to ward off malevolent entities. Lin Jiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is my forte, he affirmed. Jessica was grinding ink at the table while Xingping Chuangjin began to collect the blood. With a small knife, he made a precise incision on the rooster's neck, and Lin Jiu held a small porcelain bowl beneath, collecting just enough blood to cover the bottom of the bowl before gesturing that it was sufficient. Uncle Jiu, is this little bit of blood enough? Chuangjin inquired, puzzled. He had anticipated that this ritual would require a large basin of chicken blood, yet it seemed that merely a small bowl would suffice. The mountain need not be lofty. With a deity, it is divine. The blood need not be plentiful. Quality suffices. Lin Jiushuan deftly took the ink from Jessica's hand, blending it with the chicken blood in the bowl, before proceeding to prepare for the other ritualistic ceremonies. Xingping Chuangjin stood beside him, observing his uncle's industriousness. While glancing back at the birds confined by his father in the shop, he recalled what his uncle had said earlier. Once the mastermind behind the malevolence was dealt with, they would be fried. He had made numerous spring rolls and dumplings, yet faced with these 2 innocent creatures, he could not bring himself to do it. Uncle, I believe that these little ones, captured by you and my father, are unlikely to cause any harm. Perhaps they are merely pawns of wicked individuals, truly innocent. Is it not too cruel to cast them into the oil? Chapter 36, regarding the issue of aesthetics. As a disciple of Mao Shan, my first precept is the eternal struggle between good and evil. Today, Having encountered this malevolent spirit, how could I possibly let it go? Lin Jiao furrowed his brow, understanding the sentiment in Xingping Chuangjin's heart. It was natural for the young to be unable to distinguish between humans and spirits, often overwhelmed by compassion. Yet, as a practitioner of Maoshan, how could he not eradicate evil spirits when encountered? When it comes to spirits, they could be likened to malevolent entities or demons. Jessica mentally recalibrated her perspective, equating the birds to such demonic beings. However, the legendary demons were portrayed with fierce horns, gaping maws, and a penchant for brutal slaughter. In stark contrast, these two children appeared utterly benign. They were merely adorable little beings. Their beauty belied any notion of destruction, for malevolent spirits were typically grotesque and horrifying. She found herself hesitating, gazing at the birds struggling against their bindings, feeling a pang of sympathy. If these little girls were to be thrown into the boiling oil, it would indeed be a tragic fate. Despite Lin Jiao's insistence on the first precept, she was not a Maoshan priestess. Surely, asking for the birds and butterflies wouldn't be unreasonable. The detective agency was eerily quiet, and having these two little spirits for company would not be such a bad thing. She mused. With this thought in mind, Jessica spoke up. "Uncle, not everyone is bound to adhere to the precepts. I live alone. Why not let me take these two little ones?" As she said this, she waved her hand, eager to assert her capabilities. "Do not underestimate me. I possess some skills. I would watch over them diligently, ensuring they would not cause any trouble." Lin Jiao did not immediately refuse. After thoughtfully regarding Jessica for a moment, he slowly replied, "How have you been faring?" "Not well. Just barely getting by." Jessica's expression soured as she shook her head, her entire demeanor becoming despondent. She had endured several unfortunate experiences, and even now, after establishing a detective agency, she still struggled. Occasionally accepting various commissions, she often found herself merely investigating infidelities and gathering evidence of betrayal. In truth, her existence could be described as a struggle for survival, barely managing to get by. Throughout her life, she had perceived herself as a harbinger of calamity. Whatever she endeavored, she seemed to unravel into chaos. Even a simple outing to a diner would invariably result in a series of complications. She believed she ought to languish in the office, avoiding all else, lest she bring misfortune upon others. The vast world offered ample means to satiate hunger. Securing 3 meals a day was hardly an insurmountable challenge. Lin Jiao effortlessly discerned Jessica's thoughts, shaking his head with hands clasped behind his back, imparting his solemn counsel. "Should you nurture those two little spirits, your life will surely become more burdensome. Spirits are ominous entities, embodying poverty, sorrow, decay, disaster, shame, malice, foulness, pain, and death, all wrapped in a shroud of darkness. If you associate with them, how can your days be anything but bleak? Humans and spirits are destined to tread separate paths, each with their own pursuits. If they converge, it is a road to ruin. If they engage in the same undertakings, it is to no avail. Forcing a union will yield no favorable outcome." Despite Lin Jiao's admonitions, both Jessica and Khe Ma, upon gazing at the petite and endearing bird, could not suppress their compassion, even knowing that Lin Jiao spoke the truth. Particularly Khe Ma, who, after all, was merely a youth. To witness the bird subjected to Lin Jiao's intentions would likely cast a shadow over his heart. He might forever associate the sight of a frying pan with the little creature, be it for tempura or spring rolls. With a sigh at their sympathetic expressions, Lin Jiao flipped his left hand, revealing 2 leaves of pomelo. What is the purpose of this? Jessica and Khe Ma looked on in bewilderment at Lin Jiao and the leaves in his hand. Lin Jiao poured a bowl of clear water, dipped the leaves, and then swept them across the eyes of Khe Ma and Jessica. "Look for yourselves. See what that little spirit truly is." Both were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting confusion. Upon hearing Lin Jiao's words, they instinctively turned their gaze to the bird in the shop. Suddenly, they were taken aback. The once soft and adorable creature had transformed into a grotesque apparition, its form marred and decaying. Through the haze, tendrils of black smoke emerged. What had appeared as an innocent child was now a fearsome spirit, The stark contrast between the two images struck them profoundly, leaving them momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Although it may sound harsh, the true nature of the flying bird is indeed quite disconcerting. Witnessing these two young individuals return to their senses and recognize the true form of the spectral entities, Lin Jiao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. In a world where beauty reigns supreme, it is reassuring to see that there are those who can look beyond mere appearances. The great demon approaches. Sensing the overwhelming aura of resentment and death drawing near, Lin Jiao's expression turned grave. He dipped his brush into ink mixed with rooster's blood, and subsequently exchanged a small amount of black jade for several sheets of yellow paper from the exchange shop. With deft strokes, Lin Jiao began to inscribe talismans. Above, the three pure ones. Below, respond to the spirits. Heavens clear and earth tranquil. With the second stroke, I summon the sword of the ancestor, invoking the celestial deities and mobilizing the heavenly soldiers. With the third stroke, I ward off malevolent spirits. What ghost dares to show itself? What demon dares to confront? Setting down his brush, Lin Jiao picked up the yellow talisman of pardon, his demeanor solemn. Heaven and earth in harmony, the laws of the 9 chapters. With my pen I command, all ghosts shall conceal themselves. He then retrieved a diagram inscribed with the 5 elements from the exchange shop and laid it before the altar. To capture spirits with talismans, one must synchronize with the 7 does of the Qui-Gong step to reach the heavens. Wow, it seems quite impressive. Though unaware of Lin Jiao's exact actions, the mere sight of him crafting talismans exuded an air of formidable power. Beside him, Xing Chuangjin and Jessica were witnessing a Taoist exorcising spirits for the first time, their eyes widening with curiosity. Suddenly, Kikyo's hurried steps came to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the street, her expression grave. She sensed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy before her had suddenly thickened. Utilizing her spiritual vision, Kikyo could faintly perceive the 8 trigrams symbols swirling in the air above the street. It appeared that a cultivator had constructed a great formation within, awaiting her arrival. What's wrong? Matt caught up with Kikyo, puzzled. Wasn't she just in a rush to save the 2 Shikigami? Just then, Matt's radar sense emitted a warning. The various ways he had been attuned to became chaotic, and an inexplicable energy filled the air. It was as if an invisible shield enveloped the entire street, with this strange energy flowing within it. How could this be happening? Matt was bewildered. Chapter 37, Kikyo. How about you let me off the hook this time? This is a great formation established by a cultivator. A cold voice emerged as Kikyo slowly addressed Matt. Their target is me. You should not proceed. No. Matt resolutely shook his head. I do not comprehend what has transpired. But if there is a misunderstanding, I can help clarify. He believed that this pure maiden could not possibly be a malevolent being. I previously mentioned that someone sought to steal the maiden's spiritual power, which led to the theft of my ashes, subsequently using grave soil to forge my corporeal form. The soul of rebirth merges with a cold body, forming a cursed omen. If you still wish to follow me in this state, then so be it. A flicker of pain crossed Kikyo's face, quickly replaced by her usual composure. She was determined to rescue the birds and butterflies. With a surge of spiritual energy, Kikyo vanished from sight. A small hidden barrier, centered around herself, the area within a 1-meter radius would be completely isolated, rendering her undetectable, allowing her to find her familiar in peace. In the early morning, a gentle rain began to fall. The sky, which had been brightening, suddenly dimmed as Kikyo stepped into the formation. The wind stirred, causing the yellow talismans on the altar to rustle ominously. Seated on a chair, Lin Jiao, holding a peachwood sword, suddenly opened his eyes, alert and watchful of his surroundings. The rooster, still alive after being drained, flapped its wings in a frantic struggle. Its crowing startled the spirits. The great demon had arrived. Lin Jiao swiftly flipped his hand, revealing a bagua compass, its needle spinning wildly, unable to lock onto a direction. A frown creased his brow, a hint of gravity in his gaze. The opponent had entered the formation, but was concealing themselves well. Even the ghost-catching compass could not pinpoint their location. Certainly a formidable adversary. Spending black jade from the exchange shop, Lin Jiao acquired a copper coin sword. This was not a true sword, but rather a sword-shaped artifact crafted from ancient copper coins strung together with red thread, comprising a total of 108 coins. It was a fine magical instrument, capable of dispelling the negative energies of the 2 black and 5 yellow, possessing formidable powers to exorcise evil spirits. With a bite to his fingertip, Lin Jiao drew blood to empower the sword. He then traced his fingers across the seemingly mundane copper coin sword, which suddenly radiated with a golden light. As Lin Jiao focused his intent, the sword floated in his palm, swaying gently. "Go!" In the next moment, Lin Jiao shouted, launching the copper coin sword with a swift motion. Kikyo observed the Taoist in yellow robes standing resolutely in the center of the road, firmly gripping a wooden sword and seated upon a chair, awaiting her arrival. Her gaze fell upon the Taoist's head, where the name, Lin Jiao, stood out in stark black lettering. He was a player, and indeed from the same faction as herself, both hailing from the Imperial Foundation. Yet, why would he seek to confront her? However, this was of little consequence. Kikyo furrowed her brow, redirecting her attention to the 2 jars placed on the altar, one on the left and one on the right, each likely containing a butterfly and a soul-eating insect, respectively. The soul-eating insect can be disregarded for now. Rescuing the butterfly takes precedence. However, Kikyo cannot discern the exact jar in which the butterfly resides, as the talisman sealing its mouth obstructs her perception. And what of the bird? Following her instinct, Kikyo glanced towards the dining establishment nearby, where a young boy was sprinkling salt in a circle at the entrance, holding what appeared to be a sun-dried lizard. What purpose does this serve? Kikyo blinked in confusion, not overly concerned. Her gaze shifted inside the shop, where she beheld a bird ensnared by green energy, alongside a figure wielding some kind of magical artifact. Their names were inscribed in white, indicating they belonged to a rival faction. Could it be that Lin Jiao has allied with members of another camp? Why else would they join forces against her? A sudden heaviness settled in Kikyo's heart. At that moment, a sound pierced the air as a copper coin sword, propelled by vengeful spirits, surged toward her. Kikyo waved the sleeve of her priestess robe. A barrier of spiritual energy materialized. Boom! The collision resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending ripples of chaos through the air. What has happened? The sudden blast startled the gang, causing him to spill salt everywhere. Instinctively, he turned to look, and his eyes widened with astonishment. What a stunning priestess! Majestic, divine, and beyond comprehension, like a celestial being that had unwittingly descended into the mortal realm, untouched by earthly matters. Back in school, the girls in his class were never like this. Lin Jiao, fixated on the priestess before him, coldly queried, "Pray tell, are the zombies that have appeared nearby your doing? Are the spirits collecting souls by night your pets? Did you instruct the little ghost to steal from my jar?" Kikyo, her gaze lowered slightly, replied in a calm tone, "My existence relies on the sustenance of deathly souls. Indeed, the soul-eating insects and shikigami are of my command." Just as I suspected, Lin Jiao's expression darkened. The first decree of Mao Shan, righteousness and evil stand opposed, and one must fight for eternity. Those who see souls must not be spared. Before Kikyo could complete her thought, Lin Jiao produced a command flag from his robe, bit his fingertip to draw blood, and with a flick of his finger, inscribed the blood upon the flagpole while reciting an incantation, hurling the flag towards Kikyo. What is he doing? Kikyo blinked in bewilderment. Though she understood that Lin Jiao hailed from the east, the techniques for exorcising and controlling spirits differed vastly from her own priestess practices, leaving her puzzled as to Lin Jiao's intentions. She watched as the command flag soared toward her, effortlessly grasping it when it reached her, then lowered her gaze to inspect it, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Kikyo arranged the yellow banner on the stone steps beside her. Witnessing this scene, Lin Jiao was left utterly flabbergasted. "You are a wretched spirit, brandishing a soul-restraining banner, and yet you dare to scrutinize me? Let me show you." Indeed, he was not malevolent. Lin Jiao once more retrieved a copper coin from his bosom, with a flick of his wrist and a deft motion of his fingers. The coin soared forth, clattering along the street until a glimmer of golden light enveloped it, causing it to materialize upon the shoulder of Kikyo. She instinctively grasped the ancient coin resting in her delicate palm, her expression a tapestry of confusion. What was this Taoist up to? Wasn't he intent on confronting her? Why had he suddenly begun to hurl trinkets about, which posed no threat to her? How could this be? Lin Jiao took 2 steps back, his foot striking the ground as he inscribed a Bagua diagram. In an instant, a yellow talisman appeared in his hand, and he traced it in the air before directing it with a gesture of his finger. The talisman darted towards Kikyo. Lin Jiao watched in disbelief as the paper adhered to her form. Yet she remained motionless, the talisman merely a piece of yellow paper, utterly ineffective against her. Hiss! She was unfazed even by the thunderous talismans. Seeing this, Lin Jiao could not help but draw a sharp breath, exchanging for a Bagua mirror, which he promptly thrust into Jessica's hands. What for? Jessica, bewildered, clutched the mirror. Having witnessed numerous skirmishes in Hell's Kitchen, this was her first encounter with an Eastern Taoist exorcising spirits, and she felt a tinge of anticipation. However, after observing for some time, all she heard was her father muttering about demons and goblins retreating, followed by the raising of a magical barrier to protect the dining establishment. Meanwhile, Uncle Joe was fervently casting talismans, which flitted through the air, while the maiden which remained unscathed. In fact, aside from a few words at the outset, she had hardly lifted a finger. Uncle Joe, is this grand display even reliable? Jessica pondered, somewhat exasperated. Take it, aim at her. Lin Jiao commanded Jessica. This girl, who had previously flipped tables in anger, was evidently no ordinary person, possessing strength akin to a bull. With both of his disciples absent, he had no choice but to enlist her aid. Go! The Bagua array on the ground suddenly illuminated, a beam of golden light shooting towards the Bagua mirror, then refracting onto Kikyo. In an instant, the golden radiance enveloped Kikyo within the grand formation, a brilliance unparalleled. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Kikyo stood unscathed in her place. It's ineffective. The union of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the Bagua proved futile. What on earth was happening? For the first time, Lin Jiao felt the situation was exceedingly vexing. All his methods were rendered powerless before Kikyo. The living may forge a new era. Yet for one already departed, time has ceased. This is an immutable truth, and you must return whence you came. Lin Jiao gazed intently at the witch before him, attempting to persuade her to reform her ways. Return the butterflies and birds to me, and I shall withdraw at once. I can pretend that today, as events never occurred. Kikyo's cold gaze fell upon Lin Jiao. She was reluctant to take action unless absolutely necessary. Lin Jiao remained silent for a considerable time, enveloped in the stillness of the great formation. Both were acutely aware that the negotiations had collapsed. In light of this, I shall act on my own. Soul invasion. With hands forming a seal, 2 soul-eating insects suddenly manifested within the formation, charging towards Jessica and Shoma, who were merely spectators. This is bad. Lin Jiao's complexion shifted, and she swiftly cast a yellow talisman. Yet, she was a moment too late. The soul-eating insects infiltrated Jessica and Shoma's bodies, usurping their souls and commandeering their forms. The two, now devoid of control, approached the altar, one seizing a wine jar and tearing off the yellow talisman, sealing it, smashing the jar onto the ground. Crash! Accompanied by an explosion and a cloud of white smoke, butterflies and the 2 soul-eating insects emerged from the haze. Saint! The moment the butterfly beheld Kikyo, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly fluttered to Kikyo's side. Do not fear, it is all right now. Kikyo called back the soul-eating insects, controlling Jessica and Shoma, crouching down to gently stroke the butterfly's head, a faint smile gracing her features. Just as Shoma regained his senses, he happened to witness this scene, his gaze momentarily fixed in astonishment. As ethereal as a flower blossoming atop a perilous cliff, Kikyo radiated an allure that was to be admired from afar, yet never approached. Suddenly, there seemed to be a warmth capable of melting even the coldest ice. Inspiration for culinary creation surged forth. Shoma could not contain his excitement. Were it not for his father's magical barrier placed outside the dining establishment, he would have dashed into the kitchen to explore new dishes. However, lost in his bliss, Soma Shoma remained oblivious to Jessica trembling beside him. Jessica lowered her head, a tumult of hatred, rage, fear, and anguish swirling within her eyes. In that fleeting moment of control, she was confronted by the memories she had endeavored to forget, those most somber and despairing recollections. She despised being manipulated by others. Jessica's eyes reddened, the thread of reason within her snapping. An eruption of power coursed through her, shattering the ground beneath and leaving widespread fractures. Jessica leapt several meters into the air, lunging fiercely towards the smiling priestess. From Jessica Jones' fury, a small quantity of black jade is acquired. Kikyo suddenly received a warning, momentarily taken aback. She looked up to see Jessica, her features contorted with rage, hurtling towards her from midair, leaving Kikyo with a perplexed expression. Had she done anything to provoke such anger? Chapter 39. Shadowy. In the underworld, no disturbances are permitted. Jessica clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at the priestess in the distance. She was once a uniformed superhero known by the codename Pearl, during which time Jessica's actions were far from commendable. Now, she operates a private detective agency named Alias, and her endeavors have improved significantly. Although she predominantly deals with mundane domestic issues, Jessica can genuinely feel the pulse of life within her. The shadows cast by the Purple Man are slowly sinking into the depths of her memories. Yet the presence of this, which before her rekindles the despair of her darkest moments. Those who seek to control others deserve their fate. Jessica plummeted from the air, as she has always struggled with the force of her landings, and this occasion was no exception. Boom! The entire street reverberated with the sound, fissures cracking the ground beneath her. Her superhuman physique endowed Jessica with devastating power. Crouching in the crater she had created, she fixed her furious gaze upon Kikyo, who nimbly leaped back to evade her. There was a manic hatred in her eyes. If my recent actions have stirred any painful memories for you, I offer my sincerest apologies. Observing this, Kikyo hesitated momentarily. Then a flicker of understanding washed over her. This woman appeared to have been triggered by some harrowing recollection, inciting her uncontrollable rage. Could have been the influence of the soul-sucking bug just moments ago. If so, it seemed to be her dilemma. Apologies, what good are they? You have destroyed me. The image of the witch in Jessica's mind began to waver, the purple shadow from her nightmares gradually overlapping before her. As her psychologist had pointed out, Jessica suffered from severe bipolar disorder, and at that moment, she desperately yearned for an outlet for her turmoil. With her feet planted firmly against the ground, she erupted with explosive force, propelling herself towards Kikyo like a cannonball. From hypnosis to purification, from dream invasion to mental cleansing, Kikyo possessed numerous methods to eradicate Jessica's painful past, granting her the liberation she so desperately needed. Yet, to soothe a soul teetering on the brink of collapse and guide her from the abyss was within Kikyo's capability, albeit requiring time. The butterfly had been rescued, but the bird remained ensnared. The longer the delay, the more dire the circumstances for the bird could become. Spiritual energy surged, gathering in Kikyo's hands. She unleashed it as a conduit. She had once obliterated a specter with a single strike. Kikyo opted for the most expedient solution to her troubles. And at the instant Jessica lunged at her, the spiritual energy erupted violently, sending Jessica flying far away. Jessica tumbled into a shop on the side of the street, emerging unscathed from the wreckage. Her superhuman resilience, combined with Kikyo's deliberate control over her energy output, ensured that Jessica, despite her disheveled state, suffered no injuries. Just as Jessica prepared to charge at Kikyo once more, Matt, better known as Daredevil, finally arrived on the scene. Having just parted ways with Jieking at the street corner, he concealed his true identity by hastily retreating to change into his crimson battle attire before rushing back. Jessica, please maintain your composure. Look at what you've done, Matt implored, positioning his twin batons to restrain the frenzied woman before him. Dare I say, Daredevil, this is none of your concern. So step aside. Jessica, fully aware of the notorious figure known as the Fearless One of Hell's Kitchen, recognized his name, just as Daredevil had heard of Jessica, the woman endowed with extraordinary powers. However, until this moment, their paths had yet to cross. I cannot fathom the cause of your fury, but if it pertains to Jeking, I sincerely apologize, Matt hastily stated, desperate to prevent the escalating conflict, especially as Jessica, in her rage, threatened to wreak havoc upon the entire street. This must be a misunderstanding. Jeking is a good person. I assure you, you two are in cahoots. I shall say this only once more. Get lost. Despite Matt's earnest explanation, the enraged woman was beyond reason. With a fierce determination, Jessica yanked a fire hydrant from the ground, water gushing forth as she brandished the hydrant to strike at Matt. Hey, buddy, you really need to calm down. Matt retreated a couple of steps, narrowly avoiding the hydrant while skillfully twirling his batons. My, your strength is impressive. The clash between Matt and Jessica reverberated through the air, his hands numbed from the impact, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapons. While Matt might have had the upper hand in technique, in pure strength, Jessica could easily overpower him threefold. Keep her occupied. I shall rescue Fania. Jeking glanced at Matt, and with Jessica's interference momentarily halted, she could finally focus on the task at hand. She aimed to shatter her father's magical protection and liberate the bound Fania. 5 spectral soul insects manifested around Jeking. The accumulated souls over time extracted and infused into her bow. As the souls converged within the bow, Jeking drew back the string, and with a gentle release, the souls transformed into a torrential rain of arrows, causing the magical barrier surrounding the establishment to tremble perilously. Soul Essence. Lin Jio watched aghast, as Jeking summoned the souls collected by the spectral insects. In Jeking's perspective, souls were merely a resource, a form of energy harnessed from the departed, particularly those of the wicked. However, to Lin Jio, a soul was sacred, and he could not abide such acts of annihilating spirits. Those who ensnare souls. Even the most powerful forces cannot contend with them. Today, I shall eradicate this evil. Lin Jio extended his hand, summoning a bundle of entwined hemp rope from the shop, and with deft strokes, he swiftly fashioned a decree of pardon upon the ground. Then, with a flick of his right hand, a crescent blade, towering as tall as a man, materialized. Lin Jio glided his palm along the edge of the blade, invoking the spirit blood to awaken its power. With a flick of his left hand, he conjured a yellow talisman of pardon, which he entwined around the blade's edge. As he traced the 8 trigrams with his feet, he stepped into the celestial dance, grounding himself with the stars beneath him. In an instant, the massive decree forged from the hemp rope radiated a crimson glow. The sky darkened ominously, and the gentle drizzle ceased, enveloping the world in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a tempest roared from the heavens, shattering the stillness as a bolt of lightning descended, entwining itself around the blade's edge held in Lin Jio's grasp. With his feet planted on the 7 stars and wielding the mighty blade amidst the storm, Lin Jio resembled a celestial warrior descending to vanquish evil. Today, he would summon thunder with the decree and cleave the malevolent forces asunder. Lin Jio soared into the air, the crescent blade channeling the might of thunder as it descended upon Kaiki. With a gentle breath, Kaiki summoned back her soul-eating insect, returning her delicate hand to retrieve an arrow from her quiver. This marked her first formal shot in this battle. Facing the impending thunder, Kaiki released an arrow, a demon-slaying projectile. Enveloped in pure spiritual energy, the arrow surged forth, rippling with potent energy capable of shattering formidable foes. The decree of thunder and the demon-slaying arrow. The malevolent spirits hastily retreated, while the incantations from the elder grew increasingly fervent, striving to harness greater power before the impending clash. In this critical moment, a black jeep drifted onto the street with a flourish. Shadowy, my lord ACHA, if you do not intervene soon, it will be too late. Kasha, understood. No need to rush. Receiving Zhao Li's message, ACHA, situated in a pastry shop in Florence, Italy, raised her delicate hand. The powers of the underworld began to spread through Zhao Li as a conduit. This was the chilling force from the netherworld, capable of freezing all in its path. Neither Kaiki's demon-slaying arrow, nor Lin Jiu's decree of thunder, nor even the Elder's defensive magic could withstand the overwhelming might from the underworld. Alas, the Elder's magic was shattered. Not only the Elder, but both Kaiki and Lin Jiu gazed in disbelief at the unexpected intruder. Their powers were effortlessly nullified as Zhao Li, clad in a black windbreaker and wielding a double-barreled soul-reaping gun, stepped down from the jeep. Silence, while conducting affairs of the underworld. He commanded, "You in the red bodysuit. I'm addressing you. Behave yourself. Dare to move again, and I shall not hesitate to fire." Matt? Chapter 40 ACHA. I don't care, I want it. With a snap, Zhao Li uploaded Kaiki's screenshot to the Underworld King, ACHA. Kasha, what a beautiful shrine maiden. Look at that bewildered little gaze. It's simply captivating. Acha. I truly adore her. I yearn for her presence. She must be entranced by my power. Quickly, let us seize the moment and draw her into our realm of the underworld. Zhao Li, Lady Cha-Cha, please remain calm. She is not aligned with our faction. Acha, what does that matter? Factions are but constructs. Human desires are alive. Zhao Li, she harbors deep resentment. She is also mortal. Acha, are you being contrary? Seeking to provoke me? I sense you are in need of a reprimand. Acha, I am resolute. I shall have her, the sacred soul of the priestess. Her role as a ferryman will surely surpass yours. Zhao Li, goodness, Lady Cha-Cha, even if you launch personal attacks against me, I am at a loss. Zhao Li, I have yet to deal with the old hunter. This priestess will undoubtedly prove even more formidable. Zhao Li, speaking of which, what has become of Esther's? Acha, do you even need to ask? When I take action, success is assured. Unlike you, who merely lingers. Acha, little Li, our underworld is in a state of revival. You cannot falter. I have noticed your recent lack of diligence. Zhao Li, feeling a chill run down his spine, trembles and breaks into a cold sweat. Zhao Li, even if you say that, Lady Cha-Cha, I have yet to receive a single coin of salary. Acha, do you refuse to acknowledge my authority? What did you say? Repeat that. Zhao Li, I assure you I will fulfill my duties. Acha, I do not care. She appears far more reliable than you. Zhao Li, I demand her. If you do not bring her to the underworld, I shall end you. Zhao Li, Zhao Li, I have shed blood for the king of the underworld. I have made contributions to the realm. Lady Cha-Cha, to sever ties after crossing the river is too much. King of the underworld, Cha, address me as queen. Zhao Li, very well, queen. I assure you I will fulfill my duties. Acha, it is good that you understand. Acha, I shall take my leave. Contact me if needed. Lin Jiu observes the sudden intrusion of Zhao Li with a hint of confusion. Though this individual bears a red name and is not of his faction, the aura emanating from him suggests a presence akin to that of a ghostly envoy from the underworld. Contemplating this, Lin Jiu adopts a serious demeanor, speaking with righteous conviction. This ghostly envoy has come to subdue this malevolent spirit. This spirit devours the souls of the departed, an offense intolerable to the heavens. Zhao Li, upon hearing this, raises an eyebrow and casts a sideways glance at Lin Jiu. He thinks to himself, how dare you label the priestess, whom my master, Cha, has chosen, as a malevolent spirit? I shall not hesitate to chastise you. Before he can utter those last words, he is abruptly interrupted by a message from Cha. Cha, Zhao Li, I also desire this Taoist. Our underworld is in need of diligent and earnest individuals. Zhao Li, what on earth? Cha, I do not care. I want him. Zhao Li is left bewildered. Master Cha, did you not say to withdraw first? Why is there still eavesdropping? Before Zhao Li and Cha could exchange any words, Cha unilaterally severed communication. After a moment of silence, Zhao Li raised his gaze to Lin Jiu. A formulaic smile plastered on his face, and inquired, how shall I address you, Taoist? I am Lin Jiu, and you, esteemed ghost messenger, are too courteous. Lin Jiu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, as he always treated the personnel of the underworld with great politeness. We call him Uncle Jiu. A gang interjected, leaning closer to Zhao Li. Zhao Li remarked, with a second master already in the mix, now we have an Uncle Jiu. I feel my rank is ever diminishing. Ahem, Uncle Gio. Just call me Zhao Li. Now, regarding this matter of the shaman. The next moment, Zhao Li's words were once again interrupted. What of humans? What of ghosts? Lu Er, ye descended from the large jeep. Humans can be good or bad, and ghosts can be benevolent or malevolent. At times, the human heart can be far more insidious than that of a ghost. I observe this girl has a gentle countenance. She does not appear to be wicked. No, just let me finish my words. What harm can it do? This is excessive. Zhao Li trembled with indignation. Yet, he felt powerless against the two individuals before him, especially since Cha had explicitly requested them. I, Zhao Li, the ferryman of souls, shall endure. Meanwhile, the nearby Xing Ping Chuangzhen and A Gang widened their eyes, observing Lu Er, clad in leather and hemp, with a hunting rifle slung over his back and hair grayed. Wow, another one, not from the same faction, yet he stand with Zhao Li, who had just threatened them. The three factions had truly converged, creating a lively scene, capturing spirits, ensnaring souls, should they not be judged in the underworld. Lin Jiu pointed at Zhu Jing, his expression grave. The spirits, butterfly and bird, flanked Zhu Jing, concealing themselves behind her, gazing intently at Lin Jiu in the distance. Do not fear. Zhu Jing gently patted the heads of the two Shikigami, smiling. Her sole purpose for being here was to rescue bird and butterfly. She cared not for others' opinions. In the old woods, what have I not witnessed? Lu Er shook his head slightly at this scene. He never believed that all ghostly entities were inherently wrong. Humans and spirits were not adversaries. Often, humans could be far more malevolent than ghosts. Observing Lin Jiu's stern demeanor, he spoke with conviction as the two clashed. Those spirits in the old woods did not wish to kill. It was the people from outside the woods who would not let them be, forcing them to exchange lives for lives. Those seasoned patrons, in pursuit of their selfish desires, would commit all kinds of heinous acts. The hearts of humans are far more tainted than those of ghosts. If this elder has doubts, why not listen to the girl's explanation? Lu Er approached Zhu Jing, taking a puff from his old pipe and exhaling smoke as he spoke. Girl, this elder claims you ensnare souls. Can you elucidate this matter? The soul-collecting worm gathers souls for my use, and this is indeed my command. Before Kikyo could finish her words, she was interrupted by the agitated Lin Jiu. See, she acknowledges everything I say. What more is there to discuss? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Er retorted, glaring with indignation. Can't you let the girl finish her thoughts? In our realm, humans possess 4 souls: the wild soul, the harmonious soul, the curious soul, and the fortunate soul. However, those who have committed heinous acts retain only the dead soul. Kikyo pondered for a moment and then offered a succinct explanation. The harmonious soul symbolizes the protection of the weak and embodies kindness and gentleness. Those individuals lack it. Liu Yi nodded, observing that human hearts can be more depraved than those of demons. The girl has committed no wrongdoing. How can you judge her without cause? Fine. I cannot argue with you, Lin Jiu retorted, her eyes darting towards the elderly patriarch in the dining hall. Let us seek a fair judgment and see who is right. A few minutes later, a profound silence enveloped the dining hall. The patriarch busied himself behind the counter. To his left stood the calm old hunter Lu Er, armed with a shotgun, and to his right, Lin Jiu, glaring intensely at Kikyo's pale countenance. Am I wrong in vanquishing evil that threatens humanity? Lin Jiu asserted, taking the initiative. The patriarch nodded, his hands continuing their work. Upholding righteousness is indeed commendable. All beings possess a spirit. Even those that are not human might not inherently be malevolent. Since no harm has yet been wrought, why must we press so insistently? Indeed, you have a point. The patriarch agreed, nodding in affirmation. If what I say is correct, and what this gentleman asserts is also true, then who is truly in error? We must seek clarity. Lin Jiu raised an eyebrow, dissenting. In this world, all things revolve around the duality of yin and yang. Once this demon is sealed, its void will inevitably be filled by another. As good and evil alternate, and karmic cycles persist, nothing can be forced. The patriarch paused for a moment and expounded upon the theory of yin-yang harmony. a Taoist from Maoshan, an aged forest hunter, and a practitioner of esoteric arts. All three differing philosophies converging creates quite the spectacle. Zhao Li leaned against the shop's entrance, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama. Uncle Ali, a gang approached. Aren't you going to intervene? Zhao Li scoffed, uninterested in the quarrels of the elders. Patriarch, Uncle Gio, and Lu Yi all have valid points. What is your perspective? A gang inquired curiously. I merely stand here watching. As long as they do not disturb me, I have no interest in meddling. However, should they provoke me, let them see the consequences. Furthermore, what should I call you? It makes me sound rather aged. Just call me brother. Zauli Ramarka, casually flicking his double-barrel gun with a flare. And what about that priestess? Are you simply going to disregard her? A gang pointed towards Jike, who was seated in the establishment. Huh? Disregard? She is currently my esteemed superior. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Li immediately approached Jike with a beaming smile, for she was specifically requested by Lady Cha-Cha. If he were to mishandle this, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Beautiful lady, I have a formal employment contract from the underworld. Might you be interested? Chapter 41. Acha, you resemble that infatuated admirer. Employment in the underworld comes with guarantees, including meals and accommodations, along with comprehensive insurance. Moreover, you will have stunning female colleagues, one of whom has just joined the underworld, a regal and commanding presence. Are you intrigued? Furthermore, by joining the underworld, you will have a powerful ally. My master, Acha, is an ancient entity. If you encounter any Taoists again, fear not. Just a phone call away, and we shall confront them together. If trouble arises, our boss will take the brunt of it. We in the underworld fear nothing. Zhao Li exerted all his efforts to persuade Jike, hoping she would acquiesce. The underworld is the final resting place for the deceased. Jike responded in a calm tone. I have traversed the shores. There is nothing there, only mountains of white bones and mindless, vengeful spirits. Jike had no desire to venture into the desolate underworld. Having learned the value of life through the experience of death, no longer entangled in love and hatred, she yearned for the freedom to live unencumbered. Zhao Li, being astute, quickly grasped Jike's sentiments and hastened to clarify. The underworld is no longer the antiquated realm of yore. It has seamlessly integrated into modern society, keeping pace with the times. Not only do we have mobile phones, but we also offer companionship for leisure activities. He continued, moreover, the underworld has achieved fully automated production of Mengpa soup, although the taste leaves much to be desired. Of course, we also have Mengpa available. Just wait a couple of days until I gather enough Hongyu, and I can invite Sanchi to join us. Although her soup is rather unpalatable, she is, after all, Mengpa. Isn't that impressive? As Zhao Li recounted this, his gaze became somewhat distant, recalling the foolish soul from Mengpo's abode, whom he hadn't seen in nearly a millennium. If he could bring Sanchi along, it would fulfill a cherished wish of his. Saint! The birds and butterflies flitted behind Jike, belonging to the class of yokai spirits. The aura emanating from Zhao Li exerted considerable pressure upon them. Look at these two adorable creatures. It would be a shame if they were to be taken by a Taoist. Zhao Li snapped back to the present and continued, as long as you officially join us. Once Mengpo's establishment opens, they could serve as brand ambassadors for Mengpa soup. I reckon their charming faces would be quite popular on advertisements. But we are not of the same faction. You hail from a different camp, do you not? Jike replied, unfazed, her expression serene. I am aware. The natural returnees and the Imperial Foundation, as that fellow Tao by mentioned previously. Zhao Li smacked his lips, then nonchalantly responded. The factions may be lifeless, yet the individuals within them are vibrant. Moreover, our realm of the underworld is distinctly different from those fellows. Our aspirations are grand, far surpassing the trivial ambitions of lesser beings. The term natural returners is yet another unfamiliar organization. Matt sat in silence, his mind a tempest of thoughts. The Emperor's Fund associated with Jieking and Linjiao, alongside the natural returners linked to Zhao Li and Lu Eryi, clearly indicates the existence of divergent factions within these colossal organizations. The underworld mentioned by Zhao Li appears to be a faction within the natural returners. Furthermore, Although Jieking and Lin Jiu hail from the same organization, they evidently do not know each other and are quick to engage in conflict, highlighting their ideological discord. How peculiar it is that two strangers with conflicting beliefs belong to the same organization. This situation is utterly bewildering. A headache is brewing. The chaos of Hell's Kitchen is already overwhelming. It cannot afford to become any more disordered. It seems imperative for him to investigate these two organizations thoroughly upon his return. Matt resolved to delve deeper into the matter. Meanwhile, Zhao Li regarded Matt as inconsequential, straining to persuade Jieking to join his nefarious scheme. My employer intends to reshape the cycle of reincarnation, at which point all souls on the surface will fall under the dominion of the underworld, leaving no room for others. The cycle of reincarnation? In Jieking's memory, this concept pertains to the yellow springs of the afterlife, where minor spirits reside. The end of a person's lifespan results in these spirits escorting their souls away. By banishing these spirits, a person may return to life, much like herself. Furthermore, aside from the priestesses, many great demons possess the power to exorcise these minor spirits. How does this all connect to souls? Regardless of their origins, these individuals exude an aura of mischief. As Matt listened to Zhao Li's words, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Simply put, the underworld governs matters of the deceased. At that moment, Zhao Li turned to Jieking and said earnestly, "This includes you as well." Upon hearing this, Jieking remained silent, while Matt grew increasingly anxious. What authority do you have to govern the dead? Souls belong to different beliefs. Such matters should rest with the divine. Matt's tone was laced with urgency, as he hailed from a Christian background, and indeed, Night Demon also believes in God, rendering him particularly sensitive to matters concerning souls. Moreover, the very name Underworld carries a sinister connotation. Zhao Li, unperturbed, swiftly drew a double-barreled gun and aimed it directly at Matt's head. In an instant, the dining establishment was engulfed in darkness, a chilling breeze sweeping in from all sides. The sound of the wind was haunting, accompanied by faint, piercing cries emanating from the shadows, sending a shiver down the spine. She had been added to the recruitment list of the underworld, and I had already taken a screenshot of her photograph. My employer had received it. If I failed to bring her back, my employer would be displeased. You dare meddle in matters of the netherworld? Believe me, I could end your life with a single shot. Zhao Li spoke coldly, his double-barreled gun aimed at Matt, as if ready to fire at any moment. Are you intending to kill me and seize my soul as well? Matt replied calmly. Those who are unyielding in the depths of Hell's Kitchen fear nothing, not even the loss of their soul. Zhao Li, with a scoff, lowered his weapon and shook his head. The wind quieted, and the warm sunlight returned to the dining hall. Li Germani, apruaka cautiously, trembling. You look terrifying just now. You would really kill him, would you? His time has not yet come. Why would I kill him? Zhao Li holstered his gun, arching an indifferent brow, before grinning as he moved closer to Jieking. Sister, what kind of decent person wears tight clothing out in public? Avoid such individuals in the future. They might lead you astray in terms of aesthetics. Look at me, Zhao Li said, flipping his coat and tossing his hair, striking a pose he deemed charming. This leather coat, this leather jacket, this dark aesthetic. Surely I am far more handsome than he is. Jieking blinked, but said nothing further. She did not respond to Zhao Li's offer of employment, but also did not reject it. I will consider matters concerning the underworld, she stated before rising to pull Matt away from the dining hall, concerned that a conflict might arise between him and Zhao Li. Zhao Li hurried after them, eager to retain their company. Leaving already? Let us talk a bit more, or perhaps we could add each other as friends. Oh, right. I almost forgot. We can't add friends across factions now. Zhao Li mumbled, then waved his hand, summoning Xiao 7. Beautiful lady, do you have a phone? Join the underworld. And Xiao 7 comes free. Let us be friends. Don't forget me. I'll be waiting right here. Acha, you're just like that sycophant. A private message suddenly popped up. Zhao Li. Chapter 42, Acha. Major news from the underworld. Zhao Li, mi de jia jia. Didn't you go off to be busy? How come you still have the leisure to peek? Zhao Li, and how can you say that? I'm doing this for whom? Zhao Li, I'm playing the sycophant for the sake of the underworld. I've lived for so many years, and now I've lost all face for this. Acha, enough with the rambling. I'm not here to watch you make a fool of yourself. Instead, I'm here with exhilarating news from the underworld. Huh? Major news from the underworld? ACHA seems to have fallen ill with some grave affliction. Previously, he had merely been deceiving Jieging, yet now, in a state of utter impoverishment, how could he possibly conjure a realm of the underworld? An unsettling premonition unexpectedly welled up within him, growing ever more intense. The sudden exuberance of this woman surely signified some unforeseen turn of events. Zhao attempted to redirect the conversation. Zhao, regarding Jieging, I've already spoken with her. She mentioned she would consider it. Zhao, I believe it would be wise for you to come and conduct the interview personally. Relying solely on my persuasion will not suffice to showcase the strength of our underworld. ACHA, then it's settled. You're too late. Zhao, he was bewildered. What did she mean by too late? Just a couple of days prior, hadn't she been enjoying herself with Esther's in Florence, Italy? What was this sudden change of location? Surely, she could still make it. ACHA, this is the good news I wanted to share with you. I doubt I can make it out for the time being. Zhao, what? Are you planning to imprison yourself? ACHA, I have returned to the underworld. Oh, upon reading this, Zhao presumed ACHA was still half asleep, perhaps dreaming of returning. The underworld, if one were to exchange for it in the shop. The cost would be astronomical, the number of zeros far too daunting to count, and he could never amass such a sum. Merely contemplating it was vexing. After 1,000 or 800 years, perhaps they could scrape together a fraction of it. Zhao, my dear ACHA, you must be rather drowsy. We have no underworld to speak of. ACHA the bill. In the next moment, Zhao received an extensive list of bills from ACHA. The stark black font of the underworld rental contract stood out painfully against the page. Upon seeing the debts listed, Zhao felt darkness envelop him, collapsing onto the floor. How many zeros were there? How many years would it take to repay? This was dire. Brotherly, what happened to you? A gang was startled by Zhao's sudden collapse and hurried to help him up, guiding him to a chair near the door. Just a moment ago, he had seemed perfectly fine. What caused this sudden fainting? Could it be that these ghostly messengers could also fall ill? A gang blinked in confusion, as if he had discovered a new world. Today was indeed an eye-opening experience. ACHA, ha ha ha. ACHA, I discovered at the exchange shop that I could opt for installment payments. Zhao, from today onwards, our underworld can officially commence operations. We have a home now. Are you not thrilled? Zhao could only see darkness before his eyes, as though struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly frazzled. ACHA, rest assured, I have already inquired beforehand. Although the place is modest, the underworld currently consists of 3 rooms and a hall. It may be a bit small, but there is potential for expansion in the future. ACHA, it is just enough for Esther's and me to reside together. However, if you can persuade Kikyo to join us, as the king of the underworld, I am willing to contribute to its development. ACHA, I can temporarily consider sleeping on the sofa. Of course, if the two of them do not mind sharing the bed with me, I would be amenable to that as well. Zhao, TT, no, your majesty. I have but one question. How will we repay the mortgage? His trembling heart and shaky hands could not bear the thought of the worst-case scenario. Aka, Zodi, you must work diligently from now on. Look at how much the monthly mortgage is. If we cannot pay it, the system may reclaim the underworld. ACHA, for the sake of our underworld's development, you must strive hard. You alone bear this responsibility. I have no one else, even through the private chat channel. Zhao could almost envision ACHA's earnest expression. At that moment, he rolled his eyes, wishing he could faint on the spot. Zhao, I can't believe this. Zhao, I barely earn a salary each month, working for you without pay, and now you want me to help repay the mortgage? This is utterly unfair. Asha, Auhigt, pouting face, let me show you some cuteness. Zhao, your cuteness won't help me. ACHA, hey, I'm just notifying you, without seeking your opinion. Don't make me angry. ACHA, also, besides the aforementioned priestess Kikyo, I want those 3 old men sitting in the shop as well. None can be left behind. Asha, hey godless, I don't care. The underworld has nothing at present. If you cannot bring these people to me, Zhao, I will stew you into soup. ACHA, that is how it is. I'm off. Huh. With that, ACHA ended the communication, leaving Zhao Li utterly bewildered as he turned to glance at the three old men in the shop. Old Father, Uncle Gio, and Second Master. Goodness. Each one seemed to have a higher standing than the last. So, does this mean he truly becomes their grandson? He, Zhao Li, a dignified soul-ferrying guide, has inexplicably been sold out by his own boss. Does he not care for his dignity? Very well. Since you all have your own justifications, I cannot argue against you. You're all right. Lin Jiao felt a pang of frustration. For this matter, he had nearly spent all the black jade he had recently saved. In the end, he had nothing to show for it. The thought of this made his heart ache even more. Even if that priestess is innocent, what about the zombies lurking in every alley and street? Every night, I venture out to vanquish zombies, and this endeavor has undeniably earned me black jade. It is evident that this zombie menace is a result of human machinations. Who is behind it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Li recognized an opportunity to showcase his knowledge. He hurried forward, raising his hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "I know about this. Let me inform you. The zombies are the handiwork of Moria. He is allied with us and possesses a unique ability to transfer a person's shadow into a corpse, thus creating zombies." Zhao Li, animated and carefree, displayed no qualms about revealing information regarding Moria. Meanwhile, a gang looked on in astonishment, scratching his head in bewilderment, and said, "Li Gu, aren't you on the same side? Isn't it unwise to disclose this? What do I have to fear?" Zhao Li retorted, raising an eyebrow with disdain. "I am not aligned with them. Upholding justice is my dream." Chapter 43. Zhao Li. Oh no, I've been drugged. Florence, Italy. Setting down his coffee cup, Acha smiled at his death, who was savoring her coffee and pastries across from him. "Let us go. I've drawn attention to myself." "Where to?" Death inquired, her interest piqued. "Back to the underworld." Acha snapped his fingers, and a bus materialized on the hills of Boboli Gardens. "It's been a while, little bus," he remarked. "There are assassins, gang organizations, and even a legion of zombies. I prefer to avoid entanglements with such individuals." Lu Eryi, who had remained silent, frowned and interjected, "Those folks are no good. Their thoughts are bent on chaos." He couldn't help but let out a scoff, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Jiao. This person is far more malevolent than any ghost. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow slightly, his composure wavering. Having lived many years, it would indeed be strange if he failed to grasp Lu Eryi's subtle implications. Nevertheless, the eternal struggle between good and evil persists. This is the first commandment of Mao Shan and the guiding principle of Lin Jiao's conduct. Even if the witch is innocent, her existence as a corpse walking among the living inevitably brings misfortune. It would be wise to relinquish one's obsessions and transcend early, embarking on the cycle of reincarnation. While I may not possess extensive knowledge of the specifics, I gleaned some understanding from the snippets shared within their faction's communications. Zhao Li stroked his chin, casually reclining on a nearby table, and confidently articulated Moria's scheme. Moria is preparing for his undead army. His philosophy seems to involve harnessing the power of zombies to conquer the world and become the sovereign of a new era. "How kitsch," he scoffed. "In this age, incessantly proclaiming a desire to dominate the world is a clear sign of a muddled mind. How could he possibly align himself with such a trivial faction? Disgraceful." Zhao Li smirked, filled with disdain. "Brotherly, who is that assassin? He seems rather formidable," a gang inquired with keen curiosity. At present, the faction channel of Mortals of the World buzzed with chatter, yet it was merely the same few individuals from the establishment. It had essentially devolved into a private chat for the dining house, lacking the vibrant discussions characteristic of Zhao Li's faction, natural returnees. Furthermore, since arriving in this realm, he had yet to encounter players from other factions, which only intensified his intrigue. He was known as Tao Bai Bai, a fellow fond of wearing a flamboyant pink robe, and it was rumored that he had ascended to the upper echelons of the mercenary rankings. His fees were exorbitant, never less than $50 million per engagement, and none who fell victim to his assassination attempts escaped unscathed. His lethal skills were undeniably top tier. Is it merely for the sake of wealth? A gang was left dumbfounded. The notion of killing for money was unfathomable to him. How could such individuals exist in this world? Beside him, Lin Zhou's expression mirrored his discomfort. Assassins who took lives for monetary gain were hardly virtuous beings. Moreover, there was that notorious criminal organization, which had recently made it on in New York City's wanted list. Their leader, a figure known as Valong, was rumored to be plotting a significant score, though Zhao Li admitted he had not closely followed the underworld, thus was not well versed in the matter. Zhao Li shuja nonchalantly. In any case, we in the underworld only concern ourselves with matters of the dead. The disputes of the living are of no consequence to us. Sighing, Lu Eryi expressed his thoughts, albeit with some reluctance. Chapter 44. A Chaba, Scoundrel. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao Li reminded a gang in Xing Ping Chuangjun to keep a firm grip on their belongings. If you leave anything in the car, I won't be responsible for it later. He rested one hand on the steering wheel, glancing at a gang and Xing Ping Chuangjun in the back seat. Thank you, brotherly. Otherwise, we would surely be late on our first day, and people would talk, a gang replied as he opened the car door and retrieved his backpack. Quickly now, Zhao Li waved his hand dismissively, his gaze drawn to the striking young women outside, captivated by their beauty. As the pair exited the vehicle, Thompson's voice echoed from short distance. A gang Chuangjun. He waved enthusiastically, greeting his newly acquainted brothers. Before his eyes gleamed with excitement as he dashed towards Zhao Li's black Jeep. Oh, cool, Thompson exclaimed upon spotting Zhao Li behind the wheel. Hey, uncle, your dark aesthetic is absolutely stunning. Zhao Li raised an eyebrow, resting his elbow on the window. I must commend your taste, but please refrain from calling me uncle. It makes me feel rather aged. Just stick with brotherly like Gang and Chuangjun do. Brotherly, may I take your Jeep for a spin? Thompson eagerly shifted his address, his gaze fixed on the sleek vehicle, brimming with excitement. Do you even have a driver's license to operate such a vehicle? Zhao Li chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. My father recently got me a license, but I don't have a car yet, Thompson admitted sheepishly. Thompson's eyes gleamed with excitement as he lovingly caressed the imposing Jeep before him. In his eyes, such a vehicle epitomized the essence of masculinity, while sports cars appeared overly effeminate. Not far away, Akiyama Shoma called out, urging everyone to hurry lest they be late. We're coming, Thompson replied reluctantly, casting one last lingering glance at the vehicle before ambling towards Akiyama and a gang. What do you have there? Thompson inquired curiously, noticing the bulging bag in Akiyama's hands. I just made some sweet treats. I made too many, so for the first day of school, I thought I'd gift them to my classmates. Akiyama smiled, though a hint of regret flickered in his heart, pondering when he might see the shrine maiden again. He yearned for her to savor his culinary creations, as the inspiration for this dessert had indeed stemmed from her. A gang, Thompson exclaimed warmly, wrapping an arm around a gang's shoulders and lowering his voice. Is Legay coming to pick you up tonight? What are you scheming? A gang scrutinized Thompson with suspicion, having come to understand his new friend's penchant for mischief. While he was undoubtedly loyal to his friends, Thompson's propensity for trouble was indeed a source of concern. If he does come, could you perhaps persuade him to let me take his Jeep for a spin? I just want to experience it. Thompson continued, unabashed. And I noticed the gun at his waist. It looked incredibly cool. I want to hold it. Stop dreaming. You won't get to play with Legay's gun. After all, he is a ghostly messenger from the underworld. Do you really want to risk him taking you along with him? A gang shook his head, exasperated, and chose not to engage further in the conversation. As the trio joked and laughed while entering the school gates, Zhao Li, with his hands in his pockets and a lollipop in his mouth, leaned against the car window, lost in thought. Youth is truly wonderful, he mused. At that moment, a private chat notification suddenly popped up. ACHA, hey Lily, are you busy? What are you up to? Zhao Li felt a jolt of surprise at ACHA's message, shivering involuntarily and rubbing his arms to dispel the goosebumps. He felt a sense of foreboding. Every time she reached out like this, it usually signified trouble. ACHA, I've returned to the underworld. The house is quite nice, spacious, and well lit, but it's so empty. ACHA, there is no furniture at all. I want a big LCD TV, a large 3-door refrigerator, and I also need my big bathtub. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon reading ACHA's messages, Zhao Li let out a long sigh. His previously tense posture relaxed as he sunk back into his chair, responding languidly. Shadowy, all right, it's just furniture, after all. Shadowy, I will visit the furniture factory shortly. Please send me the list of what you desire, and I shall procure everything without exception. ACHA. Oh, Shadowy, do you not sense that we are lacking something particularly significant? Shadowy, what is it? A 10-piece toiletries set? I can easily purchase one for you at the department store. ACHA. Not quite. I intend to take out a loan to acquire parking space. Shadowy was taken aback. ACHA's words implied her desire to expand the realm of the underworld, essentially adding a fresh zero to the mounting debt. Goodness. After all this effort, you're still floating about with your loans? This is excessive. Shadowy, do not jest. You have no vehicle. What need have you for a parking space? ACHA. I've brought along the little bus as well. The underworld is too small for it to enter. How pitiful. The little bus. That large vehicle of the underworld. Why bring it here for no reason? Do you not realize how enormous it is? What family would dare accommodate such a thing? No amount of jade would suffice for such a hassle. Zhao Li's emotional management was beginning to unravel. Shadowy, what are you thinking, ACHA? ACHA, you scold me? You actually reprimand me over parking space. Shadowy, is it easy to save up some jade? ACHA, humph. As the king of the underworld, I cannot afford to lose face. It took considerable effort to persuade his death. Can I expect her to walk back to the underworld? Do we not require a mode of transport? ACHA, you fickle heartthrob. Even the little bus longs for you. Yet you cannot even spare a parking space for it. ACHA, bah, what a scoundrel. Saoli, me, a scoundrel. Shadowy, I have always been clear in my financial dealings. I will not tolerate slander. ACHA, who is engaging in banter with you? Am I not merely seeking your opinion? I am simply informing you. ACHA, starting today, the monthly loan repayment will increase. Hence, you must hasten to strengthen the underworld. Surely, I cannot remain the sole figure of authority. Shadowy, at that moment, Shadowy felt a strong urge to vent his frustrations, but alas. ACHA's keen ears held him back. ACHA, hurry and bring back the kaiki and those 3 old men. It will ease your burden. ACHA, that is all from me. Farewell. The private chat channel was abruptly terminated by ACHA. Shadowy glanced at the bill, his eyes widening at the monthly repayment amount of jade. He felt as if he might faint on the spot. No, he must swiftly find some allies. This repayment burden must not rest solely on his shoulders. If necessary, he would summon Mulan and Sanchi to share the load. This unfortunate debt must find taker. Ultimately, he would not serve anyone. Chapter 45. Father. There are demons indeed. Upon returning to the diner, Shadowy entered to find Father grappling with the television. Alas, Father could not make sense of the contraption, as he incessantly pressed the remote. Switching channels in search of the news he desired, his frustration grew. Father, wait a moment. I need to stock up for my boss. Would you like me to bring you a large television? Shadowy glanced at the wall-mounted TV in the shop, gesturing before continuing, money is not an issue. A larger screen would allow for clearer viewing. For Shadowy, earning money in the mortal realm was a simple task. Yet the true challenge lay in acquiring the Crimson Jade. The burdens of the underworld mortgage had caused him to question his very existence. His mind clouded with thoughts of pulling strings. Please do not trouble yourself, Father. I am searching for news regarding the Black Hand. Did you not mention they appeared on television? Father waved his hand dismissively without lifting his gaze. Previously occupied with urging a gang and Xing Ping Chuangjun to attend class in Zhongqing, he had now found a moment to feel anxious. Father had not paid much attention to the situation concerning the natural returners. Matters such as Tao Bai Bai were of no concern to him. What remained in his memory was Zhaoli's mention of Varlon from the Black Hand. Varlon was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal concern was the demon. Had it come alongside Varlon? If the saint had also arrived, the implications would be dire. Indeed, it had been reported on the news. Yet that was several days ago. What use was it to sift through television programs now? Shadowy retrieved his phone and swiftly searched for reports pertaining to Varlon. The Four Seasons Hotel Heist, an uninvited guest at a wealthy wedding. The bold headline was accompanied by an image of a man in a tailored dark green suit, holding a black and gold cane, standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. The spotlight from a helicopter illuminated him, capturing a full-body shot from above. Varlon. Father immediately recognized the man in the photograph. Indeed, he was affiliated with the Black Hand. Yes, that is Varlon. You know him, Father? Zhao Li stroked his chin, aware that this elder was an outsider with peculiar sorcery, which could provoke such urgency in Father regarding Varlon, suggesting a complex background. I have heard of Varlon's affiliations. Father interjected, wishing to distance himself from any acquaintance. Just as Zhao Li was about to speak further, Father interrupted him. Very well. If you do not wish to acknowledge him, I shall refrain from discussing it. It is not of great significance. Zhao Li rolled his eyes, feeling increasingly vexed as he found himself constantly rebuffed by others. Cha, Father, all seemed to raise their voices against him, which was quite irksome. Li Bao also has feelings. You know, Father scrutinized the news article about Varlon, his brow furrowed. Varlon was not of utmost importance. Other matters weighed more heavily. Father turned to Zhao Li, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Some items on Father's exchange list were marked as unique, implying that once they were redeemed by another, they would vanish from his inventory. Alas, I was inattentive. Zhao Li was taken aback, flipping through his exchange list before selecting the option for the underworld. The current option possesses uniqueness and is no longer exchangeable. Following the prompt, the once astronomical underworld vanished. Naturally, the repayment bill sent by Cha remained, which left Zhao Li quite troubled. My employer has conjured the underworld, yet I have indeed lost it, though the notification only appeared after my selection. Must one choose before receiving a prompt? As more content loaded, Zhao Li provided a definitive answer to his father, who promptly began scrutinizing the exchange list. Talismans, demonic energy, the Panku treasure box, and demonic sealing instruments all remained intact, much to his father's relief. Ah, so nothing is missing? Zhao Li inquired, noticing his father's mood had shifted. Everything is still here for now, but his father had not located the Holy Lord's stone plate. Demons are living entities, and the Holy Lord, sealed into a stone plate, similarly requires a player invitation to enter this realm. His father was uncertain whether the Holy Lord had arrived alongside Valon. But if he had exchanged for a player invitation and selected from the invitation list, two scenarios could arise. First, should the Holy Lord already be present, the selection from his father's list would prompt a notification of invalidity. Second, if the Holy Lord had not yet arrived, selecting him would bring the Holy Lord into the realm. It was a 50-50 chance, and either outcome would be dire. His father, not being foolish, certainly would not take the risk. Zhao Li, Father is heading out. Accompany him. His father ascended the stairs, retrieving some pufferfish jerky, appearing quite prepared, which left Zhao Li somewhat bewildered. His father intended to visit the Four Seasons Hotel, hoping to detect some demonic energy. Great, another one gone mad. Just as Uncle Gio had recently engaged in a confrontation with Jikio, now his father was hastily seeking out Valon. Could these old men not find some peace? With a sense of helplessness, Zhao Li, unable to defy his father, activated the navigation and drove him to the Four Seasons Hotel. At the check-in desk in the heart of New York City, the front desk manager greeted them warmly. May I inquire what trouble you are encountering? Is like this. We wish to visit the 52nd floor, but your elevator does not allow us to ascend without a card. Zhao Li succinctly explained the situation, hoping to facilitate matters with the hotel staff. May I ask if you have a reservation? The front desk manager's smile became somewhat more mechanical. Oh dear, my father does not have a reservation, Zhao Li declared impatiently, urging the staff to allow his father to ascend, as Valon could potentially have brought demons with him. Sir, if you do not have a reservation, you cannot proceed to the upper floors. The front desk manager's expression soured, perceiving Zhao Li and his father as troublemakers, while dismissing the old man's talk of demons as mere nonsense. Alas, how can one not understand? The old man stamped his feet in desperation, exclaiming, "There are demons, demons." Sir, please refrain from such behavior. If you insist on causing a disturbance, I will have no choice but to contact the police, the front desk manager asserted with a firm demeanor. After a prolonged altercation, the old man and Zhao Li were successfully ejected from the premises. Oh dear, they actually threw him out, one bystander remarked. Of course, without a reservation, entry is prohibited. Zhao Li shrugged, It's not as if I have any connection with Valen. If we can't get in, then so be it. Then make a reservation. What are you doing standing here? The old man was anxious. It had not been long since the robbery at Valen's wedding banquet. If the Holy Master truly arrived, remnants of demonic energy would surely linger at the scene. What can I do? You've thrown me into this mess. Zhao protested, feeling wronged. Do you have any idea how much it costs to stay here for a night? I'm already burdened with a mortgage from the underworld and need to save for furniture for Acha. I'm struggling here. Huh, you're broke, truly broke. You can't even afford the small expenses, let alone the larger ones. Chapter 46. The Daily Life of a Transfer Student. Kohei, you are so handsome. This Sunday, we plan to go on a picnic together. Would you care to join us? Get lost. This Sunday, I've already made plans with Kohei to watch a movie. Don't even think about intruding. No way. Kohei clearly promised to teach me how to make desserts. He wouldn't go out with you all. A throng of girls surrounded Kohei's show, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the boy before them. He was not only handsome and kind, but also an exceptional cook, making him the epitome of every girl's dream prince, especially after tasting that cherry blossom dessert, an indescribable deliciousness that was utterly intoxicating. Wow, these girls are so enthusiastic. I don't know how to handle this, Kohei Sho thought, smiling wryly, as he had never encountered such a scene in the shop before. At a nearby table, Mary Jane Watson held 2 exquisite desserts, eagerly promoting them to Harry Osborn. Aren't you going to try this dessert? I think it tastes wonderful. Even better than what I had at your house. You really should give it a go. No, thank you, Harry replied, shaking his head, glancing disdainfully at the circle of girls surrounding Kohei Sho. As the school's top rich heir, with excellent grades and striking looks, he was often pursued by many girls. However, everything changed when Kohei Sho arrived, stealing everyone's attention. How outrageous. The girls who once flocked to him had turned their affections toward Kohei. Oomph. Harry glanced at the dessert in Mary Jane's hands, scoffing. It's just a small dessert. I can have whatever I want at home. My personal chef will cater to my every whim. Moreover, that so-called sakura and shrimp, just the name, is detestable. He currently has an aversion to shrimp, so it is best not to sample it. I am preparing to conduct a special interview with him. His culinary skills are remarkable, which has propelled Yuki Hirasoma's popularity on campus to new heights. Should this endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly be significant news. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. Mary Jane appears to be in high spirits. She is a journalism student, perpetually on the lookout for a story that could ignite the campus. Now, the opportunity has presented itself. A mysterious transfer student, a culinary prodigy, and a youthful heartthrob. These elements combined spark her belief that her chance has arrived, and she must not allow anyone to steal it from her. What is so remarkable about that? I am currently ranked first on the campus popularity list. He is far behind. He is merely a new student and cannot shake my position of prominence. With this thought, Harry's mood lifted slightly. But you are also at the top of the campus most disliked list, aren't you, Master Harry? Mary Jane's remark promptly soured Harry's mood once more. How infuriating. He despises transfer students and shrimp cuisine. Hey, who would have thought this guy would be so popular? Now, Soma doesn't have to worry at all. Do you see? That's my buddy, capturing the attention of the girls on his very first day at school. Impressive, right? Let me tell you, I once had Soma's ultimate cheesy, thick grilled meat burger, and the taste was simply unforgettable. Thompson threw his arm around a gang's shoulder, surrounded by several girls, boasting about Soma as if he were a trophy. This new friend has certainly elevated his status. Thompson, you're friends with Soma, right? Do you happen to know his phone number? A gang inquired. I heard Soma's family runs a small eatery. Where is it located? I plan to visit this Sunday. I am sure Soma and I will have a delightful coincidence. Thompson and a gang were surrounded by girls, engaging in lively chatter. Yet the focus of their conversation invariably circled back to Yuki Hirasoma. Indeed, Soma is incredibly popular wherever he goes. It is truly impressive. Finally managing to escape the throng, a gang returned to his seat, observing his companion buried in a sea of girls, feeling somewhat melancholic. Hey, a gang, stop staring at him. We can't emulate that. A gang felt a sudden weight on his shoulder and turned to see it was Thompson. Aren't you going to talk to those girls? A gang casually asked. Not worth it. All they do is ask about Soma. I have no part in this. Thompson grasped the gang's shoulder. A steadfast individual who had resolutely declared that Yukihira and the gang were his friends, thus binding them as brothers, an unchanging bond. A gang curled his lip. He wasn't envious. But thoughts of Kyoko and the others lingered in his mind, leaving him curious about their well-being. He had been in this place for some time, and surely they must be worried sick. Sighing, a gang lamented the seemingly endless journey home, pondering how to accumulate some white jade. While Yukihira Shoma could rely on his culinary skills, a gang felt he was merely biding his time. Hey, you can't be so glum on your first day here. Let's find some fun, Thompson exclaimed, his eyes darting around the classroom before he grabbed a gang and pulled him outside. What's going on? A gang blinked in confusion, uncertain of Thompson's intentions. Come on, I'll take you to something enjoyable, Thompson cheerfully insisted, forcibly yanking a gang from his seat and dragging him out of the classroom. Yukihira Shoma paused, momentarily taken aback as he noticed the notifications before him, which then sparked his interest. Discontent from Harry Osborn. Gained a small amount of white jade. Curiosity from Mary Jane Watson. Gained a small amount of white jade. It seemed these two individuals, much like Jessica, were special entities capable of rapidly providing white jade. Such valuable resources must not be squandered. He contemplated quietly as he glanced at Mary Jane and Harry in the corner of the classroom, rapidly formulating a plan. Should he bring some dried fish to school tomorrow? Meanwhile, outside in the corridor, before a long row of lockers, a gang followed Thompson, his eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Hey, insignificant cyclicat, Parker. Thompson sneered, seizing Peter Parker by the nape of his neck and lifting him with a menacing expression. With practiced ease, he tossed Peter into a locker and secured the door, relishing the moment. See, this is the game I told you about. Feeling better now? Thompson chuckled, patting a gang's shoulder, his heart lighter than ever. Each time he bullied Peter, a sense of refreshment washed over him. It had become a daily ritual for Thompson. Huh? Is this what he considers fun? Just bullying people? What a twisted sense of humor. A gang thought, indignant. Thompson, a gang, tried to speak, but Thompson suddenly panicked and dashed away. Almost forgot. Our football team has an event this afternoon. You entertain yourself for now. I'm out. I'm not playing anything. A gang stood frozen in place, watching Thompson's figure vanish down the corridor. Good heavens, you finish your mischief and then flee, leaving me here all alone. And the worst part is, this student is locked inside a locker. A gang lamented inwardly, his gaze troubled as he stared at the locker, cautiously opening its door. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have been trapped for quite a while. Peter expressed his gratitude upon seeing the light of day once more. Oh no, it's nothing. Although I'm not the one who bullied you, I am somewhat complicit with Thompson, so why are you thanking me? From Peter Parker's gratitude, a small amount of jade is obtained. Wait, I can earn jade like this? What on earth is going on? On his first day at a new school, a gang felt a headache coming on. Chapter 47. The beginning of Peter and a gang's friendship. I never expected Thompson to act in such a manner. He said he would take me out for some fun. A gang felt a pang of guilt as he faced Peter. He had not reacted in time. Thompson had moved with such deftness and speed, grabbing Peter and executing the door opening and closing in one fluid motion. Bullying is wrong, and he should have intervened to stop Thompson. The thought only deepened a gang's remorse. I sincerely apologize for Thompson's behavior. He began, not wanting to speak ill of a friend, yet struggling to find a reasonable explanation for bullying, his face betraying his inner turmoil. It's all right, it's not your fault. It must be quite difficult for you to be friends with that brute, Thompson. Peter emerged from the locker, straightening his disheveled clothes, and surprisingly offered comfort to a gang. That big oaf is always like this. I've grown accustomed to it. However, he is quite good to his friends. He is not a bad person. Peter clapped a gang on the shoulder, as though it were a commonplace occurrence. Speaking of which, we've known each other since elementary school. He's been bullying me every day since then, but he doesn't actually hit anyone. He merely locks me up from time to time. All things considered, Thompson isn't a bad person. He just has a few quirks, nothing too serious. Huh. A gang had thought Thompson merely picked random targets. He never realized this was a routine. Over the years, what could compel someone to consistently target a single individual? Thompson, you truly are devoted, a gang thought, utterly astonished. Haha. Peter chuckled. It's clear that Thompson genuinely cares for you as a friend. Ah, yes. A gang's lips twitched slightly. He was well aware of this. However, this hulking figure certainly had a knack for causing trouble. Just the other day, he had wanted to try out the teacher's Grand Jeep and fiddle with the teacher's double-barreled shotgun. Thank goodness the teacher was not angry. You must be the new transfer student in our class, right? The one call. Peter racked his brain for a moment before his eyes lit up. I recollect now. Your name is Tsuneyoshi Sawada, is it not? I recall that you were accompanied by Soma Yukihira. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate that such an incident occurred on our very first day of classes. Tsuneyoshi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not all. My name is Peter Parker. It is a pleasure to meet you. Tsuneyoshi remarked. Soma, who transferred here with me, is rather popular. I noticed him surrounded by a group of girls just as I stepped out. He remains so, Tsuneyoshi corrected. Ah, I understand, Peter replied, reflecting on the situation. My close friend Harry is also quite well-liked. Yet I belong to the category of individuals who lack a significant presence. I find myself in a similar predicament. Tsuneyoshi nodded, accustomed to his own perceived ineptitude. Peter felt a surge of happiness, sensing a resemblance between himself and Tsuneyoshi. In both personality and other aspects, they were strikingly similar, granting him the delightful sensation of having gained a new friend. Suddenly, a notification box appeared before him, refreshing with 3 new entries. This unexpected surprise momentarily left Tsuneyoshi in a daze. He had not anticipated that Peter would yield similar results to Jessica. While at the diner, his greatest frustration had been how to acquire white jade. Occasionally, when Jessica dined there, he managed to obtain a minuscule amount, but it was hardly worth mentioning. To his astonishment, on his very first day at school, he had garnered a substantial amount of white jade from Thompson and Peter. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a path to prosperity? Tsuneyoshi felt a flutter of excitement within. Before he could fully contemplate this, he heard Soma Yukihira's voice echoing through the corridor. Tsuneyoshi, my goodness. Such a situation never occurred at the diner. I barely managed to escape. We must run. What on earth? Soma had come seeking him. Tsuneyoshi was delighted to meet him, but before he could finish his thought, Soma had already grasped his arm and was pulling him down the corridor in a frantic dash for safety. Upon returning to the classroom, Peter appeared to be in remarkably high spirits. What were you up to? Were you bullied by Thompson again? I shall exact revenge on your behalf. Harry rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge out of the classroom. In the next moment, Peter halted him. No need. I'm feeling rather well. I just made a new friend. I also saved you a dessert that Soma prepared. You missed out on it since you arrived late. What do you think? Am I reliable or what? Mary Jane winked and placed the dessert into Peter's hands. Thank you. Peter picked up the dessert, and the instant he took a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. The sweetness enveloped him like a flowing river of cherry blossoms. The delicate fragrance of sakura mingling with the tender bite of shrimp in an unprecedented and imaginative fusion. It was a delightful sweetness that was not cloying, filling his mouth with exquisite flavor. This dessert completely shattered Peter's preconceived notion that sakura-flavored treats were merely visually appealing yet lacking in taste. Whoever claimed such a thing? This was truly a monumental amalgamation of cherry blossoms and shrimp. It was so delectable that he had never tasted anything so exquisite before. It brought him to the brink of tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, his face flushed with excitement, he felt as though he might cry. Look at you, so naive. It may look appealing, but the flavor is likely mediocre, Harry scoffed, his mood souring further upon hearing Peter's exaggerated praise. How would you know it's not delicious if you haven't even taken a bite? Your sensitivity to shrimp seems to be worsening. Perhaps you should consult a psychologist? Mary Jane interjected, shaking her head disapprovingly, aware of the incident that had transpired at the Four Seasons Hotel. Ever since that time, when the nefarious boss forced Harry to eat shrimp with shells in public, he could no longer tolerate shrimp. The mere scent of it made him feel nauseous. Peter felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this, realizing that had he not spoken out of turn, Harry would not have developed such a psychological aversion. Stop making things up. I'm not sick or sensitive. I just simply dislike it, Harry retorted defiantly, unwilling to admit to any ailment. Well, I suppose I'll head home then. What about this dessert? It would be a shame to waste it. Mary Jane placed the delicately packaged dessert on Harry's desk. Humph. Harry huffed angrily, shoving the elegantly wrapped dessert into his backpack, gritting his teeth. I won't eat it. I'll take it home for the chef to examine and see if it contains any dubious ingredients. How can everyone claim it's delicious? Peter and Mary Jane exchanged a knowing glance, fully understanding the unspoken words between them. Chapter 48. Norman, I have one request. In Norman Osborn's office at Oscorp. He was on the phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. No, I require the latest report. Do not forget, it was you who pointed out the similarities between the two. Therefore, I demand results, Dr. Connors. Norman stood facing the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, his back to the office door, displaying an air of urgency in his tone. Let us not discuss this over the phone. I will head to the lab now. After hanging up, Norman turned around and was startled to find his son Harry had entered the office while he was preoccupied, standing quietly behind him. Harry, when did you return? Oh, I just arrived. Dad, I have something to tell you that will surely pique your interest. Harry exaggeratedly waved his hands, attempting to emphasize his point and capture his father's attention. A new transfer student has arrived at the school, and his desserts are simply exquisite. I brought some back for you to taste. You will surely enjoy them. Even Peter was moved to tears by their deliciousness, which is astonishing, isn't it? Harry retrieved the carefully wrapped treats from his backpack, eager to offer them to Norman as a means of bridging the gap in their relationship. However, it was evident that Harry's efforts were in vain, as Norman exhibited no interest whatsoever in the confections. I am busy, son, Norman remarked impassively as he strode towards the office door, his footsteps unwavering. But, Dad, Harry clutched the dessert in his hand, a hint of sadness crossing his face. I am currently occupied, unless you wish to inform me that your grades have finally improved. Norman's brow furrowed as he turned to face Harry, his expression as stern as ever. Harry could scarcely recall a moment when his father smiled at him. Harry awkwardly rubbed his neck, knowing his grades remained unchanged, neither good nor bad. What progress could there be? Moreover, there's another matter. The chef recently mentioned that your appetite has been lacking. What is the reason for this? Harry hesitated, his mouth opening as he stammered. I simply do not wish to eat shrimp. I expressed a desire for lighter flavors. Very well. I shall notify the kitchen, Norman replied. As for the transfer student, we shall discuss that when I am less occupied. With that, Norman departed, leaving the office door to slam shut with a resounding thud, much to Harry's dismay. Norman made his way towards the corporate building, where the driver awaited him at the entrance, adjusting his tie while inquiring with the secretary beside him. Has the psychologist I asked you to find come by? Yes, she has visited twice. She delivered the diagnostic report just yesterday afternoon. The secretary produced a document detailing the psychologist's evaluation of Harry. Harry, has he noticed anything? Norman inquired, nodding. Master Harry is unaware that we conducted a psychological profiling. He believes it was merely a standard questionnaire, the secretary clarified. Indeed, how is Harry's condition? Norman extracted a cigar, and the secretary, displaying keen awareness, assisted him in lighting it before responding. The prognosis is not particularly optimistic. Since the last incident, Master Harry has exhibited severe symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, clinically referred to as delayed psychological response. Just provide me with the treatment plan. Norman interrupted, his expression darkening. He was not interested in the specifics of Harry's affliction. He merely sought a way to restore his son's well-being. Perhaps periodic psychological counseling will be required. The timeline is uncertain, the secretary replied hesitantly, cautious not to provoke the displeased Norman. Regarding Harry's situation, Norman was acutely aware that his son's present state stemmed from attending that cursed wedding at the Four Seasons Hotel. The invitation to that wedding banquet was long forgotten by Norman. After all, the Osborn Group's inbox was inundated daily with invitations from various sectors, making it impossible for him to remember them all. Yet, This seemingly inconspicuous wedding became the scene of a shocking heist that rattled New York. Harry was publicly humiliated by the Black Hand gang, who forced him to consume a blue lobster, shell and all, leaving him with a lingering aversion to shrimp. The Osborn family had never endured such indignity. Vengeance was imperative. I tasked you with gathering information on the Black Hand gang. How is the investigation progressing? Norman inquired with a stern expression directed at his secretary. The secretary, appearing troubled, cautiously explained, since the wedding heist, there has been no word from the Black Hand gang, and our operatives have reported little to no response. And what of the New York Police Department? Norman furrowed his brow, exhaling a plume of smoke. All pertinent information regarding the Black Hand gang is in Chief George's possession. He places significant importance on cases involving them. The secretary swallowed hard, acutely aware of Norman's formidable presence, particularly when he was angry, which often induced a sense of suffocation. Even if we were to bribe others, we still couldn't obtain the Black Hand files. Pathetic fools. A frigid glare flickered in Norman's eyes as he uttered a curse, falling silent thereafter. The secretary, cognizant of having angered Norman through his ineffectiveness, followed him out of the Osborn Group headquarters with trepidation. In the vehicle, the driver respectfully inquired about their destination. "Mr. Osborn, or shall we proceed?" After a moment of contemplation in the back seat, Norman retrieved his phone. "Dr. Connors, handle matters at the lab yourself for now. I have pressing affairs to attend to. I will join you once I have resolved them." With those brief words, he ended the call and instructed the driver and secretary to the New York Police Department and schedule an appointment with Chief George. Inform him that I wish to speak with him in person. Upon his arrival at the precinct, Chief George was already waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Osborn, if you are here regarding your son, I regret to inform you that the investigation into the Black Hand gang is ongoing. I will notify you immediately should any developments arise." Without any pleasantries, George got straight to the point, fully aware of Norman's motives. The Black Hand gang's enforcer had abducted the Osborn heir at the wedding, publicly humiliating him, an incident that had even made its way into gossip columns. Now, with Norman Osborn at his doorstep, it was evident he sought retribution for his son. In support of the New York Police Department's efforts, I am prepared to make a generous donation. Simply state the amount, and I require only a modicum of publicly available information. I assure you, I will not complicate matters for you. Norman, equally succinct, presented an offer that George could never refuse, cursing the wealthy scoundrel under his breath. Without a backward glance, George turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, a young man emerged, clutching a folder which he handed to Norman. The contents were succinctly inscribed, indicating that the Black Hand had made contact with the Magia, and that Vauron had struck some form of deal with Hammer, with various pieces of evidence suggesting that the Black Hand was concocting a grand conspiracy. Norman casually perused the document before tossing it to his secretary. "Contact the master forgers. Our target is Vauron of the Black Hand, no matter his demands. I have but one request." The cigar was cast to the ground, sparks erupting as Norman stamped it out and turned to leave. "Have him eliminated." Chapter 49. The super team of the Immortal Mister in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, within an aging residence. Craig Hollis entered the living room bearing a plate of fried eggs and bacon. Bellowing upstairs, "Dinner is ready. Hurry down." Upon placing the plate on the dining table, he immediately spotted Romeo, who was crouched on the sofa, fiddling with a mechanical component, surrounded by disarrayed design schematics on the coffee table. Romeo, a diminutive figure clad in a white lab coat and oversized glasses, though young, was a brilliant scientist frequently engaged in inventive pursuits, his mind brimming with innovative ideas like an unceasing fountain. The peculiar contraptions crafted by Romeo often left Craig in awe. At times, he yearned to pry open Romeo's mind to discover why he could conceive ideas that eluded him. "I find myself missing Robert," Romeo sighed, resting his chin on the table. Robert was his intelligent robot, a steadfast assistant and dear friend. Although Romeo could replicate another, he cherished the original Robert, knowing that any new creation would be inherently different. Furthermore, the cost of replacing Robert was exorbitant, and he wondered when he might collect enough. Red Jade. "Romeo, com'it? What new contraption are you tinkering with now?" Craig approached, intrigued by the rectangular box in Romeo's hands. "This is my newly crafted automatic cleaner," Romeo exclaimed, jubilantly hopping onto the coffee table to introduce his invention. Do not let its small size deceive you. It can navigate even the narrowest crevices, ensuring that every corner of the home is spotless. As he spoke, Romeo pressed the red button on the side of the machine, and a tiny brush emerged from the bottom. Placing it on the floor, it began to whir into action across the living room. So this is an automatic vacuum cleaner. The most crucial aspect is that this automatic cleaner is equipped with a superconducting sensing system, enabling it to expertly navigate around any obstacles, be they people or furniture, without issue. One might assume that such a device would consume a considerable amount of power. Craig nodded earnestly. Who says so? Upon hearing this, Romeo, hands on his hips, exuded confidence. It is precisely for this reason that I have incorporated an automatic recharging feature. When the battery runs low, it seeks out a power socket to recharge, and its endurance is remarkably robust. Craig pondered for a moment. If this device consumes minimal energy while effectively tidying the home, it truly is quite impressive. So, it appears to be quite remarkable indeed. Romeo lifted his chin, displaying a proud demeanor. Let us not forget, I am a genius inventor. How could ordinary individuals possibly conceive of my innovations? All right, great scientist, let us hasten to dine, or else our meal will grow cold. Craig, with a gentle tug, ushered Romeo to the dining area. Hurry and eat. I specially prepared your favorite mashed potatoes. He placed the breakfast before Romeo and then turned to call out to the stillness of the second floor. Lanyu, come down for dinner. Craig felt a twinge of exasperation. It seemed he had to summon his companions several times for each meal, as they were quite the finicky lot. I'm here. A familiar voice emerged from not far behind, and Craig turned to see Lanyu, having just exited the restroom with a phone in hand. You must be hungry. I simmered beef all night. It should taste delightful. When addressing Lanyu, Craig's tone shifted from its usual casualness. Although Lanyu typically spoke and acted in a gentle manner, Craig could not help but sense an overpowering presence emanating from him. This stark contrast heightened Craig's caution in their interactions. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain a harmonious relationship with Lanyu. After all, they were partners. Once Lanyu was seated, Craig served him the beloved braised beef. As Lanyu dined, he glanced at his phone, occasionally scrolling downward. Suddenly, his hand paused mid-scroll as he stumbled upon an intriguing news article. It was from a lesser-known editorial office in New York, dedicated to reporting bizarre and unusual occurrences. The report indicated that a peculiar illness, temporarily dubbed shadowlessness syndrome, had recently emerged in New York City, affecting a significant number of individuals. This symptom is exceedingly rare, and prior to this, there had been no medical documentation regarding it. Observers noted that anyone afflicted with this peculiar condition would exhibit photophobia. Blue involuntarily recalled a certain individual in the faction channel who incessantly spammed messages. However, this matter bore no relevance to him, as he resided in Wisconsin, which is quite distant from New York. After a brief wait, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the second floor, and soon the blank siblings came into Craig's line of sight. Come and eat. The food is about to get cold, Craig called out eagerly. This brother and sister duo had previously offered him considerable assistance. Although he was uncertain how they had managed to locate their teammates, Romeo and Blue, Craig was well aware of the siblings' capabilities. Thank you, Blank politely expressed gratitude. He then reached out to lift his sister by placing her gently onto a nearby chair. By merely blinked, offering no words to Craig. He smiled at her, not taking offense. Having privately perused several psychological texts, Craig had concluded that Bai might be on the autism spectrum. Nonetheless, he remained optimistic, believing that with perseverance, he could eventually reach her heart through love. As everyone gathered, Craig settled into his seat, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded them all. We have spent considerable time together and have done well thus far. I hope we may soon become a true superhero team. Craig Hollis, who referred to himself as Mr. Immortal, had recently faced profound sorrow due to his girlfriend's suicide, leading him to contemplate ending his own life on a rooftop. However, after several failed attempts, he discovered his extraordinary ability, an immortal body. Craig felt compelled to wield this power to protect the world, much like those costumed superheroes. Regrettably, his inaugural foray into heroism ended in failure when a robber shot him in the head. During his revival, the assailant managed to escape. This experience deepened his understanding of the significance of teamwork. Superheroes do not fight alone. Blue was among those he had identified as a potential future ally, as was young Romeo. Reflecting on the incident when he was shot by the robber, he realized that had it not been for the assistance of the Blank siblings, he could only imagine the heinous acts those criminals might have committed upon discovering his ability to resurrect. Indeed, one could say that the siblings had saved his life. Craig, an opportunity to become a superhero lies before you. A catastrophic event is imminent in New York, and you have the power to save everyone. Blank suddenly interjected amidst their meal. From the very first day of their acquaintance, he had already conducted a psychological profile of the enigmatic Craig. Thus, he was well aware of how to employ the art of rhetoric to ensnare this immortal gentleman. Huh? Craig paused momentarily, curiously rubbing his nose as he spoke. The events in New York seem so distant from us. And how do you know that a great disaster is imminent there? The reasons are of no consequence, replied Kong nonchalantly. What truly matters is that this war is unavoidable. It presents you with an unparalleled opportunity to shine on the stage of superheroes. Therefore, what you need to do now is promptly secure 2 tickets to New York. Craig felt a shameful stir within him. He had always dreamed of becoming a worthy superhero, vanquishing evil and upholding justice, which had recently become his life's ambition. However, recalling his dwindling savings, he silently shook his head, a twinge of pain appearing on his face. Unfortunately, my remaining funds are nearly depleted due to our team's recent expenses. The thought that mere worldly finances were obstructing his path to becoming a superhero made Craig's heart ache with frustration. Do not fret about money, Kong chuckled, exuding an air of confidence. Romeo's latest invention can be sold in New York. I have already consulted with several companies that are quite interested in the automatic cleaner. The patent could fetch a handsome sum. Kong had previously discussed with Romeo that should the automatic cleaner gain traction, it would yield continuous rewards. A boon for Romeo as well. Is that really appropriate? After all, it is Romeo's invention, Craig expressed with a hint of hesitation on his face. Such trivial matters do not concern me. With my genius, even if I were to create a hot dog robot, it could still change the world, Romeo declared, skewering a hot dog with a fork and waving his short arms. Besides, without funds, how can you provide me with delicious meals? Genius requires nourishment to sustain the mental exertion. Romeo nodded, munching on the hot dog. Very well, Craig conceded after a lengthy internal struggle, nodding in agreement, though still perplexed. By the way, why do I need to book 2 tickets? Do you intend to accompany me? Craig suddenly realized, astonished. The Kong siblings were quintessential homebodies. The prospect of them venturing outside was akin to an insurmountable challenge. If not absolutely necessary, Craig believed they would prefer to remain confined to their home for eternity. It must be said that today's youth is indeed different from those of yesteryears. I certainly shall not go. Kay, shaking his head, cast a glance at LNY, who was engrossed in the news while savoring tender beef, and offered a faint smile. You should accompany LNY. Chapter 50. Urban Legends. I never mentioned going to New York. You may go alone. As LNY chewed on the succulent beef, he paused momentarily upon hearing Kay's words before replying. Being a fellow member of the Natural Returners faction, LNY was well aware of the schemes concocted by WL-ing and MLY. Traveling to New York now could potentially embroil him in a significant event, yielding substantial rewards. However, reality dictated otherwise. A thrilling battle. Is that not what you desire? Kay dismissed LNY's response, questioning, are you afraid of suffering a crushing defeat? At this, LNY halted his chewing. Defeat? That term had never graced his vocabulary. In the game of the Divine Tomb, he had been among the closest to reaching 100 million players. LNY, known in the gaming realm as LNTNY, a member of the most formidable bandit group, the Jade Coffin, and the renowned leader of the Silverback Bandits. Having vanquished numerous players worth tens of millions, he bore the illustrious title of Thousand Kill God Luo, granting him the ability to wield 1,000 skills. How could he possibly lose? Yet now, he found himself unable to log into his game account, with his accumulated red jade barely sufficient to exchange for 2 divine tokens. Divine tokens, imbued with traces of divine power, could be utilized for 1 minute in reality. In essence, he could only unlock the temporary combat privileges of his character for 2 minutes. Was this sufficient for anything? Thus, he could only lament over his red jade. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared before LNY. Player K is transferring red jade to you. Please accept. LNY instinctively glanced up at K, who was smiling at him. Has he seen through my thoughts? Moreover, was it not said that players from different factions could not add each other as friends nor conduct transfers? Could it be? LNY narrowed his eyes as he gazed at K's head, where the name floating above began to materialize. He had overlooked a crucial piece of information. The white name above K's head had turned red. K had transitioned from worldly being to natural returner. How much jade had this brother-sister duo amassed through Craig? Although LNY had not attempted it himself, he could surmise that the cost of changing factions was undoubtedly substantial. In the early stages of a game, was it truly necessary to expend precious jade for a faction switch? Were these 2 siblings truly plotting? You open the exchange shop, and the amount of red jade he possessed was precisely sufficient to redeem 5 divine tokens. 5 minutes would suffice to resolve most issues. He cast a deep glance at Kong. Could it be that this fellow had even calculated the share of red jade he had recently acquired? Surely, such audacity was implausible. Lanyu pondered for a moment before initiating a dialogue with Kong through their friend link. Lanyu, I will remember your favor and repay you double after New York. Kong chuckled, well aware that this matter had been settled. Humans had their own methods. Let the lions handle the battles against other lions. Hey, don't ignore me, Craig interjected boldly, feeling quite frustrated. How many plane tickets should I book? And who will accompany me? Craig looked at Kong, seeking an answer. To his surprise, it was Lanyu who spoke first. 2 tickets. I will accompany you to New York. Excellent. Now we can discuss the second matter. Kong appeared to be in good spirits. His gaze shifted to the small scientist, Romeo, who was engrossed in devouring a sausage and fried egg. Romeo, how was the progress on the project I asked you to assist with? Romeo wiped the grease from his mouth, brimming with confidence. Isn't it merely a large inhibitor? How could it possibly pose a challenge to a genius like me? Kung did. Despite Romeo's youth, he was undeniably a true prodigy, much like his sister. There was no need for concern regarding inventions. Nonetheless, Kong articulated his requirements. I have 2 stipulations. First, the machine must be compact and as lightweight as possible, allowing Craig to carry it with ease. Second, it should be easily concealable. Craig must be able to board the plane without anyone noticing it before we reach New York. What you 2 scheming? Craig's anxiety grew with each word. It sounded as though he were being made into a terrorist. Why must it be smuggled onto the plane? Are you concocting some massive weapon of destruction? This trip to New York represents your opportunity to become a superhero. Trust me, the fate of New York rests on your shoulders. I will keep in touch should anything arise. With these simple sentences, Kong redirected Craig's attention back to the notions of saving New York and becoming a superhero. Oh, all right. Craig nodded, bewildered but compliant. After finishing their meal, Kong returned to their room with his sister by. The room was desolate, devoid of even a single bed, with the most prominent feature being a computer boasting 6 screens. Among the names displayed were Xingping Chuangjin, Xingping Chinjikuro, Old Man, Sawada Tsuneyoshi, Moria, Valong, Mama Bai, and Zhao Li. The screens were filled with various data, chronicling the psychological profiles of the currently active players among the worldly beings and natural returnees. Within the list of worldly beings, Sawada Tsuneyoshi was notably highlighted by Kong. Both Tsuneyoshi and Lanyu shared common traits. Tsuneyoshi displayed mediocrity, while Lanyu remained quietly gentle. At present, they appeared to be ordinary individuals. Yet subtle signs indicated a pressing need for jade, a sentiment distinctly different from that of others. Kong surmised that their abilities might require a certain amount of jade to activate. Otherwise, they would remain dormant. This conjecture was corroborated by Lanyu's behavior during their recent meal. Among the natural returnees, aside from Moria, who was preparing a zombie army. Valong drew Kong's particular attention. Or perhaps it was the entity concealed behind Valong. Sister, do we have enough jade to switch factions? Observing the plethora of data on the screens, Kong squinted, deep in contemplation. Yes, I nodded. We can commence. Kong smiled, focusing on the vacant Imperial Foundation in the list. All right, I shall proceed. Player Bai is undergoing a faction transition. Jade is hard to come by. Please choose wisely. Are you certain about the faction transition? Confirmation. Bai's name transformed from white to black above her head. Sister, let us continue to forge legends. As Bai inputted data into the computer, new names appeared on the screen. Tina, Magellan, legendary figures in urban folklore renowned for their undefeated record across over 280 online games. Separated, they were mere shells, but together, they embodied the true essence of the Void. This realm of otherworldly games was no exception. The Void would never know defeat. Chapter 51, Wilson Fisk. In a private gym within Hell's Kitchen, Wilson Fisk was warming up. The dull thuds echoed in the air as his strength permeated the sandbags, creating rippling shockwaves. At that moment, two bodyguards clad in black suits, their muscular physiques evident, entered, escorting a trembling little chick. After a brief wait, Wilson completed his warm-up, grabbing a towel from a nearby rack to wipe his forehead, which was devoid of any perspiration. The absence of sweat mattered little. The ritualistic aspect was what counted. Casually tossing aside the towel, he settled onto the sofa with an air of grandeur, a cigar clenched between his lips, observing his boss complete his warm-up exercises. The bodyguard stepped forward to report to Wilson. This young fellow was a messenger from the Maggia. Wilson raised an eyebrow, then broke into a smile. So it's someone from Hammerhead's crew. It's quite rare for him to seek me out. However, under Wilson's scrutinizing gaze, the young messenger felt an impending sense of doom. He attempted to straighten his posture, striving to appear less tremulous, hoping to maintain some semblance of dignity for Hammerhead. Yet, Wilson was truly intimidating. Noticing the messenger's nearly fainting demeanor, Wilson waved his hand dismissively. Don't be nervous. I won't bite. Just speak your mind. The messenger's voice quivered slightly as he gathered his courage. Hammerhead sent me to say the Black Hand's Varen has gone too far. Varen the Black Hand? Wilson raised an eyebrow, revealing a perplexed expression. I haven't heard of him. Where did he spring from? Over the past month, the robbery incidents in New York City had predominantly involved the Black Hand, who had recently made headlines for the Four Seasons Heist. The messenger briefly recounted Varen's previous misdeeds, hoping to pique Wilson's interest. However, it soon became evident that he had underestimated the situation. Oh, I thought you might bring some good news. You expect me to manage a mere thief? Wilson's tone momentarily paused before he raised an eyebrow and added, Perhaps you should return and ask Hammerhead if I should also take responsibility if his grandmother's piggy bank goes missing. Laughter erupted from the two bodyguards at the perfect moment. Faced with such ridicule, the messenger's face flushed crimson. He had held back various words, only to swallow them again out of fear. Nevertheless, he stammered. But Varen has set his sights on Tony Stark. Trembling, he mustered the courage to utter this crucial piece of information. Although terrified of the imposing figure before him, he was determined to fulfill Hammerhead's task. Moreover, he believed that if something could instill such fear in Hammerhead, it would similarly concern Wilson. The playboy was not to be trifled with. If Varen were to kidnap him, wouldn't Hell's Kitchen undergo a thorough cleansing? Surely, Wilson would be affected as well. And if Wilson were willing to take action against Varen, then Hammerhead's objectives would be achieved. The messenger felt an increasing weight of pressure. Beads of cold sweat visibly formed on his forehead. The audacity of today's youth to contemplate kidnapping a playboy was astonishing. Wilson waved his hand, his expression indifferent. Boring, let us drag this out. After the bodyguard dragged the person away, the target eye emerged from the shadows. Shall I proceed to eliminate someone? He inquired. Whom do you intend to target? Wilson asked, tilting his head to regard the target eye. Is it Varon, Hammerhead, or that playboy? Anyone will suffice. Regardless of who it is, if I am sent, they shall meet their demise. The target eye grinned, a mad and sanguinary aura enveloping him. Wilson scoffed, shaking his head dismissively without further comment. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the gym, followed by the entrance of a well-proportioned secretary, holding a substantial dossier. The Black Hand and the Magia gang have struck a deal. Hammerhead, after parting with a considerable sum, acquired the Golden Rooster treasure from Veron. However, after the transaction, one of his subordinates witnessed Hammerhead spitting blood, and suspect Veron may have poisoned his drink during the deal. Wilson exhaled a plume of smoke, lazily reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. Hammerhead seems to be regressing. He allowed a robber to deceive him. Had he merely sent a subordinate to execute a human bomb, I could have admired his audacity. He poured himself a glass of red wine, musing about the Golden Rooster treasure, a name that alone hinted at its value. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a shadow crossed his face. He possesses a valuable treasure, but fails to inform me. Instead, he seeks my assistance after being duped by a robber. Does he underestimate me? The atmosphere within the gym shifted abruptly, with Wilson's expression darkening. A formidable pressure enveloped the space, rendering the air nearly suffocating. The secretary's heart raced with trepidation. As Wilson's secretary, she possessed some skill, yet she was acutely aware of the terror he instilled. However, youthful fantasies often led her to cling to a notion of being an exception. Yet, such thoughts dissipated swiftly, replaced by a singular desire to maintain her position until retirement. She wished to avoid the fate of her predecessors, who had vanished without a trace. As the secretary's mind wandered, Wilson suddenly broke the silence. I've heard the Magia gang has been quite active recently. The secretary's heart skipped a beat as she promptly lowered her head, hastily rifling through the documents in her hands. The Magia gang has blockaded several docks, indicating a steady influx of cargo ships. The specifics of what these ships carry remain unknown for now. Furthermore, the Magia gang's intentions for expansion are unmistakable, prompting various factions to express concerns about their overreach. Wilson's expression darkened further, clearly indicating that Hammerhead had entertained thoughts that were ill-advised. Contemplating this, Wilson suddenly smiled. It appears that Hammerhead has allied himself with a new patron. It is rather inconsiderate of him not to introduce such a significant venture to me. Have Erica pay a visit and inquire on my behalf. Chapter 52, Erica and the Night Demon. Manhattan, Pier 36. This locale stands in stark contrast to Pier 26 on the west side of Manhattan, which boasts the Hudson River Park Trust, the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation, and the financial contributions of Citibank, whose offices overlook Pier 26. Together, they have fashioned a bustling marina celebrated as one of Manhattan's most vibrant docking areas. In comparison, Pier 36 appears rather desolate. Here, the Magia gang and its affiliated organizations have pooled their resources over the course of 2 years, resulting in a hub where clandestine transactions are commonplace. The Magia gang has profited significantly through illicit dealings, making this pier a vital financial pillar. However, of late, the gang has inexplicably sealed off the entire pier, halting all external cargo activities and restricting access solely for their own use. At this moment, the pier is cluttered with enormous shipping containers, stacked densely and exuding a faintly sanguine odor, intermingled with an unmistakable stench of decay. This scent, familiar to assassins, arises from corpses that have remained too long, undergoing putrefaction. One can only dread what unsavory contents these containers may hold. In the shadows between the containers stands a remarkably young woman, her deep blue eyes fixed intently on the pier before her. Clad in a tight-fitting red combat suit that accentuates her curvaceous form, she is Erica Nassis, a proficient mercenary assassin. Her combat prowess reaches the zenith of human capability. She is well-versed in various martial arts and weaponry techniques, and through extensive training, she has developed a modicum of extraordinary abilities, including hypnosis, tracking, telepathy, and heightened physical resilience. In the realm of combat, she is nothing short of a prodigy. It appears her employer's assertions were indeed accurate. The Magia gang has been engaging in numerous covert activities. Erica toys with her favored weapon, a steel ruler known as the 10 Hands. Though perhaps deemed subpar as a lightweight, dual-wielding weapon due to its heft, for Erica, the added weight enhances both her offensive and defensive capabilities. Particularly in confined spaces and at close quarters, it can unleash an astonishing force. Yet, A chill suddenly flickers in Erica's gaze. Her current predicament is dire. A relentless group of pursuers is on her trail. The insects of the hand association seem ever-present, refusing to dissipate. However, she now serves Jean Bing, a commendable employer. Jean Bing, the sovereign of New York's shadowy underworld, ensures that any attempt to bypass him is a breach of the established order. This site is accessible only via mobile browsers. If you see this passage, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. A group of fools indeed, Erica muttered angrily. Unsure whether her words were directed at the ninjas pursuing her, the minions sent to deliver messages, thereby inciting the wrath of Hammerhead, or perhaps a combination of both. Hammerhead had sent her to inquire about the recent escalations by Magia, which had clearly crossed the line. However, what was there to inquire about? Erica had already made up her mind. She would simply storm in, starting from the front door, and make her way to Hammerhead's office, teaching him a lesson while simultaneously seizing the treasure of the King of Roosters. A perfect two-for-one deal, indeed. Erica relished the thought. Just then, she caught sight of a familiar red figure weaving between the tall buildings, swiftly approaching the docks. This figure stirred memories of her university days, a time when she was still quite naive. Well, as an assassin, she never truly experienced the so-called university life, but she was indeed an old friend of Daredevil. Those were entangled years that were both unbreakable and chaotic, and she never imagined that upon returning to New York, she would encounter him again. It felt serendipitous. But why was he at the docks managed by Magia? It seemed his meddling nature had not changed. Erica raised an eyebrow and vanished from her spot. Meanwhile, Matt Murdock, en route to Dock 36, felt as though his mind was in disarray. Hell's Kitchen was already chaotic enough, and now there were inexplicable individuals and organizations complicating matters further. These newcomers had never crossed his radar before. They had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Moreover, during his previous encounter, he discerned that these organizations were aware of each other's existence, appearing to be at odds, yet somehow managing to coexist in a peculiar equilibrium. Ironically, this balance only heightened Matt's anxiety. He feared that if the equilibrium were ever disrupted, Hell's Kitchen would face unprecedented violent conflict. Just like the self-proclaimed worker from the underworld, who brandished a gun at the slightest provocation, capturing souls. To Matt, such actions were the utmost affront to the soul, utterly unforgivable. Yet, the reactions of others in the establishment suggested that they had long since adapted to the ways of the underworld, displaying no surprise whatsoever. The notion that souls belong to the underworld seemed to have become a customary understanding. This perhaps indicates that the underworld has engaged in such actions before. With this thought weighing on him, Matt felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Had it not been for Kikyo pulling him away at that moment, he would undoubtedly have confronted that individual named Zhao Li. However, Kikyo was not by his side at present. She was occupied with searching for Jessica. According to Kikyo, Jessica had been controlled by her soul-devouring insect, leading to her madness after breaking Lin Jiu's wine jar, a consequence of a prior psychological trauma. Kikyo possessed the ability to purify the soul and soothe those on the brink of collapse. And since Jessica's predicament stemmed from her, Kikyo felt compelled to intervene. In Matt's view, this was akin to employing a unique psychological treatment method aimed at healing Jessica's spirit. Nevertheless, he chose not to accompany her this time, instead handing Kikyo a business card for Jessica's private detective agency. He intended to take advantage of the cover of night to swiftly uncover the secrets hidden beneath Dock 36. Initially, he had planned to wait a few more days for the Magia gang to deliver their next shipment before investigating, hoping to catch them red-handed. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. With the clues he currently possessed, coupled with the conversations he had overheard at the diner, he was 70% certain that the recent chaos in Hell's Kitchen was connected to the Magia gang. The true answer undoubtedly lay within the abruptly sealed Dock 36. As Matt pondered these thoughts, he hastened his pace using his grappling hook. Suddenly, his radar sense triggered an alarm. He sensed a figure swiftly approaching, barely discernible as a woman. At the same time, as the figure drew closer, Matt felt a shift in the airflow around him. Clang! Just in time, Matt raised his short staff to block the attack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a flicker of surprise crossed his brow. This sensation was so familiar. The assailant wielded what appeared to be a metal ruler, evoking memories of his tumultuous, even nightmarish, relationship during his time at Columbia University. This caused Matt to momentarily drift into a daze, particularly with the subsequent reaction. Leveraging the rebound force, the figure not only did not retreat, but leapt into the air, wielding the metal ruler, and then swooped down again, further confirming her identity. "Erica, when did you return?" Matt exclaimed. Previously, Erica had left New York to go abroad, and he had never received any news of her return. "How mundane! You recognize me so swiftly." Erica leaped gracefully through the air, landing beside Matt. Her lips pursed in apparent dissatisfaction at being so easily discerned. "Having returned only a few days ago, I found myself entangled with a band of ruffians outside, thus seeking refuge from a storm." Matt furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than Erica had suggested. "Are you still a hit woman? What else can I do?" Erica nonchalantly twirled the iron ruler in her hand. "As for you, still clad in that garish red attire, where's your sense of taste? What brings you here?" Matt's expression tightened. There was no time for nostalgia. He merely wished to ascertain Erica's purpose for being here. "My new employer mentioned that Hammer had overstepped his boundaries and asked me to deliver a greeting." "Your employer?" Upon hearing this, Matt paused momentarily, quickly deducing that the only individual audacious enough to be Erica's boss and confront Hammer could only be one person. "You are working for Kingpin." A tumult of emotions surged through Matt. "You remain as astute as ever, and have guessed correctly." Erica clapped her hands, displaying delight, yet Matt's heart sank. On one hand, it was troubling that Erica had once again immersed herself in darkness. On the other, Hammer's actions had evidently drawn Kingpin's attention, signaling that the Mag Geo was plotting something significant, certainly intending to stir up considerable chaos. Chapter 53. The Soul Therapy of Kikyo and Jessica. Hell's Kitchen, the pseudonymous detective agency. A sign indicating that the agency was temporarily closed hung on the door, as Jessica Jones languidly slumped over the desk, intermittently chugging down beer. Gulp, gulp. This wretched and infuriating life. The documents that were once neatly arranged on the table now lay scattered in disarray, with empty beer cans littering the entire office. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the phone on the desk lit up with a voicemail notification. Jessica, cradling her head, glanced at it, muttering incessantly. "Ah, a voicemail. Perhaps I've won the lottery. Or maybe I've been invited to a late-night talk show." However, it's more likely that God is calling to rectify the grievous errors he has committed regarding me. She was utterly disinterested in dealing with these trivial jobs, spending her days either tailing mistresses or capturing infidelities. Ugh, could there not be a more enriching and meaningful endeavor? Oh, God, if you truly exist, please let these dreadful individuals spontaneously combust. As Jessica contemplated this, she grabbed an unopened can of beer from beside her, popped the tab, and resumed her drinking. At that moment, she seemed to see a long, glowing worm emitting a soft white light slithering through the tightly shut door of the agency. This site is accessible only via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and novel mode in your browser, as well as any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. What is this? Is she so intoxicated that she is seeing things? Jessica squinted, fixating intently on the long worm before her, engaging in an intense gaze-off. Outside the office, Kikyo, dressed in Miko attire, paused to quietly observe the tightly shut door of the agency. She had finally found it. Although she had obtained the address of the false agency from Matt, the location was a labyrinth, and she had inadvertently lost her way. After much effort, she dispatched a soul insect to follow the lingering scent left by Jessica, finally locating the place. The knock, though soft, resonated painfully in the silence of the agency. Jessica was compelled to break her intimate gaze with the soul insect, shaking her head as she stumbled towards the door, irritably yanking it open and shouting towards the outside. "Where are your eyes? Can't you see the sign that says temporarily closed?" Her voice gradually diminished as she finally discerned who stood at the entrance. The witch who could manipulate human bodies. Chapter 54. Spider, Monkey Talara. Hell's Kitchen, Pier 36. Under the dim moonlight, two crimson figures weaved through the densely arranged containers. Matt and Erica shared the same objective: to find Hammer, the leader of the Magia gang. Locating him would clarify the situation regarding the gang. Although they hadn't collaborated for some time, the synergy from years past allowed Erica and Matt to coordinate seamlessly. Navigating through the gaps between containers, they emerged from the shadows, systematically dealing with the thugs stationed at the dock. This is dull. Is this truly how the Magia gang defends itself? Erica leaped down from a container, incapacitating four burly men huddled together playing cards in less than 2 seconds. She could have dispatched them more swiftly, eliminating all four in one fell swoop, thus saving more time. However, with Matt right behind her, she knew he would never condone such lethal measures. Before encountering Hammer, Erica was reluctant to confront Matt. Indeed, the defenses felt remarkably lax. The Magia gang had numerous thugs patrolling the perimeter, exchanging shifts, effectively preventing ordinary individuals from entering. Yet, this only deterred the average person. For Matt and Erica, these scattered forces posed no obstacle whatsoever. The ease of their infiltration unnerved Matt. If Hammer was secretly plotting something, he must have some precautions against certain unique entities in Hell's Kitchen. The smoother their infiltration went, the more anxious Matt became. As he contemplated this, Matt lowered his voice and cautioned quietly, "Be careful. I sense something amiss here." "Is there?" Erica, blissfully oblivious, failed to register any irregularities. She had anticipated a fruitful evening, hoping to return to report to Jean with substantial content. However, to her dismay, the dock was devoid of anything but insignificant underlings, not a single substantial catch in sight. Moreover, with Matt by her side, she felt restrained from taking any decisive action, unless she wished to engage in a brawl shortly after their reunion. It was utterly tedious. Erica grimaced in disdain. Matt was about to voice his concerns when an abrupt noise interrupted him. The deep thud of a massive object crashing down. What just happened? Both Matt and Erica tensed, instinctively moving towards the source of the sound. What could it be? Erica's pupils dilated as she beheld an enormous creature before her. It resembled a spider, yet its size was astonishing. Matt, equally astonished, sensed the overwhelming presence of the colossal arachnid, its exaggerated form projecting a distorted three-dimensional image in his mind, suggesting it possessed a head akin to that of a monkey. "It feels more like a monkey than a spider," Erica exclaimed, brandishing a metal ruler, aware of why Matt was so anxious. The Magia gang had evidently conjured an unwieldy behemoth. Regardless of whether it was a monkey or a spider, it could not be allowed to escape. Matt's expression darkened significantly. This creature was clearly not a product of nature. Was it a monstrosity stitched together by the same sinister methods that had created the previous zombies? Yet, could such a colossal being even be categorized as a zombie? In comparison, the zombies from the alley seemed trivial. The Magia gang had truly unleashed such a creature. Hammerhead must have lost his mind. A chill ran down Matt's spine. Beside him, Erica's demeanor was equally grave, faced with a creature that defied imagination. Both felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. Moria had exchanged the zombie body of the spider monkey Terrella for its shadow, allowing it to be reborn in this world, tasked with guarding Dock 36. Its role was to deter any unwitting intruders while also coordinating with Francis. Periodically, Francis would ship in a substantial amount of materials, which, after transformation, would become new companions for Terrella. Naturally, Terrella held Moria in the highest regard. Yet, Hammerhead and Francis always referred to Moria as a collaborator, which displeased Terrella immensely. In Tala's eyes, these feeble beings were unworthy of standing alongside Lord Moria. At best, they could only be regarded as the newly recruited underlings of the Master. Regrettably, Lord Moria had expressly forbidden any actions against the weaker creatures in the dock area. Tala had been in this world for nearly half a month, confined to the docks without even a single toy. Boredom was starting to consume it, and even the interest in weaving webs had waned. However, the arrival of two intriguing new playthings finally sparked excitement within Tala. The creature before them, a monstrous figure, laughed heartily, its enormous eyes fixated on Matt and Erica, while its grotesquely stitched arms waved about. "I am a legendary spider monkey, Captain Tala," it proclaimed. "What on earth?" Erica, wielding a metal ruler, stood frozen in disbelief. How could this creature possibly speak? It was one thing to grow to such a size, but to possess the ability to articulate words was simply unfathomable. At that moment, Erica sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. "Captain Tala, I've never heard of you," she muttered. Matt recalled the zombie William who had been purified by Kikyo, and the monstrous form before him instinctively reminded him that these reanimated corpses possessed their own thoughts and intelligence. The situation had become significantly more complicated. Matt's heart sank. Mindless beasts were manageable, but when a monster possessed intellect, it was undoubtedly a catastrophe. Chapter 55, Erica Amen. Matt Murdock encounters the spider monkey Tala. Receiving a small amount of red jade, Erica Narquis encounters the spider monkey Tala, receiving a small amount of red jade. Two notifications suddenly appeared before Moria, who slowly rose from his massive frame, turning to look at the hammerhead beside him. "Hee. It seems my subordinates stationed at the docks have captured some amusing playthings. Let's go take a look." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the surrounding containers, the incessant sounds of crashing reverberating through the quiet docks with an unsettling intensity. Bang! The iron gates sealing the containers were flung open, and bizarrely shaped zombies burst forth. "Hey, this must be a joke. Surely these can't all be." Erica felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. She could not fathom how such an array of unexpected events had unfolded during what was supposed to be a simple mission tonight. The sheer number of them. Matt, using his radar to gauge the situation, arrived at a staggering conclusion. The zombies hidden within the containers of the dock were in an exaggeratedly large quantity. One by one, these conspicuously stitched and grotesque zombies emerged from the containers. They were utterly different from the zombies Matt had previously encountered on the streets. Those had at least retained a semblance of human form. In contrast, the creatures before him were massive, their appearances bizarre, some even sporting animal heads affixed to human bodies. It was utterly revolting. Erica couldn't help but exclaim. The colossal spider-like creature, Terralara, clung to the container, emitting a peculiar cackle as it mocked Matt and Erica, who were ensnared by a throng of zombies. "With me before you and fully armed warriors behind you, there is no escape for you two little pests." Terralara guffawed. "You repulsive creature, do you truly believe you can capture us like this?" Erica retorted with a cold sneer, her anger steadily escalating. She was determined not to leave a poor impression on her employer, although she remained unconcerned about the foolish pursuers from the Hand Association. The presence of gold in front of her provided a significant advantage. Such a shield was rare, and the events of the night could not afford any blunders. She needed to extract the hammerhead. "It appears we have been targeted since we first entered the docks," Matt calmly assessed. After the emergence of the spider monkey known as Terralara, the details he had previously overlooked began to resurface. Despite being a mere child, his radar-like perception had allowed him to sense the numerous webs adorning the tightly packed containers. Occasionally, he could even hear the faint rustling of movement. It now seemed that the source of those sounds was the enormous creature before him. "Do not underestimate the intelligence of the spider rats. I am fully aware of your every move," Terralara proclaimed, seemingly in no rush to eliminate the two playthings. It had grown weary of boredom, and upon hearing from its minions that intruders had arrived, it was eager to indulge in some amusement. "Matt, while I would prefer not to kill you, if you were to be devoured by zombies, then that would be acceptable," Erica said, her initial shock of the zombies giving way to a calm resolve. She toyed with her metal ruler, her eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a chilling intent to kill surged forth. "It is time for a massacre," before Matt could utter a warning. "Don't be impulsive." Erica had already dashed into the encirclement of zombies, wielding her ruler with deadly intent. "Monkey, monkey, monkey, monkey." Behind them, the exaggerated laughter of the spider monkey Terralara echoed. "I shall capture you and present you to Lord Moria." Lord Moria? This was the second time Matt had heard that name. The first was from the lips of the zombie William. Contemplating the connection between Hammerhead and Moria, He pondered the role of the Magia gang in this affair and what the enigmatic figure known as Moria truly intended. If these zombies were to run amok, then Hell's Kitchen, nay, even the entirety of Manhattan, would surely be affected. While Matt was lost in his thoughts, Tarla launched her attack, Spiderweb. A white web shot forth from Tarla's mouth like cannon fire, triggering a frenzied alert in Matt's radar senses, compelling him to instinctively leap aside. The sticky strands narrowly missed him, hurtling towards several zombies behind him. The viscous web unfurled, ensnaring the unfortunate zombies together. Despite their frantic struggles, they could not break free. The adhesive was astonishingly potent, Matt thought, taken aback. He swiftly drew the twin batons from between his legs and swung the clawed steel cable, propelling himself toward Tarla. With a mighty swing, he struck down hard on the monkey's head. Ouch! I feel like my head is going to swell, Tarla cried out, her enormous hands slapping wildly while simultaneously launching sticky strands in an attempt to ensnare the pesky creature bouncing around her. Meanwhile, Matt utilized his agility to evade her. But regrettably, his attacks lacked the necessary force to inflict significant harm on the colossal spider monkey. As time wore on, the battle reached a stalemate. While Matt grappled with Tarla, Erica found herself on the brink of fury on the other side, ever since she had plunged into the horde of zombies. Her iron ruler had not ceased its relentless motion. The speed at which zombies fell was impressive, yet their ability to rise again was even swifter. What the hell? Why can't I kill them? Erica shouted in frustration. She was on the verge of pulverizing a cat-eared zombie before her, yet it still managed to move. This defied all logic. Her iron ruler swung without pause, leaving a trail of shattered remains in her wake. But what manner of creature was this? Erica shivered, surveying the debris she had dismantled, still exhibiting signs of life. At that moment, Matt, who was playing a game of hide-and-seek atop Tarla, heard Erica's anguished cry. A frown creased his brow, his expression turning serious. When Kikyo dealt with that zombie named William, it hadn't been this arduous. Wasn't it dispatched with a single arrow? The remnants and scattered talismans he had encountered in the alley had been effortlessly resolved by the Taoist named Lingio. Could it be that annihilating these zombies required meeting certain specific conditions? This was dire. Had he known it would come to this, he should have insisted Kikyo accompany him. With no time to waste entangled with Tarla, Matt propelled himself toward Erica using the grappling hook. The reason these corpses could move was due to their possession of souls that were not their own. Matt kicked away the half-zombie that crawled towards him from the ground and explained to Erica, "Occupying souls? Is this some new technology?" Erica brandished her iron ruler, shouting at Matt. How could she be unaware of such rapid advancements in technology, now even possessing the means to occupy souls? I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. It was a witch who informed me, Matt replied. A witch? Erica raised an eyebrow, her iron ruler piercing the large, crimson eye of the rabid zombie. Her tone laced with intrigue. I was unaware that you knew a witch. I've only known her for a short time. Matt retorted. Oh, it seems I returned to New York in an opportune moment. I must have interrupted something, Erica remarked coldly. Matt paused his actions, exhaling in resignation. Can you please focus? Without a specific method, we cannot kill these zombies. Men. Erica increased her ferocity in combat, demonstrating that even female assassins possess their own tempers. You might as well give up. There's no escape. The spider monkey, Tarla, ceased its attack, observing Erica and Matt, who were defending back-to-back against the encroaching zombies, and laughed heartily. Just then, the roar of a helicopter pierced the night sky, accompanied by a resounding crack from above. A massive searchlight descended, illuminating the dock as if it were day. Ha ha ha! Look who it is, the fearless ones from Hell's Kitchen. Now, they resemble mere insects with nowhere to flee. This scene is truly a rare sight. The figure aboard the helicopter captured the attention of both Matt and Erica. Hammerhead, the leader of the Magia gang, their target for the night, had made his appearance. Chapter 56. Hammerhead feels invincible. With a tremendous roar, the helicopter landed before Matt and Erica. Hammerhead swaggered out, flanked by his loyal subordinates, Flint and Marco. He, the renowned, fearless one, today you have finally fallen into my grasp, Hammerhead sneered, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Daredevil, laughing maniacally. Look at this legion of zombies. They could easily deal with you, couldn't they? Hammerhead arrogantly lifted his chin, attempting to look down upon Daredevil in a display of superiority. However, his stature was modest, and he could only leverage distance to achieve a semblance of eye level with the two. Nonetheless, this mattered little. Hammerhead was elated. For him, Daredevil had become a trapped fish, unable to escape. Over the years, Daredevil had significantly hindered his business, causing him to lose considerable profits and ruin numerous deals, akin to a bothersome fly. But today, all of that would come to an end. It is he, the harbinger of the future order in Hell's Kitchen, the great new Dark Emperor, Hammerhead, who shall bring an end to this fearless individual. Undoubtedly, bolstered by the legion of zombies, he feels invincible. In response to Hammerhead's taunts, Matt exhibited none of the rage his adversaries sought. Instead, he maintained a remarkable calm as he assessed the current situation. Just moments ago, when Hammerhead boasted of the zombie army, both the spider monkey Tarala and the surrounding zombies seemed to regard him with disdain. Though the zombies refrained from voicing their thoughts due to the atmosphere, they clearly held Hammerhead in low regard. In Matt's radar-like perception, the subtle emotional fluctuations of the zombies were not lost on him. It is indeed a thought-provoking observation. Furthermore, Matt's vigilance heightened as he pondered the whereabouts of the elusive Lord Moria, now that Hammerhead had made his appearance. Enough. I can't take this anymore, Erica exclaimed, tossing her hair in frustration, her deep blue eyes glaring fiercely at Hammerhead. Originally, she had come to inquire on behalf of Jean, with the intention of reprimanding Hammerhead for his recent reckless behavior. Yet he had unwittingly escalated matters into this chaotic situation. These damn zombies, each one more troublesome than the last, could be reduced to mere fragments yet still wriggled on the ground like repulsive insects. Why had everything gone awry this evening? Was it a deliberate affront against her? The stench clinging to her from the earlier skirmish only deepened her displeasure. She longed to dispatch Hammerhead swiftly and return to bathe, washing away the foul odor into the sewers. Oh, it seemed Hammerhead had only just noticed Erica's presence, as his thoughts had been consumed by the Daredevil, oblivious to the woman clad in red beside him. Who is she? Why is she also dressed in crimson? Is it now customary for vigilantes to don such attire? Chapter 57. The terrifying trio makes their entrance. Spider Monkey Tarala personally intervened, ensnaring the unconscious Matt and Erica in webs before hoisting them onto his back. In truth, this task did not necessitate Tarala's direct involvement, as binding captives was typically the duty of the spider mice, one of the general zombies. However, the circumstances had changed. Having entered this new world, Tarala sought to impress Lord Moria. Lord Moria, the intruders before us are utterly feeble. Your greatness is undeniable. Tarala adeptly offered his carefully prepared flattery to Moria, striving to enhance his own significance. Hee. Such minor characters are indeed inconsequential, hardly worthy of attention. Moria emitted a peculiar laugh as he turned his gaze toward Hammerhead. Since encountering these two creatures, Hammerhead has been in a state of ecstatic agitation. Could it be that the identity of this intruder is anything but ordinary? This is no insignificant character. He is none other than the renowned Daredevil. At this moment, Hammerhead has completely immersed himself in his inner theater. He has captured the devil of Hell's Kitchen, the very individual who has caused endless headaches for the entire area. This is something even Kingpin has not accomplished. He intends to strip Daredevil of his mask, unveil his identity, and confine him within the secret black box of the Magia, ensuring he suffers eternally in darkness. As this thought crossed his mind, a radiant smile spread across Hammerhead's face. Partnering with Mariah was indeed an exceptionally wise decision. With Daredevil now fallen to the zombie horde, Kingpin is next. The name Daredevil is quite splendid, yet regrettably too feeble. Hammerhead's delight was matched by Mariah's exuberance. The so-called formidable foe of Hell's Kitchen turned out to be rather lackluster. It was resolved with such ease that it felt child's play. It seems this world is indeed remarkably weak. His zombie army will undoubtedly reign supreme. This time, he shall ascend as the king of the new world. Just as Hammerhead and Mariah reveled in their self-satisfaction, feeling the world lay within their grasp. An unexpected tumult erupted from the opposite end of the dock. Without giving Mariah a moment to react, a pure white, feathered arrow surged forth, emanating a swirling aura of energy, swiftly racing towards its target, the bound spider monkey, Terralala, holding Matt and Erica captive. The energy-infused arrow pierced Terralala's monkey head, instantly traversing its massive spider body, ultimately emerging from its tail and landing in a distant shipping container, resulting in a widespread explosion. Boom! The container was sent soaring into the sky, and the once pristine dock was reduced to chaos. Terralala collapsed without resistance, a horrific wound gaping through its enormous form. Captain Terralala, the spider rats cried out anxiously. Terralala's eyes lost their luster, its mouth agape, as a dark shadow struggled to escape from within, only to be seized by Mariah nearby. "Who goes there?" Hammerhead exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. The creature that toyed with Daredevil, Terralala, had been dispatched in an instant. Who could have done this? Daredevil's ally? Such a figure had never been mentioned before. Do not hide in the shadows. Reveal yourself. He had only just dealt with Daredevil, believing that brighter days lay ahead. Yet, unexpectedly, another adversary had emerged. Is this never-ending? Are there truly countless vigilantes in this world? With Hell's Kitchen claiming half, the result of fluctuating emotions was that Hammerhead succumbed to a fit of rage. Upon sensing the peril that Matt faced, Kikyo rushed towards the dock. However, she arrived just a moment too late. In midair, she caught sight of Matt, ensnared in a web from a distance. Alongside him was an unfamiliar woman. Additionally, she noticed a towering player, a colossal figure standing 3 stories high, Mariah, a notorious red-named member of the Nature's Return faction. Kikyo furrowed her brow, a hint of gravity flickering in her eyes. She could not stand idly by as the zombies abducted Matt and the woman. Drawing her bow, she unleashed a piercing arrow that obliterated the spider monkey, Terrara, in an instant. Space shifted. Several soul-eating insects spiraled towards her. Kikyo gradually faded, directly transporting herself above the dock. In the next heartbeat, with a graceful gesture, 2 soul insects descended, wrapping around Matt and Erica, returning them to her side. One on the left and one on the right. Indeed, Hammerhead, upon recognizing Kikyo's visage, was momentarily captivated by her beauty. Her jet-black eyes, delicate oval face, and lustrous long hair elegantly tied with a pure white headband, combined with her finely chiseled features, created an enchanting allure. The ancient longbow she wielded further enhanced her mystique. In that fleeting moment, Hammerhead felt a sensation akin to love at first sight. However, this feeling dissipated like smoke upon seeing the knight demon hero whisked away by Kikyo. One could say this emotion arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. "He is mine. Return the knight demon hero to me." Hammerhead fumed with rage. Yet, Kikyo paid no heed to the furious Hammerhead. She exchanged a glance with Mariah before departing with Matt and Erica. "Mariah, why did you not stop her? She is but one person. We have an army of zombies. We could easily capture her." Hammerhead gritted his teeth, questioning Mariah as he watched Kikyo retreat. He found it unacceptable that the Night Demon hero had slipped through his fingers. However, what awaited him was Mariah's eerie laughter. Indeed, only players can contend with players. The humans in this world are pathetically weak. Even those fearless souls in Hell's Kitchen are no match. He had anticipated this reality. Kikyo's sudden appearance only validated Mariah's assumptions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He required assistance. "My dear subordinates, how I have missed you." Mariah cheerfully accessed the exchange shop, selected a player invitation, and confirmed his choice. With a hiss, the first to emerge was Hogobach, the mainstay of zombie creation and a genius surgeon with miraculous medical skills. Hello. Next to appear are the commanders of the animal zombies and the terrifying zombies, the ghost princess Perona. Roar. Finally, there's the low growl that only beasts can produce, the zombie soldier and commander, Absalom. Thus, on the ship of the terrifying trio, all 3 strange beings under Moria have made their grand entrance. Have you all arrived? He. Allow me to become the ruler of the world. Moria gazed upon his three peculiar subordinates, their arrival igniting an overwhelming surge of confidence within him. Very well, Master Moria. Before the colossal figure of Moria, the three oddities descended upon this new world. As the mists of the terrifying trio ship were poised to envelop New York. Chapter 58, Old Man. Ah, Shadows. After Kikyo left Dock 36, she stood at the crossroads, hesitating for a moment before heading straight towards the eatery. She had just witnessed a frenzy at the dock, and the number of zombies was considerable. Once the zombies poured forth, the entire city would succumb to a frenzy of the undead, a scenario Kikyo could not tolerate. She felt it imperative to inform the other players. At that moment, Zhali was leaning against the doorframe, yawning in boredom. The night was one of indulgence and joy. Under normal circumstances, he ought to be wooing beautiful women. However, the situation was different now. He could not afford to miss any of the three old men, Old Father, Uncle Nine, and Second Master. He needed to keep a close watch on these three esteemed figures. The underworld's loan was not something to be taken lightly. Too many zeros could crush a person. As Zhao was lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared at the street corner, catching his eye. Oh, look who has arrived. ISNT, that the beautiful Kikyo? What brings her back? Could it be that she has changed her mind and is ready to join the underworld? Beautiful lady, with 5 insurances and a golden opportunity. Your choice will not be regretted. Zhao dramatically tossed his coat, making a dashing entrance, complete with job placement included. Kikyo cast a cold glance at Zhao. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable the ad blocking feature, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Without saying a word, she stepped over the threshold and entered the eatery. Inside the eatery, Linjio and Second Master were enjoying drinks. A gang in Sakai, SH listened intently as these two exchanged tales of the past. The amusing stories from the old forest and the tales of the restless spirits and demons from the mortuary truly opened the eyes of the two younger listeners. The old man sat at the counter, seemingly engrossed in some task. As Kaiki entered the store, she immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Lin Jio's expression darkened, evidently recalling the earlier incident involving the exorcism. He had exchanged all manner of talismans and tools for banishing evil spirits from the shop, only to find his efforts in vain. It would be quite embarrassing to divulge this, and being a person who valued his dignity, Jio turned away with a stern expression, opting for silence after Kaiki's arrival. The Shrine Maiden has arrived. However, Sage Yukihiro brightened at the sight and promptly dashed into the kitchen. He had long wished to let the Shrine Maiden taste his newly created dessert, and now he finally had the chance. He hurriedly set about preparing a portion for Kaiki to savor. Zhao noticed a man and a woman being dragged in by the Shikigami, entangled as they were. Upon recognizing the man, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, ISNT this the same fellow who swaggered out earlier? And now he returned in such a state. What happened to the night demon hero? After a few more murmurs, Zhao turned his attention to the unconscious Erica beside him, catching a whiff of a foul odor emanating from her. Goodness, where did this beautiful girl come from? The stench is overwhelming. What on earth are these two up to end up like this? As he spoke, the attention of the other patrons converged on Matt and Erica. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened in alarm as he slapped his forehead, revealing a look of urgency. They have no shadows. He recalled Vauron and the devouring shadow mask. Could it be that Vauron was behind this? He needed to prepare. Zhao, let us go. Upon hearing this, Zhao struggled to maintain his composure. But we just visited the Four Seasons Hotel this morning, and they made it clear that without a reservation, we cannot go upstairs. Why do you keep coming up with these ideas? In his agitation, the old man began to stomp his feet. It's not the demon. It's the mask. What does that have to do with the mask? Zhao was bewildered, feeling increasingly out of place among these elderly figures. The formidable task assigned to him by ACHA was truly burdensome. It was Moria who took their shadows. I arrived too late. Kaiki suddenly spoke up after a period of silence since her entry. Oh, the old man fell quiet at once. If it wasn't T. Vauron's doing, then it was no longer a concern. Returning to his seat at the counter, he called out, Aegon, I'm hungry. I want a mung bean sandwich. And there is one more thing. As the old man desired a cup of hot tea, a gang busily prepared it for him. Meanwhile, Matt and Erica, who had been placed on the table by Kikyo, were gradually awakening. Where are we? Matt muttered, blinking his eyes as he scanned the glaring ceiling lights. Groggily, he rose from the table, and his senses quickly registered Kikyo beside him. Kikyo, did you save us? Thank you. Without you, we would have surely been captured by the hammerhead. Erica, still dazed from her slumber, shook her head to clear her thoughts. Just then, she caught sight of Matt conversing with the beautiful sorceress, prompting her to raise an eyebrow in mild discontent. Look at that. It seems I woke up at the wrong moment. Is today really not a good day for outings? Why does it feel like the universe is conspiring against me? Showcasing my insignificance? Erica pouted, feeling somewhat frustrated. At that moment, Matt was too preoccupied to heed her complaints, as memories from before his unconsciousness began to return. His expression grew grim, and he gritted his teeth. The hammerhead must be insane. The pier at number 36 is crawling with zombies. If they are unleashed, it won't just be Hell's Kitchen that suffers. New York itself will be in peril. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. It seemed the hammerhead was indeed plotting a significant catastrophe, one that would be impossible to contain. Where's my shadow? Erica's exclamation jolted Matt from his thoughts of the impending zombie crisis to the matter of shadows. The peculiar individual, named Moria, possessed the alarming ability to sever other shadows, a concept that defied logic. This is bad. Matt recalled the scene of Jimmy turning to ashes under the sun, his expression darkening. If we lose our shadows and are exposed to sunlight, we will perish. So it was Moria, Zhao, who had been squatting nearby, remarked nonchalantly while stroking his chin. He dismissed the matter with a shrug, indicating that it was likely something Ah Cha would be disinclined to involve himself in, since it had no connection to the underworld. He was not inclined to interfere in such a futile endeavor. However, he mused, if Moria goes too far, we will deal with it then. Chapter 59, Awakening. The Demon Oz. In the secret underground of Francis, before a massive ice storage, he and the Sand Angel Duster had long awaited. Hee. A familiar, eerie laugh echoed. Moria clutched a struggling shadow in his grasp, the shadow of Wade he had previously captured. With this shadow, I am one step closer to ruling the world, Hogaback. The creation of my meticulously crafted number 900 is about to be reborn. Once I place this shadow inside, it shall become the strongest zombie in history, a formidable force in our arsenal. Hogaback was filled with exhilaration. The thought of his proud creation about to come to fruition ignited a swell of pride within his chest. The day when I shall become the master of the world's graveyards draws ever closer. Absalom envisioned his dream, picturing himself standing atop a tombstone, flanked by a legion of resurrected zombies, his smile growing ever more exaggerated, to transform all the delightful entities in the world into zombies, compelling them to submit to my dream kingdom, is now within reach, isn't it? Just the thought of such a scene made Perona's smile radiate even brighter. Indeed, anyone from whom a shadow is removed shall yield unconditionally. With such formidable subordinates, no one in this fragile world can thwart me. Moria's pupils reflected the struggling shadow of Wade as he erupted in raucous laughter. Let us awaken it together now, Francis. I am already prepared. Francis smiled slightly and approached the central control system, deftly striking the keyboard. The massive cold storage door slowly ascended, a chilling breeze sweeping through the air. This is it. Upon entering the cold storage, Hogaback's steps suddenly faltered. He gazed at the rigorously frozen corpses surrounding him, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. These bodies were remarkably preserved. It was evident that these individuals possessed formidable abilities before their demise. Their physiques were robust, and some even reached the strength of zombie generals. These are my treasures. Francis smiled, feeling a kindred spirit with Hogaback, as if encountering a confidant, and eagerly introduced, this segment consists of cyborgs, all modified by my hand. What do you think? I believe you might consider integrating animal tissues into their bodies or certain parts, followed by surgical stitching. Hogaback stood in the corridor of the cold storage, meticulously observing the splendid scene before him. The only drawback was that the stitched areas could easily crack or detach under strain. That's no concern. I believe current technology can remedy that. However, the two engaged in a fervent discussion about how to enhance the zombies further when Moria's boisterous laughter interrupted their conversation. Select two materials at random and toss in the shadow of that so-called fearless one. Let us not waste it. Yes, Lord Moria. Hogabak nodded in agreement. As the master of the underground base, Francis led the group towards the colossal freezing chamber housing specimen 900. It has been a long time, 900. In the next moment, the lights blazed to life. A giant towering at 67 meters, with sharp horns atop its head, appeared before them, its massive form grotesque in appearance. Although it was not the first encounter for Francis with the formidable entity known as number 900, each sighting of such a powerful creation continued to leave him profoundly astonished, his eyes alight with fervor. Hammer's heart raced with excitement. If he could indeed resurrect this colossal figure before him, not only would Hell's Kitchen be at his mercy, but the entirety of New York would fall under his dominion. Nay, the power he wielded would overshadow the entire world. Gold was insignificant. He was on the verge of becoming the new sovereign of the Dark Empire, unlike the previous chaotic resurrection of the demon Oz, which had been intertwined with the shadow of Monkey D. Luffy. This time, Moria was determined to conceal the existence of the demon Oz until the zombie army officially launched its assault. He was resolute in his meticulous planning, vowing never to repeat the failures of the past. If he could endure this initial phase, he would gain complete control over the demon Oz, transforming it into his most loyal subordinate. Is Oz's sustenance ready? If it were to go hungry, it might unleash its wrath. Moria turned to Francis, who opened the adjacent freezer, revealing a mountain of meat sufficient to sustain the demon Oz upon its awakening. Have you prepared the twin blades as instructed? Moria glanced at Hammer. This time, the demon Oz would not be unarmed. Its weapons were crafted by Hammer himself. Upon mentioning this, Hammer couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, nearly gasping for breath. A remarkable set of twin swords measuring over 30 meters in length. Forged from a special alloy, their price could only be described as astronomical, bordering on outrageous. The moment of resurrection had arrived. The one and only berserker known as the Demon Oz. Moria stepped forward, placing the struggling shadow of Wade before him. Be still. I am your new master. As the words left his lips, the shadow suddenly fell silent, its struggles ceasing. Now, I shall grant you the voice and body necessary for your existence as a zombie. Forget all past relationships and become a warrior who obeys me. The shadow nodded. The contract was sealed. Arise from your slumber. The shadow was pressed onto the corporeal form of the demon Oz, gradually being absorbed within at a languid pace. High-frequency vibrations ensued, and the ice encasing Oz began to crack. The sound of a heartbeat echoed throughout the freezer. A flash of red light illuminated the darkness as the demon Oz opened its left eye. Meet! With a furious roar, the demon Oz awakened once more. No, he was now Deadpool Oz, a gigantic demon renowned across the world for 5 centuries, combined with the shadow of a frenzied mercenary. This unparalleled amalgamation would become Moria's most audacious creation. Chapter 60, Wade, my beloved. In this world, there exists no navy, and now, with Oz added to the mix, no one can thwart our legion of zombies, Absalom cheerfully proclaimed. No, Moria countered, shaking his head. The navy has also arrived. Tina and Magellan are in this world. This information was relayed to him by Tao Bai Bai. Hogback exclaimed dramatically, covering his face in shock. Is it the warden of that notorious prison located in the doldrums? Impelled down, cold sweat appeared on the faces of Perona and Absalom, for such legendary figures are not easily dealt with. At this moment, the trio of oddities felt a twinge of panic. While they might dare confront Tina, charging headlong at Magellan seemed rather overconfident. Lord Moria, is your plan to conquer the world truly viable? It's just Magellan. You're all far too anxious. Moria replied with unwavering confidence. Do not fret. I have the perfect solution. With that, he opened the camp chat and entered a private conversation. Moria, interested in making a deal? ACHA, my price is quite steep. How will you pay? Moria. How about a substantial sum of red jade? At Xavier Genius Academy, an unexpected visitor had arrived. Hey, Ripley, have you seen Alien 3? Outside, that familiar fool, as always, brandished his dual swords, donning a red mask and speaking nonsensically. Damn, Deadpool, what are you doing here? Bulletstorm raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether it was too late to close the door. She had no desire to engage with this individual. The last time on the Cross-City Highway, she had been thoroughly duped by Wade. Had it not been for Tina's timely intervention, Bulletstorm felt she would have been beaten to death by that Tao bye-bye. I'm here on business. Where's that big metal block? Go fetch him, Wade declared, squeezing through the narrow opening of the door with his alluring figure. He barged past Bulletstorm and unceremoniously claimed the large sofa in the living room. Hey, what exactly are you here for? Bulletstorm inquired, her gaze somewhat hostile. Anything that brought Wade to her doorstep was undoubtedly serious. She sensed that she was about to be embroiled in an exceedingly troublesome affair. Oh, the way you say it makes it seem like Deadpool constantly stirs up trouble, and you all have to clean up after him, Wade retorted, rolling his eyes at Bulletstorm. Fine, judging by your expression, you indeed think so. He propped his feet up on the glass coffee table, adopting an air of entitlement. Remember that scoundrel you let escape before? Are you referring to that guy from the Cross-City Highway? What was his name, Francis? Bulletstorm paused before responding. Indeed, it was he. After Francis fled, he brought a troublesome onion head to torment me, and both Vanessa and I have suffered as a consequence. Now, I find myself bereft of my lifelong companion. Wade, having removed the cap from his head, leaned against the sofa, his gaze fixated intently on the bullet-headed figure, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. This predicament has been thrust upon me by you, so it is incumbent upon you to assist me. Your lifelong companion, you say? The bullet head paused, taken aback by Wade's earnest expression, and fell into silence. Vanessa is Wade's girlfriend, and if that is the case, then Francis is indeed a scoundrel. Just wait a moment, I shall summon him. In an unprecedented gesture, the bullet head poured Wade a glass of water before ascending to the second floor in search of Steelman. Wade, are you all right? Steelman hurriedly descended the stairs, concern etched on his face as the bullet head recounted Wade's plight. Well, of course, splendidly. Wade scoffed, shouting at Steelman. But I have an even better proposal, one which you cannot refuse under any circumstances. Very well, whatever the proposal, I shall accept. Steelman approached Wade, his demeanor serious. Here, you needn't be so agitated. I believe you can calm down and articulate your thoughts more slowly, given that a certain individual has just endured a significant blow. Steelman felt it was imperative to approach Wade with patience. Thus, he spoke earnestly. Perhaps you ought to temper your mindset. The situation may not be as dire as you perceive. Oh, not that dire? Wade rose from the sofa, advancing towards Steelman with an expression as fierce as a lion preparing for a fight. In fact, Steelman braced himself for a couple of punches from Wade, anticipating that it might serve as a necessary outlet for his frustration. However, to his utter astonishment, Wade instead collapsed into Steelman's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face, a veritable fountain of emotion. That was my one true love, my constant companion. Though our communication was scant, I knew we were inseparable, much like coffee and an energy bar. Neither can exist without the other. But Wade's emotions surged, and he nearly choked on his own tears, gasping for breath. Steelman quickly patted his back to help him regain composure as Wade continued through his tears. We were meant to be together forever. Yet that very night, before my eyes, that onion head cruelly tore us apart, and I was powerless to intervene. Wade, pull yourself together. This is not the time for self-pity. Steelman firmly grasped Wade's shoulders, his tone grave. We are friends, and friends must support each other in times of difficulty. You still have me and the bullet head. We will seek vengeance together. Wait, does that mean there are no others? Wade's sobbing ceased abruptly, and he cast a bewildered glance at Steelman. What about that bald professor of yours? Where are the other members of the X-Men? The professor has been absent lately. Steele explained. They are on an extended journey, and it is uncertain when they will return. Tell me you're not saying that in this vast house. It's just the two of you working here? Wade said incredulously, casting a disbelieving glance at Steele. He was hoping for a sense of camaraderie, not a duo. If it were just Steele and the Blob, he might as well venture out alone, sparing himself the ridicule from Francis and his zombie horde. Well, actually, there are also Tina and Magellan. They've been residing here recently, Steele admitted. After the last battle on the inner-city highway, Tina and Magellan had made a brief detour but ultimately returned to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. What good does that do? I'm not familiar with them, Wade replied, irritation creeping into his voice as theatricality took hold and tears welled in his eyes again. I still remember the last time. That gorgeous lady didn't even know who I was. Would she help me? We fought side by side as comrades. They will surely assist you in your time of need, Steele asserted confidently, rather than dwelling on these matters. Why don't you recount how you were ambushed and how Vanessa was taken? Huh? Wade halted his tears, a perplexed expression crossing his face. When did I say Vanessa was in trouble? Wasn't Tisha your one true love? Steele momentarily appeared bewildered. I was referring to my shadow. The shadow. Wade pointed emphatically at his feet, his expression grave. That onion-headed fiend stole my shadow. Steele felt a pang of despair. All that emotion just for that. Chapter 61, Greetings. Let's first discern who our enemy is. What is the name of this onion-headed foe you mentioned? The Blob tapped the table. Well, allowing Francis to escape is indeed a problem of theirs, but Wade's ludicrous performance is quite enough. Regardless of the enemy's identity, they needed to be found and obliterated. And then Francis should be made to leave without hesitation. Wade fell silent, his brow furrowed, his entire visage contorted as if he were constipated. He recalled Francis mentioning something. What was it? Motorola? No, that gigantic onion head was far too iconic. He simply could not recall. You haven't forgotten, have you? The Blob looked at Wade with alarm. What was this guy thinking? Forgetting the name of the enemy? Who said that? Wade retorted, his neck straining and veins bulging on his forehead as he dredged up memories of that night involving Vanessa, Francis, and the events that transpired. More content to come. Please hold on. Fine, I forgot. Wade shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. Damn it. The Blob was genuinely amused by Wade's absurdity. Associating with such an imbecile made her feel as though she too would become foolish. It is not my fault. If you encountered a moving weeble, you would react similarly. Wade pouted slightly, feeling somewhat aggrieved. His memory was usually quite sharp, barring any severe blows to the head, and this incident was purely accidental. Tina recognized him. A figure clad in a fuchsia professional outfit and a justice cape. With deep purple gloves, she descended slowly from the upper floor, cigarette delicately held between her fingers. She recalled Wade's rather dull demeanor. However, if it involved Mariah, Tina would not remain passive. That is, if your shadow were genuinely snatched away by an onion-headed figure. Hey, beautiful. Long time no see. Do you remember me? Wade's eyes lit up as he bounded forward, only to be directly ignored by Tina. Outside the academy, ominous ice pillars shot up from the ground. Atop one of these pillars stood Esteth, adorned in a striking black and white military uniform, her magnificent silver blue hair billowing in the wind. Even in her stillness, she exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. Hey, who is that woman? Wade pressed his face against the window, shouting in excitement as he pointed at Esteth. Who are you asking about? Isn't this the trouble you stirred up? The hot-headed blaster nearly went mad. Trouble had arrived, and now was not the time for foolish antics. Tina's gaze fell upon Esteth's crimson name above her head, her pupils constricting. Another player from the Natural Returners. She was affiliated with Mariah and Tao Bai Bai. Tina had considered the possibility that Mariah would send someone to cause trouble, but she never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. How had they located this place? Was it that woman from the television? If so, then there must be quite a few players from the Natural Returners. Esteth? I've never heard of her. Is she one of those 7 onion-headed individuals? Wade scratched his head in confusion, tilting his neck to inquire of Tina, who could hardly be bothered to respond. She is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What do you mean by 7 onion heads? Blaster retorted irritably. Isn't it all the same? The enemy has come knocking at our door, after all. Wade discerned from Tina's serious expression that the woman outside was indeed allied with the one who had stolen his shadow. Watch me take her down, Wade declared, drawing his twin blades from behind him, preparing to leap out the window. The hunt was on. Atop the ice pillar, a fervor flickered in Isdeth's deep ice-blue eyes. Heavenly ice of the falling stars. With a graceful snap of her fingers, a colossal ice meteor, formed from the purest of crystals, materialized and plummeted toward the Genius Academy below. Coughing, Wade peered out the window at the vast blue sky, glancing at the two small blades in his hands. The proportions of this situation are quite absurd. Wade quietly crawled back into the room. Hurry, it's time to showcase your prowess, warriors. They had reached the very threshold of his home, and he could hardly contain his frustration. Charge! Take her down. Wade hid behind Steelman, inexplicably producing a small flag, waving it enthusiastically as he cheered. Steelman, incensed by Wade's antics, had a face that was already a shade of iron gray, and now it darkened further. Who was this fool aligned with? What a time to be clowning around. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, a deep purple dragon emerged, and 3 venomous dragons roared into the air, colliding with the falling ice meteorites. The dragons, formed of toxic liquid, coiled around the descending ice, tearing and tugging at it. The potent venom corroded the ice crystals, transforming the once azure meteorites into a vivid purple. Ultimately, the colossal ice meteorite was disintegrated by the 3 toxic dragons, decomposing into fine ice crystals that drifted down like snow. In the estate, a snowfall of toxic ice crystals began, a breathtaking blend of purple venom and azure ice, creating an intoxicatingly beautiful spectacle. Ah, the god of the lavatory. Wade blinked, intrigued by the imposing figure of Magellan stepping out from the restroom. He was indeed a colossal being, standing nearly 5 meters tall, adorned with pointed horns and bat-like wings on his back. He would fit right in as a guest star for a portrayal of Satan. However, the site only supports access via mobile browsers. Should you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, or novel mode to eliminate ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Wade, with a suspicious glance, circled around Magellan's ample backside and leaned in conspiratorially to Steelman, whispering in a hushed tone. With a rear in that size and spending so much time in the restroom, you must be running low on toilet paper. I know a supplier if you need. Enough. Steelman, unable to bear it any longer, clamped Wade's mouth shut, exclaiming in exasperation. What time is it? Focus. Wade, struggling to nod with his mouth restrained, wore an expression of mild grievance. He merely wanted to introduce a reliable and inexpensive toilet paper supplier. After all, it was a matter of utmost importance. Otherwise, prolonged squatting would lead to numb legs, and excessive wiping could result in discomfort. The enemy had breached their defenses, indicating that Mariah was on the verge of completion, and he did not wish for Wade to interfere. Magellan, however, was not inclined to entertain Wade's whims. His gaze was fixed upon the adversary. This woman possessed the ability to conjure ice, akin to the powers of Akiji, although it remained uncertain if she would naturally transform. Allow me to engage her in battle. You should thwart Mariah. Though Magellan remained confined to the restroom, Wade and his companions exchanged intelligence, while Tina had already informed him through the private chat channel. He had no intention of venturing to New York. The powers of the poison fruit were far too formidable. Should he set foot in New York, he could easily turn the entire city into a wasteland without the need for a zombie horde. His abilities were utterly unsuitable for an urban environment. As for his death, a formidable ice wielder, it was crucial to restrain her, preventing her from aiding Moria. Hey, big guy, do not underestimate me, Deadpool, Wade exclaimed, breaking free from Steel Fist's grasp and brandishing the twin blades from his back. He leapt through the window, landing in the courtyard, pointing towards Isdeth atop a distant ice pillar. Hey, little skin, Deadpool has arrived. Pathetic. Isdeth merely cast a glance at Wade, her finger beckoning. The ground erupted with sharp ice spikes. I'm dead. The ice spike pierced Wade's abdomen, lifting him like a rag doll. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Isdeth laughed maniacally. Come out, you snake. Let us have a battle. You all may leave. I shall deal with this rat. Magellan's countenance darkened further, resembling that of a demon. With a mere gesture, Isdeth threatened Wade's life. This brazen killer, akin to those vile pirates, deserved death. Hot? I've been called that once before. Death harbored no mercy for her adversary. Since that weakling dared to taunt her, death would be his only fate. She scrutinized the towering figure of Magellan, nearly 5 meters tall, a dark name in the Emperor Foundation. He was the one who had just obliterated her meteorite, a worthy target for the hunt. Indeed, he piques my interest. With a powerful stomp, the essence of the demon surged within his death. Glacial assault, an ice pillar, as wide as a truck with a sharp tip, shot towards Magellan at breakneck speed. Poison. Magellan was enveloped in deep purple venom, transforming him into a veritable poison man. The venom coalesced into the form of a massive dragon, charging towards the oncoming ice pillar. Boom! The venomous dragon, with its serrated teeth coated in toxin, bit down, shattering the entire ice pillar before continuing its onslaught towards its death. This is becoming interesting. Its death leapt gracefully, evading the dragon's bite, while floating mid-air. Although she could not fly freely, manipulating the ice around her allowed her to levitate. This was a requisite skill for her grandiose display. Freeze everything before me. The ice pillar upon which she stood immediately expanded, and in mere moments, the poison dragon was ensconced within impenetrable ice, transformed into a purple ice sculpture, suspended in mid-air. Roar! This is a silent scream. With the feigned assault of the first venomous dragon, 2 others surged from the flanks towards its death. The venomous dragons roared ferociously, intent on devouring their adversary whole, drowning them in a deluge of toxic liquid. Individuals like you deserve to be impaled and perish. Death adjusted her officer's cap, and with a wave of her hand, ice crystals gathered behind her, forming a dense array of icicles, their quantity vastly exceeding what she had previously displayed. White piercing, like a flowing stream, the icicles struck the venomous dragons, and as they unleashed their furious roars, Death's gaze remained fixated not on the dying dragons, but on the man who was drawing near. Toxic passage. Magellan moved swiftly through the noxious miasma, and, as the dragons bellowed, he found himself face to face with Death. The demonic man locked eyes with the ice witch. Death revealed an ecstatic smile. Sinners shall perish in agonizing torment amidst the venom. Magellan had witnessed such a smile before, one born of unrestrained zeal for war and delight in slaughter. It was a deranged expression only seen in the depths of the world's most notorious prison, impelled down. On the 6th level of unending hell, such a player, if left unchecked, is exceedingly perilous. A thought flashed through Magellan's mind. Venomous pufferfish. Whoosh! Magellan's mouth puffed out, unleashing a viscous sphere of potent poison in rapid succession. Piercing through him, ice spears. Death conjured multiple layers of ice walls with a mere gesture, while ice spears shot forth, the clash of poison and ice resulting in a relentless confrontation. Toxic cloud. Magellan inhaled deeply, and a mist of lethal poison began to spread. A gas released from within him that would gradually dull the senses of anyone who came into contact with it. Faced with the corrosive venom, Death harbored no thoughts of retreat. She even yearned for close combat. This is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. To survive, one must be formidable. The strong fear nothing and will not retreat. The weak perish, while the strong endure. This is Death's philosophy of existence. Azure ice spread across her body, offering temporary resistance against the corrosive venom. With a flourish, Death summoned an ice military knife into her hand. She slashed towards Magellan, unleashing a flurry of icy blades. Magellan expelled a torrent of venom, seemingly indifferent to the icy onslaught that approached him. In this duel of ice and poison, it remained uncertain who would succumb first, the ice witch or the warden of hell. Come now, let us engage in battle. Death, enveloped in the toxic cloud, fervently called out. For victory was no longer of consequence. She sought only the thrill of combat. I am dying. Wade hung precariously on the icicles, flailing his limbs with an exaggerated cry. Silence. Steel Force ascended and hoisted Wade from the icy precipice, preferring not to engage in unnecessary chatter, but simply carrying him away. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, he would have gladly allowed the loquacious individual to dangle from the ice all day, relishing the tranquility it would bring to his ears. "I won't go," Wade shrieked in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Deadpool wishes to remain and assist." Huh. The nearby bullet couldn't help but snicker at this remark. "What? Do you intend to drag your intestines along to help?" "Oh heavens! Could you refrain from speaking so grotesquely?" Wade retorted with evident disdain, while simultaneously clutching his abdomen, ensuring his insides remained intact. "It's just a minor injury. I'm used to it. I'll be fine in a moment. So don't concern yourself." Tina had no time to indulge Wade. The ocean was teeming with peculiar beings, and encountering a madcap immortal in this realm was hardly extraordinary. She was currently engaged in a private chat with Magellan. "Tina, Director, do you truly need no assistance?" Magellan, "Hurry and leave. I'm about to unleash my power." Tina, "Understood." Tina was not one to linger indecisively. Since Director Magellan had declared he would handle things here, it was up to Tina to take charge on the Moria front. "How do we locate Moria?" Tina inquired, turning to Steel Force. "Follow me. We'll take the warplane to New York. It is the optimal choice." "Cool. The super warplane of the X-Men? I've wanted to ride in one for ages." Wade grinned, seemingly immune to any sense of impending doom. Or perhaps he believed that Deadpool's intervention would invariably resolve their dilemmas, albeit with the uncertainty of how large those dilemmas would grow before resolution. Steel Force carried Wade onto the aircraft, piloted by Bullet, as the warplane ascended. Wade, clutching his abdomen, gazed out the window at the confrontation below, where Esters and Magellan stood opposed, arching an eyebrow as he spoke. "Are you certain you don't want us to assist?" Tina had indicated otherwise. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she remarked, "Just take care of yourself." The warplane continued to ascend, and after a brief silence, the battlefield below erupted once more. A smile, as cold as ice, spread across Esther's face. If other Imperial arm users were merely powerful, Esther's embodied the mightiest strength. For while Imperial arm users wielded personal valor, Esther's could target entire worlds and nations. General Ice Storm. From the crystallized frost emerged the Ice Knights. Not merely one, but a densely packed formation of thousands of Ice Knights. An astonishing scale that could crush multiple ordinary soldiers with ease. She is but one, yet she embodies an entire army. The forces shall advance to crush him. The audacious Wade whistled, glancing over at Tina. "Are you certain that your director can handle this stunning beauty? Should I leap down and orchestrate an assassination?" This scene appears rather precarious. Wade muttered, his thumb poised, squinting as he aimed at his death from the lofty heights, ready at any moment to execute a daring aerial drop. While she is indeed formidable, no matter how numerous her allies, they stand no chance against Director Magellan. Tina reclined in her seat, inhaling a lady's cigarette, and spoke slowly. "Huh." Magellan exhaled, relieved that the hindrance of his own people had departed, allowing him to finally unleash his full potential. The deep purple toxin on his surface transformed into a deep crimson poison. This was a far cry from the previously diluted purple toxin. It was a virulent substance that would infect anything it touched, capable of relentless expansion, a lethal poison that would erode all. The Titan of Poison, Judgment of Hell. The formation of Ice Knights surged forth as the deep crimson skeletal giant rose from the ground. The clash of ice and poison, the second round, commences. Chapter 63. Tony Stark Wade and his companions were en route to New York, while simultaneously at Stark Industries Tower. Virginia Pepper Potts' office was piled high with meticulously organized documents. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Pepper sifted through the papers in her hands, closely following behind Tony Stark, who had just emerged from a secluded period in the laboratory. According to her understanding, this notorious playboy's mind had already wandered elsewhere. Completely oblivious to the commitments he had previously made, Pepper deemed it necessary to remind Tony of recent pertinent matters. "Tony, there are two things I believe you ought to be reminded of. Speak your mind." Tony stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, swirling the red wine in his glass, marveling at the beauty of the night. "TSK, I wonder how Happy is faring on his end. Last month, due to an overly packed schedule, he missed the opportunity to invite the cover girl for April. It must be said, This is indeed a significant loss. He has always been a man who refuses to suffer losses. And thus today, he had deliberately set aside time to invite both the April and May cover girls to share a delightful evening together. A night of revelry. The mere thought of it sent a thrill through him. Observing Tony's demeanor, Pepper rubbed her temples in exasperation and emphasized once more. The first matter. You have received a nomination for the Pinnacle Award and are to attend the ceremony at Caesar's Palace tomorrow night. Obadiah will surely be there, and he can simply go up to collect the trophy. Tony downed the remainder of his red wine, nonchalantly responding, Pinnacle Award? What could possibly be more important than beautiful women? Besides, he receives so many awards each year. Who has the time to attend each one? Magazine models often work in shifts, and these so-called awards are no exception. Sigh, who can truly comprehend the experience of being a genius? For him, accolades that others might strive a lifetime to achieve come effortlessly, so much so that he must allocate a storeroom for these trophies. Who truly understands his burdens and sorrows? Tony shook his head, savoring the lingering taste of red wine, lost in profound contemplation. You cannot always rely on Obadiah. This time, the recipient of the Pinnacle Award is you, and this will attract significant attention. If you choose not to attend, the criticisms aimed at Stark Industries will intensify, further tarnishing your personal image. At this point, Pepper couldn't help but furrow her brow. Tony Stark's reputation has always been contentious, polarized to an extreme. Many regard him as a modern-day Da Vinci, while others deem him a harbinger of death. However, Tony remains unfazed. He has long adhered to his father Howard Stark's philosophy. Only by wielding a thicker stick than others can one secure peace. They are simply envious of me. Such is the fate of geniuses, is it not? Tony waved his hand dismissively, declaring with conviction, all right, enough of the chatter. I will attend the awards. You know me well enough. It is precisely because I know you that I am concerned. Pepper retorted with a cold smirk. She was certain that Tony had no intention of attending the Pinnacle Award ceremony. If you are reading this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode or ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser. More likely, he planned to find some magazine model or cover girl for a night of revelry. She understood the nature of this playboy all too well. Tony's expression stiffened momentarily. Then he shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands in an innocent manner. Your words truly sadden me. Enough. Pepper dismissed his theatrics, flipping through documents as she continued. Next. Colonel Rhodes has invited you to the military district in Afghanistan. Don't forget. Rhodes? Tony paused, furrowing his brow as he struggled to recall. After some time, he vaguely remembered that Rhodes might have mentioned something like that. You've forgotten. Pepper narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Tony before decisively stating, No, I have not. Tony's reaction was intense. I am a genius. When have you ever seen a genius forget things? You're a living example. Pepper smiled slightly, countering. Tony fell silent. Fine. He indeed forgot about this matter. A particular research project in the laboratory is of great significance, and he has hardly stepped out of the lab recently, selectively forgetting numerous trivialities. However, this is of little consequence. At the appropriate time, Jarvis will remind him. And of course, there is also Pepper, his considerate assistant. Colonel Rhodes hopes you can travel to Afghanistan ahead of schedule, immediately after the award ceremony. Pepper furrowed her brow, recalling a certain piece of news, and expressed her concern. Know why? Tony almost summoned all his strength to resist. I have plans, all right? Can you allow me a modicum of personal freedom? Beautiful women, alcohol, and a vibrant nightlife. It will be a colossal party. Tony had mentally rehearsed the night of the prestigious award ceremony. It was bound to be a night of insanity. Yet now, Pepper informed him that he was to embark on a midnight journey to that cursed desert military region in Afghanistan. Who on earth is unwell? Why was I not informed? Rhodes did not notify me in advance. You were unreachable in the lab, and I only just managed to pull you out. Pepper regarded Tony with a calm expression. Clearly, Tony had not received any news, and this matter could not be attributed to anyone's fault. And look at the piles of documents on your desk. Those orders are all under my purview. Tony, I believe you have enough freedom. Pepper, You must understand that the resilience of Stark Industries does not rely on these so-called orders, but rather on this, Tony said, pointing to his head. It relies on my brilliant mind. You know, I am conducting a significant research project, and when I am immersed in my studies. Chapter 64, Tony and Mouse Model 1. Here are the relevant documents sent by Chief George of the New York Police Department this morning. As Pepper spoke, she placed the folder in front of Tony and then operated the computer to bring up 2 video files. There are also 2 videos in the inbox. One is footage of Valen robbing a wedding banquet at the Four Seasons Hotel, and the other is surveillance footage from the jewelry store heist. Oh, Tony picked up the documents with keen interest, flipping through the first 2 pages. Sur l'azur, fen, Valen. Currently, there are only 4 individuals in this criminal organization. Only 4? I fail to see the danger. Tony shook his head dismissively and then opened the video on the computer. After watching for a while, he zoomed in on a particular frame. Look at this. Tony pointed at Offen, adorned with a gold chain, and scoffed. TSK, a revolver. That's an antique from the last century. I bet even my grandfather never used one. Did they, perchance, rob an antique shop before their heist on the jewelry store? Tony disdainfully curled his lip and tossed the documents onto the table. He had expected a terrorist attack, yet it turned out to be a quartet of robbers. What a waste of emotional investment. Tony, you must not be so indifferent. The syndicate has orchestrated multiple grand schemes over the past month. And despite the New York Police Department's concerted efforts, they remain exceedingly troublesome. They have now set their sights on you. The pursuit of wealth is one matter, but your safety is paramount, Pepper earnestly implored. To Tony, her words sounded like a cacophony of 1,000 quacking ducks. He relished the concern she showed him. Yet he believed this trivial matter hardly warranted such a lengthy discourse. Stop, Tony interjected, raising his hand to preempt her next utterance. The time for the grand party was fast approaching. What awaited him next should be the sight of a bikini-clad cover girl, which was indeed the appropriate way to embrace the evening. Everything else could wait. Please convey my gratitude to Director George. Let the Stark Foundation cover the expenses for a gym for the NYPD. They ought to exercise more and drink less coffee. It's unacceptable that they can't even apprehend a few robbers. Tony chuckled with a hint of implication. This playboy had a way with words that would surely vex old George if he were to hear it. Indeed, the NYPD's performance in the footage was quite dismal, allowing the villains to escape amidst the encirclement. The thing is, you shouldn't say it like that. Tony, I believe you need to temper your demeanor at times, Pepper said, lightly patting his arm, somewhat disheartened. She understood that when Tony was in a rebellious mood, no one could sway him. However, when it came to matters of personal safety, how could he be so nonchalant? Hey, relax, Pepper. There are countless eyes on me, Tony Stark. If I were to hide at home every time there was a slight disturbance, how would I lead my life? Tony rolled his eyes, feeling that Pepper was overreacting. As for these petty thieves, the idea of them attempting to kidnap him was laughable. Dream on. He had reviewed the footage, and the syndicate comprised 4 individuals, with the only truly menacing one being the large fellow named Rass. As for the other 3, whether it was Happy or even himself, he could handle them without issue. After all, he, Tony Stark, was no slouch in the martial arts department. With Happy and me teaming up, do you really think these small-time crooks could pose a challenge to us? Tony proclaimed, playfully throwing a couple of punches and striking a pose reminiscent of Wing Chun. Then, he confidently turned to Pepper, brimming with self-assurance. Perhaps you ought to reach out to the media in advance. Once I capture the kidnapper, I shall once again grace the headlines. Do as you please. I've already contacted the Silver Ferret International Security Company. Pepper felt a sense of helplessness. Despite her irritation with Tony's capriciousness, she was well aware that this was simply the essence of Tony Stark, a reality she had long since grown accustomed to. For the time being, your safety is under the purview of Silver Ferret Security. What is this? It was never mentioned. Tony raised an eyebrow. Silver Ferret International Security Company. I have reached out to Silver Sablinova, who hails from Silcaria and is proficient in various forms of combat and weaponry. Where is that? Tony shot her a bewildered look, having never heard of such a place. Silcaria, somewhere in Europe. Pepper explained earnestly. Oh, do as you wish, as long as you are content. Tony nodded nonchalantly. He was reluctant to pursue the matter further, his gaze drifting around the office until it settled on a mouse figurine. This little rodent is quite charming. Chapter 65. Pepper. Rest assured, everything is secure. In an old house in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Romeo was assembling a mechanical creation, a colossal mouse. Invention Mouse Type 1 has garnered the admiration of Tony Stark, earning a modest amount of red jade. Meanwhile, a red light flickered in the eyes of the enormous mouse, seemingly activating some sort of program. Who am I? I am a genius inventor, the legendary mad scientist. Romeo adjusted the thick glasses perched on his nose, chuckling maniacally. Once my Mouse King is complete, I shall dominate the world. Craig Hollis, who had given himself the grand moniker of Mr. Immortal, was an easily excitable fellow. After being swept away by lofty promises, he decided to save New York, using his meager savings to book 2 tickets to the city. The key detail, 2 tickets. This decision exacerbated the already strained finances of his family. Of course, had Blue U not accompanied him, Craig would have felt quite apprehensive. After all, it was a matter of saving New York, and going solo was not advisable. With Blue U by his side, Craig felt certain that this endeavor would lead to his fame. Thus, after leaving a portion of living expenses for the blank siblings and Romeo, he set forth to New York, clutching merely 2 days' worth of meal money. Fueled by dreams of becoming a heroic figure. Originally, Craig envisioned a narrative where a nefarious supervillain had seized control of New York, plunging its citizens into dire straits. Just then, the true hero would emerge, Mr. Immortal and his assistant, who would combat evil and uphold justice. Ultimately, amidst flowers and applause, New York would be saved, and Mr. Immortal would become the new bane of malevolence. Before the airplane touched down, Craig's mind was a theatrical stage filled with elaborate scripts, even to the extent that he began to craft his own signature. However, upon disembarking, Craig found himself utterly disheartened. New York was eerily tranquil, so much so that he could scarcely afford a cup of coffee, resorting instead to quenching his thirst with cold water from the restroom. Such a cruel twist of fate. Deceived by the allure of the city, Craig was oblivious to the impending chaos that New York was poised to unleash, which deepened his melancholy. It wasn't merely the fact that he had been unable to become a superhero. He had also grossly underestimated the city's exorbitant prices, realizing that the funds he had reserved for 2 days would barely suffice for 3 meals. Yet, having arrived, turning back now was not a viable option. Reluctantly, Craig spent 2 coins to board the bus to Stark Industries alongside Lanyu. Thankfully, Lanyu had made prior arrangements. Otherwise, they would find themselves unable to even enter the gates of Stark Industries at this moment. Meanwhile, Mr. Immortal was sipping juice, awaiting the final judgment from the Technology Investment Department in the reception area. In a conference room at Stark Industries, Mr. Immortal's dreams of saving New York were momentarily set aside as Craig sat on the sofa, his face contorted with anxiety, clutching his juice. As an experienced order taker at a hamburger joint, discussing collaboration with Stark Industries was an unprecedented affair for him. Craig was not merely nervous. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. The pressure weighed heavily on him, as the potential investment in Romeo's Mouse Model 1 was directly tied to their future sustenance. Success would mean feasting on lavish meals, while failure would compel Craig to contemplate the arduous journey back to Wisconsin. Why is there still no news? Craig's impatience grew. Although the staff member responsible for their reception had assured him that the matter was reported to the Technology Investment Department and that they merely needed to await the outcome, he and Lanyu had already been waiting for over 3 hours. He had drained his juice, made 2 trips to the restroom, and consumed the entirety of the snack platter. The fate of their investment hung in the balance, and he longed for a definitive answer. Craig felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, awaiting its inevitable fate. In stark contrast to Craig's restless anxiety, Lanyu remained unfazed. Reclining on the sofa, he casually sipped his juice while flipping through Rolling Stone magazine, appearing utterly at ease. Pepper sighed, glancing at the scattered mouse components on the table, shaking her head with resignation. Tony never seemed to mature, often behaving with the capriciousness of a child. She recalled that Mr. Hollis was still in the reception area awaiting news, since Tony had already established an investment interest Feedback from the technology investment department was unnecessary. A simple negotiation on the offer would suffice. With this thought in mind, Pepper picked up the landline and dialed the investment department. Such trivial matters do not require her personal negotiation. What is paramount now is Tony's safety. While Tony may be carefree, she cannot afford such indifference. The mere thought of Tony potentially being abducted sends waves of anxiety through Pepper. Indeed, as Tony stated, they are merely 4 robbers, not worth the fuss. However, perhaps due to the fatigue from her recent work, ever since the arrangements for Tony's trip to Afghanistan were added to his schedule, she has felt an unsettling premonition that something may befall him. She must contact the Silver Minx, otherwise, her unease will persist. Pepper pressed her brow, for it is said that it is better to be cautious than to face dire consequences. She wished for no misadventures to befall Tony. The Silver Minx International Security Company, led by Silver Sablinova, is a mercenary group known for its frequent operations in New York in recent years, earning a reputable standing in the industry. Entrusting Tony's protection to them should pose no issues. With this thought, Pepper dialed Silver's private number, having met her previously. "Silver, when can your team be in place?" she inquired. "Good. Compensation is not an issue. We can discuss it in person." After hanging up, Pepper felt a wave of relief wash over her. By tomorrow morning at the latest, and possibly even tonight, personnel from Silver Minx would be on site, ensuring that there would be no complications before Tony attended the prestigious award ceremony. Following the ceremony, Rhodey would escort Tony to the military district in Afghanistan, where soldiers would be providing close protection, thus minimizing any potential issues. Should she inform Mr. Obadiah about Tony's situation? Pepper gazed at the office's landline, momentarily lost in thought. After much hesitation, she dialed Mr. Obadiah's private number. Obadiah Stain, one of the shareholders of Stark Industries, is a close friend of Tony's father, Howard Stark, and has shown considerable concern for Tony, often referring to each other as uncle and nephew. Tony holds this uncle in high regard. Perhaps she should encourage Mr. Obadiah to counsel Tony. Dialing again, she found no answer from Obadiah. Perhaps he was preoccupied with important matters tonight, maybe entertaining significant guests with drinks. Chapter 66. The Truth in the Tiger-Like Man. Obadiah Stain, a stalwart of Stark Industries, maintains exceedingly high expectations of himself. As the saying goes, the layman watches the spectacle, while the expert observes the intricacies. Many, when mentioning Stark Industries, immediately think of Tony Stark. Yet, those with deeper insight understand that Mr. Obadiah is, in fact, the highest executive of Stark Industries. Tony, apart from indulging in extravagant revelries, often isolates himself within the confines of the laboratory. If Stark Industries were to rely solely on this playboy, it would have long since succumbed to ruin. Hence, Mr. Obadiah is indeed the most pivotal component of Stark Industries. Regardless of what others may think, Obadiah is resolute in this belief. In truth, the chairmanship of Stark Industries rightfully belongs to him. After all, Tony is merely a child who knows little of the world. Over the years, Obadiah has toiled tirelessly, yet he has only managed to secure a shareholder position, which has long bred discontent within him. It is fortunate that he and Howard Stark were old friends. When Howard departed, it would have been prudent to entrust Stark Industries to his partner. After all, he is Tony's mentor. Had Stark Industries been under Obadiah's stewardship, he would certainly not allow Tony to suffer. How cruel the Stark family has been to him. "Oh, Tony, do not hold this against me." Just as Obadiah concluded his conversation with his assistant, the assassin known as White Peach was positioned in Afghanistan, awaiting Tony's arrival. Initially, Obadiah held reservations about White Peach, considering the moniker of the world's greatest assassin to be overly grandiose. In the dimly lit warehouse, a bald man found himself bound by iron chains, resembling a lifeless pig hanging from a hook. Obadiah awoke, feeling utterly wretched. Had he not been attending a private soiree? How did he end up here, suspended in such a manner? A throbbing headache assaulted him as he instinctively struggled, causing the chains to rattle, leaving him swaying helplessly in midair. In a daze, Obadiah recalled that someone had knocked on his car window while he was in the vehicle. A young man had uttered something to him, followed by a phone call from Pepper. His last memory was of darkness enveloping him, and then he lost consciousness. Could this be Pepper S. doing? How convenient. Just as she called, he was ambushed. This could not help but lead Obadiah to ponder. Had his plans in Afghanistan been exposed? Before White Peach could strike, had Tony decided to act preemptively? Surely not. Tony, I am your mentor, and you should still regard me as an uncle. Obadiah muttered, desperately twisting his body in an attempt to free himself. Above all, he could not perish at the hands of the Stark family. That would be far too tragic. With a grating creak, the warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. A small lamp flickered to life outside the door, illuminating the entrance as two figures. One tall and the other lean stepped inside. The man in the lead donned a white, low-cut suit jacket, devoid of a tie, beneath which lay a pink shirt adorned with a golden necklace. It was him. This was the very individual who had previously rapped upon his car window. A shock coursed through Obadiah's pupils as memories from before his unconsciousness crystallized in his mind. He recalled how he and his driver had parked at the roadside, only to be ambushed by this rogue. Yes, his driver would undoubtedly come to his rescue. Obadiah held firm in his belief that his driver would not falter. After all, the man he had hired was no ordinary individual. A former ace officer, he had been by Obadiah's side for many years, and no mere handful of assailants could breach his defenses. It had merely been a moment of carelessness that led to his abduction. But now he was resolute in his intent to exact vengeance, ensuring that he would reclaim not only his dignity, but also his losses. As Obadiah pondered these thoughts, Afin had already approached him, followed closely by the towering figure of Lesu. What do we do with this one? Lesu grumbled, dragging a person behind him as if they were a lifeless dog. He is of no consequence. Just toss him in a corner, Afin casually replied. Obadiah's heart sank as he recognized the battered figure. It was unmistakably his driver, reduced to a state of near ruin. Is he dead? Obadiah gasped, a chill enveloping him. Ah, so you're awake, Afin remarked with a grin, tugging at the iron chain that restrained Obadiah. Now I needn't call for you. Do you have any idea who I am? Do you comprehend my status? Are you aware that your actions constitute a crime? You shall face severe punishment, Obadiah demanded, his voice laced with fury. He was not one to be easily intimidated. He was the very backbone of Stark Industries. He was confident that revealing his true identity would elicit tears of remorse from these two scoundrels, perhaps even prompting them to call him father. However, a turn of events unfolded that Obadiah could never have anticipated. Afin patted Obadiah's abdomen and chuckled. Oh, I certainly know who you are, mister. Obadiah Stain, the esteemed shareholder of Stark Industries, mentor to Tony Stark, and a close confidant of his uncle. That is precisely why we invited you here as our guest. What? Obadiah was taken aback. Is this how you entertain your guests? Furthermore, when had he ever been on cordial terms with Tony? His animosity toward that scoundrel was so intense that he would gladly strangle the man himself. How could they have the audacity to kidnap him without even grasping the full situation? Is there any semblance of professional integrity left in you, you scoundrel? Obadiah trembled with fury. What on earth? Rezu's fist struck Obadiah's abdomen with the force of a hammer against a punching bag. Ugh, that blow was no trifling matter. Obadiah's somewhat corpulent figure bore the brunt of the assault, his stomach twisted in agony, nearly expelling the banquet's repast. Damn it! He was bested by a piece of trash that emerged from who knows where. This was an utter humiliation. He would surely seek vengeance. Despite the searing pain, Obadiah did not forget to harbor resentment. Obadiah was struck by your blow, earning a meager amount of red crystals. Obadiah's hatred for you has increased, earning a small quantity of red crystals. The abrupt appearance of these two notifications took Rezu by surprise. Who would have thought that a single punch could yield such rewards? This was far more reliable than mere robbery. Chapter 68. Afin, bah, what bad luck. Hey, have you come to understand your predicament? Afin crouched down, grasping Obadiah's scruffy beard and forcing him to meet his gaze. Obadiah snorted disdainfully. I do not know from where you derive your audacity, but allow me to enlighten you. Stark Industries has military backing. Should you harm me, there will be no escape for you. I now offer you a chance. Do not seek your own demise. Understand the situation? It is unclear who remains oblivious. You still contemplate kidnapping Tony Stark? This group has become utterly deranged in their pursuit of wealth. They may soon find they have a life to take, but none to spend. Suspended upside down. He felt like a fat pig awaiting slaughter. He had initially thought he was ensnared by a terrorist organization. Instead, he discovered he was merely at the mercy of 4 delusional thieves. TSK. I find that wealthy individuals often possess an inflated sense of self-worth. Afen stood, adjusting his collar, pausing momentarily before continuing. Since you have yet to awaken to reality, allow me to assist you, lest our leader arrives and your nonsensical babbling reflects poorly on my efforts. What do you intend to do? Obadiah felt a flicker of anxiety. Who knew what these madmen had in store for him? Do not be anxious. Look at me. Such a refined individual. How could I possibly resort to violence? Rezu, give him a splash of water to bring him back to his senses. No problem. Rezu rummaged through a corner and, with a crash, dumped a basin at Obadiah's feet. He then retrieved a crate of leftover canned beer from the last gathering. Crack! Rezu pulled the tab, and with a torrent, the golden liquid bubbled up, filling the basin beneath Obadiah's head. Do not say we do not know how to entertain guests. Please, accept this humble drink. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and novel mode of your browser, as well as turn off any ad-blocking features or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Rezu grinned malevolently, gripping the iron chain that suspended Obadiah. What are you planning to do? Hey, don't do anything reckless. As Rezu moved the chain, Obadiah began to spin like a top, hanging upside down. A sense of unease washed over him, a foreboding feeling that he could not shake. With a sudden release of the chain, Obadiah plummeted headfirst into a basin, the liquid within immediately engulfing him. Upon impact with the bottom of the basin, pain was the last thing on his mind. Poor quality beer surged violently into his eyes, nose, and ears. He swore he had never tasted anything so vile in his life. The sourness, dizziness, and overwhelming sensation of suffocation loomed over him like the specter of death. He was going to die, and these 2 lunatics would be the cause of it. This thought flashed through his mind as he struggled violently, resembling a witch condemned in medieval times. Ha ha! Offing observed with amusement as Obadiah bubbled in the beer. Hey, buddy, where did you get this basin? It's quite effective. Rezu scratched his head innocently. I brought it after washing my feet last night. It's heavy, quick. Pull him up before you choke the god of wealth to death. Upon hearing this, Offing's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly moved to tug at the chain. Goodness, drinking is one thing, but adding extra ingredients? If something happens to him, the boss will surely flay the 2 of us alive. Coughing violently, Obadiah resurfaced, spluttering. His beard dripped with alcohol, and his once pristine white shirt was now soaked through, leaving him in a wretched state, far removed from the dignified image of the CEO of Stark Industries. Look at you, drenched. Offing crouched down, turning Obadiah's bald head toward him. The 2 locked eyes, smiling as they inquired once more, Now, do you know who we are? Why, yes. Obadiah weakly nodded amidst his coughing. You are from the Black Hand organization. And who is our boss? Vuvalon. Correct. Offing patted Obadiah's face with satisfaction. Look at you, covered in alcohol. Hurry. Wipe yourself off. Rezu's rag, used for wiping feet, was snatched by Offing, who then carelessly rubbed it against Obadiah's bald head. Oh dear, the smell is quite something. Truly, you're enduring quite the ordeal. Afen spoke disdainfully, tossing aside the tattered cloth in his hand. Our leader is about to arrive, so remember your answers and behave appropriately. Do not embarrass me. Before he could finish, the warehouse door swung open once more. Dressed in a crisp dark green suit and wielding a golden cane, Valen entered with an air of elegance. The scene before us resembled that of a celebrated star rather than a robber under the scrutiny of the New York police. Joe followed Valen inside and closed the door behind them. The once illuminated warehouse was plunged back into darkness, save for the small lamp in Afen's hand, leaving the surroundings cloaked in shadows. Mr. Obadiah, it is an honor to finally meet you in person, Valen remarked, his voice smooth. Cough, cough, I am honored as well, Obadiah replied, nodding while struggling with a cough. He understood now that resisting would be perilous. These madmen were not deterred by Stark Industries or the military. They acted with reckless abandon, solely driven by their own ambitions, utterly disregarding the consequences. Obadiah admitted to feeling fear. He could not perish here. Even if Tony sought revenge on his behalf later, what would it matter? He needed to survive. He was destined to become the chairman of Stark Industries. This vendetta would be settled tonight, provided he could escape alive. Cursing the criminal organization, he vowed vengeance against them. Obadiah's thoughts swirled chaotically, while Vallon and his associates suddenly received a notification. Obadiah develops a grudge against the criminal organization, gaining a small amount of red jade. Do you dare defy me? Reza yelled, landing a punch on Obadiah. I am not defying anyone, Obadiah exclaimed. But before he could finish, a large foot came crashing toward him. Stop lying, Reza shouted in fury. Come now, let's not be so uncouth, Vallon interjected, feigning concern after Rezu's outburst. Mr. Obadiah, do you know why I have summoned you? Vallon inquired, crouching to meet Obadiah's gaze. I know, Obadiah stammered, feeling uneasy. Then enlighten me. What do you know? Vallon pressed. Isn't it money you seek? I have money. I can give it to you. Although Obadiah's wealth paled in comparison to Tony's, as one of the veterans of Stark Industries, he certainly had a considerable sum in his pockets. You insult me. I show you respect, and you dare to insult me. As Valron's expression darkened, he slowly rose to his feet, his black gold cane tapping against the ground. Chapter 69, Valron. I have encountered many like you. You, Obadiah stuttered, partly due to the pain coursing through his body, but more so from the fury boiling within him. Throughout his life, he had loathed being a mere backdrop for Tony Stark. Why should that flamboyant playboy remain indifferent while he reaped all the accolades? After years of tireless dedication, what had Obadiah gained? Merely the opportunity to endure this brutal beating. Tony Stark, all the suffering I endure tonight is because of you. Remember this. What of it? Rezu, teach him a lesson. Rezu and Afin surrounded Obadiah, delivering a relentless barrage of kicks. Initially, his cries echoed in the air, but soon they faded into incoherent whimpers of despair. Enough, Valron finally commanded, his voice carrying an air of reluctant mercy. It seemed Mr. Obadiah must have realized his errors. I understand, Obadiah weakly uttered, his heart brimming with resentment. Yet, the person he loathed most at that moment was not Valron, but Tony Stark. This beating was meant for Tony, and it was this debonair scoundrel who had ensnared him in such a predicament. Curse be you, Tony Stark. I shall not let this slide. Of late, Tony had been sequestered in his laboratory, and Obadiah had not laid eyes on him. I'm aware of your intentions. You wish for me to lure him out so that you may abduct him. Precisely. I wonder what Mr. Obadiah thinks of this proposition. Valron replied, nodding slightly. This man was rather astute. As long as they engaged in polite discourse, there was no business that could not be concluded. The severity of the beating had taken its toll. Obadiah could barely utter 2 words before succumbing to a fit of coughs. Valron mused, shaking his head in contemplation. Are you attempting to convey that you would never betray Tony? I already know your answer. I have encountered many like you before. The last was an archaeologist who had a niece sharing a similarly profound bond. Valron's expression darkened further, recalling the vast territory of his organization, which was tainted by memories of that damned family. His chest heaved with anger. Typically composed, he found his defenses crumbling whenever he associated with those wretches. I detest individuals like you. No, I shouldn't waste my anger on you. Joe, come drive with me. Rezu, Afin, you have 5 minutes to persuade him. With that, Valron turned, cane in hand, preparing to depart. I can help. Obadiah, sensing the precariousness of his situation, hastily called out. However, before he could finish his words, the foot cloth that had just wiped his head found its way into his mouth. Ugh, sop. At this point, Obadiah was rendered utterly speechless. Afin stretched his limbs, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Lasu strike. Chapter 70 Tony. Don't panic, I'm on my way. Somewhere on the eastern side of Manhattan, a lavish villa was hosting an extravagant party. The music pulsed vigorously, colorful lights twinkled, and stunning women gyrated wildly on the dance floor. Tony Stark reveled in the enthusiastic attention of the ladies surrounding him, dressed in a low-cut black mini-dress. One enchanting woman coiled around him like a serpentine beauty, her delicate hand gliding from his chest down to his waist, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Hey, darling, shall we head upstairs?" Tony, eager to seize the night, was unwilling to waste any time, for he had a myriad of commitments awaiting him the following evening. Although he might not attend, who could predict what would transpire by then? Thus, he was determined not to let this night slip away. The playboy eagerly ascended the stairs, ready to savor the evening's main event. However, just then, who could be calling at such an hour? Tony grumbled irritably. Despite his complaints, he retrieved his phone. The call was from someone quite familiar. Obadiah? TSK. It must pertain to some company matters. How bothersome. Tony raised an eyebrow, slightly disdainful. Nonetheless, given his respect for Obadiah, he felt compelled to answer. Obadiah? The tone of Obadiah's voice sounded somewhat off, rather hollow. Although he had gained quite a bit of weight in recent years and rarely exercised, it was still early in the evening. Surely he wasn't already incapacitated. "Tony, listen to me. I'm at Rockaway Street in Queens. I have something to discuss with you." The voice on the other end was intermittent and strained. Now? Are you certain?" Tony glanced at the time, his expression turning peculiar. "Yes, now. I'm waiting for you, so hurry over." Without waiting for Tony's response, Obadiah abruptly hung up. Holding his phone, Tony felt a bit dazed. He knew where Queens was, but where exactly was Rockaway Street? Moreover, what could possibly prompt Obadiah to summon him to Queens at this hour? Jarvis. Help me locate Obadiah's signal and find out where he is. "Certainly, sir," came Jarvis' voice from the phone. "Mr. Obadiah, currently traversing through Queens, has entered Rockaway Street. I find myself pondering, what in the world is this cursed Rockaway Street? Is it an underground speakeasy or a private club of sorts?" Suddenly, Tony feels a surge of anxiety. He senses that Obadiah might be in peril. "Sir, in fact, it is neither. Rockaway Street is merely a commonplace neighborhood, characterized by its aging, low-rise buildings. There are no bustling commercial districts nearby. It is primarily inhabited by the elderly." "Stop right there. I see what you're implying. Does this mean Obadiah is in trouble?" Tony retorted, recalling that Obadiah had no plans for developing a senior community recently. Why would he venture into such a remote area at this hour? No, he must investigate the situation. "Contact Happy. Have him drive me over there." "We need to check it out," Tony instructed Jarvis. "Sir, my recommendation is to reach out to the New York Police Department or notify Miss Pepper to prepare for any emergencies," Jarvis offered sagely, knowing that the circumstances were amiss. Wouldn't the most prudent course of action be to alert the authorities? However, that was the choice of an ordinary individual. The illustrious Tony Stark has always forged his own path. No, let us not rush. I believe I have discerned who is behind this mischief." Tony's agile mind recalled the documents Pepper had shown him regarding the mob during his departure from Stark Tower. Those petty criminals, unable to locate him, may have turned their attention to Obadiah. There were only 4 of them. He and Happy could certainly handle it. At that moment, Tony felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. His life as a playboy had lingered long enough. It was time to transform into a superhero. "Jarvis, swiftly contact Happy and prepare a press release." I can already envision the headline for the New York Times. "The mob that left the NYPD helpless is captured overnight. Tony Stark, the savior of the New York Police Department." That headline is simply magnificent. "Very well, sir, if you insist," Jarvis replied after a brief pause, proceeding to contact Happy as instructed. "Hey, darling, I apologize, but I have prior arrangements and need to step out for a moment," Tony said, putting down the phone, brushing away the hand that had been igniting his fervor, and rising to leave. "Tony, don't be so petulant," a voice called after him. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." And with that, Tony exited the room. The night was deepening. On the desolate streets, Happy drove swiftly through the Roosevelt Highway on Manhattan's east side. After a turn, they entered Queens and proceeded towards Rockaway Street. As they ventured deeper, the streets grew increasingly vacant until they found themselves alone on the road. "Tony, I feel this is unwise. Perhaps we should turn back," Happy said, beads of sweat forming on his round face. He was not particularly anxious about himself, but he feared for Tony's safety. Pepper had mentioned that a kidnapping gang had set their sights on Tony, and he had initially dismissed it, thinking that petty thieves were abundant and that Tony would be difficult to abduct. However, walking into such a secluded place at this late hour certainly seemed ominous. "Don't worry, Happy. Obadiah is waiting for me up ahead," Tony remarked, seemingly unfazed and even somewhat eager. As a notorious playboy, he was oblivious to the true significance of being a superhero. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of making headlines. "Relax, Happy. With your physique and my charm, I'll make sure you're included in the news when the time comes." As he spoke, Tony gestured animatedly, chuckling. "I hope Pepper doesn't kill me." Happy, unable to persuade Tony otherwise, drove on with a face full of despair. After a few minutes of winding through turns, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a narrow alleyway, barely wide enough for a single vehicle to pass through, flanked by old, low-rise buildings. One side streetlight flickered ominously, casting a shadowy gloom all around. "Tony, I'm serious. Something feels off. Why would Mr. Obadiah arrange to meet you in a place like this?" Happy said, his gaze fixed on the dark alley, as though he could see the lurking monster waiting with its gaping maw, ready to swallow them whole. If they ventured in now, they would surely be devoured. "Cough, there is definitely something amiss," Tony admitted, his expression slightly troubled. He had sought a thrill, but if the danger escalated too much, even a playboy like him would be overwhelmed. "Then let us turn back and contact the New York Police Department," Happy insisted, convinced that something had happened to Obadiah. However, that was not a justification for Tony to take unnecessary risks. The prudent choice was to ensure Tony's safety first, and then seek help from Mr. Obadiah. Jarvis had suggested this before, but Tony had declined. Now, with Happy reiterating the proposal, Tony did not fully agree. "Jarvis, please connect me to the New York police. There is no need to inform Pepper just yet. I'll surprise her when I return." "Understood, sir." Jarvis's voice echoed in the car. Just as Happy felt a moment of relief, Tony declared, "All right, we have backup on the way. Let us go, Happy." He had come this far. Turning back was not an option. The thought of retreating after arriving at the alley would tarnish his reputation in the circle. Furthermore, the primary target had always been him. Obadiah was merely collateral damage. If he departs now, the New York police will be waiting for him instead of the other party, and at that moment, Obadiah is highly likely to meet a grim fate. Tony is not the type to abandon Obadiah and flee for his own safety. "Tony, are you truly not reconsidering?" Happy, devoid of such contemplations, only desires to safeguard Tony's well-being, with everything else beyond his concern. "Hey, buddy, don't be so cowardly. I've reviewed the profiles of those thugs. There are merely 4 of them, and 2 of them combined don't weigh as much as you. Together, we can certainly hold our ground." While Tony acknowledged this, he secretly believed that his mere presence would leave room for negotiation, allowing him to wait until the New York police arrived. He couldn't fathom that they would act without first engaging in dialogue, as protocol dictated negotiation should precede confrontation. "Fine, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead." Happy, feeling disheartened by Tony's obstinacy, reluctantly drove into an alley. The reflection of their headlights revealed a black vehicle across from them. Tony paid no heed to its brand. His garage housed cars worth millions, and he was unfamiliar with such inferior models. This vehicle was evidently not Obadiah's. Chapter 71. "Tony, I sense Obadiah's fervor." "Boss, they've arrived," Joe remarked, patting the steering wheel, amused by Tony's imposing approach. It was undeniable that this fellow exuded confidence, genuinely arriving alone as Obadiah had suggested. "Oh, and he has brought along a hefty companion, but they're merely gifts." "Indeed, you and Tony share quite the bond," said Veron, rubbing his cane as he glanced at Obadiah in the back seat. "Knowing you were in trouble, fully aware that the situation was dire, yet you still came right to us." No. I have no such feelings for him. Now that Tony is here, you can let me go, right? Hurry and loosen my binds. I'm going to suffocate." Obadiah glared, thrashing about in a frenzy, desperate to express his thoughts, yet his mouth was muffled by Rezu's filthy rag, rendering him voiceless. Bang! "Behave yourself." Rezu showed no leniency, delivering a punch to Obadiah's belly, relishing the impact on his plump midsection. Each strike brought satisfaction and a notification from the system, each blow earning him rewards, which Rezu thoroughly enjoyed. Well, it seems Mr. Obadiah is growing impatient. Rezu, take him to greet Tony Stark, Veron commanded dismissively, unperturbed by Obadiah's expression. Hey, boss, leave it to me, Rezu exclaimed, eagerly yanking the chains binding Obadiah, gripping his bald head and flinging the car door open to toss him out. Obadiah? Tony halted in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. Like a tightly bound piece of meat, there lay Obadiah. He had been unceremoniously thrown from the vehicle, landing with a resounding thud that made Tony wince in sympathy. This was the first time Tony had witnessed Obadiah in such a disheveled state. Covered in grime from head to toe, his familiar bald head was caked with dirt, suggesting that he had been subjected to a few kicks to the head, truly excessive treatment. Obadiah raised his head, whimpering towards Tony. When had he ever found himself in such a predicament? The very thought of Tony witnessing his humiliation was intolerable. He felt a deep-seated hatred for Tony. If it weren't for this insufferable scion, he would never have been reduced to this miserable condition. All of this was to be blamed on Tony, and the Stark family owed Obadiah yet another debt. He swore to exact revenge, whether it be against the shadowy organization or Tony Stark himself. Obadiah, fret not. I shall come to your rescue, Tony exclaimed upon seeing Obadiah, battered and bound by chains, with his mouth gagged and unable to speak. Yet his eyes sparkled with fervor as they met Tony's gaze. Even in his battered state, his eyes were reddened with emotion. In that moment, Tony felt the warmth of Obadiah's heart. Enduring a brutal beating and being compelled to reveal himself, he must be feeling quite distraught. Even after being pummeled, with his bald head swollen, he still cared for Tony's safety. Obadiah, you truly are a remarkable mentor and uncle. At that moment, Tony was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling a warmth in his eyes and a strong urge to shed tears. In the past, he had been reckless, indulging in a life of excess while neglecting company affairs, relying entirely on Pepper and Obadiah to support the board. Reflecting on it now, he realized that Obadiah's hair had turned white. He was a partner who had built the company alongside his father. After so many years of hard work, tirelessly tending to the business, he had not even been able to rest properly, and now he was suffering due to Tony's entanglements with the nefarious organization. Tony resolved that upon their return, he would ensure Obadiah's retirement, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful life. He would make certain that Obadiah would not have to worry again. This would be Tony Stark's way of repaying him. The bond between uncle and nephew was indeed profound. Suddenly, a hulking figure descending from the vehicle interrupted Tony's thoughts. Standing at nearly 6.5 feet tall, with gray-green skin. The most distinguishing feature was the bandage adorning his nose. He wore a long-sleeve collared shirt, draped with a black coat and a light red tie. It was none other than Rezu. Tony recognized the person in the information. The individual before him was a prominent enforcer of the Black Hand organization. Be honest, Lacey declared, pinning the struggling Obadiah down, his foot firmly planted on the bald head of his victim. You bastard. Tony had never felt such overwhelming anger before. Calm down, Mr. Stark, Valen said with a smug grin as he stepped out of the vehicle. We are merely discussing a collaboration with Mr. Obadiah. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Valen, the leader of the Black Hand. Valen, I shall remember you. You should consider yourself fortunate to have made an impression on Tony Stark. You'll have tales to tell in prison. Tony loosened his tie and unfastened his suit jacket, preparing for a confrontation. Pepper's intelligence had proven accurate. This Valen was indeed as described, and in a one-on-one encounter, he would not falter. You seem eager for a duel? Valen remarked, momentarily taken aback by Tony's movements, then chuckled and shook his head. He could scarcely recall the last time he had engaged in combat. Was it with some archaeologist? The current playboy seemed rather reckless. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a kidnapper. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Weren't you planning to abduct me? Come on, I'm right here. Tony taunted, his thumb gesturing provocatively towards Valen, stalling for time. As long as Valen was willing to face him one-on-one, Tony was confident he could wait for the NYPD to arrive, thus rescuing Obadiah. Your thoughts appear rather naive. Why would I engage you in battle? I am awaiting a fun. What are you waiting for? Valen retorted with a derisive smile. Accompanied by the screech of tires, a modified black Ford barreled out from the alley where Tony had arrived, with a fun at the wheel. Tony, The situation seems dire. Happy exclaimed, his expression contorted in worry, as two vehicles flanked them in the alley, leaving them with no escape route. Don't panic, Happy. I reviewed the data. There are 4 of them in total. Now that they are all here, the plan remains unchanged. You handle the others. I will deal with Valen. Tony's gaze remained fixed on Valen. This was his first real combat experience, and naturally, he felt a degree of anxiety. However, with Obadiah watching nearby, there was encouragement in those eyes. He would not be defeated. Tony steeled himself, yet Happy's expression grew increasingly distressed. Tony, I think you need to reconsider. Are you certain there are only 4 of them? Of course, I would not misremember the information Pepper provided. There are definitely only. Before Tony could finish his sentence, a massive shadow loomed over him and Happy. It was as if a mountain of flesh had appeared behind them. Under the glow of the car headlights, this shadow appeared monstrous and terrifying. Oh! Tony turned to see a figure whose girth could easily match 5 of him. Dressed in black overalls with a topknot, the colossal figure stood at least 2 meters tall, resembling a sumo wrestler. The situation has surpassed Tony's expectations. Could it be that this individual is also part of the underworld organization? Pepper's dossier revealed nothing of the sort. At that moment, Tony's expression slipped into chaos. Tony, what shall we do? Happy felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't it said that the 3 adversaries were not as hefty as he? What was this before him? Could the combined weight of the 2 of them even measure up? Stay calm. Happy. He might merely be a decorative facade. Tony forced himself to remain composed and resolved to strike first. With a deep breath, Tony, his demeanor serious, unleashed a series of punches aimed at True's abdomen. In truth, had the circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to assault the enemy's face, but his stature hindered him from doing so. Poor Tony. He had never envisioned a day when he would be physically overpowered. There was an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. True, just awakening and still groggy, felt an inkling that he had forgotten something of great importance. Observing the diminutive figure before him throwing punches, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu. Had he not experienced a similar scene before? There was someone clad in a blue knit sweater who seemed to have struck at his abdomen as well. True felt perplexed. Yet his hazy mind could not recall the details. Moreover, why did he feel as though he was engaged in some nefarious act? He ought not to be a villain. This sensation was profoundly troubling. At that moment, Varlong suddenly interjected, "My good fellow, deal with him." Oh, True, still in a daze, nodded and puffed out his belly. In an instant, Tony's face collided with True's abdomen, sending him flying. Tony, Happy, witnessing Tony tumble to the ground, rushed over to hoist him up and then turned towards their vehicle. "We must retreat, Tony. Once the NYPD arrives, we shall rescue Obadiah. For now, our priority is to escape with you." The notion of rescuing Obadiah was secondary. Ensuring Tony's safety was paramount. As for the vehicles blocking their way, Happy was undeterred. Once back in the car, he would accelerate and break through, confident that no one could impede them. However, just as they were about to reach the car, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bang! A powerful figure descended from the sky, landing atop the vehicle with such force that it crumpled under the impact. The horrifying spectacle left Tony and Happy utterly astonished. Could a mere human possess such strength as to crush a car? I am Black Tiger Afu. Prepare to meet your demise. One tiger slays 2 sheep. Chapter 72, Reizu. I call you nephew, I strike. On the road to Times Square, 2 Ford vehicles sped through the night, one trailing the other. Varlong connected to a video call with Marilise Walker. "Boss, the NYPD has mobilized, deploying 3 units into Manhattan, encircling Queens. Your actions must hasten, lest you find yourself intercepted by the forces of the New York Police Department." In the video, Mary furrows her brow. Behind her, several technicians are furiously tapping away at their keyboards. They have already eavesdropped on the internal communications of the NYPD at this moment. The route maps of 3 teams dispatched by the department have been uploaded to Valen. They have arrived too late. Valen smiles faintly, gazing out at the swiftly retreating nightscape, then glances at Tony, seated across from him, his right eye bruised, yet his demeanor remains tranquil. The playboy himself has personally packaged the shipment, and I have successfully acknowledged receipt. It shall soon arrive home. Are you prepared on your end? Shortly, we shall host a grand celebration. Boss, I am indeed ready. Mary, through the video, glimpses the tightly bound playboy, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes. This is utterly outrageous. The renowned Tony Stark has fallen into their clutches. Rest assured, I have prepared the champagne, eagerly awaiting your arrival, boss. At this juncture, a spark of fervor ignites in Mary's gaze, her enthusiasm nearly overwhelming her. She's increasingly enamored with Valen, this madman. A lunatic and his accomplice, a match made in heaven. Mary Alice Walker's fondness for you has increased, gaining a small amount of red jade. After ending the call, Valen raises an eyebrow, a glimmer of curiosity surfacing in his eyes. It appears that each call elevates her affection. This woman? Truly enigmatic. Could this be what they term the red jade coin? Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. Valen glances at Tony and chuckles. For this fellow is about to become his red jade printing press. Through Valen's call, Tony finally comprehends the situation. He realizes he had previously miscalculated, along with the NYPD, Happy, and Pepper. The so-called mob consisted of only 4 individuals, mere petty thieves. In truth, they are organized and methodical, even possessing a dedicated logistics team, with personnel assigned to monitor the NYPD's movements. The meticulous planning of the entire operation to abduct him is nothing short of remarkable, even calculating Obadiah's behavioral patterns. This is evidently a vast criminal syndicate. Impulsive, to have charged in headlong was a grave oversight on his part. Tony reflects earnestly on his actions. Having become a hostage, his mindset shifts rapidly. He is now summing up his errors, perhaps a testament to the exceptional nature of genius. Regrettably, even a genius, now in Valen's grasp, finds self-rescue a formidable challenge. Tony, may I address you thus? I hope you do not mind, Valen suddenly remarks with a smile, observing the silent Tony. Call me what you will. Tony tilted his head slightly. Previously struck, he now faced Valen with diminished bravado. Consider this first round of victory for you. To have bested Tony Stark once, you should feel a sense of pride. Tony Stark is unimpressed by you, receiving a modest amount of red gems. Quite audacious, just as the rumors about you suggested. Stark Industries is formidable. To provoke you is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Valen nodded in satisfaction, having already made quite an impression since Tony's arrival. Yet, it was evidently insufficient. Valen desired more. How curious. I had presumed you hailed from the countryside. Tony raised an eyebrow. Having heard whispers of Stark Industries, one would dare to kidnap him. Such a person is not merely foolish, but rather insane. Tony had initially considered Valen to be the former, but it became clear that he belonged to the latter category. He was mad. I concede that I underestimated you before. However, I must inform you that your current predicament is dire. The NYPD has been notified, and the military will soon follow. There is no escape for you, unless you release me, in which case I shall sign a letter of understanding, allowing you to serve a reduced sentence. Tony gazed intently at Valen, attempting to persuade him. For Tony understood that it was merely the NYPD that had mobilized thus far. With the passage of time, once Pepper received word, and once Rhodey was informed, Valen would not be facing the police, but the military. Valen's fate now was capture, but soon he would only have the option of being executed. Tony Stark's regard for you has risen, gaining a small amount of red gems. Tony Stark issues you a warning, receiving a small amount of red gems. Observing the system notifications before him, Valen's smile broadened. All this elaborate maneuvering was for these rewards. He sought both wealth and fame. Present circumstances were unfolding favorably. Oh, how he reveled in this world. But you needn't concern yourself with that. Those matters are inconsequential. Valen dismissively waved his hand and retrieved a chilled beer from the car's refrigerator. Care for a drink? Tony scoffed, wrinkling his nose in disdain. I never indulge in such inferior, cheap beer. Kid, you seem to be losing your sense of decorum. At this remark, Razoo's expression darkened, and he reached out to grasp Tony's chin, forcing him to look up. Then, he seized the nearby beer and began pouring it into Tony's mouth. Our boss demands that you drink, so you must comply. Swallow it. Cough, cough. Tony struggled violently, but bound as he was no match for Razoo. The bitter, harsh, low-quality beer poured into Tony's stomach, leaving him wide-eyed in discomfort. The profound sense of humiliation he now experienced mirrored that of Obadiah. After a substantial quantity of beer had found its way into Tony's belly, Varon regained his composure and clapped his hands, stating, "Sue, do not be so harsh with Tony." He lifted his ebony cane, gently tilting Tony's chin with its tip, a broad smile adorning his face. "Moreover, we are friends now. I have always relished the company of the affluent." Coughing violently, Tony glared resentfully at Varon and Lesu. Ugh. Obadiah, still restrained, suddenly found his fervor. He mumbled excitedly, "This is magnificent. This is the sensation. Tony Stark, you little rascal, you are now experiencing what I felt. I was subjected to this very humiliation. Cursed be the Black Hand organization. Cursed be Tony Stark. Retribution shall find you both." While Obadiah could not articulate his thoughts, his heart burned with intensity. Ahem, Obadiah. I am fine. You must be concerned for me." Seeing Obadiah, so animated, only deepened Tony's distress. Tony Stark's hatred towards you has gained a small amount of red jade. Obadiah Stain's hatred towards you has gained a small amount of red jade. These notifications appeared before Lesu and Varon simultaneously. Ah, such familial affection, Lesu grinned. In the next instant, he delivered a punch to Obadiah's abdomen. "Isn't it a deep bond? Let me deepen it. Let me make you feel pain." Lesu seized Obadiah and struck his bald head twice with ferocity. The crisp sound of the blows echoed incessantly within the confined space of the vehicle. In another silver Ford, Afin was driving while Happy curled his neck, huddled in his seat, questioning his existence. What kind of monsters are these? The man named AFO crumpled the car with a single blow. The rotund fellow named True flipped the car effortlessly. Can humans truly achieve such feats? Sitting beside Happy, True furrowed his brow, grappling with a sense of unease. Something significant seemed to elude his memory. Furthermore, am I a villain? True pondered, turning to Happy, his round face hovering closely to Happy's own. After a moment of scrutiny, he finally inquired, "Am I a villain?" "Huh," Happy responded, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "You struck me, you captured him, and then you questioned my character. Am I truly a villain? Do the nefarious have no self-awareness in these times?" Chapter 73. Mary, the living Tony, how exhilarating. In the rear seat, True and Happy exchanged wide-eyed glances, while Offen drove, witnessing the unfolding scene. He grasped the gravity of the situation. True was once again doubting his own morality. Ultimately, this all stemmed from that antique shop's old man. In the past, True had thrived within the underworld, yet since aligning with that decrepit figure, he had become increasingly soft, a most unfortunate transformation. True, take a look at this. Fortunately, they had anticipated the need for preparation. Offen, while driving, tossed a dossier that had been meticulously assembled in a True-esque lap. "The boss asked me to prepare this for you, knowing you'd be muddled upon your arrival, unable to recall certain matters. This bag contains your past documents and cherished memories from our time together. You'll understand once you peruse it." "Ah, is that so?" True, somewhat bewildered, tore open the bag. The first image that met his gaze was a photograph of him and Valen. Valen remained clad in a dark green suit, leaning on a cane, while True stood behind him, joyfully holding an ice cream cone, creating a delightful tableau. "What do you think? A photo with the boss. You were his most esteemed subordinate. He holds great affection for you," Offen remarked suddenly. "Indeed, it is undoubtedly me." The image confirmed it. It was indeed True with Valen, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. He scratched his head in confusion. As he continued to flip through, he stumbled upon records of robberies executed by the underworld, both black and white photographs and newspaper articles, all featuring his likeness. Among them was even a photograph of him holding inmate number 1549's identification tag, dressed in a black and white striped prison uniform. I was incarcerated too." True's gaze drifted, a sense of disorientation washing over him. He began to recollect fragments of his past, realizing he had indeed been a member of the underworld and had committed numerous serious offenses. "Of course, look at that chubby fellow beside you. You frightened him into a state akin to a quail." Offen paused, glancing at Happy in the back seat. "Be confident, True. You are the finest villain. No one surpasses you in this regard." Uffed, How dull, came off Fu's dismissive retort from the driver's seat. He had no time to indulge Fun's attempts to bolster True's confidence. His singular desire was clear. He craved a worthy adversary and was eager to engage in a brawl. Thus, it became evident to True. He scrutinized the dossier in his hands, then turned his gaze towards the driving Fun, finally resting his eyes on the furious and startled Happy. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he indeed embodied the essence of a villain. True's demeanor gradually shifted, the earlier naivety fading away, replaced by a fierce intensity. The ace enforcer of the underworld has officially returned. Within the towering edifice of the Horndaily at Times Square, Mary Alice Walker arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Are my little mischief makers ready? Is the live broadcast signal set up?" In the office, a few unfortunate Horndaily employees were laboring intensely at their computer desks, while armed thugs pointed their weapons menacingly at them, poised to unleash chaos at the slightest provocation. The employees trembled, nodding anxiously, fearful of inciting the wrath of the deranged woman before them. Their colleagues, who had previously resisted and were subsequently dragged away, served as a grim warning. Very well, but no room for error. Mary languidly reclined on the sofa. Behind her stood a throng of desperate mercenaries, all of whom had sold their souls for the promise of money. As she surveyed the quaking staff of Horndaily, a smile crept across her face. She had firmly established her dominance in this domain. "Boss, the big boss has returned," one of the henchmen monitoring the newsroom suddenly announced. "Oh, our gift has arrived. Quickly, everyone get moving," Mary exclaimed, springing to her feet, her earlier lethargy vanishing entirely. She was primed to welcome Valen. "Mary, well done." Valen was the first to stride in, followed closely by True, who was unceremoniously hoisting Tony and Obadiah as if they were mere chicks. One could not deny that the sight was far from dignified. The faces of the two titans of Stark Industries were a portrait of humiliation. "Wow, are you Tony Stark?" Mary effused, inching closer until her nose nearly touched his. "Tony, I'm your biggest fan, did you know? This is my first encounter with a living idol. I'm so thrilled, so happy, bound, and unable to move." Tony found his predicament humiliating enough already, being dangled by a brute. Now he had this madwoman invading his personal space, and truth be told, Mary was strikingly beautiful. Her vibrant orange hair, cascading elegantly, added an alluring edge to her demeanor. Yet, despite her beauty, the pallor on the right side of her face was unsettling. Madame, might you step back a bit? I'm not one to be trifled with." Tony's defiance surfaced, his neck craning in stubbornness. "Such an unpleasant manner of speech." Mary retorted, "Boss, are you planning to take him to the rooftop for some fun?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she addressed Valen. "Is there a problem?" Valen furrowed his brow, having orchestrated a flawless stage production and wishing to avoid any blemishes. "Of course not. The winch and iron chains are all prepared. However, the thought of such a lovely face being shattered into pieces saddens me." Mary revealed a sorrowful expression as she reached out to caress Tony's face, suddenly curving her lips into a peculiar smile. "Why not hand me his face before this? I shall preserve it well." The chilling words sent shivers down Tony's spine, for he realized that this woman was indeed deranged and utterly terrifying. With mention of winches and iron chains, combined with a rooftop setting, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. "Stop messing around. Tony is the main event tonight. If you fancy him, Mr. Obadiah could certainly keep you entertained," Valen jestingly remarked, gesturing with his cane towards the seemingly lifeless Obadiah. The latter shuddered, nearly fainting from the fright. "This is no way to treat someone. If I stay silent, will I fall into the hands of this madwoman? Is there truly no escape?" Mary scoffed, "Pa, not a chance. He has too plump and bald for my taste. I prefer Tony. He would look splendid in my home. Hey, what on earth are you planning to do?" Tony, unable to ponder Mary's peculiar preferences, struggled desperately and shouted at Valen, "Don't be anxious. You'll find out soon enough. This feeling of desperation is quite delightful. Hold on to it," Valen replied, clearly pleased with Tony's heightened state of distress. "True, take them upstairs." Chapter 74. Valen, Tony, make a choice. At this moment, Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, found himself in a state of utter shock. Earlier that evening, A band of thugs had stormed the newspaper office, ruthlessly controlling everyone present. Initially unaware of their intentions, Jonah soon realized the gravity of the situation. They had kidnapped Tony Stark, this notorious playboy, genius inventor, billionaire, and arms dealer with the Department of Defense. It felt surreal, as though he were in a dream, yet this absurdity had actually transpired. Heavens above, not only had they abducted Tony, but they had also mercilessly beaten him. Jonah felt a parched sensation creeping into his mouth. The once charming playboy was now in a dire state, being handled like a mere chick. His hair was disheveled, his face bruised, and his clothes bore signs of a recent altercation. The absurdity of the kidnapping was further compounded by the evident mistreatment of the hostage. The syndicate had truly crossed the line. Jonah sensed that tonight he would witness a homicide, and it would not be the playboy who would perish, but rather the audacious Valen. Daring to lay hands on Tony Stark, the military would not let Valen escape unscathed. The criminal organization was doomed. Besides Tony, Jonah was also familiar with Mr. Obadiah. He had previously interviewed Obadiah and shared dinner with him, establishing a camaraderie of sorts. Regrettably, Obadiah now finds himself bound like a butchered pig, a rag stuffed in his mouth, his condition describable only as wretched. His entire being seems to have swelled with the brutality inflicted upon him. It is truly tragic. Jonah, having spent years in journalism, reporting on countless deranged criminals, believed he would no longer be astonished by anything. Yet, he is now utterly shaken, unable to comprehend that such reckless lunatics exist in this world. Jonah Jameson's shock at the mob organization, receiving a small amount of red gem. This notification appeared before all members of the mob, and Rezu's eyes lit up. This marked the third red gem ATM. Let us push harder. The explosion of red gems is imminent. With this thought, Rezu clenched his fists, eager to test Jonah with a few strikes. Rezu, don't be foolish. Valen halted Rezu's violent actions, reminding him that a live broadcast was imminent and the host could be in peril. He had almost reached the rooftop when the notification refreshed, prompting Valen to recall Jonah. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, or ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Valen paused before Jonah, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You must be the illustrious Jonah Jameson. It appears Mary has treated you well." Valen chuckled, considering that despite Jonah's notorious mouth, he had remained surprisingly quiet after being subdued and brought in with Tony. It seems Mary had indeed followed his instructions to handle this fellow properly. "Valen, I know you. I reported on the Four Seasons hotel case." Jonah fixed his gaze upon Valen, observing the man in his tailored suit with silver hair. It is difficult to fathom that such a gentlemanly exterior could conceal such depraved actions. "Oh, what an honor," Valen remarked with a smirk, seemingly unfazed. "I feel no honor. A lunatic like you is destined for a grim fate," Jonah retorted, his mustache twitching as he glared at Valen. "You need not concern yourself with my fate. But should you fail to cooperate, yours will come swiftly. Do not worry. I will not make things difficult for you. After all, I have heard of your great name. Even the most heinous criminals in New York cannot silence you. Therefore, feel free to speak your mind. Do not hold back." "Are you certain?" Jonah looked at Valen in confusion, unable to grasp the man's true intentions. "Absolutely," Valen replied, his satisfaction evident as he regarded Jonah. "You see, those in the media must possess a spirit of self-sacrifice. I quite admire that. Create chaos. Let it grow larger. The more sensational the news, the better. Valen desires nothing less than the headlines, and no one can obstruct him." Jonah gazed at Valen, momentarily at a loss for words. Valen had completely upended his previous perceptions of criminals. Unfazed by Jonah's thoughts, Valen turned to Mary. He instructed her to make preparations. Was the news studio ready? Without awaiting an answer, he noticed two henchmen standing behind Mary. One brandished a firearm, casting a menacing glare at Jonah, while the other was overseeing the staff as they arranged the live broadcast set, nearly complete, awaiting only Jonah's arrival. The connections were finalized. "I consulted professionals," and there is no chance of interference from the New York Police Department. Mary brimmed with confidence, having undertaken extensive preparations. Her intentions were straightforward. She was a madwoman who thrived on chaos, and her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to lure Valen to her bed. Moreover, she stood to profit, as Valen's offer was exceptionally lucrative, worth her utmost effort. However, Valen merely waved his hand dismissively, unimpressed. He informed them that if the broadcast cut out, Tony would meet his demise. A simple method of extortion, and Valen was exceedingly adept at it. Cough, cough. Jonah nearly choked at Valen's words. How could someone dare to extort Tony Stark? Was there anything more insane in this world? Most importantly, this man was serious. He would indeed carry out his threat. Over the years, Jonah had encountered a myriad of criminals, and he distinctly recognized the gravity in Valen's tone. He was not jesting. If the broadcast were interrupted, Valen would undoubtedly kill. On the rooftop, True had completed his preparations. Tony and Obadiah stood trembling at the edge, shackled by chains that bound them to the winch on the rooftop. The cable was long, and if released, they would surely fall with a resounding crash. Do not panic. We are all individuals of stature. What great tempests have we not weathered? This is merely a game, over in the blink of an eye. Am I not right, Tony? Valen approached Tony, reaching into his pocket and retrieving Tony's phone. Ah, quite a sophisticated device, far superior to my own ragged one. Valen examined the phone briefly before presenting it to Tony. Go on, make a call. Huh? Tony scoffed, unwilling to engage with Valen. In his perspective, the New York Police Department would arrive imminently, and the military forces on Rod's side would also mobilize. At that moment, Valen would have no escape. Tony, it appears you have yet to grasp the situation, Valen remarked, stepping forward to face Obadiah. What do you intend to do? If you possess any courage, direct your actions towards me and leave Obadiah untouched. Tony shouted, his voice filled with agitation, already foreseeing the despicable intentions of Valen. Do not rush, and I. Before his words could fully dissipate, Valen reached out and gently pushed Obadiah. The muffled Obadiah reveled in the exhilarating descent, his complexion paling as his eyes rolled back. I'm doomed. This was the solitary thought echoing within his vacant mind. You lunatic! Tony's face drained of color as he gazed at Valen in disbelief. He was aware that Obadiah would be unharmed. The winch on the rooftop was secured in its slot, and the length of the extended steel cable was limited. Unless Valen disengaged the winch's slot, Obadiah would merely drop a meter or two before halting. However, being suspended high above the ground in the Horn Reports building, the mere contemplation of such a height sent shivers down one's spine. Thank you for the compliment. Valen responded, unfazed by Tony's tone. With a disarming smile, he extended his phone towards Tony, speaking in a gentle manner. If today were the last day of your life, whom would you choose to call? Select one. Chapter 75, Pepper, Tony's Little Surprise. Stark Industries Tower. After completing her final document, Pepper Potts prepared to drive home, feeling somewhat fatigued from the evening's events. Tony's whims had given her a headache, as she longed for a soothing bath and a restful night as sleep. Tomorrow, with the presence of the security personnel from Silver Sable, she intended to meet with the head of Silver Sable, Silver Sablinova, to meticulously arrange Tony's security plan and clarify the hiring fees. There should be no issues on that front. Pepper endeavored to relax, aware that Tony was likely indulging in another extravagant party this evening, accompanied by a cover model. The thought of her diligent work juxtaposed with Tony's revelries stirred a sense of irritation within her. Yet, such was the nature of Tony Stark, and she had grown accustomed to it. Upon arriving home, Pepper enjoyed a delightful bath. As she emerged wrapped in a towel, poised to apply a hydrating mask, her phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. How strange. Who could be calling her at such a late hour? She was not like Tony, who relished conducting business late into the night. Shaking her head, she picked up the phone. It's Tony. A smile graced Pepper's face upon seeing the caller ID. What could this rascal want at such an hour when he should be entangled with someone else? Was he aware of his earlier brusqueness and attempting to appease her with a phone call? Pepper had prepared a gift for Tony's upcoming birthday, intending to surprise him. Perhaps it was the excessive fragrance from the bath that ignited a flurry of excitement within her. Suppressing her enthusiasm, she dialed Tony's number. Tony, it's quite late. Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback. The face on the video was not Tony's. Instead, it belonged to a man clad in a green suit with silver hair. Who is this? Where's Tony gone? Surely, this dandy would not be spending the late hours with another man. Confusion washed over Pepper as she realized the unexpected turn of events had left her momentarily stunned. You are. The haze of bewilderment quickly dissipated as the image of a wanted poster from the New York Police Department flashed in her mind. The man before her was Vallon, a member of the criminal organization. Vallon. Pepper gasped in shock. Huh. Vallon chuckled, clapping his hands in delight. You recognize me, don't you? I never imagined my reputation had spread so far. It is an honor. He said this with a calm demeanor before shifting the camera to reveal Tony, who bore the marks of a recent encounter. A bruised right eye, looking disheveled and evidently mistreated. Yet, the most pressing concern was that Tony was bound and forced to stand perilously close to the edge of the rooftop, at risk of falling. Tony! As she faced Tony through the screen, Pepper bit her lip, her heart racing as she struggled to maintain her composure. There was no room for panic. Any haste could jeopardize Tony's safety. She needed to remain calm, for she was the only one who could rescue him. The motives of kidnappers were typically clear. They sought money, and Stark Industries had an abundance of it. With this thought, Pepper steadied herself. Mr. Vallon, as long as you ensure Tony's safety, we can negotiate any terms you desire. Her expression turned serious as she endeavored to adopt a negotiating stance, aiming to secure a safer environment for Tony. However, Vallon remained unhurried, waving his hand with a smile. Miss Pepper, there is no need to rush. We can discuss the terms later. After all, I have yet to introduce you to a guest who has just arrived. Vallon stepped to the right of True, balancing precariously on the edge of the rooftop, extending his arm to direct the phone's camera at the suspended Obadiah stain. This is it, Mr. Obadiah. At that moment, Pepper's complexion shifted dramatically. She had previously attempted to reach Obadiah on his private phone, but to no avail. It seemed he had already fallen into Vallon's clutches by then. Given the current situation, it was evident that Obadiah had been pushed. She could not believe he would willingly leap. Now, with Obadiah dangling below, what if Tony were to be pushed off as well? Pepper felt her composure falter. She could tolerate Obadiah's predicament, but the mere thought of Tony plummeting sent her into a state of panic. I am sorry, Pepper. Had I known this would transpire, I would have much preferred to remain at home rather than attend that extravagant soiree, Tony lamented. In truth, Obadiah's precarious state weighed heavily on Tony. Vallon was a lunatic, and reasoning with a madman was the most arduous of tasks. Consequently, Tony felt as though his life could be extinguished at any moment. Come now. Tony, don't be so despondent. Vallon interjected, his interest piqued by the comment. Adopting a fade of a benevolent host, he thrust the phone in front of Tony. Quickly, regale this lovely Pepper with tales of your gallant exploits. Share how you bravely ventured into the den of thieves, how you battled me, and how you became renowned for delivering heads from afar. Observing the shocked expression on Pepper's face through the video, Tony wore an expression of innocent resignation. Well, let's leave it at that, he sighed, knowing that his earlier actions had been rather foolish, having willingly placed himself in this predicament. However, with capture already a reality, further discussion seemed futile. Pepper, her frustration reaching a near cardiac level, retorted, What do you mean? Let's leave it at that. Tony, can't you be a bit more sensible? Though exasperated, she recognized that her priority was to negotiate with Vallon. They could address Tony's issues after he was rescued. What do you require to spare Tony? Pepper asked Vallon earnestly. Given that this was a kidnapping, it was undoubtedly motivated by monetary gain. Upon hearing her words, Vallon turned his attention to Tony, a smile gracing his lips. Tony, my dear friend, what do you believe your life is worth? Think carefully before responding. If your answer is too meager, it would be quite unbecoming of your status. Tony's expression hardened, locking eyes with Vallon, his demeanor more serious than ever. My life is priceless. However, if you insist on assigning a value to it. He directed a grave look towards Pepper on the screen. Remove all the gold bricks from the Stark Foundation's underground vault. Tony turned his head, glaring at Vallon with a cold smirk. Take as much as you want. If you have the guts, take it all. At that moment, Tony's stubbornness surged forth. You got some spirit, Vallon remarked, clearly enjoying the company of such wealthy individuals. This is the building of the Horn Daily. Have the gold bricks sent downstairs. I want them all. Valen and Tony locked eyes, and regardless of how the night would unfold, they were resolved to stand their ground against each other. Chapter 76. Pepper. It's so hard for me. Woo-woo. Obadiah had finally transitioned out of his initial stupor. Hanging in midair, he regained his composure. He squirmed his hefty body, although it wasn't much of a struggle. He feared that making too much noise might cause him fall. He merely made some sounds to attract Valen's attention, hoping to be rescued. Over 20 floors high, this was utterly terrifying. In all his years, Obadiah had never realized he had a fear of heights. Mr. Obadiah, don't tremble so. This is a steel cable. You won't fall. Valen called out to Obadiah, glancing back at Tony, who was stiff-necked. Look at your little courage. No wonder you're just a shareholder. See, Tony? Now that S calm under pressure. After saying this, Valen gave Tony a thumbs up. Oomph. Tony scoffed, fully aware that Valen was mocking him, but what did it matter? Who would meet their demise tonight was still uncertain. Woo, woo, woo. Upon hearing Valen's words, Obadiah's struggles intensified. How could he be merely a shareholder? He was a pillar of Stark Industries. His greatest disdain was being compared to Tony. He loathed being a mere backdrop for the Stark family. Yet Valen had already crossed several lines, driving Obadiah to the brink of madness. You ignorant little thief. I'll say it again, if I survive tonight, the Hand organization will pay dearly. Obadiah's anger towards you has increased, gaining a small amount of red jade. Obadiah has become a sworn enemy of the Hand organization, gaining a moderate amount of red jade. Valen raised an eyebrow, intrigued as it was his first encounter with a moderate red jade notification. Huh. Valen laughed heartily. This fellow Obadiah isn't as pathetic as I thought. Indeed, the decision to kidnap Tony had proven to be fortuitous, and further rewards awaited. Woo. However, Valen's expression shifted as he noticed the glaring red words indicating a sworn enemy in the notification. That title wouldn't be easily acquired. At the very least, Tony hadn't received such a notification, and it was Obadiah's petty nature that brought amusement. As for any retaliation from Obadiah in the future, Valen felt no concern. In a moment, when he loosens the steel wire, Mr. Obadiah will survive first, and then we shall address other matters. This fellow is perplexing, frowning one moment and laughing the next, truly resembling a lunatic. The unfortunate aspect of madness is its utter disregard for logical reasoning, leaving the self-proclaimed genius, Tony, in a state of vexation. He simply cannot keep pace with Varon's thought processes. Nevertheless, I shall recall something joyful. Varon smiled at Tony. He had no time to squander on Obadiah. Turning to the video feed of Pepper, he remarked, I trust you have heard the price set by your young master. As long as you bring the gold bars, I shall release him. That is the arrangement. With that, Varon terminated the call. On Pepper's end, she had no time to compose herself and immediately contacted Officer George Stacy at the New York Police Department. In East Manhattan, on the interstate highway, George sat in his patrol car, directing a large contingent as they swiftly encircled Queens. His spirits were high, for he had obtained precise information regarding Varon's gang. With the NYPD converging from three directions, he was determined not to allow Varon to escape this time. Varon, your time is up. George's expression was fervent. He had awaited this day for a long time. Rising early and toiling late, he had gathered various leads, all to dismantle this criminal organization. The Black Hand was unlike other robbers. Their actions were too heinous. George could not comprehend the mindset of today's youth, especially after some media outlets reported on Varon's gang following the incident at the Four Seasons Hotel. It was astonishing that a sharply dressed man with silver hair had garnered fans online. Is it truly acceptable to be handsome and engage in robbery, to eschew being a decent person? When George learned of this, he was so incensed that he struggled to sleep for several days. However, those dreams were about to be shattered. Not long ago, he had received a call from Stark Industries, reporting that members of the Black Hand were in Queens, preparing to make a move against Tony Stark. Although George was puzzled as to why the playboy would venture to Queens at such an hour, it did not hinder his pursuit. With the NYPD deploying in three directions, Varon's gang was undoubtedly cornered, just as George felt confident about the operation. His phone suddenly lit up. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Stark Industries, specifically from Pepper Potts. Was she concerned for Tony Stark's safety? No problem at all. They have completely surrounded Queens. The small-time mob is of no consequence. George smiled faintly as he answered the phone. Miss Potts, do not worry. We have entered Queens and are en route to Rocca Avenue. The entirety of the New York Police Department is mobilized, and Valin's crew has nowhere to escape. What's going on? Why are you all rushing Queens? It was clear to him that Valen was at Times Square, engaging in bungee jumping with Tony and Obadiah. To be candid, at that moment, Pepper felt a twinge of panic. However, her years of professional experience allowed Ms. Potts to maintain her composure. Valen is not in Queens. He is at Times Square, in the headquarters of the Horn Daily newspaper. He has kidnapped Mr. Stark and Mr. Obadiah, who is currently suspended high above the ground. The situation is perilous. What? Director George was taken aback. They had surrounded Queens, only to discover now that Valen had long since slipped out of their grasp. It was a swift slap in the face. He felt somewhat humiliated to be outwitted by a criminal. Rest assured, we are heading to Times Square immediately. The rescue operation will commence at once, and no harm will come to anyone. Pepper remained silent. Then I entrust this to you. She was at a loss for words, and, after uttering that sentence, she hung up the phone. Truth be told, the fact that they did not even know Valen's whereabouts was quite distressing. Pepper sat on the bed, her head spinning. The mere thought of Tony standing on that rooftop, potentially coerced by that madman Valen to leap, brought her to the brink of tears. Yet she could not afford to cry. The NYPD was unreliable, and she had to devise a way to rescue Tony herself. She could only rely on Silver from the Mink Security. Pepper steadied her emotions and dialed Silver, the director of Mink Security. Pepper, do not worry. I am already prepared. Silver answered brightly upon receiving the call, assuming she was concerned about personnel shortages. ISN, to your situation, not urgent. Tomorrow morning, everyone will be assembled. Pepper felt utterly exhausted. Indeed, that was the plan. However, how could she have known that Tony, being rather clever, would willingly walk into Valin's trap? There has been a slight hiccup. I received a call about a kidnapping, and Tony has already been taken. The address is Times Square at the Horn Daily building. Hurry, you must save Tony. Silver fell silent, finding the wealthy intriguing. A phone call at night seemed harmless, yet so swiftly led to someone's capture. This dandy moved with remarkable speed. I will lead the team right away. We must rescue the individual. Silver hung up the phone and, without hesitation, began rallying support. There was no time to wait for tomorrow's assembly. Just moments after she accepted the commission, the employer was already abducted. If word got out, would the Silver Mongoose Security Company still be able to operate? This matter was entwined with both wealth and honor. A bold move was essential. Moreover, she was determined to believe that no one in New York could withstand her ferocious brigade. And gold, prepare the gold. Relying solely on Silver Mongoose was insufficient. If a peaceful resolution were possible, it would be ideal, though Pepper knew deep down that such a notion was unlikely. However, the gold must be transported first. She couldn't allow Valen to seize the opportunity to trouble Tony. As long as Tony remained unharmed, the loss of some gold would be bearable. She needed to dispatch several transport vehicles to convey the gold bars. With her mind in disarray, Pepper arranged various matters while hastily tidying herself up, intending to head to the Stark Foundation's underground vault. Suddenly, she paused. She had forgotten someone. Rhodey. The military personnel seemed far more reliable than the New York Police Department at such a time. Tony had been kidnapped, and the perpetrators were at Times Square, in the Horn Herald building. With this thought, Pepper dialed Rhodey's number. Chapter 77. Strategic Meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, commonly known as S.H.I.L.D., convened in the briefing room of the aerial battleship. Coulson stood before the curved conference table, surrounded by various blue projections. First, let us take a look at a segment of weather news. Coulson zoomed in on one of the projections, and a news clip began to play. In the early hours, an observatory detected an unusual lightning phenomenon near Manhattan, with experts attributing it to a cold air pressure system. This cold front was set to advance, bringing with it clouds and precipitation. The date displayed was not long ago and resembled a typical New York weather forecast. So, what does this mean? It's getting cold. Or more layers? Natasha Romanoff, the illustrious legendary spy, occupied one of the seats at the curved conference table. She had abandoned her original investigative task at the urgent summons. She had expected a significant development, only to find it was due to an outdated weather forecast. If that were the case, a phone call would have sufficed. She anticipated something of greater importance. Nothing is more crucial than this. Someone has summoned the thunder from above. Coulson was utterly serious as he pressed a button in his hand, and the blue projection transformed, revealing a new clip. The scene opens with a panoramic view from above, where a gentle drizzle falls in the early morning, casting a dim light upon the empty streets. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminates the sky, followed by a thunderclap that descends from nowhere. The perspective shifts to a wide-angle view of the street, revealing an Eastern Taoist priest and a Japanese shrine maiden. What is this? A promotional clip for the latest exorcism film from the East? Clint Barton rapped his fingers on the table, somewhat perplexed. Regrettably, this is not a film trailer. It is a video extracted from the dark web by the technical department, filmed 6 minutes after the lightning incident in Hell's Kitchen. The original footage was too blurry, but this is a restored and clarified version. Coulson briefly explained. So, you are implying that a Taoist summoned lightning and then engaged in a battle with a shrine maiden? But shouldn't they be on the same side? The site only supports access through mobile browsers. If you encounter a paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Barton, while not wholly versed in Eastern mystical culture, possessed enough foundational knowledge as an adept agent. Both the Taoist and the shrine maiden serve as exorcists, akin to exorcists, priests, and clergymen. So, exorcists and priests are fighting? What a peculiar modern fantasy narrative. Barton pressed his temple, suddenly feeling bewildered by the world around him. The specific reasons remain unclear. Coulson shook his head. The investigation had been too brief, and acquiring the video evidence was already a challenge. More profound intelligence would require further digging on their part. Is it possible that this could be the result of some form of technology? Natasha interjected at this moment. Although the Taoist wielded a long knife to summon lightning, which aligns with Eastern mysticism, as a staunch advocate of science, she was skeptical of any mystical explanations. She had even studied Norse mythology. Did that mean Thor was real? The technical team also raised this point, suggesting that the long knife wielded by the Taoist might be a specialized lightning rod. Coulson raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. He had considered the possibility of advanced technology, yet their director seemed to think otherwise. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent to commence the investigation from a mystical perspective. Nick Fury, who had been listening intently, wore a grim expression and offered little elaboration, merely setting the tone with a single statement. Very well, then, are there no concrete leads? Natasha sifted through the 2 documents in her hands, both of which were recent analysis reports of the video. They contained some useful information, albeit not particularly substantial. The definitive news was that the shrine maiden first came into our view because of him, the fearless individual of Hell's Kitchen Daredevil. Coulson spoke as the blue projection before him displayed a photograph of Daredevil. Natasha paused momentarily, surprised that this matter was connected to Matt. She was aware of Daredevil's true identity due to her past encounters with Matt during various missions. One could indeed call them friends. Natasha had summoned you back to reconnect with an old acquaintance. Given the issues arising in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil likely possessed considerable insights. Nick Fury turned to Natasha, preferring not to resort to overly aggressive methods until he understood the origins of the sorcerer and the witch. Sending Natasha to engage with Daredevil would likely yield valuable intelligence. All right, I understand, Natasha responded with a nod, refraining from elaborating further. And what about me? Barton inquired, pointing to himself. Since both he and Natasha had been called back, it was reasonable to assume he too had a mission. You will accompany me, Agent Barton. I need to make contact with this individual, Coulson said, a faint smile of resignation crossing his face. As the video concluded, a black Jeep intruded upon the scene. This was no coincidence. Surveillance footage from the streets indicated that the vehicle's destination was unmistakably the conflict zone. Tracing the license plate revealed the owner to be shadowy. Coulson continued, and the blue projection flickered to reveal a detailed profile of the man. Shadowy, age 30, born on August 21st, 1978, a Leo with a blood type of A, standing at 1.78 meters and weighing 65 kilograms. All his documentation appeared in order, and his personal records were thoroughly complete. Notably, he possessed considerable assets. A hint of hesitation crossed Coulson's face. Is there a problem? Barton asked at that moment. Is his wealth of dubious origin? No, quite the opposite. His assets are exceedingly legitimate, perhaps even excessively so, Coulson replied gravely. A month ago, Mr. Tom, a shareholder in a dairy factory, passed away during surgery for a gastrointestinal ailment. He left behind a bequeathal agreement, naming shadowy as the beneficiary. 2 weeks prior, Mr. Aldridge, a director at an entertainment company, also died. His wife had passed 3 years earlier, and he likewise had no children. He left a will bequeathing his estate to shadowy. Is there a suspicion that he may have employed some nefarious means to eliminate these individuals and usurp their wealth? Natasha tapped the table and spoke at that moment. As it stands, these individuals have all either met with untimely deaths or succumbed to illness. Both the hospital and the police have relevant records, indicating no signs of foul play. However, Coulson remained reticent, and the very thought of it felt amiss. Isn't it perilous to engage so recklessly? Barton queried Nick Fury at this juncture. That is precisely why we sought your return. You will collaborate with Coulson and initiate a tentative engagement, Fury replied, fully aware of the inherent risks involved. Yet, with the most comprehensive information available being about shadowy, a potential breakthrough must be pursued despite the danger. Thus, the situation stands. Nick Fury began to summarize. Coulson and Barton will operate as a team. Natasha will act independently, aiming to ascertain their objectives, origins, and risk assessments in the shortest time possible. Just as Fury was halfway through his statement, an urgent call came through. He pressed his hand against his earpiece, becoming momentarily frozen. Coulson and the others were oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they could clearly see Fury's already dark visage deepen into a shadowy gloom. After a brief pause, Fury ended the call and, after a moment of silence, declared, the previous operation is postponed. A matter of greater significance has arisen. Tony Stark has been kidnapped. Chapter 78. A night of revelry in the news at Times Square, within the halls of the Daily Bugle. Boss, everything is ready. We can commence at any moment, Mary said, her excitement palpable as she regarded Jonah Jameson, who had once again been subjected to a lesson due to his noncompliance. Having been a mercenary for several years, she had encountered her fair share of thrilling scenarios. Yet tonight was different. She vowed, based on her career, that this would be the wildest night of all. Varlon, that dashing man, was exhilaratingly mad, igniting her admiration. On the rooftop, Varlon disregarded the notification before him. He gazed at Tony Stark with a smile and spoke into the phone. Excellent, let us begin. As night descended, the evening rush hour had passed, and the citizens of New York were now seated before their televisions, either engaging in conversation, perusing newspapers, or relishing a sumptuous dinner. In Times Square, known as the crossroads of the world, a steady stream of tourists painted a vibrant scene. At that moment, regardless of the programming airing on televisions or the large screens throughout the city, the images shifted, revealing a middle-aged man with a receding hairline before the audience. It was Jonah Jameson from the Daily Bugle, a familiar face to many. However, tonight's circumstances were quite different. He appeared to have suffered significant injuries. The left eye socket is somewhat red and swollen, and the pristine suit bears several footprints, presenting an unseemly appearance. This is the Daily Bugle. I am Editor-in-Chief J. Jonah Jameson. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent news report. We have been taken hostage. Jonah's anguished cries resonate through televisions and massive electronic billboards, echoing across the skies of New York City. The perpetrator is the notorious leader of a ruthless criminal organization, Wilson Fisk. He has committed unprecedented heinous acts. Tony Stark, that notorious playboy, has been abducted by this lunatic. He is a scoundrel, a disgrace, a villain unworthy of existence. The Daily Bugle has indeed been seized. That debonair heir of Stark Industries has been kidnapped. Jonah's opening statement left everyone in shock. Speak properly. A voice interjects from off-screen, delivering a kick to Jonah's chair. Naturally, the audience cannot discern the assailant's identity, yet the menacing tone reveals the presence of a remorseless criminal. Concern washes over the viewers for Jonah. If this old man continues to speak recklessly, his battered visage suggests a grim fate awaits him. Yet Jonah is not the type to be easily intimidated. He completely disregards the threats posed by his aggressor. Stiff-necked, he pounds the table vigorously, his face flushed, and shouts incessantly, "You need not threaten me. I shall never capitulate to evil." Dear viewers, this is the Daily Bugle. I am not alone in this fight. Our courageous reporters have already ascended to the rooftop. We shall report this nefarious incident to you with utmost proximity and speed. Trust us, we are the champions of justice, and we shall never bow to malevolence. Once the Daily Bugle's live news broadcast is aired, it creates ripples in the calm surface of the lake. Major news outlets, akin to sharks sensing blood, rush in to seize the opportunity. This is the New York Daily News, interrupting with an urgent bulletin. Just moments ago, the Daily Bugle delivered shocking news. A group of deranged individuals has audaciously kidnapped Tony Stark, the illustrious playboy. This is a Fox News correspondent reporting that Tony Stark has just been abducted by the criminal organization. Live at the crime scene is Mr. Jonah Jameson. Let us applaud his fearless spirit. At this moment, various news channels, including independent media reporters, mobilize rapidly towards the Daily Bugle's headquarters. They dash into the fray, driven by the desire to acquire first-hand information. Tony Stark has been kidnapped. The emergence of this news stirs overwhelming emotions among the journalists, bringing tears of excitement to their eyes. Tonight, the world of journalism celebrates. This is the long-awaited monumental news of the century. How infuriating that the nefarious organization chose not to abduct them. What incredible fortune has befallen old Jonah. It is utterly enviable. All the journalists are consumed by a singular thought, to rush to the scene of the kidnapping, for it is the moment to skyrocket viewership. Charge forth. Securing the headlines is imperative. Mary S. professional team is rapidly tapping away at their keyboards, disseminating the live broadcast signal with astonishing speed. Online, the Horn Herald's broadcast swiftly ascends to the pinnacle of the rankings. In the live chat, a multitude of admirers emerges. Veron is so handsome. I've been following him since the Four Seasons incident. That silver suit is simply dashing. It feels as though we are witnessing a dramatic series. How could the New York Police Department ever apprehend Lord Veron? The most graceful of bandits. I adore you, Veron. I must go to the scene to cheer for him. Sisters, is anyone joining me? By the way, I have a Veron support light board at home. A group of infatuated individuals supporting a kidnapper. How utterly disgusting. What is the New York Police Department doing? Are they merely biding their time? Such lunatics should have been brought to justice long ago. Serves Tony Stark right. Flaunting himself all day long. I've heard he has been with every cover girl from Vanity Fair, though I wonder if that's true. Let him boast. It's about time he was caught. What rubbish. The comments flow rapidly. Keyboard warriors seated before their screens type joyfully, filling the live chat with a jubilant atmosphere. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, such as reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. At this moment, just a street away from the Horn Herald building, George Daisy anxiously awaits helicopter support. In this urgent moment, George catches sight of the electronic billboard in Times Square, broadcasting the live news from the Horn Herald. The abduction of Tony Stark has far-reaching consequences. If this is broadcasted live, the image of the New York Police Department will plummet to the depths. George nearly shouts at his subordinates. What on earth is happening? What does that damn Veron intend to do? Quickly, find a way to cut the live signal. Just then, on the screen, Jonah's aged face suddenly magnifies several times. He is nearly pressed against the screen, his face flushed, shouting with all his might. If there are any members of the New York Police Department watching the live broadcast, remember, do not cut the feed, or Varon will carry out his threat. He is a madman, mark my words, you fools at the New York Police Department. Vallon is a lunatic capable of such heinous acts. You must not cut the live broadcast. If the stream ceases, Tony Stark will perish. Damn it. Curse Jonah Jameson. Who is the fool now? Vallon is a scoundrel. You are no better. This infuriates me. Huh. George gasped quickly, feeling the flames of rage boiling within him. Boss, is the live signal still interrupted? At that moment, a subordinate approached George with an inquiry. Cut the nonsense. Hurry and find out why the helicopter hasn't arrived yet. I shall personally apprehend that scoundrel Vallon. Chapter 79. George. I refuse to be interviewed. I am currently unavailable for an interview. George maintained a stern expression, signaling his refusal, yet the reporters paid him no heed. The flashes from their cameras bombarded George's face, pushing him towards the brink of frustration. I'm a reporter from Time magazine. What are your thoughts on the recent kidnapping of Tony Stark? I represent the New York Times. Is there a connection between this shocking kidnapping and the long-standing negligence of the New York Police Department? Various reporters unleashed their inquiries, each one eager to thrust their microphones into George's face. They appeared as if they had struck gold, their eyes glinting with the fervor of wolves spotting their prey. George's expression darkened. What on earth is happening? This swarm of reporters arrived faster than the police. This is outrageous. And where is my helicopter? I am for Vanity Fair. Christine Everhart. May I ask you a few questions? A tall, blonde beauty forcefully navigated through the crowd, her eyes gleaming with zeal as she approached George, encircled by reporters. According to insiders, the nefarious Vallon has been wreaking havoc in New York City. The Four Seasons hotel hostage situation and the jewelry heist were all orchestrated by him. Christine began her inquiry, but her words were quickly drowned out by her colleagues. Why has the New York Police Department remained inactive during this period? Can we interpret this as their deliberate negligence, allowing such brazen criminals to emerge? The reporters gazed at George with exhilaration. They sensed that if this report were published, it would undoubtedly ignite a global sensation. The opportunity to become renowned media figures was within reach, and the thrill was exhilarating. Praise be to the organization of the underworld, and to the illustrious Tony Stark, for they are on the precipice of notoriety. According to whispers circulating, the New York Police Department received intelligence last week regarding an impending abduction of Mr. Tony Stark by this nefarious group. The veracity of his claim remains uncertain. Despite ample preparations over an extended period, the police have remained woefully inactive in the face of such brazen criminal declarations, resulting in dire consequences for the victim, Mr. Stark, and for Mr. Obadiah Stane, who dangles precariously from the rooftop. This platform is optimized solely for mobile browsing. If you encounter this passage, it indicates a failure in loading chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, or novel mode to eliminate ad-blocking features or transition to another browser for your reading experience. What insight does Director George wish to impart? The inquiries from reporters grow increasingly incisive, and George's demeanor darkens with each passing moment. Should he allow this unruly assembly to continue their tirade, the entirety of his lifelong career could be tarnished by that scoundrel, Varlon, who permitted these journalists entry. Where are the personnel? Expel them at once. What are you all doing? Are you incapable of managing such a trivial matter? Director George chastised his subordinates. Each reporter appears eager to incite chaos. If they are allowed to broadcast these scenes, the reputation of the NYPD would surely plummet to new lows, an intolerable prospect. Meanwhile, Christine pays no heed to George's admonitions as she excitedly beckons her cameraman. Quickly, upstairs. Zoom in. The cameraman, attuned to her urgency, adjusts the focus, honing in on Mr. Obadiah Stane, suspended from the 22nd floor. Mr. Stane, a shareholder and the CEO of Stark Industries, is one of its venerable founders. At this moment, he hangs perilously above the ground, without any protective measures present below, a situation fraught with danger. The only safety apparatus visible is a steel cable affixed to the rooftop. Should it snap, the consequences are all too clear. In light of such malevolent adversaries and the grave ramifications at hand, can the NYPD provide us with a satisfactory resolution? Tony Stark, A renowned playboy and billionaire with ties to the military establishment faces such peril. What recourse remains for the common citizen? How can the safety of New Yorkers be assured? Should this inertia persist, it compels us to question and express our profound concerns regarding the allocation of our tax dollars. What role does George Stacy play? Is he engaged in embezzlement? Should further investigations not be pursued? Does he possess the capability to retain his position as the commissioner of the New York Police Department? Where is the promising tomorrow for us, the citizens of New York City? Is the future shrouded in darkness? This is Christine Everhart from Vanity Fair, reporting live. George's frustration is palpable, his nose wrinkled in anger. Each of these reporters speaks with an air of authority, but how utterly vexatious they are. He is currently awaiting a helicopter to negotiate with Vallon, having no time to indulge their antics. The reputation of New York is at stake, threatened by these wretched journalists. George is incessantly shouting into the phone. Under normal circumstances, he could have cut off the live broadcast before the situation escalated. But now Vallon is ready to take drastic measures. That lunatic is capable of anything. Outside the Star Foundation, a throng of reporters has gathered as well. Ms. Potts, clad in a suit with a press badge adorning her left breast, finds herself face to face with Coulson. "It's me," she states, her concern for Tony's safety overshadowing her awareness of the intrusive reporters. However, she understands the importance of maintaining a favorable impression, aware of how these journalists can spin a narrative. Despite her anxiety, she forces a smile. "May I have a word?" Coulson politely inquires. "No, I'm not here to hold a press conference, and I am about to leave," Pepper responds with a formal tone. She has no intention of granting any interviews. After a brief exchange, she contemplates dismissing Coulson. "I am not a journalist. My name is Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I am here on behalf of Tony Stark." Coulson offers a resigned smile, presenting his business card to Ms. Potts. "Oh, that sounds rather chaotic," Pepper remarks, momentarily taken aback as she accepts the card. "Indeed, we are attempting to streamline it," Coulson chuckles, acknowledging the rather cumbersome name. "We have already informed the Department of Homeland Security about this matter." Pepper regards Coulson, having never heard of this lengthy named division. The scene is already chaotic enough. She does not wish to complicate matters further. She shakes her head, about to decline Coulson's offer, only to be interrupted by him. "We belong to a different system, specifically tasked with handling these affairs. Trust me, I am a professional." After a moment of silence, Pepper nods. At this juncture, rescuing Tony is paramount, and she refuses to engage in any further disputes. She did not wish to squander any more time in this place. If Coulson insisted on accompanying her, she would not refuse. Personnel were arranged to handle the transportation of the gold bars from the underground vault, while Pepper boarded the helicopter, heading to the Daily Bugle building alongside Coulson. Now, she needed to ascertain Tony's condition. While aboard the helicopter, Rhodey's call came through. The special forces had already infiltrated and would soon arrive on the scene. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the situation with the Hand organization, I had requested higher authorities to deploy heavy weaponry. However, military mobilization requires a certain amount of time, and we also needed to evacuate the crowd. The number of people gathered in Times Square was overwhelming, which hampered our ability to launch a full-scale assault. A full-scale assault? Is it truly without risk? Might we inadvertently harm Tony during the attack? Upon hearing this, Pepper could not help but feel a twinge of worry. The priority was to establish safety measures and retrieve Tony first. I have arranged for transport vehicles to carry the gold bars. I hope the military can coordinate to set up rescue facilities in advance. Under no circumstances must Tony be harmed. Oh, and there's also Obadiah. I understand. Do not worry. I will make the necessary arrangements. Rhodey concluded the call. The Hand organization was fully aware that the Department of Defense stood behind Tony Stark. Yet they still proceeded with the kidnapping. What an absurd situation, and they had succeeded. Now, they were brazenly broadcasting it live. The military was in a frenzy. If not for the fact that this was Times Square, teeming with people, and that the victim was Tony Stark, they might have already planned an airstrike. These scoundrels must not be spared. The Hand organization must be eradicated, and Tony must remain unharmed, while simultaneously striving to restore the image of the Department of Defense. The pressure from above was immense, and Rhodey's expression darkened further. Chapter 80. Wilson, I share no alliance with evil. Times Square, Daily Bugle Building. Several helicopters hovered above the rooftop, maintaining a careful distance. These were dispatched by several affluent television stations, eager to cover the news of Tony Stark's kidnapping. Multiple searchlights illuminated the rooftop, bright as day. As the protagonist of the evening, Varlon leaned on his black gold cane, facing the pale-faced Tony. Tony had graced the headlines numerous times before, with scandals and genius reports. Yet this particular headline made him genuinely contemplate leaping from the building's height. However, jumping was out of the question. After all, 20-plus stories were indeed quite high. Tony endeavored to maintain a stern facade, striving to uphold his image of composure. Meanwhile, a smile adorned Varlon's face as the system notifications before him began to flood the screen, showcasing a continuous influx of crimson revenue. Not far behind him stood the anxious reporters and photographers from the Horn Daily, trembling with trepidation. Unlike the journalists outside who were merely spectators, these individuals were directly caught in the turmoil. Those onlookers thrived on chaos, yet let them find themselves with a gun pointed to their heads. And we shall see if they dare to proclaim the mantra of free press. Meanwhile, Valron basked in the limelight, akin to a celebrity on the red carpet, greeting the journalists aboard the helicopter, even waving at the viewers watching from their screens. Suddenly, from outside the rooftop, the thunderous roar of the helicopter echoed, signaling its approach. George, clutching a megaphone, stood at the cabin door. Valron of the Black Hand organization, you are now encircled. Release the hostages at once. Surrender immediately. George was acutely aware that reporters around him were aiming their cameras in his direction. He realized this was his moment to shine. Setting aside all else, he knew he had to uphold the reputation of the New York Police Department. With a determined heart, he raised the megaphone. Mr. Stark, do not panic. The New York Police Department has arrived. We have surrounded the Horn Building. The members of the Black Hand have nowhere to flee. Furthermore, we have received communication from the military, so rest assured, we will bring the criminals to justice. At this moment, in Hell's Kitchen, the notorious Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, reclined comfortably on his sofa, sipping red wine while watching the live broadcast on television. The furious voice of director George echoed from the screen as Valron, wielding a black gold cane, held his hands elegantly atop its handle, exuding an air of aristocracy. Behind him sat a robust figure, a burly man with a fierce demeanor, cross-legged on the floor. In front of them, to the left, stood Tony Stark at the edge of the rooftop, his face pale with intensity. To the right, Obadiah Stane was dangling precariously from a height of 22 stories. Wow. Wilson raised an eyebrow, filled with admiration. The youth of today are indeed bold. He has truly accomplished something remarkable. He found himself more impressed by the hefty man than Valron. Wilson himself was a muscular figure, and thus felt a natural affinity towards True, especially knowing he too was a rogue. I do appreciate a man of such stature. Nowadays, everyone is as thin as a monkey. What is the point? As the words reached the ears of the figure known as the Target Eye, his expression darkened instantaneously, casting a menacing glare towards the rotund individual on the television. He, the Target Eye, was the most trusted confidant and foremost assassin of Gene Bing. Neither Erica nor anyone else was permitted to divert Gene Bing's attention. Such an affront was entirely intolerable. This clandestine organization was exceedingly brazen. Should I eliminate them? The Target Eye stepped forward, his every utterance tinged with bloodlust, as if his sole purpose in life revolved around the act of killing. Yet, it seemed this was indeed the case. A deranged assassin, he had little else to occupy his time beyond serving Gene Bing in his lethal endeavors. Alas, we are law-abiding citizens. What concern is this to me? Wilson shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands in indifference. Who was he? A sovereign of the underworld? No. He was a prominent entrepreneur in New York, a man of action, a renowned philanthropist, Mr. Wilson Fisk, who was poised to run for mayor of New York City in a few years' time. However, with the occurrence of this kidnapping, such a significant matter warranted his involvement. With this thought, Wilson smiled slightly and instructed his respectful secretary, who had just entered. This Valen was indeed audacious. Hurry, Contact the New York Police Department and inform them that I wish to make a donation. We must ensure the rescue of Mr. Stark. Such criminals must never roam free. I shall not coexist with these malefactors." At this moment, the Maggia organization was similarly affected. The Hammerhead had witnessed the news, and his countenance darkened. It was a case of enemies encountering one another, and the animosity was palpable. Even through the television screen, the tension was undeniable. The very sight of Valen reminded him of the last occasion he was duped into consuming poison. Although he had survived, he spent over a week recuperating in bed. This vendetta weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, Hammerhead furrowed his brow, a glimmer of concern flickering in his eyes. To his astonishment, Valen had truly captured that playboy. Now, the entire New York was thrown into chaos by his actions. The military had arrived. What to do now? Hammerhead devised a surprise attack, intending to ensure that when the military responded, his forces would already dominate the city. Unless the military entirely abandoned the area, the deployment of large-scale weapons in New York City was improbable. Moria cackled with glee. With his distraction, the landing of the zombie army would be even more effortless. We are on the verge of seizing New York. Do not mind these minor disturbances. Queens. The site is exclusively accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, and any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. With her golden hair cascading freely and a slender, alluring figure clad in a black and white striped bodysuit, May Parker reclined on the sofa, indulging in a low-calorie salad while engrossed in a family drama. Desperate Housewives had become the season's most popular soap opera, and she was deeply invested, tuning in religiously each night. Oh, how tragic. She is divorced, yet that wretched husband still clings to her. She lamented. Life as a housewife was indeed fraught with challenges. Suddenly, the television emitted a jarring crackle, and the screen abruptly transformed into a snowy static. What on earth is happening? This television is barely a few years old. How could it break down now? The quality of modern appliances is truly subpar. May grumbled while munching on her tasteless salad. As she contemplated whether to contact an electrician for repairs, the screen flickered back to life. This is the New York Daily News. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent announcement. Tony Stark, that arrogant playboy, has been kidnapped. The footage displayed chaos as crowds were being dispersed, though the throngs in Times Square continued to surge towards the Daily Bugle. Chief George of the New York Police Department was attempting to negotiate the release of the hostages. Tony Stark's personal assistant, Miss Pepper Potts, had also arrived on the scene, bringing with her the ransom demanded by the kidnappers. Every ounce of gold from the Stark Foundation's underground vault. Will such cooperation satisfy the greedy captors? Can Valen be persuaded to release the hostages? All remains uncertain for now, as we turn to our experts for analysis. The television screen transitioned to a bearded man, animatedly gesticulating and passionately expressing his opinions. In my personal view, it is highly unlikely. Individuals like this despicable scoundrel are utterly untrustworthy. May watched the agitated expert, who was pounding the table and shouting with fervor, and quietly stood up. Meanwhile, Peter Parker and his classmates had organized an outdoor barbecue party. New York City was descending into chaos. This was no time for festivities. She decided to call Peter to inquire about his return, hoping he hadn't lost track of time amidst the revelry.